Chapter 1. The Uchiha Uran of Konoha. In the year 34 of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire continues to thrive. The light of the flames shall perpetually illuminate this village and nurture the budding of new leaves. A resonant voice echoed through the classroom, as Chizuru gazed with profound reverence at the group of young students before him, pointing to the textbook in his hands and declaring, "Today, I shall impart to you the will of fire, as espoused by our Hokage. It is your duty to inherit the will of the third Hokage, especially you Uchiha Uran." In comparison to the other children from different clans, the Uchiha youngsters were notably more troublesome. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan would not permit their members to attend the Ninja Academy. However, Uchiha Uran's situation was dire. He had been declared a stillborn at birth, and had it not been for a final gasp, he would have been mercilessly discarded. Moreover, he suffered from a severe skin disease, with his entire body bound in layers of bandages. Those who had glimpsed beneath the wrappings bore witness to decaying flesh. Within the village, Uchiha Uran was referred to as the living monster. Chizuru saw not a flicker of the will of fire in this child's eyes, only pain and numbness. You ought to be more optimistic. A boy who smiles, let the will of fire sustain you through life. Sitting in the front row, Uchiha Uran looked at teacher Chizuru in silence. The teacher, having emerged from the battlefield, showed a measure of care for the new generation, yet could he truly fathom the agony he endured? A forced smile graced Uchiha Uran's lips as he replied in a dismissive tone, "The will of fire is commendable, but it cannot save me. Teacher, can you truly comprehend suffering? I have embraced pain since childhood, and I understand it for me. Pain is the source of my strength." He was not a masochist, but rather, his body harbored a terrifying radioactive substance, uranium. Fortunately, he was able to suppress this power. Otherwise, countless individuals in Konoha would have fallen victim to grotesque mutations and death. As he aged, the integration of uranium into his body intensified, and soon he would master this force. Additionally, the years of torment were not without their benefits. His body, infusing with the uranium, had transcended the limitations of humanity. Every fiber of his being was imbued with vast amounts of radioactive material, which, upon detachment from his body, would unleash terrifying radiation. Of course, ordinary attacks could not breach Uchiha Uran's defenses. Thus, the advantages and disadvantages were, in a sense, balanced. Chizuru wished to say more, but upon seeing the child's vacant gaze, his words lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss on how to address the child before him. Abandoned by his clan, physically impaired, forever facing the specter of death. Could even a ninja possess the fortitude to withstand such adversity? Uran-kun. The silence was broken by a blond boy, none other than the future renowned fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Yet, for this well-meaning Minato, Uchiha Uran felt only exasperation as the boy draped an arm around his shoulder and proclaimed, "After class, he'll treat you to ramen. Don't look so glum, you still have friends. Is that so?" Uchiha Uran cast a deep glance at Minato, and in doing so, caught sight of Kushina, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, clearly reluctant to allow him to join their post-class outing. Out of a sense of pity, she seemed at a loss for words. "I don't wish to be your third wheel. Have you forgotten? The last time we went out, you left me beneath a tree while you went off to watch a movie with Kushina. When you returned, I was covered in spider webs. And once, when Kushina got angry, you actually pushed me in front of her to shield her from a knife. You even said, 'Be careful, Uran's body might not survive a punch from you.'" He acknowledged that Minato did not regard him as a disabled individual, yet neither did he see him as a human being. Could any person truly act in such a manner? What dog? Ahem, it was all an accident. Minato's face flushed at being called out so bluntly. It was rare to witness him being put in such a position, a moment that should be well documented. Moreover, he was not particularly eager to engage with Kushina. Let us not forget her identity. Following the demise of Uzumaki Mido, she had inherited the power of the Nine Tails. This was not the era of the fourth Hokage, although the third Hokage advocated for balance. He was backed by Danzo. Danzo had long sought to harness the power of the Nine Tails, and coupled with Uchiha's lineage. Even if Uchiha Uran appeared to be a waste in the eyes of others, should he fall into the hands of the Hokage's upper echelon, misunderstandings could easily arise, and he would be ill-equipped to handle the repercussions given his current strength. So, take good care of your little girlfriend. Children in the world of Hokage were generally precocious. Yet when Uran voiced this aloud, Kushina's face turned a brilliant shade of red, her crimson hair only accentuating her fiery demeanor. "You jerk, Uran. I'm just Minato's good friend, not his girlfriend." Bang! With a resounding thud, Uchiha Uran's desk was smashed in two. Such a loud commotion naturally drew the attention of those present, particularly Minato, who swallowed hard, rendering Kushina mortified at that very moment. With such a blow, he could very well end up dead. No way. Next time they went out, he absolutely had to bring Uran along. A good brother should certainly have his back. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, Kushina decided to embrace the chaos, erupting in anger as she pointed at the nearby students and shouted, "Turn around. Anyone who dares to look will be sorry. So what if we're on a date?" Her gaze swept the room, the pressure of her stare dissuading anyone from making eye contact. However, when her eyes landed on teacher Chizuru, she found him glaring at the three of them with a face dark with fury. "This is a classroom. You little brats." Teacher Chizuru's gaze bore down on the trio, his authority as an educator challenged by their blatant disregard for discipline. It seemed he had been too lenient with them. They had grown increasingly reckless during class. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, you two, go stand by the door as punishment. The rest of you, write a reflection. To think you would turn your heads during class. Copy the will of fire 100 times. As teacher Chizuru's eyes met Uchiha Uran's calm demeanor, his raging heart suddenly extinguished, and he casually picked up the broken piece of wood from Uran's desk, maneuvering the wheelchair closer to the window, saying, "Sit in the sunlight for a while, consider it a punishment." "Thank you, teacher." In the sunlight, Uchiha Uran languidly leaned back, a scene that prompted a curious thought to blossom in Chizuru's mind. If this child were free of his ailments, he might have made a splendid Uchiha ninja, serving as a bridge to ease the tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Chapter 2. The Disdained Uchiha Uran. Ding ding ding. The bell for recess rang, and a swarm of children dashed out with their books in hand. Smack! Unbeknownst to who among them, one mischievous child flung the will of fire book at Chizuru's face just as they were leaving, nearly provoking him into unleashing a jutsu in response to his mounting irritation. After taking a few deep breaths, he managed to quell his fury. "Those little brats, come tomorrow when I check their homework. Woe betide anyone missing a book, they shall know the meaning of cruelty." In stark contrast to the other children, Uchiha Uran was the last to leave the classroom, hindered by his mobility issues, as he could only push his wheelchair, unable to keep pace with the throng. At the back of the group, Minato stepped forward, casually placing a hand on Uchiha Uran's wheelchair, pushing him along. "I'm the only one who will help you when it counts." One could not deny Minato's charm. His rise from a commoner to Hokage was a testament to his charisma, which undoubtedly contributed to his ascent. Yet, Uchiha Uran suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned stiffly to face Kushina, whose lips were pursed in a half-frown, awkwardly muttering, "Rest assured, I won't encroach upon your date time." He did not wish to attract the attention of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and called out to teacher Chizuru, who was tidying up the classroom. "I believe I require supplementary lessons on the will of fire. As the esteemed work of the third Hokage, it is imperative that the new generation inherits it. Teacher, would you have time to tutor me after class?" Uran-kun is so eager to learn. Indeed, you are well suited to the will of fire. Before teacher Chizuru could fully process this, he noticed Uchiha Uran rolling his wheelchair past him to stand beside him. The wheelchair had become an integral part of his daily life, and it would take several more days before he could cast it aside. Uchiha Uran subtly shifted his ankle. His muscles were beginning to develop. Once the bones connected, he would be able to rise from the wheelchair. No longer would he lie in a state of waste of time, for his wheelchair-bound days was drawing to a close. Of course, teacher Chizuru. After all, Konoha's prosperity is greatly indebted to the third Hokage. Perhaps due to his improving health, Uchiha Uran felt a sense of buoyancy as he was pushed along by the teacher down the stairwell, greeting anyone they passed with a wave. However, the disdain and fear reflected in their eyes only served to heighten his annoyance, especially when he passed by a girl who whispered, "Is this the living corpse from our school? I heard he is quite ugly and covered in rotting flesh. I don't understand why such a person continues to exist. He only disgusts us. Who knows, perhaps it is the Uchiha clan that has come to vex us, those accursed Uchihas." The voices of the two girls were barely audible, spoken only after they had turned the corner. However, Qianshu, who was pushing the wheelchair, was an elite chunin, and he instinctively quickened his pace, hoping that Uchiha Yu had not overheard their conversation. Yet, at the moment Qianshu lowered his gaze, he caught sight of Yu, who was slightly bowing her head. "You, they probably did not mean it." The tone of this statement was exceedingly weak, lacking even the confidence in its own assertion. He hastened his steps, eager to escort Uchiha Yu away as swiftly as possible. "Teacher, sometimes pain does not dissipate merely because of the will of fire, but this period will soon conclude, so I shan't harbor any anger." Uchiha Yu's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, and her tone shifted abruptly. From his vantage point, he could see the two girls laughing and chatting as they descended the staircase. A necessary apology is still warranted. Indeed, that was somewhat excessive. Casting a glance at Yes' legs, heavily wrapped in bandages, he pondered aloud. Do not lose heart, Lady Tsunade will be able to heal your affliction. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade possessed not only formidable strength, but also exceptional medical ninjutsu. There was no one in the entire shinobi world who surpassed her in the healing arts. Moreover, Lady Tsunade has a fondness for children. When the time comes, I shall request a senior jonin to take you to see her regarding your condition. Why would the Uchiha clan not escort Uchiha Yu themselves? Yu was not particularly valued within the Uchiha clan, and given Tsunade's unique status, they would not seek her assistance for someone they deemed a waste. The Uchihas were far too proud to lower themselves to such a degree. Lady Tsunade, I fear she may not be able to remedy my condition. His ailment was not of the physical kind, but rather involved the element of Yu itself. Medical ninjutsu fundamentally aim to activate human cells and stimulate cell division to expedite the healing of wounds. However, Uchiha Yes' flesh was a distorted product, entirely disconnected from human cells. Rather than seeking Tsunade's help, it would be more prudent to consult Orochimaru. The mad scientist would undoubtedly be enthralled upon observing Uchiha Yes' physique, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and then he would likely extend his tongue to lick him. The mere thought was revolting. Fortunately, the current Orochimaru had not yet descended into madness. Having not yet experienced the death of a disciple, he had a concept of life and death, but had not succumbed to the insanity of conducting experiments on living beings. Orochimaru remained a respected powerhouse of Konoha, a leader among its ranks. How dare that little brat deny Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu? You must understand that her abilities have saved countless lives, even mending severe injuries. Your body is surely not beyond repair. Qianshu brimmed with confidence in Tsunade's capabilities, firmly believing that she could help this child rise once more. Uchiha Yu offered a resigned smile as he was gently pushed along, and before long, they had exited the school. As they approached the Uchiha compound, Qianshu came to a halt. Two shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the side, clad in dark attire adorned with fan-like patterns, indicating their affiliation. The Konoha Guard, members of the Uchiha clan. Stop. This is not a place for you. Uchiha Shueiyun raised a hand to intercept them, issuing a stern warning. The Uchiha compound does not welcome outsiders. That haughty, arrogant demeanor and the contemptuous glances from them irked Qianshu. As a prominent clan in Konoha, renowned throughout the shinobi world, every member of the Uchiha clan was considered a genius, regardless of the setting. I have no desire to linger here. I am merely delivering my student and hope you will ensure his safe return home. Releasing his hands, he opened them to reveal no weapons, only offering a sincere apology. I can only accompany you this far. Rest well at home. Thank you, teacher. Uchiha Yes' gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the two ninjas before him, sensing their disdain. After Qianshu departed, Uchiha Shueiyun impatiently remarked, Our Uchiha clan has no place for the likes of you. The proud Uchiha clan has never tolerated the presence of the disabled. Someone like you should have perished at birth. Crack. Chapter 3. The Uchiha's Coercion. Seated in the wheelchair, Uchiha Yes' right hand, bound by bandages, twitched slightly. The armrest of the wheelchair bore clear indentations as he took a deep breath, calming himself before speaking. What do you intend to do? A kunai was tossed before you, and Uchiha Shueiyun gazed at him with cold indifference, continuing, Find a deserted spot and commit seppuku. Cleanse the Uchihas. Disgrace yourself. Gripping the kunai tightly, Yes' expression turned frigid, though his body had yet to recover. Facing two Uchiha with a single Sharingan, when he lowered his head, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Is that so? What a pity. What do you mean by pity? The two stared at you, knowing they would not strike him down after all. The Uchiha clan forbade infighting, lest they attract the ire of the village's higher-ups and risk being labeled rogue ninjas. What a pity that there are too many people here. Whoosh! The sound of a kunai slicing through the air echoed. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Yu hurled his kunai, which whizzed past Uchiha Shueiyun with precision. The shadow on the tree revealed the scene of Shueiyun being struck down, while in reality, the kunai merely severed a lock of Uchiha Kianyon's hair. Frozen in shock, Uchiha Shueiyun stood rigid until he processed the mocking gazes of his companions. The flames of humiliation and fury ignited within him, and he roared, Damn brat! How dare you throw a kunai at me? Crack! Shueiyun half-fisted his hand and swung it towards Yes' face. Yet, his hand never made contact, stopping just 10 centimeters from Yes' visage, ensnared by the bandage-wrapped arm. In that instant, Uchiha Yu swiftly brought his hand down, his palm landing firmly on Qianyun's shoulder, and in an instant, Qianyun felt a piercing pain radiate from his arm. Damn it! He struggled to break free, but Yes' grip was like a vice, tightening with increasing force. Shuyan's expression shifted from anger to astonishment, and then to sheer terror. Ah, quickly, Day. Shuyan. On the other side, Uchiha Day finally reacted, initially thinking Shuyan was merely taunting you, but now, he observed Shuyan trembling uncontrollably. Bang! A flying kick aimed to separate the two, and indeed, it proved effective. Uchiha Yes' grasp momentarily loosened. This was not the result of Da's kick, but rather the fact that Uchiha Shuyan's arm had been crushed. Huh! Feeling the throbbing pain in his palm, Yu calmly withdrew his hand, regarding the now injured Uchiha Qianyun with a cold smile. A recognized waste of the Uchiha clan, yet you were still unable to withstand the grip of my hand. Leave that kunai for Senior Shuyan to use for his seppuku. The young boy, Water Cloud, knelt upon the ground, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat born from pain. With the remaining arm, he grasped a kunai and rose to his feet. In the reflection of his single, hooked eye, the figure of Uchiha Uran was mirrored. I shall slay you. Instantly, he surged towards Uran, his explosive speed leaving Yamato astounded. Water Cloud, do not take a life? They could settle their differences, but murder within the village was forbidden. Should they be discovered, Uchiha Qianyun would inevitably become a rogue ninja. Regrettably, faced with Water Cloud's fury, Yamato failed to react in time. Watching helplessly as the kunai descended towards Uran's chest, it was over. This time, as an accomplice, he would surely face severe consequences. Clang! In the hands of Uchiha Yu, a kunai emerged, positioned before Qianyun. The clash between the kunai ignited sparks akin to twinkling stars. The wheelchair, burdened by the fierce confrontation, emitted a lament of distress, its creaking sounds causing a subtle shift in his gaze. In the midst of the eruption, Yu opted to momentarily evade the onslaught, pressing down on the wheelchair as he gradually retreated, dissipating the force of the impact. Due to the severance of an arm, Shuyan was unable to unleash his full potential. He attempted a retaliatory kick, yet Yu denied him the opportunity. In terms of strength, Uchiha Yu held an undeniable advantage, even in his compromised state. He resolved to overpower his opponent. As he maneuvered the wheelchair backward, the angle of his kunai adjusted upward, reaching the pinnacle of Shuyan's kunai. Be cautious. The kunai wielded by Uchiha Yu sliced through the air, drawing a cascade of crimson droplets that fell to the ground. You bastard! Yamato could no longer remain passive and immediately rushed to assess the wounds of Shuyan. The gash across his chest was severe, the injury extending from his torso to his arm, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. You should be grateful that this is Uchiha territory, otherwise, he would have perished just now. The white bandages were stained with fresh blood, the taint adding an ominous aura to Uchiha Yu, which even the sunlight could not dispel. Coughing, the fallen Uchiha Shuyan attempted to rise, yet the pain in his chest rendered him immobile. Uchiha Yu. Yamato glared at you with a frigid expression, as if the one who had inflicted the injury was a foe, igniting a fiery wrath within him. He is a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Just moments ago, he had sensed that you was truly capable of killing Shuyan. Monster, a being like you is a threat to the Uchiha clan. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A sphere of flame erupted from Yamato's mouth. As Uchiha's signature technique, the fireball jutsu was reputed never to have claimed a life. Yet Uchiha Yu's face betrayed astonishment at the imminent threat. He had not anticipated that their fury would escalate to the point of murder. Damn it. His body was not yet fully recovered, and his wheelchair's speed could not evade the onslaught of the fireball. Boom. Wind style. Great breakthrough. At the critical juncture, a figure donned in a fox mask appeared before Uchiha Yu. What do you intend to do, Uchiha clan? Will you use ninjutsu to slay civilians? It was an Umbu, the clandestine force exclusive to the Hokage, wielding the most effective blade against the Uchiha. This was the border of Uchiha territory, with Umbu conducting routine patrols. They rushed over upon hearing the sounds of conflict, witnessing Yamato unleashing his jutsu. Damn Umbu. This is an internal matter of the Uchiha. Do you intend to meddle? Yamato cursed under his breath, his anger flaring due to Yu's actions, leading to the inadvertent release of the fireball, which had been observed by the Umbu. Judging by the demeanor of the opposing force, it was evident that they would not easily relent. Uchiha territory? It is still part of Konohagakure. You have violated the regulations set forth by Lord Hokage. Accompany me to the Hokage's office for an investigation. Even facing two adversaries, he felt no fear. It was daytime, and the commotion was considerable. Should the opponent dare to openly attack an Umbu member, the Umbu would be justified in taking action against the Uchiha. Damn it. At this critical moment, Uchiha Yamato regained his composure, glancing at the Umbu personnel. Shueiyun's injuries necessitated immediate transport to the hospital. There could be no delay. Chapter 4. Uchiha Yu's Yamato suppressed his fury, swiftly departing the scene with the unconscious and injured Shueiyun. This fellow exhibited a modicum of intelligence, silently lamenting the missed opportunity to target the Uchiha clan should the opponent have dared to strike. He thought it might leave a favorable impression before Lord Danzo. The Umbu regained focus, their gaze settling on Uchiha Yu, the rumored monstrous child within the village. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a deliberately softened tone. If such an incident occurs again, do not hesitate to call for help. We will respond immediately. Thank you. Uchiha Yu, accompanied by no more than a few members of the Umbu, slowly maneuvered his wheelchair, opting to avoid any entanglements with the dark forces. At that moment, his adversaries emerged, vociferously proclaiming their intentions, a clear display of underhanded tactics. The notion that a disabled individual from his clan could resort to lethal measures and unleash ninjutsu would undoubtedly cast a long shadow over the Uchiha, potentially inciting the ire of even the less gifted members of his lineage. Such revelations could lead to a fracturing of their unity. In this intricate web, there exists but one true beneficiary, the Hokage. The ultimate fate of Uchiha Yu will be profoundly tragic. No one cares for a cripple. Only the wrath of the Uchiha clan awaits him, and he will inevitably become mere cannon fodder. It is likely that his end will be more sorrowful than death itself. This individual, a member of the Umbu, did not prevent Uchiha Yu from departing. He was merely a pawn in a leisurely game. And whether he achieves the desired outcome depends on a stroke of luck. Furthermore, a disabled person, despite being a genin of the Umbu, is not so easily bullied. As he slowly departs into the sunset, the shadow he casts stretches long and lean. Within the village, Uchiha Yu has never experienced even a hint of warmth. Navigating his wheelchair through a dense forest, he approaches the outskirts of the Forest of Death, the place he calls home. Not all members of the Uchiha clan reside in the core area. Those deemed of lesser aptitude, often war orphans, are unqualified to inhabit the finest quarters. However, this arrangement has mitigated numerous issues. Uchiha Uran bears a certain quantity of radioactive elements within him. While these elements have not fully assimilated into his body, a minuscule portion disseminates into the surrounding environment. Even the slightest trace of uranium, over time, can inflict irreversible harm upon individuals. The most immediate affliction is cancer. Even Tsunade's medical ninjutsu proves futile against radioactive contamination. The area he inhabits is exceedingly remote, starkly contrasting with the lush forests that envelop it, instead of verdant foliage. It is dominated by desiccated, charred trees. The barren ground is infused with radioactive elements, rendering it inhospitable for plant life. Moreover, while others perceive the fringes of this deathly forest as perilous, wild beasts possess an innate understanding of avoiding danger. Fortunately, his home remains undisturbed by these creatures. After all, there is no place like home. Uchiha Uran stretched languidly, reclining against the wooden cabin, quietly gazing at the setting sun, greedily absorbing its final rays. Today's explosive display of strength made him acutely aware of the resilience of his body, capable of shattering bones with his bare hands. He was a born practitioner of taijutsu. In just a few days, the tendons in his feet would be reconnected, at which point the wheelchair would no longer be a constraint upon him. As he unwrapped the bloody bandages, a layer of pale, tender skin was revealed beneath, freshly grown. The layers of bandages fell to the ground beside him, stained with remnants of flesh and blood, until he reached his legs, at which point he ceased the unwrapping. He then incinerated the bandages with flames. Anything tainted with his blood and flesh bore radioactive elements that, with prolonged contact, could inflict irreversible harm upon his body. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Shueiyun's severe injuries could no longer be concealed, coupled with the conflicts with the Umbu. The factions within the Hokage's circle had grown increasingly audacious, daring to impede the Uchiha clan. We were merely disciplining our own, yet they wielded the village's rules to oppress us. It would be better to sever ties with them. After all, the establishment of the village bore our Uchiha contributions. Furthermore, as the largest clan within the village, we possess the capability to stand independently and establish a new village. Their transgressions are intolerable. Shueiyun's grievous injuries must surely be linked to the Umbu, and we shall seek retribution. In the Uchiha Council Hall, a multitude of individuals engaged in heated debate regarding the events of the day. However, they instinctively overlooked Uchiha Yu, a figure widely regarded as a failure, whose inheritance of the Uchiha name was seen merely as an act of charity. Their attention was more focused on the discord between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan, with many radical factions expressing their grievances stemming from the injustices perpetuated by the Hokage's faction, a lingering consequence of the second Hokage's actions. The incidents of today served as a catalyst, igniting a fervent dispute within the entire Uchiha lineage. Silence. One voice thundered. The Ninja World War has just concluded, and that esteemed individual has faced defeat. Now is not the time for our village to fracture. Uchiha wore a grim expression as he observed their fervent discussions. He was acutely aware of the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. However, it was imperative that these conflicts did not erupt at this moment. At the very least, the Uchiha clan must possess the strength to confront the Hokage faction head-on. Otherwise, the spark ignited today could easily lead the clan into an irretrievable abyss. This matter should not be mentioned again. I shall discuss it with the Hokage. The clan leader has always been the strongest among them, wielding decisive influence in a community that reveres strength. Even if this group of hawks was seething with anger, they must suppress their fury at this juncture. Additionally, there was the matter of the individual involved. He understood Shui Yun's character well. He was undoubtedly a hawkish individual who looked down upon the weak. Clearly, Uchiha met this criterion, and he even suspected that Chishu had deliberately placed you before Shui Yun, with the Umbu secretly orchestrating everything, only to rescue you at a critical moment. One must not underestimate the Hokage. Upholding the will of the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach, though not overly aggressive, was complemented by his assistant, Danzo, whose actions were even more extreme than those of the second. He harbored deep suspicions that all of this was the work of the Hokage faction. He needed to seek out that young boy, hoping that he would not fall prey to the machinations of the Hokage faction. Uchiha Uran remained blissfully unaware that the clan leader had him in mind. At that moment, he had just finished reviewing his notes, and in the stillness of the night, the only companion he had was the gentle breeze outside. Suddenly, as he lowered his head to organize his notes, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards a particular direction outside. The radioactive elements adhered methodically to the figure approaching, and Uran sensed that someone was nearing. This ability was a variant of his skills, rendering him a quasi-sensor ninja. The movements within the room did not escape the perception of Uchiha, who, as a member of the Sharingan clan, possessed an extraordinary command over his ocular powers. Inside the room, Uchiha Uran gripped his kunai tightly, acutely aware that the conflict that had erupted during the day might lead to retaliation under the cover of night. Chapter 5. The arrangements concerning Uchiha Uran. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to kill you. Uchihaga's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of admiration as he pushed open the door to Uranium's room without the owner's consent. The layout of the room was simple, just chairs and benches arranged without any decorations. The empty wooden hut was illuminated only by a single desk lamp, fitting the living conditions of a war orphan who was also shunned by his clan. At least on the surface, it seemed Uchiha Uranium had not accepted the Hokage's assistance. I am Uchiha Jie, the head of the Uchiha clan. With a brief introduction, Uchihaga's gaze settled on Uranium, and he stated his purpose outright. I've learned about today's incident. Suigetsu has a volatile temper. But since the matter didn't escalate and no lives were lost, let us leave it at that. Also, avoid contact with those wearing masks. Their target is the Uchiha clan. Though your physical condition prevents you from inheriting the Uchiha's great talents, your blood still carries our lineage. The commanding tone grated on Uchiha Uranium, but given the other's overwhelming strength, he knew better than to provoke a fight. I don't care about those sneaky bastards. Nor do I enjoy being disturbed. Setting down the kunai in his hand, Uranium's eyes flickered between light and shadow under the dim glow of the lamp. His voice rasped as he continued, Lord Clan Head. I also don't wish to be bothered by the Uchiha's so-called geniuses, though those geniuses seem to act without thinking. He deliberately emphasized the word genius, making Uchiha Jie shift uncomfortably. The fact that Suigetsu had been severely injured by Uranium was no secret, and he had even managed to block Uchiha Yamado's flying kick. Both were genin with a single tomo in their Sharingan, while Uchiha Uranium was still a student at the academy. From that perspective, Uranium was indeed a prodigy. What a shame. Gas gaze drifted downward to the tightly wrapped bandages covering Uranium's lower body. Someone like this could never become a shinobi, nor could he carry out missions. Rest assured, they won't trouble you again. Additionally, the clan will provide compensation to improve your living conditions. Uchiha refrained from exacerbating the conflict. As the clan leader, he must prioritize the Uchiha above all, extinguishing even the smallest spark of discord. Furthermore, given that Uchiha's parents perished in war, it is incumbent upon the clan leader to provide assistance, especially when aware of Uchiha's challenging familial circumstances. The opposing party's unexpected retreat left Uchiha Yu astounded. It is no wonder that one capable of selecting Uchiha Fugaku as a successor could adeptly downplay major issues into minor ones, allowing the Uchiha to navigate the stringent policies of the second Hokage. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yu began to absorb the surrounding radiation. The moment the individual entered, they bore traces of radiative power. While minimal, it could potentially lead to genetic alterations to preempt any unforeseen consequences. Their conversation concluded only after confirming the absence of radioactive elements. Once the individual departed, Uchiha Yu reflected upon the day's events. It was evident that they perceived him as a child, which, while advantageous in reducing perceived threats in certain eyes, also filled him with trepidation. He hoped he was overthinking. He certainly did not wish to draw the attention of the Hokage, much less be remembered by Danzo. A hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. While the Uchiha would not deliberately target him, the Hokage's associates might exploit his unique status to orchestrate schemes against the Uchiha clan. They could even seize the opportunity to annihilate the Uchiha. Alas, some things did not unfold merely by wishful thinking. All that transpired today was documented in the Hokage's files, particularly the details surrounding Yamato's release of the Great Fireball technique, along with the backgrounds of the 3 individuals involved, all of whom belonged to the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Yu's status was rather unique. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, in the prime of his youth, inhaled deeply from his pipe. Following the death of the 2nd Hokage, he had navigated a period of turmoil to ascend as the village's leader, not through gentle means, but with the assistance of several allies, thus fortifying the Hokage's authority. With his arrival earlier, he hoped this matter would be quelled. The Uchiha remained part of the village. There would be no incident of killing fellow comrades, and as for Uchiha Yamato, he would be confined within the Uchiha compound. Additionally, a contingent of Uchiha would be dispatched to the battlefield to gather the latest intelligence. This situation could escalate or diminish. Yet the decision lay firmly in the hands of the Hokage. On a grand scale, the situation was gravely serious. The Uchiha had openly defied the village's orders by killing its own people. This could destabilize the already mediocre standing of the Uchiha clan within the village. Conversely, on a smaller scale, as no casualties had occurred, and considering it was an internal Uchiha affair, as long as the Hokage refrained from intervening, he could suppress the matter without any fallout. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Sitting beside the Hokage was a middle-aged man with a shadow of suspicion in his eyes, speaking in a gravelly tone. The Uchiha has always been an unsettling factor. Let us not forget that the village's decline was due to them. Danzo, now is not the time, interrupted Tsunade, shaking her head in denial. The Uchiha has shown sufficient sincerity, and the village has just undergone a transformation. If we were to act against the Uchiha now, it would create significant repercussions. After all, the Uchiha are not weak. Undermining the village could provoke action from the other 4 great ninja villages. While we may lack the most formidable warriors, the Uchiha clan possesses numerous jonin and elite jonin. Although we could potentially subdue the Uchiha, the ensuing consequences are burdens the village cannot bear. The peaceful 2 decades were nearing an end, a fact well known among the Hokage's upper echelons. Recently, the major ninja villages had been exhibiting unusual movements. If Konoha were to experience a significant upheaval during this period, it would render the already tumultuous situation utterly uncontrollable. Tsunade is correct. Now is not the time. Yet Danzo remained resolute. You will regret this, Hiruzen. The Uchiha will always be a source of instability for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen supported Tsunade's decision, compelling Danzo to remain in his original position, further solidifying his conviction to establish an independent organization, one that he could control. The status of Uchiha Yu remained uncertain. Once he graduated, arrangements could be made for Umbu personnel to guide him. From the reports, Uchiha Yu's physical condition appeared dire. Yet his victory over 2 Uchiha members indicated his potential strength and capability of becoming a formidable warrior. As for his health, I shall entrust it to Tsunade, hoping her skills will be beneficial. At this moment, medical ninjutsu was merely in its infancy, yet it had already proven invaluable on the battlefield, prompting Konoha to invest heavily in its development. Chapter 6, Benevolence from Tsunade Yu? Is that really you? How utterly handsome. This is the first time I've seen the face beneath the bandages. It's nothing like the monstrous visage of legend. Upon unveiling his bandages, he appeared remarkably attractive. Oh no, it seems I've attracted a flock of admirers. My standing is at risk. Ever since the skin on his upper body healed, he had ceased to hide. Now, he was no longer the monster in others' eyes, though the gazes of the young girls made Uchiha Yu somewhat uncomfortable. Am I too handsome? He mused. Well, being excessively handsome can be a burden. It was not his fault. The prolonged bandage wearing had rendered his skin an unusual pallor, the veins beneath visible, imbuing his face with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of jade. Accompanied by a golden-haired companion, they entered the classroom, and upon being pointed out by Uchiha, Kushina boldly admitted that Minato was her boyfriend, linking arms with him in a display of affection. However, upon stepping into the classroom, they froze in their tracks. Your looks rival mine. This was the first time Minato had seen Uchiha's unbandaged face. The dark golden hair coupled with a somewhat resolute visage compelled him to acknowledge that Uchiha's attractiveness surpassed his own. You shouldn't be surprised. Did I not unbandage? Why is everyone so concerned with my appearance? Gazing into the mirror, Uchiha watched the pair enter, and a wave of jealousy surged within him. We also care about your health. Your complexion is too pale. During our upcoming taijutsu class, let us train together. Minato attempted to draw Uchiha closer. But just as he reached out, you deftly sidestepped, aware of Kushina's furious gaze, wisely refraining from competing for Minato's attention at that moment. Bang! As anticipated, the next strike landed squarely on Minato's head, a visible bump rising rapidly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It's like a rerun of Naruto and Sakura. Shouldn't you be coming to my rescue? Rubbing his head, Minato returned to his seat, raising a fist toward Uchiha. Then you can escape, leaving me to endure Kushina's wrath in your stead? Raising an eyebrow, Uchiha glanced at Minato. Speaking with a tone of exasperation, though we are friends, you are a rather unreliable one. If we were on the battlefield, I would hesitate to turn my back to you. The esteemed Namikaze Minato, caught off guard, wore a face of profound embarrassment as he cleared his throat softly. I aspire to embody the quintessential ninja. You may entrust my back to me. In the face of peril, would he not swiftly extricate me from the battlefield? The illustrious title of the Yellow Flash had yet to resonate, yet in the physical training class, Minato's reflexes were unparalleled among his peers. Often, in the mere instant an adversary launched a shuriken, he would already be executing a deft evasive maneuver. If he could not prevail, he could certainly retreat. The commotion stirred by his striking appearance was a rarity within the Ninja Academy, even garnering the attention of some upperclassmen, who flocked to the classroom's periphery the moment classes concluded, eager to catch a glimpse. However, just as the dismissal bell rang, Uchiha, preparing to navigate his wheelchair, collided with another individual around the corner. Thud. It was surprisingly soft. Please, do not misconstrue this encounter. Uchiha collided with the opponent's thigh, and in the astonished gaze of the latter, he was effortlessly lifted up. Their eyes met, and he beheld a young girl clad in a well-fitted ninja attire. After confirming once more that he had not mistaken his identity, she murmured to herself, "Is this the little fellow the third Hokage tasked me to find? How much he has changed in just a few years." She was well aware of Uchiha's circumstances. When she first delved into medical ninjutsu, she had conducted a systematic study of the various ailments afflicting the village. She had even attempted to administer a treatment to him, but alas, the medical ninjutsu had yielded no effect on his body. Now, after several years, their reunion revealed that his condition had improved remarkably, to the point that she did not recognize Uchiha at first glance. It appears your body has made a commendable recovery. Upon closer inspection, Tsunade could ascertain that he was indeed healing. The previously festering skin had entirely mended. However, upon further examination, she discovered a layer of bandaging, stained with traces of blood. Should his lower body not be fully restored, Uchiha would not qualify as a competent ninja. Lady Tsunade? Uchiha unexpectedly encountered Tsunade at the Ninja Academy. At this stage, Tsunade's renown as one of the legendary Sannin was confined to the village, yet her identity as the true princess of Konoha was well known. Moreover, she was the pioneer and proponent of medical ninjutsu, with numerous ninjas who had received her treatment expressing profound gratitude towards her. Tsunade placed you in a wheelchair, a warm chakra enveloping him entirely. I need to examine your body. Within mere moments, a flicker of astonishment began to emerge in Tsunade's calm gaze, soon followed by a furrowed brow. Through her perception of medical ninjutsu, she discerned that Yu's body was in disarray, particularly in the lower half, where a certain substance severed the connection between his bones and muscles. I am conducting an experiment. If possible, you could serve as my assistant. She lightly tapped you on the head, clarifying the meaning of assistant. It involves studying your body. After all, such extensive burns are common on the battlefield, yet they are perilous. Concerning his own fate, Yu's expression darkened as he lifted his head, intending to reject Tsunade's proposal. No one desired to become a guinea pig. However, a voice interrupted him from behind. Lady Tsunade, if you were to intervene, he would surely recover. Kushina had just emerged and spotted Tsunade. With a portion of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline within her, Kushina had found herself in the village after the massacre of her clan, with Tsunade becoming her guardian. I too believe that Lady Tsunade is capable, followed by Minato, who asserted that Yu's chance of standing again rested solely with Tsunade. The two spoke in unison. And upon hearing their words and noticing Yu's pallid countenance, a smile graced Tsunade's lips. With a gentle yet firm grip, she crushed the handles of Yu's wheelchair into debris. Addressing him in a kind tone, "I trust you wouldn't refuse, would you? Can I even refuse? This frail frame cannot withstand a blow from your mighty fist." Chapter 7. Is this a threat? Of course, there would be no refusal. Uchiha Yu swallowed hard, realizing that a single punch could be fatal. That would be fortunate, considering there were many in the village eager to become my aides. He placed his hand on Yu's head, playfully ruffling his hair. Suddenly, Kushina emerged from behind, adding, "I also wish to be Lady Tsunade's assistant, but my chakra control is lacking." "It's not merely a lack of control," Tsunade interjected. Perceiving the expression on Kushina's face and directly addressing the reason for her failure, "It's also due to your laziness. You must train diligently in chakra control. With my guidance, you will surely succeed." Yet, the very next day, you were off to find your boyfriend. She shot a disapproving glance at Minato, fully aware of Kushina's affections for him. "Ahem, you, after class, you can come to the Konoha hospital to assist me with some examinations. This will allow me to better understand your condition, though it might be a tad painful." Having given you a heads up, Tsunade acknowledged the limitations of contemporary medical ninjutsu. Still in its developmental phase, the mere fact that it could save lives was commendable. Whether the patient experiences pain was not a concern for Tsunade. All three were laughing, except for one who sat despondently in a wheelchair. Were it not for his mobility issues, he would have certainly fled after class. Curse it. I knew this would not bode well. Beyond his physical condition, Uchiha Yu was also apprehensive about another matter. Once his two companions departed, he hesitantly spoke. "Lady Tsunade, you are aware of my identity. As a member of the Uchiha clan, engaging with you so freely might lead to considerable trouble. After all, I recently gravely injured a fellow Uchiha member. At this critical juncture, even if he claimed no ties to the Hokage's faction, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly overthink the implications. He had already suffered enough within his clan. If the clan leader chose to target him, the safety of his existence in the village would be jeopardized." That was indeed a dilemma. Tsunade fell into a brief contemplation, lowering her head slightly as she pondered before arriving at a compromise. "You can come to the hospital for examinations on Saturdays and Sundays. Konoha Hospital houses my laboratory, and afterward, I will accompany you," she informed Uchiha Yu. While he could not engage with Tsunade overly, there was no rule against clandestine meetings, as long as he remained discreet and avoided detection by the Uchiha clan. His life would remain unaffected. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." With a long exhale, Uchiha Yu found himself ensnared in her grasp, reluctantly becoming her experimental assistant. Once this matter concluded, Tsunade departed. As he wheeled himself past a corner, he spotted two individuals eavesdropping on his conversation with Tsunade. This discovery infuriated Uchiha Yu. "How dare you? Not only have you sold me to Tsunade, but now you eavesdrop on our discussion? You two rascals have gone too far. You must sincerely apologize today, or this matter will not end here." He prepared to confront his friends. Although their intentions were noble, they had sold him to Tsunade without his consent, making him a test subject. "Come on, that is Lady Tsunade," Kushina interjected, rolling her eyes, her tone laced with a sense of entitlement. "You must realize that Lady Tsunade has been promoted to Jonin, and she can take on apprentices. By becoming her assistant, you could naturally become her disciple." "That is impossible." Yu was taken aback by Kushina's extensive thoughts. If he were from the Inuzuka or Hyuga clan, it might have been plausible to become Tsunade's South disciple after drawing close to her as an assistant. However, being an Uchiha, such prospects were inherently unattainable due to the numerous complications involved. Why is it not possible? After all, these were merely children, aged 5 or 6, who had yet to encounter the darker facets of the village, entirely unaware of the colossal games hidden beneath Konoha's surface. Sometimes, birth alone dictated future paths, and for now, Uchiha Yu lacked the capacity to challenge the fate set before him. "You do not understand. Fool." Growing weary of explaining, he turned his gaze toward Minato, delivering a punch to his abdomen, which elicited a pained response and caused Minato, who had been chuckling, to double over. "When did your strength become so formidable?" His face turned a shade of deep crimson, and ultimately, it was Kushina who helped him regain his footing, gazing at him as if he were a monster while rubbing his stomach. "With such power, if Lady Tsunade can heal your body, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Do not divert the subject. That punch was merely interest." Today, Yu was determined not to let Minato escape unscathed. Positioning his wheelchair firmly between them, he demanded. Now, tell me how you will apologize. Observing Minato's serious expression, it appeared he would have to part with a significant amount of money. With a resigned glance at his meager wallet, Minato suggested, how about I treat you both to ramen? There is a new flavor in the village. After counting, he added, just don't go overboard. I don't want to survive on instant noodles for the next month. That is more like it. Having resided in the Naruto world for several years, he had yet to indulge in Ichiraku ramen. As an orphan from a disregarded clan, merely having enough food was a blessing. There was little spare change for dining at Ichiraku. During this period, Konoha boasted few entertainment options, and post-school gatherings had become a common social activity. Moreover, the ramen served by the head of Ichiraku was exceptional, and they had finally managed to secure a table. However, just as the trio prepared to head over, they noticed a drunken individual plopping down into a chair with a bottle in hand, exuding an air as if they owed him something. The fiery-tempered Kushina could not contain her irritation and stormed up to the man, demanding, hey, this is our reserved spot. How can you be so rude? The inebriated man ignored them until Kushina slammed her palm on the table, causing the leftover ramen broth to splash onto him, finally prompting him to look up with bleary eyes, disdain evident in his gaze. Where did these little brats come from? And what s with the little redhead? You look just like a chili pepper. This remark ignited Kushina's fury, and she swung her fist toward his face. Bang! No one anticipated Kushina would strike, drawing the attention of several onlookers, most of whom found the situation amusing. What could 3 children possibly do? However, you sensed a few discreet gazes landing on Kushina. Chapter 8. The Root's several pairs of eyes hovered nearby, their stares concealed, lingering on him for a few seconds. Without doubt, they were members of the Umbu, given Kushina's unique status and the potential chaos of a conflict within the ramen shop. The ramifications could be significant. Minato, witnessing this serious side of Uchiha for the first time, quickly grasped Kushina's arm, whispering in her ear, don't get angry. We can simply ask the owner to switch tables. The surrounding individuals have already taken notice of us. Teacher Qianshu instructs us that weapons are strictly prohibited from being used against civilians. The proprietor, who had been engaged in cooking, hurriedly emerged, realizing that the situation was escalating. He quickly positioned himself between the two parties, saying, gentlemen, there are still vacant seats inside. This meal will be on the house. The proprietor had demonstrated his utmost sincerity, prompting Gioxin Nai to retract the kunai she had just brandished, casting a haughty glance at the inebriated man. Upon recognizing the ninja, the man hurriedly fled. Even a mere student from a ninja academy possesses the capability to overpower an ordinary individual. This farce has finally reached its conclusion, mercifully, without spiraling out of control. However, the drunken man who had just fled found himself in the alley behind a restaurant. The haze of intoxication that once clouded his expression had now transformed into a calm indifference. He turned to gaze into the darkness of the alley, voicing his displeasure. You should have intervened earlier and escalated the situation. I cannot believe I was mocked by a group of children. A flicker of brightness emerged from the shadows as a figure stepped forth, softly reprimanding him. You are far too reckless. Did you not sense the presence of the Umbu around you? With your careless disposition, you are unworthy of serving under Lord Danzo. And now I must clean up your mess. Truly a fool. Suddenly, a sound echoed from above the building, and upon closer inspection, 2 corpses lay lifeless on the ground. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and by the time he regained his senses, he too had become just another body on the ground. What a waste. Your existence only serves to undermine Lord Danzo's plans. The route has been established, but regrettably, our numbers are scarce. If even such incompetence can join the route, it seems we must adjust the selection criteria accordingly. Only those who are ruthless and possess combat experience are worthy of serving Lord Danzo. He cast a final glance at the Ichiraku ramen shop, his eyes glinting with ferocity, concealing a lurking presence. Uchiha, Ninetales. Uchiha Uran remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught the attention of those from the root organization. This time, it is a case of collateral damage, as their true target is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. A significant divergence of opinions has arisen regarding the handling of the Ninetales, especially following Mito's demise, which led to the beast being entrusted to a young member of the Uzumaki clan. This is akin to placing nuclear weapons in the hands of a child. A single misstep could ignite catastrophic consequences. In this matter, the Hokage adheres to tradition and, compounded by a sense of obligation to his allies, refrains from imposing restrictions on Kushina's freedom. Instead, he encourages her to forge friendships within the village. establishing bonds that would reassure her to remain there. Conversely, Danzo is singularly focused on exerting control, believing that true safety lies in wielding power directly. He views the presence of a nuclear weapon within the village as a peril, even if it remains dormant. The inherent dangers make him uneasy. Regrettably, the root organization pales in comparison to the Umbu, relegated to conducting covert operations that could lead to significant blunders if discovered. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate all individuals involved. The plan regarding the Ninetales must be approached with caution, ensuring it does not appear as a deliberate targeting. Take, for instance, the incident of today's intoxication, which would seem to others as a mere accident, had it not been for that foolish individual bringing the two over. This affair could have been easily concealed. Now, he must devise a strategy to attribute their deaths to another party, ensuring that suspicion does not fall upon Danzo. Meanwhile, the trio dining at Ichiraka Ramen, indulging in a feast courtesy of a complimentary meal, find themselves overindulging. Clutching their bellies, Minato glances at the chaotic state of the table. A hint of embarrassment in his voice as he says, "I had promised to treat you all, but perhaps I should wait until next time to host you." Just as the battlefield has been cleared, Uran lets out a satisfied burp and casually remarks, "Are you certain your wallet can support the expenses of such a generous treat?" Truly, a devastating blow. Uchiha possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is regrettably not mute. As a humble civilian ninja, Minato Namikaze truly struggles financially. Fear not, for I can offer assistance. Kushina produced her small red purse, revealing several large bills that captivated the attention of both individuals. It is worth noting that her guardian is Tsunade, a renowned figure who, despite being a well-known target for exploitation, commands respect within the village. And thus Kushina's allowance is never lacking. "I envy you, Minato," Uchiha remarked, swallowing hard as he expressed his jealousy upon gazing at the bills. To dine on the generosity of a wealthy woman at such a young age. Observing the peculiar look from Uchiha, Minato sensed the underlying thoughts and, brimming with masculine confidence, responded, "I am not reliant on others' charity. Once I graduate and become a competent ninja, I will undertake missions and save a considerable amount of money." As soon as he uttered these words, Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. "You misunderstand me. I am not suggesting you are dependent. I merely imply that being able to enjoy such generosity is a skill in itself. Ha ha ha. Scoundrel. You, having finished dinner, chose not to intrude upon their post-meal intimacy. Upon stepping outside, he witnessed them embracing, realizing that their earlier meal had been in vain. As a wave of affection nearly overwhelmed him, he pushed his wheelchair along the narrow path leading home. Under the moonlight, a frail figure struggled to maintain his balance, his lower body tightly bound with bandages. Despite his efforts, a trickle of blood seeped through, and after a moment of intense struggle, he managed to stand, albeit precariously. It was still too much to bear. His bones had not fully healed, preventing him from taking further action. In the end, he lowered himself back into the wheelchair, taking a deep breath to voice his complaints. The energy he had accumulated over the years had been wholly devoted to mending his body. And once he was free to move without hindrance, he would be able to accomplish far more. The tranquility within the village belied the underlying tensions of competing factions. Even if he wished to remain uninvolved, unfortunately, he had already become entangled in their machinations. Chapter 9, Tsunade's Laboratory. The following morning, Uchiha, wishing to avoid drawing attention, ventured to Konoha Hospital while foot traffic was sparse. Thanks to Tsunade's vigorous advocacy, the hospital boasted not only ordinary physicians but also a cadre of medical ninjas in training. However, as it was not wartime, the number of injured ninjas was low. In an effort to recruit more volunteers for health assessments, the Hokage had designated certain ninjas to undergo regular checkups. Help. You medical ninjas are utterly outrageous. We are cooperating, not offering our bodies for experimentation. Ouch. What does that syringe mean? Why are you jabbing it into my kidney? Upon entering the medical area of the hospital, he witnessed two ninjas burst forth in a panic, their faces reflecting sheer terror as if they had encountered the most horrifying sight imaginable. One had just received a needle in his kidney and was frantically attempting to escape when a competent woman in a white coat appeared at the door. She swiftly apprehended the fleeing ninjas, adopting a tone as gentle as possible. The will of fire teaches you the value of sacrifice. To advance medical ninjutsu and save more lives, this small sacrifice is essential. Surely you can make sacrifices for the village? Tsunade gripped the two as if they were chicks, lifting them and pinning them against the wall while continuing, "If you are unwilling, you have options." This statement ignited a flicker of hope in the two ninjas, who looked up at Tsunade and tentatively asked, "Really? Then we can leave? You misunderstand my intentions, Tsunade replied, tightening her grip. With a powerful strike against the wall, cracks spread across the surface. What I mean is, since you are not volunteering, I will ensure you become part of the process. Trust me, I will intervene personally, and it will not affect your ninja careers. Amid their struggles, the two were once again dragged into the operating room. Just then, Uchiha, having entered the room, caught sight of this scene. He was momentarily disoriented by the unfolding chaos, initially believing that entering Tsunade's laboratory would be a dire experience, only to realize he had underestimated her ruthlessness. The thought of having a syringe jabbed into his kidney sent a chill down his spine. Flee! I must escape. I cannot fall into Tsunade's clutches. Alas, once he stepped into the experimental area, Tsunade had already noticed him, blocking his wheelchair with a figure behind him, hands resting on his shoulders, leaning down to meet his gaze. The sight before him, obstructed by a pair of imposing mountains, left no doubt regarding the identity of the individual, even without seeing her face. Good morning, Lady Tsunade. Good morning. I apologize for your witnessing that spectacle. Without seeking his consent, Tsunade pushed his wheelchair forward. Perhaps feeling that the earlier scene had been excessively violent and unbecoming of a physician, she offered a forced explanation. However, they are all volunteers. To foster the development of medical ninjutsu in the village, necessary sacrifices are required. Moreover, medical ninjutsu can stimulate cellular growth, allowing them to attain greater strength. Do not overthink it. She lightly patted his shoulder, and had he not witnessed the earlier incident, he might have assumed Tsunade was merely conducting a standard experiment. But now, Uchiha realized he was trapped, unable to escape the clutches of Tsunade's experimental domain. Lady Tsunade, I hope you will be gentle in the forthcoming experiments. His only response was the rapidly retreating scenery, as Tsunade, concerned about potential complications, promptly guided him into the lab. Upon entry, he was met not with the anticipated bloody operating tables, but rather a pristine corridor lined with rooms, each monitored by patrolling ninjas. The security measures here were nothing short of exceptional. Even an elite ninja would find it impossible to breach this facility. As Tsunade had asserted, even for human experimentation, she would ensure the safety and future of the ninjas involved. Traversing the corridor led them to a concealed door, beyond which lay Tsunade's laboratory, the most critical area of the establishment, guarded by two elite ninjas. Lady Tsunade, after a series of thorough inspections, they were finally permitted entry to a chamber housing Konoha's most invaluable medical techniques. As Tsunade closed the door behind her, a hint of guilt washed over her. Knowing that escape was now impossible for Uchiha, with a touch of remorse, she began, Ahem, I must inform you in advance. This technique is still in the experimental phase. While it has shown remarkable results, it will be accompanied by pain, so you must endure. Before Uchiha could respond, Tsunade summoned forth a vibrant green chakra in her hand. Advanced medical ninjutsu. Soothing healing technique. The control over chakra can be described as extraordinary. Despite the cultivation of numerous medical ninjas, only a select few possess the ability to master the art of sage techniques. As the layers of bandages are gradually unraveled, the condition of the skin has improved somewhat compared to the previous days. Now, only the area below the knees remains, where flesh and bandages are still intertwined in a delicate entanglement. Uchiha Uran sensed a warm chakra coursing throughout his body, stimulating his cells and promoting their healing through this invigorating energy. However, due to insufficient exposure to sunlight, the newly generated cells were at risk of being obliterated by the domineering radioactive elements within him. During this process, he had to exercise great caution, for the detrimental effects of these radioactive elements on ninjas were profound. Even elite jonin could suffer genetic mutations when exposed. His heart was heavy with concern for Tsunade's ability to perform the surgery successfully. One thing was clear, the mastery of Senjutsu provided some assistance to his body, as it contained yang chakra, albeit with a notable disparity compared to that found in nature. This discrepancy was the reason for the sluggish healing process, a most peculiar affliction. Tsunade gazed down at the mutated flesh, tainted by radioactive elements, which visibly darkened at an alarming rate before ultimately transforming into a pool of sludge. Placed under a specialized instrument, the tissue was magnified, revealing the utterly destroyed cells within, causing her brow to furrow in deep contemplation. It was evident that Uran's body harbored a strange element, though further research was required for precise identification. The radioactive remnants, devastated by the uranium, had already been absorbed back into Uran's system, rendering them undetectable by Tsunade. Regrettably, her research focused on human anatomy, Had it been Orochimaru, he might have unraveled the mystery. Chapter 10. The harsh lessons of knowledge. Tsunade's methods were somewhat limited, constrained by her narrow perspective, which led her to rely solely on chakra, ineffective against radioactive elements. As she observed the cells turn to ash, she sighed, tinged with a sense of frustration, declaring, "I will undoubtedly heal your body. If senjutsu proves inadequate, I shall pioneer an even more formidable medical ninjutsu, enabling you to truly escape the confines of your wheelchair." This statement was directed not only at Uchiha Uran but also at herself. As the progenitor of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had encountered numerous perplexing ailments, and it was through grappling with these challenges that she ultimately devised senjutsu. Should she uncover the cause of Uran's bodily transformation, her medical ninjutsu would ascend to new heights. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," he expressed gratefully. Uchiha Yu did not feel overly sorrowful. With his current rate of healing, he would be able to leave the wheelchair within a week at most. Years could easily pass, so a mere week seemed trivial. Observing Tsunade's serious analysis of his flesh, he recalled the warm chakra energy he had just experienced. He pondered whether he could learn medical ninjutsu. As he understood his own body best, he hoped to leverage Tsunade's vast medical knowledge to overcome his physical challenges. He expressed his thoughts in a calm and measured manner. The prerequisites for becoming a medical ninja were exceedingly stringent. It required more than just ordinary chakra. It necessitated the use of yang-release chakra. "Do you wish to become a medical ninja?" Tsunade, engrossed in her experiments, slightly shifted her movements and looked up at the young Uchiha Yu lying on the examination table, refraining from discouraging him simply because of his youth. The Uchiha clan's lineage is known to Tsunade, yet she refrains from making it explicit. In her eyes, the role of a medical ninja is imbued with a sacred mission, one that cannot be accomplished with mere words or singular goals. With patience, she elucidates, to become a medical ninja, one must possess inherent talent, complemented by extensive study of medical knowledge. Without such knowledge, one risks making grievous errors in treatment, potentially leading to dire consequences during the chaotic throes of battle. Indeed, it is no jest. In the heat of conflict, a single oversight could result in fatal injuries, even if medical ninjutsu is subsequently employed. If it is merely a matter of medical knowledge, one might as well commence learning immediately and consider internships at hospitals post-graduation. Observing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes, Tsunade refrains from discouragement, for she has meticulously compiled a comprehensive outline of the necessary medical knowledge. However, the information is vast and intricate, and starting from scratch would be a monumental endeavor. Additionally, specific chakra is required, which seems to be a point of dissatisfaction for the individual, leaving only the hope that they might develop alternative medical ninjutsu in the future. "Very well. Since you harbor such confidence, I shall provide you with some books once we exit the laboratory." The initial examination did not consume much time. After replacing all the bandages on Uchiha Yu's body and applying medicinal powder to the affected areas, they were ready to leave the laboratory. I had anticipated a more excruciating ordeal. Upon exiting, Uchiha Yu hears terrifying screams emanating from a nearby room. The frantic cries might lead an unknowing observer to believe that someone is undergoing torture. Medical ninjas are not as ruthless as one might imagine. Tsunade hurriedly ushers him through the corridor, striving to present the medical ninja's responsibilities in a more favorable light. "I am acutely aware of your physical condition. Such extensive experimentation cannot be conducted on you. I have not descended into madness to develop ninjutsu on a child." On the second floor of the hospital lies a private room containing the medical materials that Tsunade has organized. Given their foundational nature, there are not many security measures in place. After a thorough review, she extracts a substantial stack of books. Thud! They land on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, standing as tall as Tsunade herself. These tomes are introductory texts. The first step is to learn about the various structures of the human body. Uchiha Yu has been petrified on the spot. Although he is aware that mastering medical ninjutsu is an arduous task, the initial hurdle seems insurmountable. There is an overwhelming abundance of material. Is this truly what someone of my age should be engaging with? The Ninja Academy does not offer specialized training in medical knowledge. Most of the curriculum revolves around the third Hokage's will of fire, along with foundational ninjutsu and taijutsu training. The books that lie before him are daunting. Merely lifting them feels like a formidable challenge. Indeed, observing every medical ninja in the Naruto world effortlessly wielding medical ninjutsu, he realizes the weight of these expectations is genuinely burdensome. He feels a sudden regret for aspiring to become a medical ninja. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu turns the first page. Due to his physical condition, He is currently unable to practice taijutsu, so he dedicates all his spare time to studying medical texts. These materials may be rudimentary, yet one should not underestimate their significance. In other villages, they could be regarded as classified documents. Tsunade suddenly recognizes that she has amassed an excessive amount of materials. Inundating the young Uchiha with a comprehensive set of medical texts has cast a shadow over his childhood. Take your time to study well. Once you have grasped enough, after graduation, I can arrange for a medical ninja to be your guiding instructor. Your missions will become considerably simpler, even if he does not become a medical ninja. Tsunade aims to cultivate some medical talent for the village, ensuring that in the event of future conflicts, casualties can be minimized. These books have indeed imparted a valuable lesson to me. Uchiha Uran can ascertain that due to his own physical condition, the sunlight he absorbs manifests as yang-release chakra. It is noteworthy that the Uchiha clan lacks medical ninjas. Their lineage is inherently tied to yin-release chakra. The amalgamation of these two powers ensures that he is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. After imparting this simple wisdom, the endeavor to transport such valuable information back to his home proves to be no trivial matter. He must rely on a companion to follow closely behind, carrying these tomes as they depart from the Konoha hospital. As for Tsunade's decision not to personally see him off, it stems from the allegiances of both factions. Sometimes, one's lineage signifies an insurmountable rift. To avert unnecessary complications, Tsunade opts to withhold information for the time being, intending to acknowledge their relationship only when the tensions between the two sides have eased or when the other party has fully absorbed the medical knowledge. The news of Uchiha's clandestine role as an experimental assistant to Tsunade had not reached the ears of the masses. However, Tsunade had overlooked one individual. How could Tsunade possibly be associated with the Uchiha clan? Danzo's gaze bore a hint of coldness. The previous mission's failure had resulted in the demise of two Umbu, causing considerable trouble, and Uchiha had been present at the time. Chapter 11. The Art of Kunai Throwing the Malevolent Uchiha Child. Danzo scrutinized the documents in his hand, contemplating even the actions of a mere child for an extended period, apprehensive of potential schemes orchestrated by the formidable Uchiha clan. The deliberate engagement with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails undoubtedly concealed some nefarious secret. To harbor the utmost suspicion towards the Uchiha was prudent. Danzo promptly summoned his root personnel, instructing them to monitor Uchiha's surroundings. Should there be the slightest hint of resistance from the Uchiha, Danzo would not hesitate to unleash a tempest of slaughter. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha had become the target of Danzo's scrutiny. Following his usual routine, Uchiha arrived for class punctually. "Hurry up," Qianchu urged from behind. As a group of children from the Ninja Academy engaged in physical training on the playground, amidst an unexpected occurrence, Uchiha sat quietly beside the playground, engrossed in the book given to him by Tsunade. "I truly envy you," remarked Minato, who had just completed a lap, sweat pouring down his brow. Observing Yu's calm demeanor, he mischievously added, "You, as a member of the Uchiha clan, have the upcoming kunai throwing examination in 2 months. Wouldn't it be prudent to practice now to avoid failing later?" In the Ninja Academy, students primarily focused on fundamentals. In the kunai throwing course, to put it bluntly, merely required tossing the kunai onto a target board to pass. Naturally, there were those who struggled with their strength and occasionally overshot. "I see you're intent on seeking revenge against me." Casting a sidelong glance, Uchiha was quite earnest about training. His physique had nearly fully recovered. However, physical prowess did not equate to flawless technique, as certain aspects required practice for mastery. "Not at all. I merely wish to observe the throwing methods of the Uchiha clan." Minato's teasing was not intended to belittle. After all, as long as one could throw the kunai accurately, the results didn't matter much to the instructors. They were not particularly stringent about this requirement, yet you sitting there alone seemed rather dull. Just as Chisaki had finished setting up the practice area, he noticed Uchiha being pushed forward, and upon seeing the kunai in his hand, he casually inquired, "Shall we give it a try?" "Certainly." The throwing prowess of the Uchiha clan is renowned throughout the ninja world, and the onlooking companions were left utterly astonished by Uchiha's approach. I recall he had never practiced kunai throwing before. The Uchihas are indeed prodigies, and I firmly believe he possesses the capability. It is truly a case of superficial admiration. It seems your infatuation with Uchiha's appearance has rendered you rather thoughtless. The classmates, previously fatigued from running, exhibited a newfound curiosity upon hearing that Uchiha would practice kunai throwing. However, the crowd was divided into 2 factions. The girls gazed admiringly at Uchiha's visage, where beauty equated to virtue, enthusiastically cheering him on. In contrast, the boys wore expressions of envy, while they acknowledged the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques. They felt Uchiha Yu's physique was ill-suited for practice. Even Uchiha Yu himself was unaware of the multitude of admirers he had, pushed to the forefront by Minato. He bashfully remarked, "This is not what I expected." At this stage, Uchiha Yu had yet to awaken his Sharingan, yet his vision surpassed that of an ordinary individual, allowing him to discern targets over a dozen meters away. Kunai throwing lacks intricate techniques, it demands precision of force and explosive speed, reflecting on his duel with Shueiyun. The moment he seized the kunai, he narrowly missed a lock of hair. With consistent practice, that kunai could have claimed a life. Calming his mind, Uchiha Yu focused solely on the target, gripping the kunai firmly in one hand. He hurled it forth with astonishing swiftness. The kunai struck true, embedding itself firmly in the target, leaving those nearby in stunned silence. Was Uchiha Yu truly in the same grade as them? He appeared more akin to a graduate of a higher level. The very children who had previously scoffed at Yu's capabilities now stood in disbelief, gazing at the area where the kunai had landed. The members of the Uchiha clan are indeed a peculiar breed. As a teacher, Chisato understood Uchiha Yu's physical condition. He had not undergone systematic training and, being somewhat disregarded within the Uchiha clan, lacked proper training equipment. For a civilian ninja attempting kunai, throwing for the first time, merely hitting the target would be a stroke of luck. Yet, not only did Uchiha Yu hit the bullseye, but his strength and speed were also impeccably calibrated. The only drawback was his unfamiliarity with the throwing motion. With additional practice, he would undoubtedly master superior techniques. The strength of the Uchiha clan has been tested through the crucible of war. And there exists an unwritten rule in the ninja world: do not engage Uchiha ninjas in one-on-one combat. A commendable achievement, indeed, with their current performance. They could easily attain full marks. Qianshu refrained from excessive praise and stated pragmatically, "Recently, your recovery has been commendable, and you may join them in training. The exams will take place at the year's end, followed by a round of intensive training. Once the test on the three-body technique concludes, you will be eligible for the Genin exam. With graduation a mere year away, a plethora of examinations awaits them. Without a sound physique, it would be challenging to graduate from the Ninja Academy. After all, in the aftermath of war, Konoha enforces stringent examination standards, not only for the sake of the village's missions but also to safeguard their lives. A shaky foundation in knowledge could very well lead to fatal consequences during missions. Everyone, pay attention. We will focus on training over the next 2 months to ensure your physical techniques meet the required standards." Qianshu, with a firm hand, began to impart strict instruction, observing the students' lamentations with a cold snort. "Those who cried out the loudest just now, you shall add 2 extra laps on the training field." Lu remained indifferent to the exam results. With his current capabilities, he had no qualms regarding the assessment. Although he was not favored within the Uchiha clan, he possessed the fundamental skills. Unbeknownst to Lu, the spectacle he had just displayed was witnessed by an outside ninja. The young Uchiha exhibited a measure of talent. To sift through candidates for the root organization, Danzo had preemptively stationed personnel at the Ninja Academy, closely monitoring those with exceptional abilities who radiated the aura of genius from a young age. This select group became Danzo's focal point, and Uchiha Lu caught his attention. On the recent list of emerging geniuses, a note of pinning was affixed beside Uchiha Lu's name. After all, due to his physical shortcomings, his ninja talent could only be deemed above average until those flaws were rectified. Chapter 12. The Healed Body in the Span of 7 Days. Uchiha Lu's body had fully recuperated. As the layers of bandages unraveled, tender skin was revealed beneath, accompanied by a pallid complexion, evoking the impression of one who had just emerged from a severe illness. However, this was merely a fade. Upon unleashing his potential, his strength could surpass that of an ordinary individual several times over. Prolonged exposure to radioactive elements had rendered his physique vastly different from that of an average person. Uchiha Lu even pondered whether he had transcended humanity. Rising to his feet, Lu felt a surge of exhilaration. His hands clenched tightly as he savored the transformation of his body. In the desolate forest, a shadow flitted through the treetops, with Uchiha Lu positioned at the pinnacle, beholding the expansive vista of the woodland. With a swift motion, he flung his kunai, the leaves cascading down around him. Under Qianshu's guidance, his kunai throwing technique grew increasingly refined, conserving energy while enhancing accuracy. With his current prowess, should Shueiyun dare to confront him, the kunai would pierce through the opponent's form in an instant. Leaping down to the forest floor, he felt a burgeoning control over his body. while the radioactive elements within had established a delicate equilibrium, no longer posing a threat to his health. Another notable change lay in his eyes. Perhaps this subtle shift had awakened the full potential of the Uchiha bloodline. Reflected within his gaze was the shape of a tomo. He had awakened the single tomo. It is a fact that those who awaken their eyes invariably become formidable warriors. Uchiha Itachi does not intend to immediately reveal his extraordinary talents. He aims to behave like any ordinary Uchiha genius. From the moment he enters the Ninja Academy to his graduation, he will undoubtedly attract attention. Yet being an Uchiha renders it all quite reasonable. As he steps into the classroom, the students within, whether lost in thought or engaged in playful banter, are momentarily frozen in place. Has Yu's body healed? How remarkably tall he has grown. Without the constraints of a wheelchair, our class is poised to witness the emergence of a genius. Uchiha Yu, may I have the honor of your acquaintance? He comprehends his classmates' astonishment. Though he instinctively disregards the last proposition, women merely hinder the swiftness of his blade. Alongside him are Kushina and Minato, the only two friends among his peers, both of whom gaze at him in wide-eyed disbelief. I had faith that Lady Tsunade could mend your legs. Had I known, I would have urged her to treat you sooner. Kushina attributes Yu's newfound ability to stand to Tsunade's prowess, reflecting on how much more refined her medical ninjutsu has become. While surprise is palpable, Minato exhibits a greater sense of social grace than Kushina, recognizing the importance of gratitude. Although they cannot directly assist Tsunade, he suggests, let us purchase some gifts for Lady Tsunade after class. I have not seen her in quite some time. Yu refrains from divulging the true reason behind his recovery. A clever misunderstanding can alleviate numerous complications for him. His physical healing creates quite a stir within the school, particularly among those with whom he shares a closer bond, all extending their congratulations. Even Chikyu inquires repeatedly, expressing gratitude for Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. With his ninja talents and the absence of physical defects, the future undoubtedly holds promise for him as a competent ninja. Yu, during this recent period, should devote time to practicing the basic body flicker technique. Mastery of such fundamental skills is essential for becoming an accomplished ninja and upholding the will of fire, contributing to the village. It must be said that Chikyu is a devoted supporter of the third Hokage. He diligently teaches every child, regardless of their origins, be they commoners or members of noble clans. Once they enter the Ninja Academy, they become his students. Nurturing a genius ninja for the village is a significant accomplishment for him. Rest assured, I have never neglected the basics. A physical handicap does not signify an inability to wield ninjutsu. Uchiha Uran has been diligently honing his skills, fully aware that his body will one day recover. In this world where ninjas reign supreme, strength remains an ever-present topic of discussion. As a token of appreciation for your eventual recovery, this gift comes from your teacher, a ninjutsu scroll. I recognize that the Uchiha clan is esteemed, yet you find yourself overlooked within your own lineage. This scroll, a treasured possession of mine, is bestowed upon you, and rest assured, the village does not impose stringent restrictions on such elementary ninjutsu. It is commendable that, as a teacher, I can fulfill this promise. Uran could hardly believe such generosity. The scroll details the Phoenix Fire technique. Every Uchiha possesses fire-style chakra, and I am certain you will find it useful, hence my preparation of this scroll for you. Thank you, teacher. Although the scroll is modest, mastering ninjutsu is an essential skill for any ninja. If the village holds but a few meaningful connections for him, his teacher is undoubtedly among them. After school today, you need not depart immediately. I shall instruct you in the use of ninjutsu. Embodying the principle of teaching by example, a sense of sanctity graced Qianshu's visage, a mission bestowed by his mentor. Within his class, there are three prodigies, Namikaze Minato, Kushina, and the Uchiha before him. Alas, he is merely an ordinary chunin, and his mastery of ninjutsu is limited to fire release, allowing him to impart only the simplest techniques. Meanwhile, outside, Kiangsashu, who diligently chronicled the daily lives of these young geniuses, observed Aaron emerging from the classroom, his expression a blend of gravity and joy. A genius of the Uchiha clan, yet shunned by his own kin, such individuals are ideally suited for root, serving Lord Danzo. Kiangsashu has gathered numerous prodigious talents, with the Uchiha youth standing at the pinnacle. What was once marked as tentative has now been decisively crossed out. He does not hasten to determine the future paths of these geniuses. The majority will likely join the Umbu, thereby seamlessly serving Lord Danzo. During this period, Uchiha Uran has persistently sensed the presence of unseen watchers. Yet his prowess is insufficient to discern their existence. After all, this is not the forest he calls home. Only a faint trace of radioactive elements lingers, granting him the impression that shadows are lingering outside the Ninja Academy. Initially, he presumed these individuals were there to safeguard and monitor Kushina. However, upon his departure from the school, he noticed that some followed closely behind him, stirring unease within his mind. Could it be the third Hokage? The third possesses telescopic tools capable of observing the entire village, a rather troublesome capability. Rather than exposing them immediately, Uran chose to remain vigilant and observant. Furthermore, there has been a notable shift in the clan's dynamics due to Uchiha Itachi's influence. Chapter 13. Lessons for the Young Ones. All necessary resources are at his disposal. The Uchiha clan has never hesitated to nurture talent, for such a reality ensures their perpetual strength in the face of malevolence. Kunai and Shuiken are essential tools of training, and the clan's dedicated training grounds are accessible for all. These represent the standard for ordinary geniuses, along with the fundamental fire release techniques taught by the esteemed Jainin within the clan. This highlights the stark contrast between the prestigious families of the ninja world and the common shinobi. Those prodigies, nurtured by their clan's education from a young age, develop a profound sense of identity and belonging, whereas those who diverge often feel a disconnect from the village. Though this estrangement may not be apparent in ordinary times, it becomes evident during conflicts between the village and the clan, as they unhesitatingly align with their kin. Naturally, various factions exist within the village, particularly exemplified by the likes of Uchiha, who has been known to turn against his own. Upon his arrival at the training grounds, several individuals surrounded him, led by a member of the Uchiha clan whose eyes had already manifested the Sharingan single tomo. At such a young age, displaying this ability indicates exceptional talent. However, the mockery in his gaze was unmistakable as he regarded Uchiha, whose restored appearance was, astonishingly, threefold more handsome than his own, evoking a surge of jealousy. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "Isn't this the so-called waste from a while back? I've heard he was nothing but a pile of useless flesh, abandoned even by his parents. Furthermore, he injured a member of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the clan leader's magnanimity, he would have long been expelled. Never to enjoy the privileges of the Uchiha." Unwilling to let Uchiha off easily, the young leader waved his hand, prompting two Uchiha members to advance and restrain him. How laughable. Uchiha found himself at a loss for words in response to this scene. To him, these individuals merely relied on their numbers. If mere quantity could resolve his predicament, a cold smile crept upon Uchiha's lips. What? Uchiha Smoke initially thought he had misheard, until the next moment when a member beside him was sent flying by a single kick. With the intention of engaging in battle now clear, there was no need for concealment. A fierce expression emerged on his face, contrasting with his youthful stature. Yet it was perfectly suited for dealing with the group of youngsters before him. Let us all join forces and teach this scoundrel a lesson. The advancing Uchiha members showed no deference to you, attempting to encircle him from behind. However, in the instant their feet left the ground, you had already positioned himself before them. A powerful kick struck one individual on the shoulder, utilizing the momentum to bring his palm crashing onto the chest of another, resulting in two more Uchiha clan members collapsing to the ground, howling in agony, within the blink of an eye. The few who had charged forward were momentarily stunned. One of the youths quietly retreated, swallowing hard, and whispered to Uchiha Smoke beside him, "Brother, it seems we are outmatched." "A bunch of useless fools," Uchiha Smoke exclaimed, kicking aside the inept member nearby. He revealed his single tomo Sharingan, its crimson swirl glaring at the opponent. The Sharingan not only possessed formidable visual prowess, but also carried inherent Jinjutsu abilities. You shall regret stepping into this world." Jinjutsu. Narukami technique. The moment his eyes opened, the illusion took form. As a clan renowned for its mastery of illusion techniques, the Narukami was a common Jinjutsu, however, with the enhancement of the Sharingan. Even an ordinary C-rank ninjutsu could yield unexpectedly powerful results. Uchiha Smoke relished the opportunity to torment Uru, a mere student of the Ninja Academy, devoid of the formidable willpower necessary to resist, let alone dispel, this illusion. He sought to humiliate Uru in front of all present, making it abundantly clear the distinction between the genius of the Uchiha clan and those regarded as mere aberrations by others. As this thought crossed his mind, a ruthless glint flashed in Uchiha Smoke's eyes. Uru met his gaze with unwavering resolve, though the effect of the jutsu only lasted a fleeting second. While he lacked the knowledge to break the illusion, he concealed his own awakening, engaging in a battle of single tomo against single tomo. It was evident that the mental torment endured over the years had forged an unyielding spirit within Uru. The primary purpose of the Naraka vision was to amplify one's deepest fears, revealing the most terrifying aspects of the soul. Yet, Uchiha Itachi had already confronted his greatest fears. Once, he had languished in a wheelchair, akin to a discarded wretch, unable to care for himself. With his parents slain in battle and no one to tend to him, each movement was fraught with excruciating agony. The most mundane tasks of daily life would leave him bloodied and battered, compounded by the deleterious effects of radioactive elements upon his body. A constant reminder of pain that felt as though he were being carved by 1,000 knives each day. Observing Uchiha Itachi frozen in place, Smoke approached him with a derisive smile, proclaiming, "A waste will forever remain a waste. Even the simplest jutsu cannot be withstood." Turning to behold his fallen subordinates, who writhed in anguish, he expressed a measure of disdain, snorting, "You lot ought to train harder. If you cannot even subdue a useless fool, there will be consequences." Yet, before he could finish his admonition, he noticed the terrified expressions on the faces of several subordinates, leaving him perplexed. "I am merely reprimanding you. Why do you fear me?" "Brother, behind you," one of the fallen cried out, pointing in terror. Smoke felt a foreboding chill and instinctively sought to distance himself, only to feel a hand clasp his shoulder. An impressive jutsu, reminiscent of a rather unpleasant experience, and it has truly incensed me. You, having shattered the Naraka vision, was thrust back into the depths of that profound, dark suffering, further igniting his simmering rage. With a grip that was deceptively gentle yet undeniably powerful, he seized Uchiha Smoke's shoulder, pinning him down. "Are you prepared to bear the consequences of my wrath?" The chilling, merciless voice echoed in Uchiha Smoke's ear, invoking a shiver down his spine. "How did you break free from the illusion so swiftly?" The response was a sudden, forceful strike. Crash! A figure was violently propelled outward. Uchiha Smoke felt as though he had been struck by a carriage, an overwhelming force rendering him unable to resist. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. Chapter 14. Fugaku's instruction: What transpired at the training ground? Hearing commotion from a distance, Fugaku noted that the training area typically witnessed minor disputes among some Uchiha clansmen, contained within manageable bounds, rarely escalating into widespread brawls. Yet, the sounds of distress and the ensuing wails caused Fugaku to furrow his brows. Today was his duty day, and he hoped no significant incidents would arise. However, upon arriving at the training ground, he was taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth happened here? Who can enlighten me? A group of Uchiha youths lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, many sporting bruised faces. Thankfully, there were no signs of fire techniques. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated even further. Only one individual remained standing amidst the chaos, Uchiha Itachi, proudly positioned at the center of the crowd, and this time, no one dared confront him. Indeed, when dealing with unreasonable individuals, brute force proves far more effective than mere words. "What transpired here?" Fugaku called out. Uchiha Itachi turned at the sound, catching sight of Fugaku. At this stage, Fugaku was merely a newly promoted jonin, yet to assume the mantle of clan leadership. Nevertheless, he held considerable prestige within the clan, regarded as a prominent figure among the rising generation. "It's simple. They ganged up on me." You gestured helplessly, casually kicking Uchiha Smoke, who lay on the ground. Had he not been concerned about causing a fatality, his earlier kick would have aimed for Smoke's neck. Even so, it would take Smoke at least a month to recover from his injuries. Uchiha Smoke groaned softly from the kicks, the humiliation and pain overwhelming him, causing him to faint on the spot. "You mean they attacked you?" Fugaku repeated in disbelief, seeking confirmation from others, only to receive the same reply. His gaze fixed on you with skepticism. The result? "A bunch of useless fools couldn't withstand me and ended up on the ground," you stated without mercy. Observing the groaning youths, Fugaku's expression darkened as he remarked, "Truly a collection of incompetence. As long as no fatalities occurred, everything remained within controllable limits. Moreover, a group of inept individuals attacking a single person, only to be thoroughly defeated, was an embarrassment that the parents of these youths would not dare to publicize. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a formidable talent?" Fugaku pondered, scrutinizing you. The absence of a Konoha shinobi forehead protector on Yu's person indicated that he had yet to become a genin. Truly, he was an exceptional prodigy. "This matter ends here. Such gang assaults must never occur again. I mean, there shall be no fighting among you." "Fine, whatever you say feels off. One person ganging up on a group? Hurry up and leave. You should be ashamed." After dismissing them, Fugaku observed the scene and sighed. "If you wish to train your skills, I will arrange for a genin. There is no need to spar with them. The Uchiha clan embraces its geniuses. Much like the laws of a wolf pack, the strong may act with impunity, while the weak must submit. The principles of strength are deeply ingrained in the Uchiha way, and at this stage, Fugaku had yet to absorb the teachings of the clan leader, remaining a traditional Uchiha. No need for that. I simply come daily to practice my shuriken throwing. Additionally, if possible, could you arrange for a teacher in fire release techniques? Although teacher Senju offered instruction, being a chunin and a commoner, his knowledge of ninjutsu was rather conventional. In contrast, Uchiha ninjas excel in fire release and genjutsu. A teacher in fire release techniques? Fugaku contemplated for a moment before shaking his head slightly. If you require basic fire release instruction, there are individuals within the clan who can teach you, and there is no need for private lessons. You are not yet ready for B-rank ninjutsu. However, since I am on duty during this time, I can share some insights on fire release techniques. Fugaku held confidence in his abilities and talent, stemming from the pride of being a genius, and he was eager to witness the extent of Uchiha Yu's prodigious capabilities. Thus far, he could only observe Yu's prowess in taijutsu. It was not that Fugaku dismissed taijutsu. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan relies heavily on fire release techniques and the Sharingan. No matter how formidable their physical prowess, they can easily fall into a genjutsu with a mere glance. The strongest taijutsu practitioners in the village are the Hyuga clan. Yet their martial skills, Fujitaka thought with disdain, cannot possibly be compared to those of the Uchiha, despite both clans possessing ocular abilities. The training ground was chosen beside the serene lake, free from the ravages of fire release. Standing upon a solitary wooden bridge, Fujitaka's aura underwent a profound transformation. At this moment, he was a far cry from the state in which he had just chastised the young ones. The Uchiha clan's elite Jonin represents the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. Behold, what I am about to unleash is the most fundamental fire release technique. Fugaku's hand signs are executed with deliberate slowness, allowing you to discern the intricacies of the process. He gathers chakra at his throat. Fire release. Great fireball technique. One of the Uchiha clan's signature techniques. A ninjutsu that every Uchiha member must master. Vast amounts of chakra began to coalesce, guided by hand seals, and in an instant, an enormous fireball erupted from Fugaku's mouth. This was utterly incomparable to Yamato's performance during their previous battle, whether in terms of execution power or destructive impact. It held Uchiha Uranium's rapt attention for a prolonged moment. Such was the prowess of a Jonin. Indeed, Fugaku's position as clan head was firmly supported by his formidable strength, even if he wasn't at his peak during this period. The great fireball technique requires precise timing, releasing the flames within the throat's tolerable range. Premature release results in a diminished fireball, while delayed release risks self-injury. Never underestimate a C-rank ninjutsu. Techniques that endure through generations possess unique merits. Additionally, the scale of a technique correlates with one's chakra reserves and physical condition. Never push beyond one's limits. Fugaku meticulously explained these nuanced details, though Uchiha Uranium possessed extraordinary talent. Grasping the essence of this technique would demand considerable time and carry the risk of burns. Understood, Uranium replied calmly, his initial astonishment giving way to composed reflection as he committed every detail of Fugaku's demonstration to memory. He had long known of, and could perform, the great fireball technique. Now, it was a matter of refining its intricacies. The Uchiha Uran's hand seals were executed with excruciating slowness, yet each movement was executed with flawless precision. Fire style. Great fireball technique. He exclaimed. How could this be? Chapter 15. The radioactive great fireball. This magnitude of fireball was remarkable. With a focused gaze, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for an extended period, ultimately directing his attention towards Uran and releasing a long sigh. In comparison to Fugaku, Uran's fireball was undoubtedly much smaller, as a gap of considerable magnitude existed between him and the Jonin. Nonetheless, Uran's fireball was impressively large for a mere child of 7 or 8 years, his strength already placing him in the realm of a genin prodigy. However, the fireball he had just unleashed evidently transcended the capabilities of a genin, reaching a level that invoked sheer terror. It rivaled the prowess of a chunin fireball, with flames of exceedingly high temperature and formidable destructive power. At that moment, the surface of the lake bore witness to several lifeless fish, casualties of the devastating fireball's influence. Coughing, Uran felt as if his throat were ablaze. Hastily employing such an oversized fireball had taken a significant toll on his body. Uchiha Uran now finds himself yearning for water to quench the dryness of his throat. For the first time, he adheres to systematic training, recognizing that meticulous attention to detail will lead to a significant enhancement of his fireball technique. The results are astonishingly effective. He perceives that the improvement in his fireball is not solely in temperature. It is infused with traces of uranium. This explosive uranium has seeped into the lake, resulting in the demise of the fish inhabiting its waters. In the realm of Naruto, where the fireball technique is lethal yet does not kill, it is transformed in his hands into a radiated fireball. Even if it fails to strike the enemy directly, the splattered uranium can still devastate their cells. It is now evident that his fire release incorporates radioactive elements, necessitating caution in its future deployment. By immersing his hand in the lake, he absorbs the dissipating elements, for he does not wish to turn the lake into a stagnant pool of lifeless water. In the domain of fire release, he can be deemed a prodigy. Among his peers, none surpass him in skill. In Fugaku's eyes, a hint of envy flickers, for such a talent combined with physical prowess heralds a bright future for Uran, one that could usher in a significant revival for the Uchiha clan. Yet, there is no jealousy within him. After all, he too is a genius, progressing alongside his counterpart. You may come here daily to hone your fire release techniques, and I shall offer you my guidance. The emergence of a prodigy within the Uchiha clan is a secret that cannot be concealed. Some rejoice, while others lament. Upon learning of Uchiha Yu's extraordinary talent, he let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he had managed to ease the tensions between them. He felt a measure of compensation was due for the tribulations you had faced over the years. Fortunately, he had not pushed you into opposition against the Uchiha. He, being the eldest of the Uchiha clan, had once studied under Uchiha Madara. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, the Uchiha clan had not followed Madara when he departed, which was a principal cause of the discord between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately leading to the clan's decline. Witnessing the rise of a prodigious talent filled Uchiha with genuine joy. He urged Fugaku to provide thorough guidance, ensuring that you would be recognized as a member of the Uchiha. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Meanwhile, Senju Shju had been closely monitoring Uchiha Yu's progress, particularly in recent times, as Yu's physical recovery had led to a remarkable surge in strength. Indeed, my observations were accurate. It is imperative to elevate Uchiha Yu's potential to a higher tier. He must be recruited into the Umbu, becoming the sharpest blade in Danzo's hands. The turmoil surrounding Uchiha Yu remained confined to the higher echelons of the village and did not affect Yu himself. While he was undeniably talented, his youth was a significant factor. The Ninja Academy, established by the second Hokage, was designed for the cultivation of ninjas, and until graduation, all adhered to this regulation. The loss of such a prodigy would be a considerable detriment to both the village and the clan. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the third Hokage seated in the center, puffing on a cigarette. Esteemed third, here are the student records for this year. Senju's heart raced with excitement. This report on the student's progress was also a demonstration of his capabilities. He, Senju, was indeed a qualified teacher. Senju, it seems you've gained some weight during your retirement. Noticing the documents before him, Sarutobi casually flipped through the records, inquiring about various matters. However, his questions predominantly revolved around Kushina. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina's every action significantly impacted their future plans and determined her destiny. Fortunately, in the report Senju provided, Kushina's emotional state remained stable, with no signs of a Nine Tails outbreak. Additionally, her young boyfriend, also a talent, was noteworthy. Both were considered genius ninjas in the village and warranted special attention. This child. Upon reaching the last page, the third Hokage paused, gazing at the name displayed there, and sighed. The Uchiha clan truly possesses an abundance of talent. I have heard of this child. He was not well regarded within the Uchiha clan. I recall that last year, you provided me with information indicating his situation was dire, to the extent that he might have perished during the winter. He had some understanding of you, but it was more one of pity, although you belonged to the Uchiha. He had never received their care. He had fought against adversity like a resilient blade of grass. Now that he had recovered, could it be due to Tsunade's intervention? He had instructed Tsunade to treat you, and to his surprise, the healed Uchiha Yu exhibited the qualities of a genius. He could be nurtured into the next Uchiha Kakashi. Contemplating this, the third Hokage felt a wave of concern. The Uchiha's position within the village was quite precarious. As a renowned clan in the ninja world, they had birthed many talented warriors. Yet, their personalities were often troublesome, prone to impulsive actions. The Uchiha clan resembles a double-edged sword for Konoha, capable of inflicting harm upon both foes and allies alike. A misstep could plunge the village into profound turmoil. It is a relief that this child has managed to survive. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, as if having resolved upon a crucial decision. He raised his gaze to Chizuru, who stood beside him, and entrusted him with a significant task. Yoru's childhood has been fraught with misfortune, yet in the days to come, the village shall provide him with a sense of belonging. This task is now yours, Chizuru. I implore you to see it through. Yes, Lord Hokage, came the reply, but within Chizuru's heart, a bitter smile emerged. He recalled the response he had given in his first class. The will of fire cannot save another. At that moment, he found himself rendered speechless. Since this was the third's mission, Chizuru resolved to exert every effort to fulfill it. Additionally, the third needed to appoint a leader for the team, as each leader is paramount in a ninja's career. Given the intention to cultivate Yoru as a successor to the Hokage lineage and to maintain the current state of the Uchiha, it was imperative to designate someone from within to be Yoru's mentor. Chapter 16. A dire situation, please. Lady Tsunade. The news of Uchiha Yu's miraculous recovery reached Tsunade, prompting her to summon him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. As she leaned against his chest, he could feel her warmth and the weight of her ample form, rendering him momentarily rigid with surprise. It was perplexing how had his body healed so swiftly. After conducting the necessary tests, Tsunade found herself engulfed in self-doubt. She discovered that the destructive cells had completely vanished, and his overall health was remarkably robust. Were it not for her knowledge of his past, she might have believed she had merely dreamt the entire ordeal. It appeared that her medical ninjutsu would not be required after all. Regret tinged her voice as she had hoped to penetrate the depths of Yu's condition, to elevate her healing techniques to a new pinnacle. Yet his recovery had surpassed her expectations. However, Tsunade's gaze met Yu's as he rolled his eyes, promptly realizing the inappropriateness of her previous statement. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "Nevertheless, I must congratulate you on your recovery. I am also curious about the ability that facilitated your healing. For the time being, I would appreciate your cooperation in undergoing further examinations to ensure no lingering after effects." Even she found her own words hard to believe. "If Lady Tsunade could grant me one request, I would be willing to visit the hospital regularly for checkups," he stated, intent on transforming rumor into reality, with Tsunade conveniently fulfilling this condition. "Oh, and what might that be?" she inquired, setting aside her diagnostic instruments upon hearing he would return for more examinations. "Please publicly declare that my ailment was cured by Lady Tsunade." It was a simple enough request, yet Tsunade quickly comprehended the underlying motive. "Very well, my little assistant. Are you prepared for me to examine you thoroughly?" As she smiled, Uchiha Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, as if foreseeing a rather daunting future ahead. "I am but a child. I implore you to be gentle." An hour later, Tsunade, in high spirits, organized her medical tools, which were filled with various diagnostic results, each one earned through the toll on Uchiha Yu's body. Exhausted, he exited the Konoha hospital, having endured not only the necessary examinations but also the pain of blood draws and other discomforts. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, he quickened his pace out of trepidation. If given the choice, he would certainly have refrained from making a deal with Tsunade. Fortunately, he was able to control the radioactive elements within his blood, ensuring no harm would befall her. Naturally, his blood had reverted to that of an ordinary Uchiha, making it impossible for Tsunade to detect anything unusual, regardless of how thoroughly she examined him. Yet, on his way back, he sensed a prying gaze upon him. Who could it be? It was evident that he was the target of scrutiny, and only upon arriving at his clan's territory did the unsettling gaze dissipate. In the heart of Uchiha Uran, several options had begun to take shape, with the most prominent suspicion directed towards the Hokage faction. Though he remained uncertain as to which individual within that faction it might be, he fervently hoped it would not be Danzo. As Uran traversed the periphery of his clan's territory on his way home, he noticed some traces in the outer areas. Given the remoteness of this locale, it was devoid of visitors. Moreover, the trees had withered, and the scene before him might remain unchanged for months. "Come forth, you who lurk in the shadows," he called out. The figure that had been trailing him entered a zone dense with radioactive elements. As these elements clung to the stranger, Uran discerned the identity of the individual behind him. With a sudden bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, transforming a seemingly ordinary dead branch atop a tree into a ninja adorned with a fox mask. Chikushu observed Uchiha Uran with curiosity, intrigued by how he had detected his presence. "How did you uncover me?" he inquired. "I have resided here for quite some time. Even the slightest change is enough for me to notice." Uran responded somewhat evasively, recognizing the mask and deducing the individual's affiliation. "You possess commendable observational prowess." Before Uchiha Uran, Chikushu withdrew a record sheet from his attire, inscribing a couple of notes with admiration. "Through my observations over this period, It is evident that you possess the qualities to become an exceptional ninja. Furthermore, the organization I represent was established by the second Hokage's esteemed Umbu. Upon your graduation from the Ninja Academy, you may come to intern with the Umbu. Once you join, you will serve that esteemed individual. Chikusha refrained from disclosing the name of this individual, for should the Hokage become aware of this matter, it would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of complications. However, upon hearing the reference to that esteemed personage, Uran felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It was clear that the Hokage would not employ just anyone who could infiltrate the Umbu. There was but one individual capable of such a feat, Shimura Danzo. In the ninja world, an unspoken rule prevailed. All nefarious deeds bore Danzo's signature, earning him the moniker of the Shadow of the Ninja Realm. I shall not intrude upon your life. After our encounter today, I will take my leave. I eagerly anticipate your joining us in a year's time. Chikushu showed no intention of lingering, offering a few brief words. This was still Uchiha territory, and should the Uchiha clan members discover him, his exit would be fraught with difficulty. Uchiha Uran gazed solemnly at the forest. Being targeted by Danzo was decidedly unfavorable. However, if the latter intended to surveil him, it remained uncertain whether his body could withstand the strain. He harbored no fondness for the Root organization, as their surveillance exposed him to Danzo's scrutiny, which he found repugnant. Those uranium elements would gradually erode the stranger's body, turning him into a corpse within a week's time. Back in his room, Uchiha Uran contemplated his future actions. It was evident that both Danzo and Uchiha had taken notice of him, although he felt no sense of belonging to the village. This was not the time to abandon it. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Even with the assistance of uranium elements, which significantly enhanced his physical strength, he remained a child, having yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and his mastery of jutsu was limited to basic transformation techniques and a few C-rank ninjutsu. The path to becoming a formidable warrior was fraught with challenges. He would still need to engage in a charade of camaraderie with them. This forced alliance was irksome. Yet he recognized that this phase, while he was perceived as lacking threat, was the opportune moment for his development. He resolved to hasten his journey to strength until he could seize control of his own destiny. An idea struck him, a ninja enhancement that could accelerate his growth. Uchiha seeks to invest in himself, yet mere ninja tools cannot possibly satisfy his requirements. Through Fugaku, he located Uchiha Izumi to request a technique for shadow clones. Although the Uchiha clan's chakra reserves may not rival those of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, as a descendant of the Tsutsuki bloodline, the Uchiha's chakra is still significantly superior to that of ordinary civilian ninjas. The shadow clone technique is an essential skill to possess. Chapter 17, Preparations Before Graduation. Uchiha U's life had settled into a tranquil rhythm, utilizing shadow clones to attend classes while he diligently practiced ninjutsu in his residence. This year marked a significant leap in his abilities, as he basked in sunlight daily, enhancing his physical strength, even managing to mimic the esteemed Guy's Lotus technique. His arms were often wrapped in bandages, which served as his best weapons. In the depths of the forest, a shadow darted through the trees, its target being the majestic waterfall ahead. With a firm stance on the smooth rock, he subtly controlled the chakra beneath his feet. This was an essential part of Uchiha U's daily training regimen. Occasionally, he assisted Tsunade with experiments, sharing insights into ninjutsu, especially regarding control, which could have allowed him to graduate early. As the water cascaded beneath him, Uchiha Yu stood amidst the tumultuous lake, swiftly forming seals. Fire style. Grand Fireball technique. The soaring fireball clashed with the waterfall, creating a dense mist that enveloped the surroundings in a hazy spectacle. Amidst the swirling water vapor, a figure leaped forth. Uchiha Yu had undergone a transformative change over the year. Clad in traditional Uchiha attire, his mere presence from a distance evoked an air of intimidation. The effectiveness exceeded his expectations. Unfortunately, Uchiha Yu was limited to C-rank ninjutsu, and throughout the year, he occasionally sensed someone observing him, likely assessing his genius level and areas of focus. Thus, he learned to remain inconspicuous, concealing his extraordinary talents from outsiders to avoid past complications. The elemental balance within him reached a critical threshold. He likened his body to a vessel. Only by enhancing his physical capacity could he contain more radiative elements. The two were interdependent, yet Uchiha Yu's body had reached its limits. His age restricted him, but he never neglected his physical training. Just as he was about to proceed with his next training phase, a sudden influx of knowledge surged into his mind, momentarily stunning him. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, Yu's shadow clone had dissipated due to excessive chakra consumption, leaving only a puff of smoke. That rascal is using shadow clones again in class. I hope I don't catch him. Qianshu observed the vanishing smoke, regretting his lack of Byakugan, which would have revealed the boy's uniqueness. Rest well today. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. I do not wish for any of you to be eliminated. Should anyone fail, they shall learn the meaning of cruelty. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy was straightforward. In addition to the kunai throwing skills from the previous year's test, students needed to master the basic transformation technique, which, when combined with combat situations, could yield results comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. I hope you all become competent ninjas in the future. Qianshu fell silent for a moment, sending off another group of students, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He hoped that years later, at a reunion, he would still see these students, rather than hearing of their demise on missions. Don't worry, Teacher Qianshu, I will become a qualified ninja. Lin, your ambitions are rather modest. I aspire to be Hokage. Humph. You? Hokage? Keep dreaming. Regardless, I have already mastered the transformation technique. Just wait for my performance tomorrow. Today was their final class before the exam, and it was destined to be a night filled with excitement, preventing many from sleeping. After class, Minato and Kushina left the school and coincidentally spotted Uchiha rushing in, drenched and looking quite disheveled. You're late, Minato remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. To others, Minato was an exemplary student. Yet his chakra could not compare to Uchiha's extraordinary capabilities that allowed him to endure a full day of classes. That shadow clone technique is indeed remarkable. But the moment it dissipates, Teacher Qianshu's expression turns dark, Minato joked. Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that tomorrow's exam would not be pleasant for him. I trust Teacher Qianshu won't hold a grudge. After all, I am his most prized student. Glancing back at the school, he noticed Teacher Qianshu cleaning up. But this time, no students were assisting him, as they had all rushed out after class. Yu had no desire to impose on him, so he allowed Teacher Qianshu to tidy up alone. I don't know your current strength, but it surely rivals that of a lower ninja. Shall we celebrate in advance? The three of them were the Academy's prodigies, each mastering the transformation technique with solid proficiency, especially Minato, whose speed surpassed that of Uchiha. His reflexes were exceptional, marking him as the future Yellow Flash of the ninja world. To retaliate for you using shadow clones in class, Minato teased, forget it. I don't want to spend the evening with a single dog. Wouldn't it be better for the party to turn into a two-person affair? Don't say that. Yu is right here. Kushina blushed at the comment. A fatal blow. Despite her words, Yu's presence was still welcomed at the evening's small gathering. It served as a final moment of relaxation before the examination, after which successful candidates would embark on missions with their leading instructors, leaving uncertain when they would reunite again. Kushina's guardian was Tsunade, and she knew that many strong figures would lead this expedition. You two must put in your utmost effort tomorrow. I heard that the legendary Sannin are personally overseeing this mission. They are disciples of the Hokage. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. If she successfully graduated, she would undoubtedly become one of Tsunade's disciples. The Sannin? Minato, having finished his meal, looked astonished at Kushina. Although the name had yet to resonate throughout the ninja world, they were highly esteemed within the village, each being a formidable force. With the Sannin taking on disciples, you could surmise who his teacher would be. Given his close relationship with Tsunade, which many perceived as merely that of a doctor and patient, in reality, their bond was much deeper. Over the past year, Tsunade had imparted numerous foundational medical skills to him, under the third Hokage's watchful eye, to ensure he became a member of the Hokage's faction. It was only natural for Tsunade to be chosen as his mentor. As for why no Uchiha had taken on the role of instructor, their prideful nature led them to regard all but their kin with disdain, rendering them ill-suited to guide others. Chapter 18. Rope Tree Shan Village, 14. Step forward for the exam. Hinata Hyuga. Step forward for the exam. Inazuka Saburo. Step forward for the exam. The classroom had been tidied up, with 3 desks placed at the front for the examiners, who were all teachers responsible for overseeing this assessment. The smiles of yesteryear were absent, replaced by serious expressions on each face. The pace of the examination was swift. Uchiha stood beside the window, observing the interior. From the outside, the three-body technique appeared to be a matter of chance. The outcome depended largely on one's fortune. Not all students could seamlessly master the technique. Some fortunate ones merely scraped through by luck. Fortunately, the lower-ranking ninjas undertook C-rank missions, which did not pose any life-threatening risks, serving as a reprieve for them. Standing in front of you was Minato Namikaze. Even with his proficient grasp of the three-body technique, he couldn't help but feel nervous as the exam approached. He swallowed hard and remarked that idiot Uchiha has transformed into someone unrecognizable. As long as there were no major blunders, they would pass. Kushina nestled between them. Casting a glance and taking a deep breath, she hoped they would be assigned to the same team. The exam posed little challenge for the trio. They could all succeed. Yet, Kushina wished to remain with Minato, silently praying that he would become Tsunade's apprentice, allowing the three of them to undertake missions together in the future. It was all a matter of luck. You knew this was unlikely. While he and Kushina might end up in Tsunade's team, Minato was destined to follow Jiraiya. Soon, it was their turn. Facing his most accomplished student, Chizuru had initially intended to encourage him. However, recalling yesterday's class-cutting incident, she coldly stated, transformation technique, replacement technique, and clone technique, draw lots. Understood, teacher Chizuru. You drew a card from within, revealing the familiar clone technique. As you had mastered the shadow clone technique. This was a straightforward task. With hands forming seals, a puff of white smoke erupted, and a perfect replica of you materialized before him. No issues, you've passed. Congratulations. Uchiha on becoming a qualified genin. Here's your forehead protector. From this day forth, you are a Leaf Village ninja. Come to school in the afternoon. A supervising teacher will be there to receive you. The examination proceeded smoothly, and the trio completed their tasks swiftly. With the morning exams done, they would return to school in the afternoon to meet their supervising teacher. The Ninja Academy had arranged everything efficiently. From this moment on, you had become a legitimate ninja. The three did not leave the academy, for the main event of the afternoon was just beginning. Many students from other classes also passed the exams, though some did not meet the academic requirements and would have to continue as students at the Ninja Academy. Minato, that forehead protector looks so dashing on you. Kushina personally placed the protector on him, leaving Uchiha momentarily dumbfounded beside them, yet again a witness to their public display of affection. He opted not to intrude and instead retreated to the second floor, where several successfully graduated ninjas leaned against the railing. The atmosphere at the Ninja Academy was lively. Ninjas were arriving at the entrance, and they were the supervising teachers. I hope I don't encounter any peculiar seniors, especially from the Yamanaka clan. I have a fear of insects. Huh, did our Yamanaka clan offend you? Really? Yu's gaze followed the group, confirming the arrival of several jonin. Among the jonin, there were distinctions. Ordinary students would be assigned elite chunin or special jonin. Only prodigies received elite jonin as their mentors. I hope Lady Tsunade does not view me as a mere guinea pig. Having scrutinized her own body for an entire year without discovering any anomalies had driven her to frustration. She even wondered whether Yu was intentionally causing her distress. As Uchiha surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted Tsunade entering not far away, accompanied by a man. Well, what do we have here? Lady Tsunade's mysterious lover. Kato-dan. Currently, they were still in a secret relationship. Yu merely glanced and did not linger on the topic. He recalled that in the original narrative, Kato-dan met a tragic end during a mission, a sorrowful event indeed. Tsunade's arrival ignited the atmosphere. Many recognized her illustrious name. I hope to become Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Just think about it. With your talent, you could never become Lady Tsunade's disciple. Among us, only you is likely to become her apprentice. Many envied you. Having heard that he frequently visited the hospital, where Tsunade personally attended to him. Moreover, Yu's ability to walk again was attributed to her assistance, eliciting admiration from many. If you want to remain like a useless individual, confined to a wheelchair for years, then perhaps you could become Lady Tsunade's disciple. Yu remarked provocatively, causing several disgruntled boys to shrink back, reflecting on Yu's previously pitiful state. Many wondered if they could endure such a fate. It's too early to say. He may not even become her disciple. If one were to depend on illness to gain Lady Tsunade's mentorship, it would be akin to using backdoor methods, an utterly disgraceful approach. While the group disparaged Uchiha, someone from behind stepped forth. Clad in a ninja forehead protector, with gray hair resembling Tsunade's, they retorted. My sister is not that kind of person. Yu is inherently a genius. Why shouldn't he become my sister's disciple? As for you will never be her disciple. In his home, Ju often heard his sister praise Yu, and given Yu's aptitude at school, Ju held a favorable view of him. He would never believe that Tsunade would grant anyone special favors. Recognizing Ju's identity, many opted not to retaliate against him. The earlier boastful boys hid behind the crowd, fearful of being discovered. Thank you, Ju. You occasionally saw Ju at the hospital, and they had exchanged words, their relationship slightly closer than that of typical classmates. It's nothing, Yu. If anyone dares to speak ill of you again, just let me know. No one would dare criticize you in Ju's presence. As the examination approached its conclusion, numerous ninjas arrived outside, signaling that the next phase was imminent. After the exam, the students promptly returned to the classroom, anxiously awaiting the pivotal decisions regarding their fates. Chapter 19. The arrival of Orochimaru Yamakawa Jiro, Abe Ryuki, Matsushita Shinmu. I am your supervising teacher. Follow me. One by one. Students were selected, and those remaining in the classroom exchanged glances as more jonin entered to escort students away. Even Uchiha was waiting for his supervising teacher's arrival. At that moment, a middle-aged man with white hair and a mischievous grin entered. Inuzuka Miko, long time no see. Jiraiya, don't look at me with that disgusting gaze. The Inuzuka clan's supervising jonin shot a glare at Jiraiya, thinking that if he weren't the third Hokage's disciple, she would have knocked him away with a single punch. Embarrassed from being lectured in front of the younger generation, Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and then turned a serious expression toward the blonde-haired boy, saying, Kid. I am your supervising teacher. I am Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage and the sage of Mount Myaboku. Konoha's esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had never anticipated being favored by Jiraiya. He had hoped to accompany the two in search of Tsunade, only to be interrupted by Jiraiya's assertive intervention. Before Minato could voice his thoughts, Jiraiya, in his capacity as one of the legendary Sannin, promptly prepared to follow suit. Only Kushina murmured softly, "How could it be Lord Jiraiya?" The elite jonin, when confronted directly, contemplated reprimanding the speaker, but upon realizing it was Kushina, he instantly deflated. After all, she had long been in Tsunade's company, and Jiraiya was fully aware of her significance as the host of the Nine Tails. But I am Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, the sage who will mentor your young friend, enhancing his strength. And do not forget, I share the same lineage as Tsunade. If you ever have time, do visit Minato. Really? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Kushina felt a wave of relief, knowing she would at least see him frequently. After Jiraiya whisked Minato away, Tsunade entered. And the two crossed paths. Tsunade, I've had a profitable venture this time. Shall we indulge in some drinks? Apologies, but I have a boyfriend now. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room, as Jiraiya stood frozen in place, ultimately being forcibly dragged away by Minato. Thus, the world gained yet another heartbroken soul. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Tsunade silently expressed her regret. He was indeed a good man. Shifting her focus back to the youngsters, she addressed Kushina. Kushina, I am here to take you with me. You will learn at my side from now on. Let's go, Uchiha Y. We shall learn medical ninjutsu together under Tsunade. Kushina attempted to grasp Uchiha Y's hand, but he evaded her. What is the matter? He discerned the underlying tension. Clearly, Tsunade's selection of students required the third Hokage's approval. And it was evident that Y was not one of Tsunade's designated pupils. Lady Tsunade did not mention my name, so I cannot accompany you. He cautiously offered an apology. As the third's intention was for him to mentor her, fostering a connection between their clans and the village. However, unexpected circumstances had arisen. Indeed, I am taking only Kushina with me. You have other instructors designated for you, and that individual should be arriving shortly. As these words were spoken, a slanted shadow was cast by the setting sun outside the door, revealing a pale man who sauntered in leisurely. The pale lavender eyes and dark yellow pupils unmistakably identified him as Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are rather late, and you still wear bloody garments. You seem even less reliable than Jiraiya. I just completed a mission. Arriving before dusk was no small feat. His chilling aura slithered like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. Noticing the bloodstains on himself and the frightened students behind him, Orochimaru displayed what he deemed a warm smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, and I shall be your teacher from this point onward. Orochimaru's entourage was composed of elite clan members, including Uchiha Y, S.H. Ju, and a member of the Hyuga clan. He observed Y's reactions without intentionally exuding any malevolence. Merely the residual aura from his recent mission, noting the Uchiha's unflinching demeanor compared to the trembling students behind him. Could it truly be Orochimaru? This thought remained unvoiced as Uchiha Y grappled with doubts. Theoretically, there was no intersection between them, and cultivating trust within the village would ideally involve Tsunade as the instructor. Yes, Sensei Orochimaru. In an unexpected twist of fortune at this stage, Orochimaru had not yet descended into ruthlessness for the sake of experimentation. Untouched by the tragic losses of his disciples or the ravages of war, retaining a relatively untainted character. However, compared to the other two, Orochimaru embodied the quintessential ninja archetype. Exhibiting all the virtues of a shinobi, maintaining bonds with comrades while prioritizing missions above all else. Training under Orochimaru would undoubtedly be rigorous. As he led Uchiha Y away from the classroom, the other students exhaled in relief. How terrifying. Is this truly the legendary Orochimaru among the Sannin? The atmosphere moments prior had been suffocating, making them feel as though they could perish. Wise teacher is utterly fearsome. I hope our instructor is not like Lord Orochimaru. Guiding Uchiha Itachi to the training grounds, Orochimaru surveyed the scene. His role as wise instructor stemmed from a collaboration with Danzo, who had recently recommended him for the position, naturally yielding some benefits in return. Yet, Orochimaru remained uncertain of Danzo's ulterior motives. Today, I will introduce you to your teammates. On the training field stood two individuals. One was the familiar Ju, and the other was a Hyuga clan member with eyes rolled back in a blank stare, notably without a forehead protector. The Hyuga clan, renowned in the ninja world alongside the Uchiha for their ocular prowess. While they may lack top-tier experts, their observational capabilities surpass those of the Uchiha. I am Hinata Reiko, and I am pleased to become teammates with you. Why, Kuin? Hinata Reiko beamed a sweet smile. Her upbringing as a noble contrasting sharply with Uchiha Itachi, who had been raised within the education system of the elite, particularly excelling in etiquette. It is a pleasure to meet you, Reiko. Meanwhile, Ju refrained from self-introduction, as they were already acquainted. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, reflecting on how he had once been introduced to his peers under the guidance of the third Hokage, never imagining he would someday lead students of his own. Tomorrow, meet at the entrance of the Forest of Death. You are all exceptional talents from noble clans, and I have no concerns regarding your abilities. The remaining training will ensure you become Genin in the shortest time possible. Forest of Death? That is no ordinary place. Uchiha Itachi's home lay nearby, having frequently encountered the forest creatures, suggesting that Orochimaru's training would leap directly over the mundane tasks of farming or cat-catching, typically assigned to Genin. Tomorrow, a test awaits you, and only those who pass will qualify as true ninjas. Orochimaru withheld specific details, leaving a tantalizing mystery. Yet Uchiha Itachi surmised that the task would likely involve performing the most basic of ninja missions. At last, I shall become a qualified ninja, this time. I must impress father. Hinata Reiko clenched her fists, motivating herself with eager anticipation for the forthcoming assessment. Until tomorrow, then. Having briefly recounted the situation, Orochimaru vanished before their eyes. The remaining three acquainted themselves with one another's abilities. The Hyuga clan is renowned in the village for their exceptional reconnaissance ninjas, with eyes capable of discerning invaluable clues on the battlefield. Ju inherited the formidable physical prowess of the Senja clan, and under Tsunade's guidance, he became an outstanding taijutsu ninja. As for Uchiha, he is a quintessential polymath, excelling in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, while also possessing some rudimentary medical knowledge. Even without Tsunade's teachings on medical ninjutsu, his foundational medical skills are adequate for battlefield application. Truly, he is recognized as a prodigy at the Ninja Academy. With such a skill set, tomorrow's assessment is already secured. Reiko's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she possessed the most vivacious personality among the trio. Unable to restrain herself, she activated her Byakugan, observing the extraordinary chakra reserves within Uchiha. The chakra content within you is astonishing. It feels as though you could participate in the Chunin exams already. Noticing the white veins in Reiko's eyes, Yu's expression grew serious, and he promptly cautioned. It is quite disrespectful to observe a comrade with the Byakugan. In the village of Konohagakure, there exists an unwritten rule that prohibits the use of Byakugan within the village, as this potent bloodline ability can penetrate the surface of objects, making it an ideal tool for eavesdropping. Not even the various clans, let alone an ordinary individual, would wish for their private lives to be scrutinized. Ah, my apologies, she replied, lowering her head after receiving a reprimand. Realizing that the Byakugan should not be used to observe allies. Prepare yourselves for tomorrow's ninja exam. Orochimaru-sensei is among the hawkish Sannin and has always advocated for strength. Given their shared companionship and the lengthy period they would be together in the future, you refrained from excessively admonishing Reiko. Instead, he deliberately reminded them to be prepared for the assessment and not to be startled. Fear not, I aspire to become Hokage. If I cannot accomplish the teacher's tasks, then what use is there in being a ninja? Indeed, I have also been guided by the elders of the Hyuga clan at home, having offered a few simple admonitions. Uchiha had many matters to attend to and hastened to improve his strength. After bidding farewell to them, he returned to his humble abode. Reflecting on the fact that Orochimaru had become his teacher, he deduced that this was orchestrated by Danzo. Had Tsunade been his instructor, Danzo would not have had the opportunity to draw him into the root organization. From what he understood, Orochimaru had maintained a certain level of collaboration with Danzo. And given that Danzo is a prominent figure within the Hokage faction, appointing him as Uchiha Yu's teacher would leave the third Hokage with no objections. Danzo, resorting to such underhanded tactics to draw me into the roots, I shall remember this grudge. A chill wind swept through his room as you gazed toward the distant sky, his eyes reflecting a cold, fierce determination. Early the next morning, you arrived at the outskirts of the Forest of Death, spotting Orochimaru's figure amidst the white mist, who fortuitously noticed Yu's approach. Sensei, you arrived earlier than us. Yu was astonished by Orochimaru's presence, noticing the dew clinging to his garments, indicating that he had been there for quite some time. Like a cold, unfeeling serpent, Orochimaru's gaze remained calm, never betraying his emotions. He replied quietly, "Yes. There is still an hour until the assembly time. We shall wait for the other two." Following Orochimaru brought a certain pressure, especially in solitude. It must be said that the early Orochimaru possessed remarkable ninja talent, qualifying him as a candidate for the fourth Hokage. His personal charisma and leadership abilities were among the best in the entire ninja world. It is a pity that by that time, Orochimaru's personality had undergone a significant transformation. While the position of Hokage is prestigious, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether Minato Namikaze would have attained the title of fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru busied himself with his new apprentice, not only due to his dealings with Danzo, but the third Hokage hoped to instill a sense of belonging to the village in Uchiha Yu through his teachings, aspiring to cultivate him into the next Uchiha Kagami. Orochimaru had been closely observing him, recognizing him as a promising ninja. He hoped that today's training would not disappoint him. Half an hour later, the remaining two arrived. Seeing Orochimaru and Uchiha Yu waiting made them feel a pang of shame for keeping their teacher and companions waiting for so long. Now that you are all present, I will assign you a ninja mission. The cold, unyielding gaze of Orochimaru reflected the three figures. His methods were the most radical. Even the most exceptional ninja novice would inevitably make mistakes during their first mission, facing potential life-threatening dangers. Had Tsunade been beside Orochimaru, she might have delivered a punch in response. Along the way, Orochimaru imparted much knowledge to them, and the three held a detailed map marking the location of their mission, situated amidst a mountain peak. Upon reaching the site, Orochimaru revealed the specifics of the task. This is a C-rank mission. The center of the mountain is the gathering point for a group of bandits. Your task is to eliminate them all in the shortest time possible. No living beings are to remain on the mountain. He emphasized the point, fixing his gaze on the three as he carefully observed their facial expressions. SHU and Reiko appeared increasingly anxious, especially upon hearing the word kill, as fear flickered in Reiko's eyes. In contrast, you maintained a cold, indifferent demeanor. Kill? 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 Reiko could hardly believe her ears, thinking she had misheard. But Orochimaru reiterated his earlier statement in an authoritative tone. The missions of a ninja are vastly different from the ninja games you played before. Do not show mercy. If you encounter danger, I will not save you. This served as a final ultimatum. Orochimaru looked to Uchiha Yu, instructing him to lead the two in executing the mission. With trepidation, they ascended to the middle of the mountain. This was Uchiha Yu's first mission, and the thought of killing filled him with unease. Yet he had prepared himself ahead of time. This mission held countless possibilities. Indeed, the act of killing aligned with Orochimaru's character. As the leader, Yu, being the one to devise the plan, bore the dual responsibility of ensuring the mission's success while also safeguarding his teammates. With this heavy burden upon his shoulders, Uchiha Yu silently nodded to Reiko, instructing, "Reiko, activate your Byakugan and survey the surroundings." Reiko adjusted her mindset, her eyes revealing the intricate veins of the Byakugan, allowing her to monitor the movements within the bandit stronghold. There were a total of 50 individuals, along with some women and children within the hideout. Uchiha Yu disregarded the presence of children and women, formulating a straightforward plan after inquiring about the situation from 50 individuals. As noon approached, both Reiko and I, endowed with ocular bloodline limits, found that the encroaching darkness held little sway over us. SHU and Reiko's abilities leaned towards physical prowess. Thus, they would engage in direct confrontation while I would undertake the role of an assassin. With the plan established, the specter of slaughter loomed inevitable. The trio perched silently among the trees, grappling with the gravity of their first act of killing, an experience fraught with an unsettling anticipation despite prior knowledge of its nature. Behind them lurked Orochimaru, who, while claiming indifference toward their safety, shadowed them closely, silently safeguarding their endeavor and preparing to handle any ensuing chaos. Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's devised strategy, he nodded subtly in approval. Although somewhat naive, it was undeniable that their approach was sufficient for the impending circumstances. As night fell, we commenced the execution of our plan. Uchiha Yu opted against employing fire release techniques. Although effective in swiftly dispatching lesser foes, such methods would inevitably betray our location. The art of assassination, paired with shuriken, was most fitting. Uchiha Yu's silhouette melded into the shadows as he gestured for the duo to advance and neutralize the outer patrols first. How unfortunate. Why must I be on patrol tonight? Each round invariably leads to encounters with beasts. What a stroke of bad luck, and here I am wishing to snuggle with my wife in bed. You, of all people, are the one resorting to tricks. Quiet down. You're making a racket at this late hour. The five of them engaged in light banter until suddenly, one companion fell silent, prompting a nearby patrolman to glance back. Snap! In the briefest of moments, Uchiha Yu dispatched the last patrolman, then leaped to the side of another, plunging his kunai into the man's neck. Blood flowed over Yu's hands as Reiko and Ju arrived on the scene. Enemies. As the three regained their senses and beheld their fallen comrades, they prepared to signal for help. Reiko's gentle fist struck one man squarely in the chest, causing him to collapse. Unfortunately, Ju faltered. His attempt to eliminate an adversary was deftly evaded. This is bad. You utilized the substitution technique, exchanging places with a branch behind the foe, and swiftly dispatched him from behind with his kunai. Only one adversary remained, who, devoid of any fireworks, stood frozen in fear. With a merciless crack, you ended the last enemy's life. Within a minute, 5 had perished at their hands. I hope there will be no further mistakes in the tasks ahead. Had that last man set off fireworks, we would have faced 45 bandits on the mountain. With our current stamina and chakra levels, victory would be utterly impossible. This statement held a clear warning. You allowed the others to err. But they were merely children fresh from the Ninja Academy, and taking a life posed both a psychological and physical challenge. The sweat on their brows was evident, as such intense bursts of energy drained their reserves. Do not worry, I shall not err again. Ju clenched his fists, understanding that his blunder could cause unimaginable trouble for the team. Next, they needed only to follow the plan they had devised and infiltrate the stronghold. The torches lit within the base provided the sole illumination as the trio concealed themselves in the shadows. US eyes began to take on the form of the single Tomo. First, they would deal with the individuals inside the eastern room. 10 men lay sleeping in the eastern quarters, huddled together. It would be impossible to eliminate them without causing a commotion. Reiko and Ju trailed behind Uchiha Yu, silently leaping onto the rooftop to observe the layout through the gaps. Everything was reflected in Reiko's Byakugan, and she noticed the lone vulnerability among the 10. She quietly pointed out, the person in the far corner ISNT sleeping with the others. We can eliminate him first. Taking a deep breath, she felt a subtle transformation after the brief baptism in blood. At least her gaze was no longer timid, resolute. Reiko rolled into the room. Murmuring an apology in her heart, she thrust her kunai directly into the man's neck. He awoke startled, but the speed of his demise was too swift. Only a muffled sound escaped him as the remaining 9 continued to sleep undisturbed. After dispatching the outermost individual, the 3 swiftly approached the others, their kunai falling simultaneously. However, this time the noise was significantly louder. Some, groggy from slumber, blinked awake to the horrifying scene. Assassins. The remaining 6 were jolted awake, yet fortunately, everything remained under control. As Uchiha Yu was the fastest among them, he hurled 3 kunai in quick succession, each striking true to the hearts of his targets, while Ju followed closely behind, delivering a decisive punch to another. Reiko, unwilling to be outdone, also swiftly dispatched her enemy. The young scions of the clan were well aware of the duties of a ninja. After their transformation, they must become competent shinobi. The last remaining adversary, in a panic, fled, crashing through the door. In an instant, Yu was upon him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Alas, the commotion was still too loud, rousing the remaining bandits. Hurry! We must eliminate them before the 35 gather. Uchiha Yu no longer concealed his presence, aiming at a nearby house. His Byakugan allowed him to grasp the layout of the thieves' hideout in advance. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Yu's mouth, crashing down upon the wooden structure, igniting it in flames. The raging fire consumed those who had yet to escape, trapping them in a fiery demise. Chapter 22. Potential threats. The few who managed to flee appeared disheveled, suffering not only from the intense heat but also from the heavy radiation infused with Uchiha elements. They bore horrible wounds, as the high-intensity radiation would manifest its effects upon them within minutes. The escapees felt excruciating pain but had no time to ponder their plight. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Flames scattered indiscriminately around, engulfing the entire base in fire, visible even from several miles away. Kill. It was the perfect moment. The thieves fled in a panic, oblivious to the three figures behind them. Upon receiving the command, two of them charged forward, typical taijutsu ninjas who swiftly dispatched the fleeing criminals. Yu's gaze fell upon the remaining thieves, noting their unusual attire, which set them apart from ordinary bandits. Damned ninjas. We have done you no wrong. Why do you attack us? One of the thieves shouted. Let us avenge our brothers. Their single-room houses had miraculously escaped the flames. Yet years of hard work had been reduced to ashes by Yu's fire, igniting their fury. In their rage, they overlooked the terrifying prowess of their opponents. Are the three of you former samurai? They noticed the peculiar weapons in their hands, worn from years of use. You did not boast. He knew the enemy would soon close in, so he utilized shuriken to maintain distance. One must not underestimate the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing. After a year of training under Fugaku, he had mastered many techniques. Two of the shuriken were deflected, but the last one, aided by its ricochet, struck an enemy. You formed hand seals, sending a great fireball along the ground. After all, the warriors were still merely humans, and their strength had its limits. In mere moments, the enemy was reduced to a pile of charred ashes. Meanwhile, the battle nearby concluded as well. The two emerged, bloodied, with Reiko collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Though her performance had been somewhat lacking, she had undergone a transformation, marking a valuable experience. They had become qualified genin. We have finally completed Lord Orochimaru's mission. Ju leaned against a tree, his eyes momentarily distant, but his words were interrupted by Uchiha Yu. You are mistaken. We have only completed part of the task. Lord Orochimaru's mission is to eliminate everyone on the mountain. Yu's gaze shifted to the final group in the distance, the families of the thieves. Reiko's eyes reflected hesitation. She could not bring herself to harm them. She rationalized that the thieves were wanted criminals, their hands stained with blood, yet the inhabitants of the house were defenseless. Do you believe that those living on the mountain are innocent? A chill ran through them as you threw two shuriken, landing before Ju and Reiko. Follow me. Or stay here. With that, you advanced toward the thieves' residence. The two exchanged glances, seized their shuriken, and followed. Hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru smiled. They swiftly eliminated everyone inside the house, emerging drenched in blood, a grotesque sight. No one hesitated this time. Reiko's gaze hardened as she looked upon the blazing ruins of the thieves' hideout, now a relic of history. A gentle breeze swept through, and Orochimaru appeared beside them. His tone laced with admiration. You have not disappointed me. Congratulations on becoming qualified ninjas. His dark yellow pupils reflected the trio's faces, but then his words shifted abruptly. However, your performance still exhibits significant flaws. Ju and Reiko's hesitance leads to mercy toward those who seem innocent. Remember, the world of ninjas does not tolerate weakness. Such softness can lead to your demise. I do not wish to collect your corpses on the next mission. Orochimaru critiqued the shortcomings of their task, turning his gaze toward Uchiha Yu. Your performance was adequate, yet there was a flaw in the mission strategy. As the team leader, in facing a group of ordinary people, the most effective approach would have been to employ poison. Being beside Tsunade, you should know how to concoct it. A more discreet method would have been far more effective than a frontal assault. This statement caught Uchiha Yu off guard. He had not considered the use of poison. Apologies. Lord Orochimaru, I failed to devise a perfect plan. Observing his three disciples meticulously reflect on their shortcomings, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. The mission was successful. We shall divide the spoils when we return. Ju and Reiko appeared relieved, their prolonged tension melting away. Go wash up. You will stink of blood upon your return. Hinata Reiko eyed you suspiciously, clearing her throat. You too do not peek. You scoundrel. I am not a Byakugan user. I possess the Sharingan. After completing their mission, the rare moment of relaxation was upon them. Orochimaru's absence allowed them to release their pent-up emotions. After bathing, they fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken to Orochimaru standing beside them. You sensed a trace of bloodlust emanating from Orochimaru, pondering what transpired the previous night. Lord Orochimaru, now that you are awake, let us return to the village. At this stage, Orochimaru was an exceedingly competent teacher, even surpassing the other two in his instructional prowess. As they departed, in the nearby forest, a group of enormous serpents feasted upon several corpses, those of the hidden Cloud Village ninjas. Their mission had coincided with that of the Cloud Village's shinobi. And last night, Orochimaru had extinguished the lurking threat. On their return journey, Orochimaru intentionally slowed his pace, observing the trio's control over their chakra. Without precise control, they would soon tire. Fortunately, all three performed admirably, showcasing the clan's ability to nurture its members. Mastery of chakra should begin at a young age, ensuring that once they became qualified ninjas, they would not require extensive training. You are excellent students. Orochimaru acknowledged their talent, wishing for his disciples to stand independently. Time was not on their side. He needed to report the situation regarding the Cloud Ninjas to the Hokage promptly, as Orochimaru's mission was within the Land of Fire. Chapter 23, Konoha's Preparations. What have you been doing? Hanging from the tree, Kushina gazed at the three individuals clad in blood-stained garments. Although the blood on their bodies had been washed away, the stains on their clothing could not be cleansed merely with water, leaving them resembling monsters. Upon entering, they had frightened a small child to tears. Kushina, why are you still chasing after cats? Uchiha noted her careful approach towards the feline perched atop the treetop. However, as the cat leapt, Kushina inadvertently tumbled from the tree. I'm on a mission. Don't you have tasks to attend to? She inquired. We just returned from completing a C-rank mission, they replied. The rope tree in the background observed that, while they were engaged in D-rank tasks, others were still undergoing water-walking training, while some had already begun tackling assassination missions. Envy welled up within her. When would she ever be permitted to undertake a C-rank mission? Her days were consumed with tasks, whether capturing cats or searching for dogs. Moreover, Minato had been summoned by Jiraiya for intensive training, leaving her alone in the village. Listening to Kushina's lamentations, Uchiha shook her head slightly. She was not destined to leave the village. Assigning Tsunade as her mentor was merely a means to keep watch over Kushina. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki ensured that Kushina would remain within the village for life. The death of a Jinchuriki would impact the Nine-Tails, and the immense chakra of such a creature could not be reassembled in less than several years. A village devoid of its tailed beasts would lack significant deterrent power. We'll go hand in our mission report and chat with you later, they said. All right, Kushina replied. Her eyes filled with envy as the three ventured towards the mission hall. The staff there were incredulous that a group of freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy could complete a C-rank mission. Orochimaru's teaching methods remain as rigorous as ever. These children truly have it tough. I envy them. Back in my day, I spent months on D-rank missions, nearly driving myself to despair, one remarked. Enough of that. Let's get them registered. Each completed mission adds to one's record. To ascend to the ranks of Elite Ch-Nin or J-Nin, mere strength is insufficient. A substantial accumulation of missions is also required, demonstrating their contributions to the village. A sum of 50,000 Ryo was allocated to them. Albeit half was to be shared with Orochimaru. The remaining amount was to be split among the three. The money they received was not substantial. Merely purchasing the kunai consumed a significant portion of it. The ninja profession is peculiar. If their formidable skills were applied to production, it could rival an industrial revolution. Yet, their existence is more akin to instruments of war, inherently born for conflict. Uchiha Uran profoundly recognized this reality, yet his current abilities rendered him incapable of effecting change. He could only passively endure. Following the conclusion of their mission, everyone returned to their respective homes for a brief period of recuperation. Meanwhile, a significant event was unfolding in the Hokage's office. Orochimaru, did you mention discovering traces of Cloud Shinobi in the forest? The third Hokage's gaze bore a weight of seriousness. Although the overall strength of the Cloud Village was inferior to that of Konoha, 2 decades of peace had allowed them to cultivate numerous formidable ninjas, placing them just beneath Konoha's might. Indeed, this is the mission briefing I acquired from them. The mission scroll unfurled, revealing intelligence regarding the Cloud Shinobi, accompanied by a map of the Land of Fire. There are traitors. The scroll detailed the locations of Konoha's reserve warehouses, known only to a select few. The third Hokage's eyes fell upon a nearby figure, his brow furrowing in denial of his suspicions. They were all trusted allies. An incident was improbable, indicating a problem among the lower ranks. Danzo, you shall oversee the investigation. Proceed without alarming the enemy. Leave it to me. Danzo, seated in the shadows, appeared to ponder a certain matter. Furthermore, Orochimaru was to prepare his disciples, as they were the finest talents of their generation. The future of Konoha would rely on them. The third Hokage succinctly assigned the task, for the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi signified the end of 20 years of peace. They had all experienced the tumult of the Ninja World War and understood the atmosphere preceding the onset of conflict. A mere spark could ignite the tensions within the ninja realm. The First Ninja World War had witnessed a clash of titans, leading to Konoha's decline in strength, fortunately salvaged by the second Hokage. Should another war arise, it would fall upon these formidable warriors. Let Tsunade cultivate more medical ninjas and subtly prepare military supplies. Yes, though war had not yet erupted, the ninja world enjoyed a temporary peace. The Jonin had been notified to expedite the training of their students. Orochimaru even postponed certain experiments, redirecting his focus to his 3 pupils. The ominous sense of impending storm did not affect the genin. Uran trained beside his humble abode, witnessing waves of heat emanating from his body. With the absorption of sunlight, his physical strength increased, allowing him to develop auxiliary abilities. He was now akin to a mobile source of radiation, the parched earth beneath his feet warping under his presence. Regrettably, this ability remained imperfect. Solely relying on radiation induction proved somewhat strenuous for Uchiha Uran. He could only augment his radiative power through certain mediums, such as flesh and ninjutsu. The cellular tissues shed from his body bore radiative energy. Upon contact with others, this energy would attach to them, complemented by the effects of ninjutsu. The fire release technique yielded the most optimal results. In the future, through diligent practice, he hoped to master other chakra attributes and pondered how effective they might be then. However, his physical strength still fell short. After purchasing weighted items from a weapon shop and binding them to himself, each step consumed more stamina. Stumbling a few paces, he gradually acclimated to the added weight, muttering, "I hope this method enhances my physical strength." In the midst of high-intensity training, a cloud of radiation-laden dust swirled in the air as Uran's gaze drifted toward the horizon. Suddenly, he swiftly gathered the surrounding dust, astonished to find her presence there. "Uran, what brings you here?" This was the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. He wondered if any ANBU were shadowing him, for an encounter could easily lead to trouble. Lady Tsunade is preparing to launch a medical class, inviting many ninjas to learn and assess their potential to become medical ninjas. Upon hearing this news, Kushina immediately thought of Uchiha Uran. Chapter 24, Healing Technique of Medical Class? The large-scale initiative aimed to cultivate medical personnel. Calculating the timeline, it appeared that the next Ninja World War could occur within 2 years. Konoha seemed aware of the signs and had begun preparations in advance. "I'll tidy up and head over immediately." Outside, a throng awaited Tsunade's arrival, compelling ninjas to participate in the learning process. Ninjas were not fools. Upon learning of this initiative, many sensed that something ominous loomed on the horizon, with some prominent clans predicting an impending conflict. The opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu for free attracted a multitude of participants, leading to a crowded scene. Tsunade arrived amidst the throng, and upon surveying the sea of faces, she was momentarily taken aback. "The third has posed me a challenge." Medical ninjutsu was not something everyone could master. It required the critical yang release chakra. Among the remaining bloodlines of the Senju clan, only a few possessed this chakra, while the Uchiha clan had none at all. Ladies and gentlemen, my aim in establishing this medical class is to select potential medical ninjas. I have here a healing technique, which should not be overly challenging for Chunin. Whether you can learn it depends on your innate talent. Those who succeed will become students of the medical class. For those who do not master the healing technique, the hospital will provide training in first aid methods to effectively reduce casualties during missions. With regard to the foundation of Konoha, as long as the ninjas of Konoha experienced fewer casualties during missions, they could gradually widen the gap with other villages. Currently, none of the 4 great shinobi villages had a systematic approach to learning medical ninjutsu, presenting Konoha with an opportune moment to advance its medical techniques. Tsunade demonstrated the healing technique, which accelerated the healing of wounds, but bore some negative side effects. Cellular division in the human body occurs a finite number of times. Once this limit is reached, the body enters a state of decline. However, compared to death, this cost is bearable. Surrounding Tsunade were a group of talented individuals from prominent clans, who listened attentively and would pass on the knowledge gained today to their clans. Ordinary ninjas stood at the back, craning their necks to learn the healing technique. Lady Tsunade truly holds us in high regard. The difficulty of this medical ninjutsu surpasses that of B-rank techniques. No wonder medical ninjas are so scarce. Not only is special chakra required, but chakra control must also be meticulous. Don't be disheartened, fool. Medical ninjas hold a high status within the village. Strive to become one, and you can change the standing of us, the common ninjas. The first lesson could eliminate 90% of participants, either due to the absence of yang release chakra or insufficient control abilities to grasp the essentials. Tsunade noticed Uran diligently taking notes and, unwilling to discourage him, remarked vaguely, Did you grasp everything? Indeed, I believe I can perform the healing technique, he replied confidently. Tsunade, hearing his earnest words and observing the hopeful glint in his eyes, sighed and said, Do you know why no Uchiha have attended today? Were it not for Kushina's notification, I might not have called upon you. The Uchiha are destined to be unable to learn medical ninjutsu. There is no yang release chakra within you. Yang release cannot be detected. It can only be assessed through rudimentary means. Other clans may have a few members with yang release, but the Uchiha clan has none. Disregarding Tsunade's admonition, Uchiha Uran pondered a wager, suggesting, perhaps not. Shall we place a bet? Do you perceive me as an easy target, a mere lamb for slaughter? Tsunade arched an eyebrow, her tone laced with hostility. After all, it was common knowledge in Konoha that Tsunade had a penchant for gambling and an unfortunate track record of losing, so much so that the casinos were wary of winning her money, fearing her wrath upon settling accounts. State your wager directly, she demanded, now intrigued, convinced of her inevitable victory. If I master the healing technique, I require you, Lady Tsunade, to impart to me the secrets of your superhuman strength. Should I fail? Before he could finish, Tsunade interrupted, You dare to make such demands of me? The technique of superhuman strength lies before you. Prove you can best me first. With a dismissive wave, her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. If you lose, you shall declare before Orochimaru that Tsunade surpasses him. A pact was sealed. Fearing Tsunade might retract her words, Uran emphasized his intent, exuding confidence that she would not emerge victorious. Today, let the villagers witness that I, Tsunade, am not a perennial loser. The wager was set within the confines of the medical room, and many were privy to this unfolding drama. Even Orochimaru appeared perplexed upon hearing the stakes. What is this? Why am I involved in your bet? Orochimaru, unfazed by the stakes, one being a dear friend, the other a pupil, sensed Uran's impending defeat. He had meticulously studied the Uchiha lineage, recognizing its inherent affinity for Yin release chakra. As a teacher, he was reluctant to suffer embarrassment. The duration of Tsunade and Uran's wager was established at 7 days, a carefully considered time frame. Although the healing technique was a fundamental medical ninjutsu, its mastery demanded intricate control of chakra, more complicated than the shadow clone technique. Even Uchiha shook his head, asserting that Uran could not possibly master the healing technique. If Uran could achieve such a feat, he would not need Tsunade's encouragement to seek instruction. A gentle nudge was deemed beneficial for Uran's development. His journey had been too smooth thus far, marked by youthful arrogance. Meanwhile, within his secluded chamber, Uchiha Uran remained oblivious to the opinions of others, wholly engrossed in the study of healing techniques. Over the course of a year, he became convinced that he possessed yang release chakra, and with his Uchiha heritage, the potential for yin-yang release was within his grasp, granting him strength surpassing that of a mere shadow. The healing technique proved more complex than anticipated. He procured several rabbits, confining them within a cage. With a small knife, he inflicted wounds, channeling a green chakra energy through his palm. However, upon contact with the rabbits, the energy dissipated unexpectedly. Caution was paramount. Immersed in his ninjutsu training, he chose to evade interruptions. The rabbits suffered grievously under Uran's ministrations, teetering on the brink of death from self-inflicted harm. The unfortunate creatures met their end, only to be roasted with fire release, seasoned with cumin, a peculiar yet delightful scent wafting through the air. After several days of rigorous practice, he began to glean insights, though his technique diverged from Tsunade's documented healing method. This healing technique feels amiss. Familiar ingredients yielded an unfamiliar result. The rabbits' bodies exhibited a visible rate of recovery. Yet complications arose. Chapter 25, Indeed, a lamb for slaughter. The effects were rather pronounced. Uchiha Uran held aloft a rabbit that had been successfully treated, once pristine and smooth. The rabbit's fur had entirely shed due to some irresistible force, revealing skin akin to a deep crimson hue. Its exposed muscles displayed a size and definition surpassing that of an ordinary rabbit, reminiscent of a creature from a horror tale. The unfortunate being succumbed to its fate within mere minutes, leaving behind a lifeless form. I was certain that the technique employed was a form of healing. Yet it appeared that my healing arts were imbued with radioactive elements. The peril posed by such radioactive components exceeded all expectations. While others might restore a wounded individual with a single healing spell, Uran's technique seemed to fortify the body, albeit at a hastened cost of life. This method, should it be laid before Tsunade, would surely be met with her disapproval. It was excessive to dispatch someone who was merely injured with a single wave of healing. I needed to address the radioactive elements within. Otherwise, mastering this technique would be futile. A delicate balance required careful experimentation. A few trembling rabbits sensed the impending danger, curling into tight balls of fear. Rest assured, if the process becomes too agonizing, I shall end your suffering swiftly. Even he could not bear to witness the rabbits endure prolonged torment. For the sake of my formidable strength, I required their continued vitality. In the subsequent days, I infused my original healing technique with a trace of radioactive elements. As long as these elements were kept within reasonable limits, genetic mutations could be avoided. Simultaneously, the enhanced healing technique remained a promising avenue for bodily augmentation, albeit at the cost of life. Once I gained better control over the radioactive components, the modified self-healing could yield unforeseen results. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Uchiha Itachi had already mastered the healing arts, while she, in her disappointment, meticulously organized her data. The teaching of healing techniques had been made public, and Konoha spared no effort in nurturing medical ninjas. Alas, reality did not align with lofty ideals after several days. Only a handful of candidates met the criteria, all of which were merely elite ninjas, relegated to elective status, given that elite ninjas often had pressing duties outside the village. They lacked the time to delve into advanced medical ninjutsu. Enlisting their aid in learning medical techniques seemed less viable than seeking assistance from Kushina. The more Tsunade organized her thoughts, the more vexed she became. The propagation of medical ninjutsu not only demanded substantial time but also a considerable human resource investment, resulting in what could only be deemed a failure. It appeared that the initiative to teach medical ninjutsu to the village's ninjas was untenable. The future lay in cultivating students from the ground up. Ideally, medical knowledge should be introduced at the Ninja Academy, allowing them to learn from a young age. Yes, we must learn from Uran. Immerse them in medical teachings from childhood. Carefully strategizing, Tsunade prepared to present her latest plan to the Hokage. Though it bore a significant flaw, recent turbulence within the ninja world left the timing of the next upheaval uncertain. Cultivating students into medical ninjas would require at least 3 to 4 years, and Tsunade feared time was not on her side. I hope to be granted some time. Knock. Knock, knock. Enter. The sound of knocking interrupted Tsunade's contemplation, and instinctively, she looked up to see Uran stepping inside. I succeeded, Lady Tsunade. I knew you would fail. You should focus on learning fire techniques. She had prepared to offer words of consolation, but as she began to speak, she was taken aback to hear Uchiha Uran declare success. You succeeded? How could that be possible? Tsunade regarded Uchiha Uran with suspicion, unable to believe in his triumph. It felt as if he were deceiving her. Yet, the next moment, the emergence of a green glow shattered her composure. You might have truly learned the healing arts. An astounding revelation unfolded before her. Uran's healing technique was authentic, yet the spectacle contradicted the experimental data from earlier. The Uchiha clan is indeed capable of performing healing techniques. Observing Tsunade's bewildered expression, he felt a profound disorientation regarding his understanding of the world. I even brought a little rabbit along, following a familiar procedure. He used a kunai to pierce the rabbit's paw, and soon after, the green healing technique enveloped the creature. Within mere breaths, the wounds on the rabbit healed, confirming that Uchiha truly mastered the healing arts and was remarkably adept at it. Sighing, Tsunade said in a dejected manner, needing time to reconstruct her shattered perceptions. The fact that you can learn healing techniques indicates you could become a medical ninja, and the village is currently in dire need of such practitioners. She pondered how to persuade him to become a medical ninja. Should she compete with Orochimaru for talent? Or perhaps appeal to the Uchiha clan, explaining their situation? After all, while there are many exceptional fire-style ninjas, truly outstanding medical ninjas are scarce. On the battlefield and during missions, a skilled medical ninja proves far more valuable than a combat ninja. You might consider training under my guidance to master medical ninjutsu. I will give it serious thought. He understood the esteemed status of medical ninjas on the battlefield, being a rare class, combined with their unique identity. They typically had a small team for protection and were not at risk of life-threatening dangers if captured by enemies. No faction would willingly assassinate a medical ninja. However, acquiring medical knowledge demands a significant investment of time. Uchiha was aware of the considerable upheaval occurring in the ninja world and knew he could not dedicate time solely to medical ninjutsu. After all, strength is the ultimate truth. Furthermore, you cleared his throat gently and referenced their initial wager. Sensing the surrounding tension and Tsunade's disapproving gaze, he slowly extended his right hand, hoping to acquire the training methods for the strength fist. I knew you had ulterior motives, attempting to deceive me into relinquishing my strength fist techniques. Yet, the training methods for the strength fist are not contained in any ninjutsu scroll. It is a unique technique of force application. Your ability to learn healing techniques demonstrates your proficiency in chakra control. Join me in the clearing this afternoon, and I will instruct you in the strength fist. The thought made her irate. Orochimaru's disciple had appropriated her abilities. Although Tsunade expressed her anger verbally, she felt no real resentment. You, while not her apprentice, had spent considerable time by her side and was a friend of Orochimaru, making him akin to family. Teaching him the strength fist was not akin to handing over her skills to a stranger. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. With Tsunade's strength fist combined with his current physical prowess, he felt as if he had gained formidable support. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi was confident that, in terms of strength, he would eventually surpass Tsunade in the art of the strength fist. You little rascal, make sure you dedicate yourself to learning medical ninjutsu. I will personally speak to Orochimaru about this. Chapter 26. Use concerns. Tsunade's strength fist relies on chakra control, gathering large amounts of chakra in a short span and releasing it through specialized striking techniques. It does not fall under the category of ninjutsu, yet its destructive capacity exceeds that of conventional ninjutsu. Bang! Before Uchiha Uran, a massive crack appeared, marked by fist-shaped impressions on the stone wall, with the shattered area extending downward. Exhaling sharply, he analyzed the data he had gathered. After spending several days learning by Tsunade's side, Uran had made initial progress in mastering the monstrous strength technique, yet he discovered a critical flaw. The force exerted is mutual when one strikes with their fist. A recoil force also manifests, causing a slight pain. His knuckles began to swell, a side effect stemming from inadequate chakra control. While Uran was practicing his monstrous strength technique, a colossal python suddenly emerged. The serpent opened its mouth, and Orochimaru crawled out, expressing mild admiration. I never expected you to learn Tsunade's skills. No wonder she has been so persistent these past few days. Orochimaru-sensei, why do you always appear in such peculiar ways? Uran mused. Renowned for creating numerous ninjutsu, Orochimaru harbored a particular fascination with serpent-related techniques. Ignoring Uran's curious gaze, his voice rasped. This is a new ninjutsu I developed, inspired by Jiraiya's toad summoning technique. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Perhaps not, Uran replied. Unwilling to transform into a venomous serpent, he preferred sunlight over darkness. The reason I sought you out is to discuss a mission. We will gather outside the village tonight to undertake a task. The gravity in Orochimaru's tone indicated the seriousness of the situation, enough to make an elite Jonin solemn, though Uran had not anticipated their involvement. Outside the village, Hinata Reiko and SHU donned dark clothing. Orochimaru-sensei, they called, observing the assembled team, having arrived particularly early due to their previous tardiness. Without further ado, Orochimaru produced the mission scroll detailing their objective. It was a B-level mission, deemed low risk, but it involved potential encounters with the ninjas from Sunagakure. Our destination is the Land of Rivers, where we will escort a group from Sunagakure to Konoha. The task's elevation to B-level was due to the involvement of Sunagakure ninjas, as combat situations could arise. However, with Orochimaru's presence, they had top-tier protection. Why isn't Sunagakure escorting them instead? Orochimaru-sensei? SHU queried, perplexed. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon him, his icy stare sending a chill down SHU's spine, leaving him uncertain about where he had erred. Disregarding SHU's confusion, Orochimaru patiently explained. You must understand that the entirety of the mission is under the captain's control. This is to prevent mission failure from leaking information that could lead to catastrophic losses for the village. This time is a first offense. I shall not penalize you. The task is to escort, not merchants from the Land of Wind, but a group of ninjas from Sunagakure. They are coming to Konoha to discuss matters, primarily concerned about potential unexpected incidents in Sunagakure, hence our presence to ensure accountability. This was all for security reasons, given Sunagakure's tendency to waver in times of uncertainty. It was the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, necessitating reliance on Konoha, thus cultivating a relationship that was both adversarial and ambiguous. As Konoha sensed the approach of war, Sunagakure also detected the shift, prompting them to send a delegation. We must reach the Land of Rivers as swiftly as possible. The Land of Rivers, situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, is renowned for its hot springs, with its inhabitants resembling merchants. This location was mutually agreed upon, as neither side dared intrude upon the other's territory, making neutrality the best choice. They hurried onward, striving to arrive in the shortest time possible. Orochimaru, not waiting for them, increased his pace, naturally intensifying their physical exertion. SHU and Reiko, having traveled extensively, were soon covered in a fine sheen of sweat. To regain their strength, they prepared soldier pills. By the late hours of the night, Orochimaru finally halted, allowing them a brief respite. Their exhaustion was anticipated. The prolonged rapid journey posed significant challenges to both their bodies and chakra. To Orochimaru's surprise, Uran appeared faint, his complexion pale. This is unexpected, he thought. Having trained under Tsunade and learned healing ninjutsu alongside the monstrous strength technique, Uran should have been physically capable. As Orochimaru was about to inquire further, he noticed the branch beneath Uran's feet cracking, immediately discerning the source of his weakness. Uran's deliberate efforts to enhance his physical strength were commendable. Compared to his fellow disciples, he displayed remarkable potential, as long as he did not falter. He could undoubtedly become an elite Jonin. Orochimaru pondered whether Uran had awakened his Sharingan at such a young age. The fearsome Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, represented their most formidable power. Orochimaru had long been intrigued by the possibility of conducting experiments with Uran should he awaken his eyes. Though he had not yet descended into madness, it was said that the Uchiha required intense emotional stimuli to unlock their eyes, often leading to extreme personality traits. Thus, maintaining Uran's emotional stability was essential. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Uran had already activated his single Tomo Sharingan, and with further training, he could potentially become a formidable three-tomo wielder in the future. Meanwhile, the trio, despite their brief rest, remained vigilant. SHG took it upon himself to secure the perimeter, watching the surroundings from atop a tree. Leaning against the trunk, Uran cautioned Reiko, "If we encounter enemies, show no mercy. They are not the same bandits we faced previously." Reiko, though not activating her Byakugan, displayed unwavering determination. "Rest assured, I am not a fragile lady. I hope we can complete this mission safely." Chapter 27. The slaughter of Nin. After a brief respite, the team hastened towards the Land of Rivers. Unlike the Land of Fire, this region exuded a leisurely ambience, particularly as the passers-by were not clad in ninja attire, making the four's appearance seem somewhat out of place. "It seems the Sunagakure delegation has yet to arrive. Let us wait here for a while," Orochimaru noted, having arrived ahead of the scheduled time. "Shall we indulge in the hot springs?" SHG suggested, having heard of the famous tourist attractions in Yungakure, eager to experience it for the first time. "Hot springs, you say?" Orochimaru responded, nodding in agreement. A bit of leisure was beneficial for one's well-being. "Excellent." Following closely behind a few individuals, Uchiha Uran observed the circumstances of the hidden hot water village. Its survival in the ninja world was largely due to the presence of a neutral faction. And without any significant threat, such a paradise could not have existed. Upon entering the hot spring, he realized it was a mixed bathing pool, leaving the initially cheerful SHG in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Hinata Reiko, her face flushed with embarrassment, concealed herself in a corner. Fortunately, the surrounding steam provided a veil, sparing her from being noticed in her awkwardness. Uchiha Yu is savoring a moment of relaxation when he observes Orochimaru's sudden departure, as if he has uncovered something significant. Instinctively, he reaches for his side, forgetting that he has not brought his kunai. Indeed, bathing proves to be perilous for a ninja. Yu's figure is concealed within the mist, and he swiftly approaches the shore to don his attire. As anticipated, Orochimaru has sensed something amiss and has likely gone to address a troublesome matter. The empty corridor is eerily silent when Uchiha Yu hears the sound of footsteps. Around the corner, a scar-faced ninja grins malevolently, having spotted a solitary youngling. The opponent's murderous intent is unabashed. He is advancing towards you. "Encountering me shall be your misfortune." The kunai in the adversary's grasp signifies his status as a ninja, yet Uchiha Yu remains unfazed. He surmises that Orochimaru has gone to confront a formidable foe, leaving the lesser threats to himself, a test, perhaps. "Fool," he mutters under his breath before charging forward. Matsushita Ikeda, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent, thinks it improbable that a freshly graduated ninja from the academy would dare to approach him instead of fleeing upon encountering a seasoned warrior. "Die!" he roars. Bang! Their bodies collide, and Matsushita is sent flying by a single punch. Even though Yu's strength is not yet fully mastered, his opponent is hardly a stonewall. As Tsunade's signature technique, this display is undeniably excessive for such a lowly adversary. What is happening? Matsushita Ikeda is bewildered, feeling an acute pain in his arm. Unable to believe that he, a respectable Nin, has been struck down by a mere child. Ninjutsu, Rain of 1,000 Needles. A parasol unfurls behind him, and a barrage of hidden weapons is released in an instant. A rain ninja? Uchiha Uran was astonished to find himself confronted by a rain ninja, who had appeared in the hidden hot springs village with the intention of targeting him. Was the mission compromised, or was this somehow linked to the hidden sand village? He quickly steeled his resolve. The immediate priority was to eliminate the opponent. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The intense flames descended upon the barrage of projectiles, transforming them into molten metal upon contact. Without pausing, Uran's figure followed the path of the fire, launching an assault against his adversary. You foolish fool, you refuse to believe. The shockwave generated by the fireball did not dissipate as the enemy evaded. Instead, it surged down the corridor, crashing into the wall behind. The wooden architecture of the hidden hot springs village succumbed to the onslaught, as the raging inferno devoured both the wall and the entire room, engulfing it in flames. Little brat. Matsushita Ikeda swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching as he beheld the chaotic scene behind him. The oppressive heat rendered him incapable of pausing, and he hastily formed hand seals. Water style. Water barrier. He attempted to extinguish the surrounding flames with his water-based jutsu, yet Matsushita sensed something amiss within his own body. Although the fire was quelled, the radioactive elements within it did not vanish. Rather, under Uchiha Uran's deliberate control, they intensified. His adversary's body had begun to exhibit signs of illness, and when Matsushita attempted to unleash his jutsu again, he found himself drained of energy. Damn it. What have you done to me? His body was marred by extensive red burns, and the excruciating pain drove him into a frenzy, desperate to confront Uchiha Uran. Alas, his current state rendered him no match for Uran. The advantageous terrain further exacerbated the situation. The narrow corridor allowed the radiation to swiftly accumulate. Otherwise, it would have required a considerable effort to vanquish his opponent. The moment I unleashed the flames, you were already defeated. Uchiha Uran stood before him, while Matsushita Jinda lay powerless on the ground, a faint green luminescence enveloping his form, an overwhelming radiation that ultimately led to his demise. After executing this act, Uchiha Uran began to retract the surrounding radioactive elements, having been assailed himself, as it appeared the adversary had sought him out. Two fools should not be preoccupied with indulging in the hot springs. I hope they arrive in time. After vanquishing his foe, he hurried back with utmost urgency. As anticipated, two ninjas had indeed arrived at the bathing area. Ju had been cornered, and the situation appeared dire. Upon witnessing Uchiha Uran burst in, Ju shouted loudly, "Uran, don't worry about us. Seek out Lord Orochimaru first." The strength of the two nin was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of those who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Hinata Reiko had concealed herself underwater, patiently awaiting an opportunity. If they could stall the two ninjas with their lives, finding Lord Orochimaru would render it worthwhile. Fortunately, I had swiftly dealt with my opponent. Had I delayed until nightfall, both of them would have perished. Naturally, Uran disregarded Ju's command and stepped boldly into the center of the hot spring. Chakra enveloped his feet as he stood upon the water, gazing imperiously at the two Rain Village ninjas. What had he done? Why had he not slain this boy? It was likely that Jinda failed to locate his adversary, allowing him to escape and requiring us to clean up the mess. The two ninjas were unprepared for the revelation that Matsushita Jinda had fallen at the hands of Uchiha Uran. Given their apparent youth, they had only just graduated from the academy, and sending 3 nin to eliminate them seemed a foolproof plan. They felt assured of their success. Facing 2 nin, Uran refrained from employing radioactive jutsu, as he did not wish to inadvertently harm his comrades. Radiation indiscriminately damages both foe and ally. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into the single tomo. Chapter 28, The Might of Uchiha. Musashi recognized the infamous Uchiha clan in the boy's eyes, his countenance shifting in alarm as he warned his companions, "Do not gaze into his eyes. The Uchiha clan wields powers rooted in genjutsu and fire techniques." Past unpleasant encounters with the Uchiha had heightened Musashi's vigilance. Yet, he dismissed the boy as merely a child. What could an Uchiha do? If I fall victim to a genjutsu, just remind me. Kanin Koji paid little heed to Uchiha Uran. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was formidable. But what could a mere child accomplish? Let us not forget that this was the hot spring, which naturally augmented water-style ninjutsu. Kanin Koji formed hand seals. Water release. Water chaotic wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, and under the influence of the hot spring, the stream grew increasingly powerful, chaotic currents swirling around, all converging upon Uchiha Uran in an attempt to overwhelm him. This maneuver aimed to eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop. Trouble loomed. Uchiha Uran discarded his garments, causing the iron weights that bound him to plunge into the water, creating a great splash. How could such heavy iron weights be affixed to his body? Is this young boy a monster? Caution is paramount. Do not let him take your life. The three harbored different thoughts, and upon witnessing the weight sink into the water, Koji Kanaya realized that the opponent could no longer be underestimated as a mere child, but rather recognized as an equal adversary. Ju, Reiko. Step back. This fight is now mine. Uchiha trod lightly upon the water's surface, narrowly evading a turbulent wave from his opponent, and sought to engage in close combat, relying on his agility. Unfortunately, for the past year, Yu had devoted himself to the study of medical ninjutsu and fire release techniques, leaving jinjutsu as his Achilles heel, a deficiency he vowed to rectify upon returning home. With a resounding thud, he delivered a flying kick to the arm of Hao-Er. Though the latter managed to block it, the force of the impact sent him staggering back several meters. Such formidable strength. Upon witnessing the ironclad might of his adversary, Yu realized he had underestimated the power he faced. It was imperative to maintain some distance, confident that his opponent's fire release techniques were not particularly formidable after all. Even the most gifted individuals had their limitations. Yu noted the strength of his opponent's taijutsu, yet the absence of Uchiha's renowned jinjutsu suggested a focused training regimen on physical skills. Suddenly, 3 shurikens hurtled toward him, aimed to deny him even a moment's respite, their trajectory cunningly calculated. Click. Aware that evasion was futile, Yu instinctively reached for the kunai at his waist, producing 3 of his own. With the aid of his Sharingan, he discerned the path of his opponent's shurikens, launching his own to collide with theirs. All 6 kunai fell onto the tranquil water's surface, rendered harmless, yet Yu had 1 more kunai to throw. Disaster. Cling. At a critical juncture, Hao-Er brandished an umbrella from his back, blocking Yu's attack. However, the punctured fabric of the umbrella caused him distress. For repairing his weapon would require a considerable expenditure. You little brat. Allow me to show you what it means to be a chunin. Water style. Breaking torrent. Streams of water coalesced around Yu, who stood at the epicenter, acutely aware of the tremendous force contained within. One must never underestimate a ninja. Ninjas are typically high in offense yet low in defense. A peak warrior could obliterate the landscape with a single jutsu, yet their physical form remains vulnerable, easily dispatched by an explosive tag. A chunin could unleash potent ninjutsu, and as Yu's feet rose above the water, he noticed the retreating figures of Rope Tree and Reiko, whose opponent was another chunin of average strength, though Reiko's gentle fist provided temporary protection against his attacks. As Yu prepared to depart the hot springs, he ceased concealing his true prowess, an intense heat radiating from him. Break. The full force of his powerful fist erupted, striking the water flow, cleaving it in 2. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced toward his opponent. Did you think I wouldn't employ ninjutsu, fool? With a flick of his wrist, the bandages coiling around his arm fell away, and a voice laden with murderous intent echoed, Lotus Blossom. He maneuvered behind Hao-Er, delivering a kick that struck the latter's chin. Hao-Er's body shot upward, and in that weightless moment, the bandages ensnared him entirely. Kenya Hao-Er sensed the constriction, yet the force of the kick left him dazed, rendering him incapable of breaking free. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Even Musashi, who had been pursuing the duo, halted in astonishment, watching the airborne spectacle. Under the gaze of all 3, Yu and his opponent plummeted into the water below. The reality was graver than it appeared. Yu emitted a high-intensity radiation, preventing him from utilizing ninjutsu for the safety of his comrades, yet his body remained a source of radiance. The surface of the hot springs grew still, and Musashi prepared his kunai. Should Uchiha emerge, he would abandon his intention to eliminate the 2 young ninjas and focus solely on vanquishing Yu. The prodigious talent from Konoha posed an immense threat to the Rain Village if allowed to mature. The agitated waters of the hot springs revealed a dark silhouette beneath the surface, and uncertainty loomed over who would emerge victorious. Hao-Er. Musashi, poised to launch his kunai, glimpsed Hao-Er's figure, momentarily believing him victorious. Yet the ensuing scene ignited his fury. Before them lay a mangled body, blood saturating the hot springs, as Uchiha emerged, unfazed by the blood that dripped from him. His target, the kunai-throwing Musashi, merely 5 or 6 meters away. With the explosive power surging through him, waves rippled across the lake's surface. Die, brat. He surmised that Ikeda had not merely evaded him, he had likely met his end at Yu's hands. Crash. Amidst the horrified gazes, Uchiha unleashed his full might upon Musashi's arm, the unmistakable crack of a shattered bone resonating in the air. In a swift retaliatory motion, he struck Musashi's chest, delivering a lethal blow. In a contest of strength, Uchiha feared no adversary, had he not been concerned for his comrade's inability to utilize ninjutsu. This battle would have concluded far more swiftly. What expression is that on your faces? After dispatching his foe, he regarded the astonished duo as though they had seen a ghost. How could you be so strong? Truly terrifying. Chapter 29. The arrival of the Sand Ninja. All of them graduated simultaneously, having trained under the same mentor. Why then was there such a disparity? Hinata Reiko pondered, questioning why her Byakugan seemed inferior to his Sharingan. I have never heard that the Sharingan enhances physical strength. Determined, she resolved to train diligently in taijutsu, aspiring to become a competent martial artist. Meanwhile, Rope Tree remained in a state of disarray, acutely aware that you had just employed the powerful fist technique. He had practiced it since childhood, yet his control over chakra was lacking, and he has only trained in it for a short time. How does it seem you resemble the Senju clan more than I do? Do you possess their bloodline? The weight of despair settled upon Rope Tree as he faced the stark realization of his inadequacy compared to Uchiha Itachi. You too should devote the time you spend in frivolity to training. You too could achieve your desired results. Uchiha Itachi offered a few words of solace, as he needed to ascertain how many enemies were concealed in their vicinity. When the three descended the stairs, they discovered that the proprietor below had perished long ago. It appeared that they had encountered a ninja from the Hidden Rain village in disguise upon their arrival. Regrettably, Hinata Reiko's Byakugan had not been activated, otherwise she could have discerned the anomaly. The whereabouts of their teacher, Orochimaru, were unknown. After Ju's remark, Orochimaru emerged outside, his form stained with blood. As Uchiha Itachi had surmised, Orochimaru had sensed the impending threat and had preemptively eliminated the Hidden Rain village's Jonin. Upon entering, Orochimaru was met with the pungent scent of blood, his expression revealing no surprise. His prowess assuredly informed him of the concealed dangers within, resembling a clash between ninjas. Had the battle concluded so swiftly? Even more rapidly than I had anticipated. Observing the trio's somewhat disheveled appearance, Orochimaru noted that they had sustained no injuries. He had followed them after sensing a murderous intent. In the stairwell, he had discovered the deceased proprietor and sensed 3 stealthy presences lurking nearby. But he had been obstructed by a more formidable Jonin, which had consumed considerable time to overcome. After tidying up, the people from Sunagakure would soon arrive. Orochimaru's tone dripped with sarcasm. The arrival of the Hidden Rain village was certainly unintentional. Konoha could not afford to disclose this mission. Yet the assault from the Hidden Rain village was evidently orchestrated by them. Whether to disrupt the alliance or to shift blame, Konoha would inevitably bear the consequences. Without further words, Uchiha Itachi trailed behind Orochimaru, witnessing as he stored the bodies within a sealing scroll. Sometimes, the dead proved more useful than the living, offering a wealth of information. Half an hour later, a group of individuals donned in traditional conical hats appeared outside the hot spring village. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, exuding an unapproachable aura of authority. Was this Itsuki? A long-established figure in the original narrative, now in a state of retirement. Yet, he remained a senior member of Sunagakure, responsible for the negotiations with Konoha. The Konoha contingent, led by the 3rd Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, exchanged scrutinizing glances. The individuals sent to retrieve Itsuki were undoubtedly of notable status within Konoha. Outwardly, both parties presented sincerity, yet the underlying motives required further investigation. Orochimaru refrained from divulging the earlier events, even instructing his disciples to avoid discussion. Moreover, the meeting venue was not the previous hot springs, but rather the entrance of the hot spring village, with no one mentioning the prior unpleasantness. A young man from Sunagakure stepped forward, observing the younger ninjas with the intent to assert an advantageous position in the forthcoming dialogue. He stated bluntly, Orochimaru, are you allowing a group of children to accompany you? We are composed entirely of Ch Nin and J Nin. Orochimaru's displeasure was stirred, his neck twisted abruptly, bringing his face close to the young man as he threatened, if you wish to court death, feel free to express it. I can facilitate that. Like a venomous serpent. He instilled fear in the man, whose pupils dilated in response. Enough, Itsuki interjected, we are not adversaries of Konoha this time. For the sake of the upcoming negotiations, we can overlook minor matters. Itsuki's command held decisive weight. Without further argument, understanding the stakes involved in their village's interests, they recognized the implications. Otherwise, Konoha would not have dispatched Orochimaru for this mission. The arrival of other Sannin could provoke significant conflict. Let it be known. We shall not wait for the children to keep pace. It would be best to stay close. Should we be attacked while lagging behind? The responsibility will fall squarely on Konoha, he warned. In a hushed tone, Ju murmured, Tsich, they truly underestimate us. Indeed. I fail to see how you possess such strength, another echoed. Due to H-Zuki's orders, the attendees refrained from engaging with Ju's remarks. Yet the urgency of their journey grew palpable. The Sunagakure ninjas moved at full speed. Even the nin struggled against the exertion, let alone the three younger ones. Two of the children were clearly fatigued. Had Orochimaru not been leading against the wind, they might have been left behind. However, to H-Zuki's astonishment, Uchiha managed to keep up with their pace. Konoha truly boasted an abundance of talent. When might their village experience such prosperity? In contrast, Sunagakure felt starkly impoverished. Despite their elite policies, they remained significantly behind the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Among his peers in the village, only 2 could rival him. He hoped that Yakura and Rasha could withstand the pressures posed by Konoha's new generation. Without comparison, there could be no pain. He wished to further test the limits of his companions, but the exhaustion among the nin in the group had become too great, leading to a greater embarrassment for their own side. The group departed swiftly, encountering no dangers along the way. Even Uchiha was surprised that Sunagakure had not instigated any trouble. Meanwhile, within the village, preparations were underway for a large conference regarding the arrival of Sunagakure. The third Hokage sat in a central position, continuing to smoke his pipe, addressing Mito Gate Inn, calculating the time. The Sunagakure delegation should arrive this evening. Instruct the Umbu to remain vigilant to recent developments. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, Mito Gate Inn's presence offered a sense of security. While he held the latest intelligence, we are in a precarious period, according to the reports from the Umbu. Both the land of Earth and the land of Lightning are undergoing changes. It seems that both the Raikage and Tsuchikage are preparing, hinting at a potential alliance. Chapter 30. Investigation and Surveillance. The situation was more dire than anticipated. The ambitions of Kumogakure were now evident, and they awaited only an opportunity. To instigate a ninja war required justifiable reasoning, and Konoha must not permit them to find such an excuse. Additionally, the need to unite with the other villages was paramount. I am particularly concerned about Sunagakure. In contrast to the third Hokage's perspective, Danzo had always looked down upon the opportunistic villages. Dismissing the third's viewpoint, Sunagakure will resort to any means necessary to gain support before war breaks out. This has been their established practice. I fear that when the time comes for conflict, they will not ally with us, but rather assist other villages in invading us. Danzo's words were starkly realistic, an unavoidable concern. Yet, no one could openly express this, as the situation had yet to unfold. At least the FAAs of the 2 villages remained intact. Once the delegation arrived, a thorough discussion could commence, but for now, patience was key. Exchanging glances, they recognized that while Danzo's thoughts were often grim, his proposals frequently yielded success. Thus, all present contemplated the scenario should it arise, devising a plan for Shikaku to lead a contingent stationed at the border of Sunagakure, prepared to respond promptly to any sudden developments. The arrangements from the higher-ups of the village did not reach those below. The war has yet to arrive, and there is no need to escalate the situation further. Meanwhile, after an arduous journey, they finally arrived at Konoha as darkness fell. You observed the Sand Shinobi's demeanor. With envy and greed evident in his eyes, they had come here to demand resources. Truly, they were a covetous lot. Upon their arrival, the Sand Shinobi's mission was considered complete, and after a brief rest, Orochimaru had other matters to attend to and did not accompany them. Having endured harrowing trials, the bond among the 3 had undeniably strengthened. They sought out a barbecue restaurant to unwind. As fellow members of the 5 great shinobi villages, it felt as though the Sand Shinobi had never seen the world. Hinata Reiko held a deep-seated disdain for the Sand Village, particularly due to their petty demeanor. Furthermore, she was aware that many from the Sand Village coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, during their mission, they had concealed their foreheads with headbands, leading others to mistake them for members of the branch family, thus avoiding any untoward incidents. The geographical landscape of the Land of Wind starkly contrasted with that of the Land of Fire. It was a vast desert, and a village established within such an arid expanse could never hope to rival Konoha in terms of resources. Understanding the sincere challenges faced by the Sand Village, Uchiha did not belittle them, patiently explaining to the others, one must not underestimate the adversary. To thrive in such a harsh environment and emerge as one of the 5 great shinobi villages speaks volumes of their capabilities. Their puppet techniques and poisons can prove exceedingly troublesome for an ordinary ninja. Fortunately, in this mission, the Sand Village was allied with them. Otherwise, the appearance of Kira would make it impossible for Orochimaru alone to safeguard the 3 of them. As he stuffed 2 pieces of grilled meat into his mouth, Noboru listened to the conversation between the two and interjected appropriately. Are they truly that formidable? You will find out once you engage with them. Remember, never underestimate any ninja. We cannot afford to make mistakes. Some matters weighed too heavily to discuss with the others, yet Uchiha Yu informed them that in terms of poisons, Tsunade's abilities surpassed those of Chiyo. Encountering the latter's toxins on the battlefield would not pose a severe threat. Upon arriving in Konoha, Kiru did not head directly to the conference room, but instead went to the lodging arranged for them, surrounded by several shinobi. You all witnessed today's events. Konoha possesses an abundance of talent, especially when compared to the Sand Village, which lags significantly behind. This statement was laden with gravity, causing many jounin to lower their heads, unable to meet Kiru's gaze. Furthermore, we have a mission in Konoha. Let us proceed with the tasks assigned to us by Lord Third Kazekage. We are to investigate recent talents in Konoha's intelligence, preparing for the future. The Third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest Kazekage, wielded both power and political acumen to revive the once weak Sand Village. Under repeated requests from Konoha, they chose to form a temporary alliance to secure greater benefits. Yes, my lord. First, we must identify the geniuses born from the prominent clans. The three we encountered today are undoubtedly exceptional, particularly the last young man, who is certainly not an ordinary individual. Hiro had already dispatched personnel to monitor the situation, while they could not eliminate Konoha's ninjas within the village. It did not preclude them from gathering intelligence. The trio, enjoying their barbecue, remained oblivious to the Sand Shinobi's intentions towards them. Days spent outdoors, exposed to the elements, necessitated constant vigilance against potential enemies. Could you share your methods of becoming stronger with me? I will then plead with my sister to teach you some powerful secret arts. Noboru leaned against Uchiha Yu, astonished by the latter's ability to unleash such formidable strength. Yet he believed his own talent was on par, convinced that you had mastered some undisclosed technique. There are no special methods for becoming stronger. It is solely the result of my diligent training. You unabashedly told a fib, should he claim that basking in the sun could lead to strength. It might become the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Really? Noboru fell into a brief moment of confusion, recalling the heavy iron weights you had removed before their battle, a sight that left one aghast. Is it truly feasible for an ordinary person? Of course it is true. During my time with Lady Tsunade, I learned medical ninjutsu while simultaneously honing my chakra control. Under the guidance of the esteemed Fugaku of the Uchiha clan, I trained rigorously. Talent is but 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Observing the gleam in the eyes of the two, he realized that they had been swayed by his words. Without that elusive 1% of talent, even dedicating 99% of effort would yield no results. Under Uchiha Yu's persuasive influence, Noboru readily agreed to treat them to this meal. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when it came time to settle the bill. Noboru stared at the lengthy receipt in shock, his face contorted in dismay as he looked at the others. Why did you both eat so much? This meal nearly bankrupted him, and watching his once-filled pockets now empty felt like bidding farewell to a recently acquired fortune. Were you doing this on purpose? How could that be? It wasn't me who ate it all. Uchiha Yu consumes very little. Most of it finds its way into Reiko's mouth. Under the gaze of the two, Reiko, still eating, suddenly flushed with embarrassment and lowered her head, murmuring, I apologize, I am simply hungry. Chapter 31. Raising Crows Ultimately. Hinata Reiko felt a twinge of guilt and decided to offer some money to Rope Tree. Otherwise, he would be unable to treat them to a meal next time. Miss Reiko. Just as they settled the bill and prepared to head home, two ninjas clad in white suddenly appeared outside. A mere glance at their distinctive white eyes revealed them as members of the Hyuga clan. Your kin have come to escort you, Rope Tree remarked, surprised that they would come to collect Hinata Reiko in the village, while only Uchiha Yu understood the underlying circumstances. Return home quickly, Reiko. Recently, other ninjas have entered the village, posing certain risks. The eyes of the main branch of the Hyuga clan are exceedingly precious, possessing a unique bloodline limit that many ninjas covet, yet few have the opportunity to attain. Very well, you two must return, she replied, bidding them farewell before being escorted back to the Hyuga compound by her clan. The treatment afforded to the main branch of the Hyuga clan is truly enviable. As a young master of Konoha, I have never seen ninjas protecting me, Rope Tree lamented, reflecting on recent events that he had navigated entirely on his own without seeking assistance from Tsunade. This demonstrated that Rope Tree had indeed matured into a competent ninja. When you awaken your wood release, there will be those to protect you. Cough, let's not discuss wood release. With that single statement, Rope Tree's hopes were dashed. If he were to awaken wood release, Not only would he receive protection from the Senju, but it seemed the entire village of ninjas would rally to his defense. After all, the first Hokage's would release ability had overshadowed an entire era of figures. Unfortunately, Rope Tree had been born too late to witness his grandfather's glorious moments. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. The Senju and Uchiha clans did not share a cordial relationship, and their respective compounds lay in opposite directions. What is going on? Upon his arrival at the clan's territory, Uchiha sensed the presence of Fugaku behind him. However, the gravity in Fugaku's eyes and the scar across his chest indicated that he had just endured a fierce battle. You have been followed, Fugaku remarked. His three-tomo Sharingan radiating an ominous aura as he gazed toward a distant corner where blood was evident, evidence of their recent skirmish. It was a shinobi from Sunagakure. Unaware that they had ventured into Uchiha territory, fortuitously spotted by Fugaku nearby. This incident was not to be blamed on Uchiha. The Sunagakure shinobi had been tailing him for unknown reasons. Now that Yu's talents had begun to manifest, his loyalty to the clan promised a future where he would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of their strength. It was entirely reasonable for Fugaku to intervene and shield you from their pursuers. You followed Fugaku's gaze and indeed noticed the blood at the corner. I shall tend to your wounds, Fugaku stated, employing his healing jutsu with increasing proficiency, swiftly staunching the bleeding. His adeptness in medical ninjutsu had grown significantly, enabling him to enhance the physical resilience of his patients. To Fugaku's astonishment, a member of the Uchiha clan had mastered such healing techniques. In his eyes, Uchiha had transformed into a remarkable prodigy. His taijutsu and ninjutsu were impeccable, and now he had even conquered the most challenging medical ninjutsu. For the time being, refrain from undertaking any missions. Await the departure of the Sunagakure shinobi before you resume your training under Orochimaru, Fugaku advised. Within the clan, opinions on Yu's association with Orochimaru diverged. The more diplomatic faction, led by the clan leader, hoped you could mediate tensions between the two factions. Conversely, the Hawks, recognizing Yu's potential reminiscent of the esteemed figure from the past, believed that he could lead the Uchiha to resurgence. They preferred that their own guide you in acquiring knowledge, for only the Uchiha could truly comprehend the clan's capabilities. Indeed, I need to consolidate the knowledge I have acquired recently. You conceded, not contesting Fugaku's suggestion. He sensed a growing turmoil. With only a year remaining before the impending Shinobi World War, war cannot simply be declared. The groundwork laid beforehand is crucial to the eventual outcome. All factions were preparing, with even many Uchiha ninjas dispatched on missions. Lord Fugaku, do you have any jutsu suited for me? Yu inquired, prompting a look of surprise from Fugaku. Oh, it seems you have yet to learn the Uchiha's most potent genjutsu, Fugaku added, realizing this oversight. The Uchiha's greatest strength lies in our eyes. Our genjutsu abilities are intrinsically linked to them. Additionally, you lack a summoning beast, do you not? Cat enthusiast. The Uchiha clan's standard is the use of ninja cats, with certain weapons and jutsu requiring their cooperation. This relationship has persisted for centuries, and seeing that there was not even a single cat by their side, Fugaku firmly declared it unacceptable. Ninja cats? Why shook his head in negation of Fugaku's suggestion, for the enhancement they provided was negligible. Additionally, the secrets harbored by his body, affected by nuclear radiation, were not suitable for the eyes of a ninja cat. You do not desire a ninja cat? Could it be that Orochimaru has prepared a summoning contract? The secrets of the Dragon Cave were well known among the major clans, especially for this generation, where each of the three had formed a contract with a sacred entity, while following Orochimaru, who had a serpent contract. No, I intend to raise some crows instead. Crows possess a fair degree of intelligence and are unlikely to expose one's secrets. That is rather uncommon, Fugaku acknowledged. While there had been some crows kept within the Uchiha clan, their efficacy was subpar. Seeing that Y was resolute in his decision, Fugaku refrained from discouraging him. The practice of illusion techniques necessitates the development of one's eyes. Given your current age, you are likely to awaken your Sharingan soon. He had faith in Uchiha Y's talent. The more gifted a clan member, the shorter the time required to awaken their eyes. Nevertheless, most clan members needed a certain amount of stimulation. Challenging one's limits, both mentally and physically, can aid in this awakening. He imparted some secrets of eye awakening, techniques that had been passed down through Uchiha generations. After all, Uchiha Y's parents had perished in war, leaving him without guidance on how to awaken his eyes. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. I am preparing to intensify my training and will summarize what I have learned. His diligent and earnest demeanor surpassed that of most Uchiha clan members. The effort of a genius can be overwhelming. Very well, I shall arrange for an illusion scroll to be provided to you. Focus on your studies. I must report this matter to the Hokage. Fugako had realized that the presence of ninjas from Sunagakure was no trivial matter, prompting him to immediately inform the Hokage. At the same time, the Hokage received reports from various ninja clans, all conveying similar situations. Within the Hokage's office, he and the senior officials listened to the reports, exchanging knowing glances. As I suspected, Sarutobi, you shall regret this decision. Danzo remained opposed to an alliance with the other party, and the current developments played directly into his hands, allowing him to emerge from the shadows. Chapter 32, Negotiations preceding the discussions surrounding the investigation of Konoha's geniuses by the opposing ninjas led to a cacophony within the office, ultimately directing their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding that the decision rested in the hands of the third Hokage. Detaining or even eliminating KIs would be a fatal blow to the already impoverished Sunagakure. Likewise, there was a possibility that the opposing forces could unite against Konoha. Should war erupt, a 1-to-4 scenario could readily unfold. At this critical juncture, the Hokage needed to mediate the situation, transferring the pressure to the third Hokage while awaiting a resolution. Those ninjas investigating Konoha's geniuses should be apprehended upon discovery, but at this stage, they must not be killed. Furthermore, let KIs come to negotiate with us. If they show no sincerity, not only resources but their very freedom may be at stake. Konoha had made its stance exceedingly clear. The remainder depended on KI's choice. Armed with the third Kazakage's orders, whether to become enemies with Konoha now rested upon a mere thought. I will notify them to come. Danzo's expression fluctuated in the setting sun, ultimately rising to depart with a contingent of Umbu personnel. The arrival of Sunagakure had indeed impacted the atmosphere within the office, particularly among the members of various clans. They urged their own geniuses to return home while assembling a group of ninjas to closely follow the Sand Ninjas. KIs noticed the gathering ninjas, many of whom bore injuries from Sunagakure, and began to comprehend the situation. Yet, he harbored no regrets, having spent merely 2 days in Konoha. He was determined to investigate by any means necessary. The fact that the opposing side had not rushed and suggested that everything was within a manageable scope. You all wait here. I shall discuss matters with the third Hokage. With years of experience as a ninja, KIs was unfazed by the current predicament. Having dared to come to Konoha, he was prepared for the possibility of death. There was a chance that the negotiations tonight would falter, leading to an early outbreak of war. Everyone was preparing, quietly awaiting the culmination of events. Meanwhile, a significant number of ninjas from the security team had mobilized. Throughout the village, Uchiha members appeared, showcasing their Sharingan, while members of the High GA branch family remained vigilant, observing the surroundings of Konoha, fully prepared for any eventuality. Such preparations were the duties of Jonin and Chunin. Those who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy were unqualified to partake in this matter, remaining oblivious to the impending significant events. On the outskirts of Uchiha territory, the gray-white forest clashed with the surrounding scenery. Before him lay the foundational techniques for illusion practice. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their adeptness in illusion techniques, possessing several family secrets that had yet to be disclosed to the Hokage. The Naraka technique. Within the mirror shone a pair of gleaming single-tomo Sharingan. A typical practitioner would execute the Naraka technique through chakra manipulation and specific gestures to guide their target. However, the Uchiha clan's ability relied solely on the Sharingan, enhanced by the dual force of mental energy, allowing them to ensnare an opponent into an illusion with but a glance. Yet, Uchiha-wise current capabilities were insufficient to silently draw someone into a realm of illusion. He required a medium to accomplish this. Indeed, my talent in illusion is rather lacking. The illusions he conjured were far from satisfactory. This evening, as Uchiha practiced his illusions, his earnestness was not born from urgency, but rather from the anticipation of potential events unfolding tonight. The arrival of Sunagakure, coupled with their surveillance, and the ninjas they encountered in the Land of Rivers, hinted that the Sand Ninjas had a hand in these matters. The Second Shinobi World War erupted around this time, and soon after, future events would see Kakashi Hatake take the lives of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, indicating that cooperation had failed between Konoha and Sunagakure. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a meeting was ongoing through the night, with the negotiations being overseen by the third Hokage, who fixed his gaze upon KIs as he articulated their conditions. Let us dispense with the formalities. I trust the third Kazakage senses the impending arrival of the Second Shinobi World War. Currently, Sunagakure lacks the capacity to sustain itself. We are willing to form an alliance. Moreover, Konoha can provide material assistance during this period. The Hokage had prepared to offer substantial resources, for the land of fire was rich in resources. And Konoha was the mightiest of villages. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, such measures would not have been necessary. All eyes among the Hokage's senior officials fell upon Kai's. If he acquiesced to the Hokage's proposal, matters regarding Orochimaru's disclosures and today's investigation could be suppressed. The provision of resources is non-negotiable. Kai's appeared oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, speaking with certainty. Additionally, the geniuses of Sunagakure wished to take some of Konoha's ninjas, particularly from the major clans. As the words were spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The prominent clan leaders seated in the Hokage's office wore expressions of indignation, and one of them pointed an accusatory finger at Kai's, vehemently exclaiming, "The bloodline limit abilities could never be allowed to fall into the hands of other villages. Sand ninjas, your purpose here is to negotiate, not to utter such reckless statements. The Hige clan will never consent. The Kurama clan will categorically refuse." Voices echoed, each representing the collective will of the clans, when their opinions converged. Even the Hokage was compelled to yield. The third Hokage's countenance darkened as he inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling slowly with an air of warning. "Kai's, you must understand that this is impossible. Let us consider an alternative condition. Whether it be material support or a united front against adversaries, we are amenable to such terms. The bloodline limit abilities are the very foundation of each village. The current dynamics of the ninja world are still dominated by the great clans, and Konoha's prosperity is built upon this reality." Indeed, Kai's showed no signs of anger in response to the rebuke, indicating that his remarks were premeditated. Prior to this meeting, Hans had conferred with the Kazekage. "Do you intend to threaten us?" Tanaka's voice was frosty and merciless as he entered, exuding a menacing aura. The Hokage paid little heed to his intrusion, willingly ceding control to Tanaka. This was a prearranged strategy, with one playing the heavy and the other the light. "There is no need for haste. If the Kazekage consents to this matter, I would not be here." Hans's formidable prowess was well known, his reputation as a demigod attesting to his strength. The Rain Village, dissatisfied with its current territory, sought expansion, inevitably setting its sights on Konoha. Chapter 33. Faike's concern. Adjacent to the Rain Village lie the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The Land of Wind is a barren desert, devoid of resources, and the scale of competition is minimal. Those unencumbered by shoes fear not the terrain. The attendees regarded the languishing Sand Ninja village with a sense of resignation. "What we demand is the occupation of a portion of the Rain country. That land rightfully belongs to us." This assertion took the assembly by surprise. While Konoha would need to exert considerable effort, the Land of Wind would face relentless disturbances from the Rain country in its quest for that territory. "We agree to this proposition." The third Hokage finalized the accord between the parties, and the subsequent matters were straightforward, with all material provisions being accepted. The contents of this meeting did not disseminate throughout the village. The villagers were merely aware of the Sand Ninja's arrival, oblivious to the details of the discussions held with the Hokage. Uchiha continues his training within the forest, the first rays of sunlight gently illuminating his face, momentarily causing him to pause. It appears that the negotiations between Sunagakure and Konohagakure have proceeded smoothly. However, the duration of this cooperation remains uncertain. The current state of Konohagakure is far from the frail and aging village of the future. At this juncture, the Hokage is in the prime of life. Supported by formidable figures within the Hokage faction, one must not underestimate the shadows of the ninja world. Danzo's strength is not to be taken lightly. As a direct disciple of the second Hokage and the leader of Root, his mastery of wind release is exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, the legendary White Fang of the ninja world has gained renown, not to mention the newly emerged Sannin, who were among the elite warriors. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konohagakure found itself nearly devoid of allies, relying solely on its own strength to withstand the assaults of the four great shinobi villages. From the dawn light, one can observe the figures of Sunagakure's shinobi departing. Having only stayed for a single night, the wisdom of avoiding prolonged stays is well understood. It is essential for an elite ninja from Sunagakure to remain under supervision, necessitating a division of Konohagakure's forces for monitoring. Logistics for supplies will be handled by designated personnel, as Konohagakure remains steadfast in its commitments. As you heads towards the Uchiha training grounds, he finds a group of experienced jonin gathered there, ready to instruct the next generation. With the specter of war looming, it is imperative that they aid the clan's youth in their rapid development. Uchiha Fugaku stands as the most resplendent figure of the younger generation, a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, and many believe he will lead the Uchiha in the future. He is currently instructing several chunin by his side when Yuru approaches him, inquiring about the progress of their Jinjutsu training. With a wry smile, he shakes his head, acknowledging that even after a night of rigorous practice, their results are merely at a rudimentary level. They are just beginning their journey and require ample time for consolidation. There is no need for haste. Uchiha Fugaku recalled the promise he had made to his companion. The matter concerning the crows had begun to take shape. These were not ordinary crows, but ones that required specialized training. Recently, a batch of ninja crows had been hatched, and he intended to acquire a few. As the two conversed about nurturing them, a sinister figure lurked in the shadows of the training ground, fixated on Uchiha Itachi. Mizuke's had been bested. Becoming a subject of ridicule, even friends who sought to assist had been incarcerated in Konoha's prison, with a 2-week sentence awaiting them. With this thought, a dull ache throbbed at his chest, yet Wai was no longer a pawn to be manipulated. His innate talents had drawn the Uchiha clan's resources towards him, making him superior in both strength and status. Wait, Uchiha Itachi, I shall ensure you pay the price. Just as Wai acquired the crows, he was eager to commence their training. The intelligence of ninja cats surpassed that of crows, allowing for more convenient commands, while crows were limited to fixed orders that needed to be inscribed within their minds. Crows possessed enhanced Jinjutsu abilities, and the clan held corresponding scrolls for such techniques, which Wai planned to study diligently. Fugaku handed Wai a notebook containing specialized knowledge he had documented during his own training. You should sense that Konoha is on the brink of change, and not for the better. He subtly hinted at the fact that Wai was associated with Orochimaru, escorting the envoy from Sunagakure, which was no secret within the clan. The Uchiha clan would soon shoulder numerous responsibilities. Your strength has now reached that of a Nin, and there would be some perilous missions assigned to you. Uchiha bore no grievances regarding the Hokage's decisions. All were treated equally. The prowess of the Uchiha clan can be maximally manifested on the battlefield. Whether in reconnaissance or combat, they are undeniably exceptional ninjas. Listening to the information provided by Fugaku, Uchiha leaned against the nearby wall, unconsciously stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. It seems that the third Hokage is preparing to take action. Many will likely perish among the Uchiha in this turmoil. Their adversaries are not only the ninjas from the neighboring villages, but also Danzo lurking in the shadows, intent on harvesting the Uchiha's precious eyes. This rare bloodline limit ability, being transferable, holds great allure for many. Yet, such is the nature of war. Casualties are to be expected, and we can only strive to minimize the losses. Fugaku had never considered that the village would stab them in the back. His primary concern was the safety of the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, we shall handle matters on the battlefield. Even if you are a prodigy, do not forget the constraints of your age. The war has not yet erupted, so there is no need for undue worry. Uchiha, you cannot believe that. By the mid-stage of the war, those students who graduated from the Ninja Academy are now tasked with battlefield missions. After all, the death of Shash in the original narrative is a gruesome reality. Even the young scion of Konoha perished in the conflict. How much more perilous would it be for the Uchiha clan, who are at odds with the Hokage, destined to suffer even greater losses? It is imperative to enhance one's strength by any means necessary, seizing every opportunity to bask in the sun. If one were to liken his body to a vessel, the current level of uranium within is merely at 20%. Regrettably, it has reached saturation. He must await the increase in his physical strength. Furthermore, it is essential to ensure the uranium within his body achieves equilibrium, lest he suffer from bodily harm. His path to power is distinctly charted. He need only follow it to undoubtedly become a figure of shadow-level strength or even surpass it. Firstly, he must accumulate radioactive elements within his physique. Secondly, he ought to master a myriad of ninjutsu, particularly the abilities unique to the Uchiha clan, which must be fully developed. The pinnacle of Uchiha prowess is sufficient to position one at the zenith of the ninja world. Thirdly, the development of uranium elements through the integration of ninjutsu can yield significant results, whether through self-healing techniques or the Great Fireball technique. Such advancements can alter the state of ninjutsu. Healing techniques can even transform the human body, as long as the adverse effects of radioactive elements can be eradicated. A cadre of formidable warriors can be cultivated. The journey towards strength is fraught with challenges. Chapter 34. The laboratory's white mouse. The training of the crow is not an endeavor accomplished in a day. He now faces a troublesome task. Let us not forget the promise made to Tsunade. Regrettably, uranium is not trained within the Uchiha clan's domain, akin to performing missions alongside Orochimaru. This has significantly hampered Tsunade's research progress. Lady Tsunade, please allow me to explain. I am beset by difficulties. Uchiha, you swallowed hard, just moments ago. A fist the size of a sandbag had struck perilously close to his ear. The deafening crack left him momentarily disoriented, and as he turned his head ever so slightly, he discovered that the wall behind him had vanished. Nearby, a fellow ninja, mistaking the commotion for an attack, hurried over to investigate. Upon realizing it was Tsunade reprimanding someone, he swiftly retreated, his expression tinged with pity, offering no opportunity for Uchiha to seek help. What a farce! Tsunade's stature was far beyond that of an ordinary Umbu operative. Now that he had grown wings and refused to be disciplined, it had only been a few days. And his response was to enhance his strength. Closing the door on his face, Tsunade seized Uchiha by the collar, an aura of impending doom enveloping her. And he genuinely feared that she might unleash a punch upon his chest. A cautionary tale indeed. Jiraiya was the prime example, fatal consequences awaited. Of course, it was not the case. Matters concerning Tsunade took precedence, and he was merely adhering to the orders of Master Orochimaru. Upon hearing it involved Tsunade, Tsunade finally released him. You have but one chance. Should such an incident occur again, you will face dire consequences. Furthermore, I did not summon you for experimentation. I intend for you to learn medical ninjutsu under my guidance. Recently, those who have mastered healing techniques will undergo concentrated training. In brief, she outlined the arrangements for the medical class. Even Tsunade had to acknowledge Uchiha's innate talent for medical ninjutsu. He was indeed a rare asset in that field. Reflecting on this, Tsunade felt a tinge of regret. According to the class assignments from years past, Uchiha was meant to be her pupil. Yet he had ultimately been assigned to Orochimaru, a sheer waste of resources. Orochimaru, with his frigid demeanor, knew how to teach students. Leading Uchiha to the classroom, they found only 5 individuals waiting for Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Good morning, Lady Tsunade. In stark contrast to Uchiha's tardiness, those selected as medical ninjas had arrived promptly. To be able to learn under Tsunade was a stroke of fortune. Greetings. After a thorough selection process, only a handful met the criteria, and even so, Tsunade was elated. She firmly believed that medical ninjutsu would flourish in Konoha. As her gaze fell upon them, Tsunade knew she must recommence her instruction in medical ninjutsu. For Uchiha, it felt akin to a review, as many of the concepts Tsunade taught were ones he had encountered in his childhood studies. After a full day of lessons, Uchiha felt his head swimming, yearning for a place to collapse and sleep. Lady Tsunade, why have they all left while I am still unable to depart? He cast a resentful glance. Fully aware of the grip Tsunade had on him, one who receives favors must also comply. Although he had learned healing techniques along with the monstrous strength technique, which he had won through chance, Uchiha remained unsatisfied. He craved more, such as the advanced version of the Palm Sage technique and the Chakra Scalpel, sophisticated medical ninjutsu that only Tsunade had mastered. Why can't you leave? You'll need to undress shortly. Uchiha took a step back, his tender age of 10 prompting a hasty rejection. What you propose is a crime. With a sharp slap to the back of the other's head, Tsunade, her expression darkened, commanded, remove your upper garments, you scoundrel. I need to conduct an examination. Wasn't it you who tricked Rope Tree into wearing those weighted tools? Such monstrous weights are beyond the capabilities of someone your age. Lowering his gaze to Uchiha, she pondered that such heavy equipment could indeed be fatal. Yet, according to Rope Tree, when Uchiha had unfastened the weights, he had revealed something even heavier than what he wore. Rope Tree's revelation rekindled Tsunade's curiosity. She speculated that the extraordinary feats exhibited by Uchiha were due to a mysterious substance within his body, a substance that enabled rapid enhancement and the healing of injuries. That scoundrel Rope Tree, I can't believe he actually went through with it, she thought. Damn him for training right in front of me. Now I'd become Tsunade's experimental subject. Reflecting on his own predicament, he feared he might fare worse than a mere rabbit. With a fierce resolve, he vowed to properly discipline Rope Tree upon their next encounter. Indeed, if not for his presence, that rascal would have remained incapacitated. Beneath the table lay various weighted apparatus, which Uchiha donned. Observing him walk normally confirmed Rope Tree's claims. No need to be surprised, Lady Tsunade. Such weights are meant to be adapted to gradually. However, Rope Tree desires rapid progress, requiring long-term dedication to training, which will yield significant improvements in physical prowess. You recall the talent in physical arts, regrettably born only recently, perhaps. There was a genin named Might Guy in the village, a prodigy in martial arts capable of unleashing power rivaling that of a Kage at full strength. Listening to his account, Tsunade was unaware of such a formidable presence within the village. While she excelled in physical arts, she relied on the unique chakra-infused techniques. The Hyuga clan, too, depended on their distinctive gentle fist style to confront adversaries. She acknowledged that physical arts were an inseparable aspect of a ninja skill set. Yet, in comparison to powerful ninjutsu, mere reliance on physicality would not suffice to contend with elite jonin. I shall seek to engage with him when time permits. But do not change the subject. I need to conduct an examination. Regrettably, her efforts yielded no results. Uchiha surveyed the meticulously crafted instruments in Tsunade's laboratory, realizing they could not detect radioactive elements but could potentially affect the body. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I require your laboratory for some experiments. Although it may not reveal radioactive elements, it can track cellular changes. I need to utilize the equipment to assess the efficacy of my healing techniques. The destruction and reconstruction of cells is a perilous endeavor, and without precise instruments, it is unattainable. You wish to borrow my laboratory? Tsunade regarded him with skepticism, her dissatisfaction evident. You are a disciple of Orochimaru. Do you truly require my laboratory? I recall that Orochimaru possesses ample experimental apparatus. It wasn't that he was unwilling to lend it. Even though Orochimaru was his mentor, his character had yet to twist into something sinister. However, should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly find himself upon the experimental table. Chapter 35. Being taken advantage of, imagining Orochimaru's tongue flicking across his face, leaving a trail of saliva, sent a shiver down Uchiha's spine. Damn it, I must never become Orochimaru's experimental subject. Of course, after achieving preliminary experimental results, he could request a set of equipment from Orochimaru, confident that by then, his own strength would place him among the ranks of elite jonin. What troubles you? Tsunade asked, observing the goosebumps rising on Yu's skin as she conducted the examination, suspecting a complication in the process. Oh, it's nothing, Lady Tsunade. I was merely startled by a thought. Something that could startle you? That must be quite remarkable. Disregarding Uchiha condition, Tsunade began to organize her laboratory, cautioning, you may borrow anything from the lab, but be wary of certain hazardous materials. Additionally, handle fragile items with care. If they shatter, you shall owe me compensation. You won't be able to shirk your debt to me, Tsunade. In Tsunade's view, you had never conducted experiments, and since much of her equipment was custom-made, any damage would pose a considerable issue given the current instability in Konoha. For not, Lady Tsunade. I've heard my chemistry teacher repeat that countless times. I was a genius with perfect scores in experiments. Aside from the experimental apparatus, the laboratory housed a collection of materials sourced from the village's ninjas, primarily to assist Tsunade in her research on healing ninjutsu. Currently, he could only employ a rabbit for experimentation. After issuing her warnings, Tsunade departed the laboratory, allowing him the opportunity to delve into his research. He was determined to enhance his strength, for only through such endeavors could he ensure his safety. Now marked as a prodigy worthy of Danzo's attention, Uchiha was resolved not to be controlled and to strive for personal growth. From a scroll, he extracted a vial of blood, gathered from the Uchiha clan, most of it obtained from unsuspecting children, a mere lollipop serving as bait. A mutual agreement, indeed. He dripped his own blood onto a petri dish, observing the stark contrast through a magnifying lens. The blood of Uchiha Uranus is markedly more viscous, with a greater concentration of red blood cells, indicating an enhanced capacity for oxygen transport, thereby amplifying his explosive power. These are the reasons behind the augmentation of his physical strength. Uranus deliberately elevates the radiation elements, observing that ordinary cells begin to darken under the radiation emitted by uranium, eventually transforming into grotesque clusters of shattered cells. In contrast, his own cells actively absorb the radiative energy without undergoing any transformation, ensuring a stability that prevents any aberration. It is now clear that the most significant distinction between my cells and those of an ordinary individual lies in their stability and superior ability to absorb radiation. In other words, Uchiha Uranus is anything but ordinary. He meticulously records his experimental data and stores it within a ninjutsu scroll, safeguarding the secrets of his body, vowing not to disclose them to anyone until he possesses the means for self-defense. Regrettably, the shinobi world lacks a source of radiation. The current Hokage is still in a semi-industrialized phase, lacking even the most fundamental elements of the periodic table, let alone radioactive elements. He must resort to the simplest method of sunbathing to gradually accumulate energy. Moreover, the effects of healing techniques present an opportunity for extensive experimentation while Tsunade is away. Inside an iron cage, one by one, the rabbits are extracted by Uchiha Uranus, who commences a series of inhumane experiments under their terrified gazes. 2 hours later, a pile of ash lies on the ground. All 10 rabbits purchased by Tsunade have met their demise at the hands of Uchiha Uranus. It is indeed not as simple as he had anticipated. Uranus sighs, yet remains undeterred. If the healing technique proves successful, it would equate to the inception of an entirely new ninjutsu, a means to significantly enhance the strength of ninjas, akin to how Orochimaru's body modification techniques were developed through extensive experimentation. Would this be the first successful trial? Although Uranus is confident enough to rival Orochimaru, he understands that financial resources and time are requisite investments. Alas, just as Uranus prepares to clean up the scene, Tsunade enters with a beaming smile. In Uranus's gaze, her expression shifts from joy to seriousness, and ultimately to a fierce glare as she accuses him. You scoundrel. You have completely exhausted my experimental rabbits. Tsunade-sama. Allow me to explain. Bang. Well, once again, Uranus receives a taste of Tsunade's affectionate iron fist. After delivering a round of punishment, Tsunade calculates her losses. Her face etched with concern as she states, 10 rabbits amount to a total of 10,000 ryo. Is that unreasonable? Upon hearing the quoted price, Uchiha Uranus is rendered speechless. What? 10,000 ryo? The market price for a small rabbit is merely several dozen ryo. He is no ordinary rabbit. At this stage, Konoha lacks designated experimental rabbits. All are procured from the market. Is that not permissible? These rabbits were nurtured by me for an extended period. Consider the cost of feed and labor. The princess of Konoha caring for rabbits naturally incurs a higher price. A disapproving gaze falls upon Uchiha Uranus as Tsunade presses his head down, attempting to soften her tone. I know you would never default on your debts, right, Uranus? Indeed. Tsunade-sama. With a single transaction, the earnings from a C-rank mission vanish. Noticing the sparkles in Tsunade's eyes, Uchiha Uranus realizes he has been duped. Yet he is powerless to resist. Strength prevails over reason, and he will soon require Tsunade's laboratory to advance the reform of the healing technique. After counting the money and confirming that not a single ryo is missing, Tsunade resumes her previous smile and pats Uchiha Uranus on the head, saying, Now, I have some good news. Due to the recent influx of missions, many of which are perilous, medical ninjas will receive protection while on duty. The recent visit from Sunagakure to discuss supplies required a medical ninja to accompany them. Should they encounter danger along the way, they can provide treatment to Konoha's ninjas. Currently, medical ninjas are quite occupied, with many accompanying high-ranking ninjas to the front lines. The only ones available are Tsunade and Uranus. Tsunade needs to establish a new medical squad in the village and, lacking time, has assigned this task to Uchiha Uranus. This is hardly good news. Uchiha Uran sighed, clearly aware that the task at hand was at least classified as a B-rank mission. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could escalate to an A or even S rank, thereby significantly enhancing his ninja portfolio. The bounty was set to the maximum payment, which aligned perfectly with Uchiha Uran's current financial struggles. Was it to be in a team format? Certainly not. Such a mission would never allow lower-ranked ninjas to participate. Only elite chunin and a cadre of jonin from the Sand Village would escort the operation. The reason it was deemed a significant opportunity lay in the cooperation between the two villages, with a substantial number of jonin and elite chunin providing protection. The likelihood of any mishaps was virtually non-existent. Chapter 36. Cultivating crows. The preparation for supplies was not a matter to be rushed. It required the arrival of the Sand Village jonin. Only when both parties were present could the transport commence, a precaution against any potential underhanded tactics. The timeline was projected for a week later. With a jonin assigned to ensure his safety, there was little cause for concern. Tsunade anticipated the pressure that accompanies high-level missions. Crouching slightly to meet his gaze, offering a reassuring tone, your sole responsibility will be to tend to the team's injuries. It is quite likely you will receive a high-ranking mission without much effort. Should danger arise, remain closely by the jonin's side. Unless the opposing side deploys elite personnel with intentions of engaging in hostilities against both the Sand Village and Konoha, the risk of danger is negligible. Very well. A week's time was ample for the preparations to unfold. He needed to ensure the crows were adequately trained for use. Upon departing from Tsunade's laboratory, Uchiha Uran set about procuring necessary items. At this stage, the market for ninja tools was relatively stable, with the Hokage maintaining control. Weapon shops would not risk exploiting the situation during wartime. After all, it is one thing to earn a living, another to do so at the cost of one's life. The title of a formidable ninja was not merely for show. Of course, there would be slight price adjustments, but within reasonable limits, all parties would turn a blind eye. Explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken were essential tools, while Tsunade would prepare the medical equipment. Alas, I find myself impoverished once more. Nearly acquiring these 3 items had depleted his funds significantly. Being a ninja was a high-consumption, high-reward profession as one's strength escalated. So too did the potential for greater earnings, accompanied by increased expenditures. The only current means of generating income was through undertaking missions. He had several ideas swirling in his mind, but the constraints of the present circumstances and his age rendered them unfeasible. The most lucrative methods were inscribed in the laws of Konoha. Upon returning home to care for the crows, he found that these birds were already trained to execute simple tasks. Demonstrating the prowess of his Sharingan, Uchiha Uran's gaze glimmered with a scarlet brilliance, synchronizing with the crow's eyes. This method effectively enabled the crows to perform his commands. Bird clone technique. By channeling his chakra into the crows, 10 of them converged to form a clone that mirrored Uchiha Uran. Compared to a standard clone technique, this variant offered an element of surprise, unless one was vigilant. They would not discern the moment he transformed into a crow clone. Furthermore, the chakra expenditure was significantly reduced. The results surpassed my expectations. Yet, upon dispelling the clone, he noticed something amiss with the crows. Feathers began to shed from their bodies, and upon inspecting one closely, he discovered a fine layer of down beneath the molted feathers. The area I inhabit harbors a wealth of radioactive elements. It seems the crows have been affected by the radiation. Uncertain whether the changes in the crows were beneficial or detrimental, Uchiha Uran refrained from placing them in a normal environment. If they adapted to their surroundings, it could markedly enhance his own capabilities. Imagining 10 crows imbued with uranium elements descending upon his foes, he envisioned the potent radiation rendering them incapable of combat in an instant. He tenderly cared for them, forming hand seals as his Sharingan initiated a new cycle of interaction. For several days, Uchiha Uran remained indoors, diligently working to amplify his own strength while nurturing the crows. However, the reality diverged from his expectations. Initially, the cultivation of the crows proceeded smoothly, but soon, 9 out of 10 exhibited rapid deterioration in their physical condition. Their bodies, unable to withstand the onslaught of radioactive elements, morphed into grotesque forms, ultimately leading to cellular rupture and demise. The sole survivor, which Uchiha Uran scrutinized closely, had already diverged significantly from the ordinary crow. It was larger than typical crows and bore eyes resembling the shape of a tomo, actively consuming items infused with radioactive properties in a bid to enhance itself. As for its claws and beak, any wounds inflicted by this crow exhibited signs of radioactive decay. Unlike conventional toxins, he was the only ninja in the realm capable of neutralizing radioactive elements. Even Tsunade's medical ninjutsu could only sustain a precarious balance, barely keeping a life tethered while enduring the afflictions of illness. The outcome of his cultivation surpassed his anticipations, albeit with only one survivor. Having experimented with various animals, he could now ascertain that crows possessed a superior resilience to radioactive elements compared to ordinary creatures. Utilizing crows as his summoning beasts posed no issues whatsoever. Once this mission concluded, he would procure additional crows. The crows of the Uchiha clan command a steep price, being meticulously cultivated and selectively bred into superior specimens, ultimately cared for by the elite J-nin within the clan. Expanding their numbers is certainly feasible, provided one possesses ample funds. Purchasing merely a few dozen will not elicit much concern from the sellers. The efficiency of Tsunade exceeds expectations, while these supplies may not hold significant value for Konohagakure. They are akin to a timely boon for the impoverished village of Tsunade, enabling the cultivation of numerous high-quality shinobi. Upon Izo's return, the third Kazekage dispatched a team of elite J-nin, consisting of 2 J-nin and 3 CH-nin. Additionally, Konoha sent 2 J-nin, one of whom was specifically assigned to safeguard the well-being of Uchiha Uranium. The formidable assembly of 4 J-nin is more than capable of executing an S-rank mission. Ensuring the transportation of these supplies poses no significant challenge. In the ranks of the transport team, Uchiha Uran encountered a ninja with whom he harbored a grudge. That ninja was none other than Uchiha Shueiyun. Concealed in a corner of the group, Shueiyun cast a venomous glance in Uran's direction, which fortuitously met Uran's gaze. To his surprise, a member of the Uchiha clan was present in the CH-nin team dispatched by Konohagakure. To speak candidly, the enhancement of power upon awakening their Sharingan is substantial for Uchiha ninjas. Thus, Shueiyun's selection was hardly coincidental. However, his presence in the team served only to irritate Uchiha Uran. Once all the teams had assembled, Uran sought refuge atop a nearby pile of grass. promptly settling himself there. The other ninjas present did not voice any objections to his actions. Prior to their departure, it had already been established that Uchiha Uran's role was that of a medical ninja. One could only wonder whether this mission might entail peril. For the significance of a medical ninja is on par with that of a Nin. No one would dare to provoke a physician. Uchiha Shueiyun had consistently maintained his distance from Uchiha Yu, yet that chilling gaze never wavered from him. Damn you, just you wait. Chapter 37. Departure. This was a route jointly discussed by both parties, meticulously considered, with Elite Jonin personally leading the team. However, due to the considerable amount of supplies, their pace was regrettably slow. It would take approximately 3 days, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose. Any unexpected events could further delay their journey. The village's Jonin hailed from a prestigious family, specifically from the Oil Woman clan, tasked with the protection of Uchiha Yu. The Oil Woman clan was regarded as a prominent lineage in Konohagakure, known as the Insect Masters. Clad in a dark cloak, he stood beside Uchiha Yu, so unobtrusive that had he not been close, one might have overlooked his presence, resembling more a bystander than a member of the team. In the event of danger, stay close to me. I will ensure your safety, he communicated. Though his words were sparse, his actions conveyed a resolute commitment to safeguard you. Thank you, Oil Woman Jonin. You replied. The Jonin, Hafeng, nodded slightly, and 2 insects emerged from his body, settling on Uchiha Yu's shoulder, nearly invisible to the naked eye. These insects will ascertain your location. Once preparations were complete, Hafeng rejoined the group. With the sound of carts hauling supplies, they set off into the night. It was palpable that the team was divided into 2 factions. Although this was a shared mission, cooperation had yet to be formally established, with neither side daring to trust the other fully. The Jonin from Konohagakure gathered the remaining ninjas to protect the supplies, while the elite Jonin from Sunagakure took charge of the front. Surrounding them were several elite Chunin, strategically dispersed rather than clustered around the cart, allowing them to detect any potential threats in advance. The loss of their abundant supplies would prove detrimental to both parties. Having departed from the patrolled areas of Konohagakure, they now navigated the borderlands, fraught with unpredictable risks. Uchiha Shueiyun lingered at the rear of the group, envious eyes fixed on the front, where a Jonin personally safeguarded Uchiha Yu. Just wait. Did you ever imagine this day would come after you defeated me? I will make you suffer. With that thought, he melted into the shadows. Ahead of their cart stood a group of ninjas, the destination Shueiyun sought. The leader, perched atop a tree, heard the approaching sounds and quickly gestured for the others to hold their fire. A Jonin swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Shueiyun, harboring disdain for such treachery, yet feigning concern. You are much slower than I anticipated. It seems we have a considerable load. The upcoming battle will proceed as we discussed. We shall intercept the supplies, and I will personally handle your requests. They were ninjas from Amigakure. Their purpose in the Land of Fire was to eliminate their target. Under the command of Hanzo, the squad included 4 elite Jonin, with the formidable strength of the Sanjuro Yoroko. With a glint of cruelty in his eyes, he beckoned his comrades forward. Once they departed, Uchiha Shueiyun revealed a manic grin, his eyes reflecting malice as he uttered, Uchiha Yu, and that damned Uchiha, since you deem me of no further use, I shall make you pay dearly. Shueiyun's eyes flickered, the original single tomo evolving into a dual tomo state, a manifestation of his mental metamorphosis. In this state, the Uchiha was perilous, ensnared in a terrifying obsession. Yet, at that moment, he felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, amplifying the darkness in his heart. The traveling group remained oblivious to the impending danger. As they traversed a forest, the elite Jonin from Sunagakure halted, surveying the surroundings, raising a hand to signal the team to stop. What is happening? The Konohagakure ninjas questioned, bewildered. Gyro had failed to report. The scattered Chunin were supposed to return every 10 minutes with safety updates, but this time, their delay of a minute sparked hesitation in the Sunagakure Jonin. Such missions allowed no room for oversight. Any lapse indicated the presence of enemies. Immediately, the ninjas present drew their kunai, huddling together, wary of their surroundings. As if on cue, a thin mist enveloped the forest. Mist concealment technique. Hafeng recognized the composition of the mist, and to prevent an ambush, he unleashed a swarm of insects from his body, forming a black barrier around them. Due to the nature of the mission, Hafeng had no intention of aiding his comrades. A kunai shot forth from the mist, aimed directly at Uchiha Yu. Crack. The insects intercepted the kunai, flinging it aside, where it lodged into a tree. Bang. That was close. Uchiha Uran's pupils contracted. This was no ordinary kunai, but one rigged with explosive tags, designed for a lethal strike. The commotion attracted nearby ninjas, and once they pinpointed the direction from which the kunai was thrown, the adversaries ceased their concealment. It seemed that AJ Nin was present for protection, complicating the endeavor to eliminate him. A figure clad in a poncho gradually emerged from the mist, revealing profound eyes beneath a broad-brimmed hat. It was a rain ninja. No one anticipated the presence of a hidden rain village member along their supply route. Uncertainty loomed over who had leaked information, but this was not the time for inquiries. Today would likely witness a fierce battle. The audacity of their foe to emerge from the shadows indicated a strength that could rival the alliance of two villages. Did the hidden rain village dare to provoke the wrath of two major ninja clans? One wondered about Hanzo's true capabilities. The elite Nin from the Sand Village utilized a summoning scroll to release two puppets, revealing that their opponent was indeed a puppeteer. Lord Hanzo was undoubtedly capable of contending with two major ninja villages. After all, the Sand Village had always been the weakest among them. Were it not for the presence of the One Tail, they would hardly deserve the title of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The impact of reputation within the ninja world was far more profound than one could imagine. Many merchants opted to undertake tasks for the larger villages, leaving the smaller ones with only minor assignments, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate ninjas without financial resources. Now, under Hanzo's leadership, the Hidden Rain Village was confident in its potential to ascend as a new member of the 5 great shinobi villages. Chapter 38. The mouse emerges for the sake of the Hidden Rain Village's strength and its aspiration to join the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. Its members were willing to sacrifice their lives, their fervor tinged with a hint of madness. Eliminate them all. Destroy the supplies. As an elite Nin, Mackerel Pufferfish held to his principles. His mission was to eliminate Uchiha Uran, but alas, he was obstructed by a member of the Oil Woman clan. The greatest challenge posed by the mist technique lay in the ninjas' ability to conceal themselves, leaving the Nin present with limited options against the hidden enemy. This was a distinctly passive situation. Let us strike together. Utilize wind release techniques. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust swept through, revealing indistinct figures hidden within the mist. In that moment of the great breakthrough, the adversaries resorted to a barrage of explosive tags. Damn it, we cannot allow them to destroy the supplies. If the supplies were compromised, Konoha would be unable to intervene swiftly, and the Sand Ninjas valued these provisions above their own lives. They employed water release techniques to extinguish the flames. The chaos unleashed by the enemy showed no signs of abating. Mackerel Pufferfish's target remained Uchiha Uran. From Uchiha Mizuke's revelations, it was known that the enemy was not only a medical ninja, but a genius, a true threat to the Hidden Rain Village's ambitions. Be cautious, Uran. They are after you. The oil woman Hanfeng unleashed her insects, drawing the attention of nearby ninjas with her azure chakra energy. Secret technique. Insect deception technique. The blue chakra erupted, sending swarms of insects forth, targeting the mackerel pufferfish. Cackling, he retreated a couple of steps, evading the oncoming insects while simultaneously summoning torrents of water. Water release. Great waterfall technique. This technique, expansive and formidable, posed a lethal threat to the lower-ranked Uchiha Uran, and could also sweep away the surrounding supplies. Uran. To the trees. Beneath the tumultuous surface of the water lurked countless dangers. Concerned for Uran's safety, Hafeng turned to see him transform into a crow. Caw, caw, caw. The sound seemed to mock the two. This kid is incredibly swift. What a jest. In a clash among a group of Nin, how could a mere genin hope to participate? Before the enemy could unleash their jutsu, Uchiha Uran had already utilized the body replacement technique and transformation technique to vacate the scene. Why are they targeting me? Uchiha Yu arrived atop a tree, observing the chaotic scene below as he quietly pondered the reasons behind it. The enemy's actions were clearly targeted, but how did they know the route? Was there a traitor within the ranks? It was certain that the high-ranking officials of either side were not involved. Even Danzo would not share intelligence with the Hidden Rain Village, as it would serve no purpose. Amidst the combatants, Uchiha Yu noticed an individual absent from the group. Uchiha Shueyun. If you were a traitor with a vendetta against me, everything would fall into place. Damn it. The betrayal from the enemy exceeded Uchiha Yu's expectations. If the Hokage were to discover that one of his own had caused such an incident, his own actions would undoubtedly come under scrutiny. With war on the horizon, he would likely face a thorough investigation. A solution must be devised. One option was to eliminate the adversary, leaving no witnesses, even if Uchiha Shueyun had betrayed them. The Hokage would lack the evidence to target the Uchiha clan. Alternatively, he could confront the traitor in the presence of others, personally slaying him to absolve himself of any connection to Uchiha Shueyun. Both scenarios inevitably led to the necessity of killing the traitor. Shueiyun's betrayal had led the Rain Ninja to attack him, and their enmity had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Given the enemy's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly be lurking nearby, watching to see if he would be eliminated. Let us see whose fate shall be sealed. Crouching low on the treetop, Uchiha Yu's eyes transformed into the single Tomo state as he surveyed the surroundings for the enemy's concealed positions. After identifying several suspicious locations, he deliberately approached those areas. Although the tumultuous battlefield constrained him, it also eliminated potential sites for Uchiha Shueiyun's ambush. The central battleground was now ill-suited for nin combat. To others, Uchiha Yu appeared merely as prey, and the divide between hunter and hunted often required but a breath of time. At the fringes of the battlefield, just as Yu's foot touched the ground, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Crack. Kunai clashed against kunai. Boom. Explosive flames engulfed the surroundings as both combatants opted for the most direct approach, binding explosive tags to their kunai. Regardless of whether they struck their opponent, an explosion would ensue. As the smoke cleared, two pairs of Sharingan locked gazes, and Uchiha Yu was astonished to see that his adversary had activated the double Tomo. Indeed, it was Yu orchestrating this from the shadows. Uchiha Shueiyun, as his opponent, was equally astonished, awakening his eyes at such a young age foretold a future surpassing his own. A twisted sense of jealousy ignited within him, consuming his rationality like flames, the harsh voice echoing like a parched river. Uchiha Yu. The hidden rain village is a collection of ineptitude. Even the elite Jonin could not vanquish you. He had an ominous premonition that if he were to kill Uchiha Yu, his double Tomo Sharingan would evolve into the coveted triple Tomo. You come here personally, believing you can slay me? Yu unfastened his garments, the iron clattering to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Now, I feel much more comfortable. What? Uchiha Shueiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. As he dropped the kunai he had been holding, shaken by the presence of those iron blocks. Are you a monster? Yet, in response, Uchiha Yu's figure shimmered rapidly, shedding the constraints of the iron blocks to appear before Shueiyun in an instant. The formidable visual prowess of his double Tomo Sharingan allowed him to perceive the trajectory of his opponent's advance, yet evading such an onslaught proved exceedingly challenging. At a critical moment, Uchiha Shueiyun staggered backward a few steps, a long tear appearing on the fabric of his chest, but fortunately he managed to evade the attack. With a face marked by trepidation, he gazed at Uchiha Yu, bewildered by how the latter had closed the distance so swiftly. Seizing the opportunity to create space through the body replacement technique, he reminded himself that he was a nin. There was no necessity to engage in a taijutsu contest with a genin. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Indeed, it was the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, leaving one to wonder if there were any other techniques in his repertoire. The manner in which he formed the hand seals made it evident what jutsu he was about to unleash. Uchiha Yu struck the ground with his fists, creating a dent beneath him that caused the surrounding earth to churn, obstructing the path of the fireball. Chapter 39. Healing. You little brat. You are far too arrogant. Prepare to meet your demise. Around Uchiha Yu, four explosive tags emerged from the soil. Shueiyun leaped into the air, his voice roaring with the fury that surged within him. Have you never experienced a true ninja battle? Allow me to demonstrate the authentic fighting style of the Uchiha. Boom. Bang. The four explosive tags detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Uchiha Shueiyun landed on a nearby tree, patiently awaiting the dissipating smoke. The confident little brat gazed into the haze, finding no sign of his adversary, and erupted into laughter. Such a violent explosion is beyond the capacity of the human body to endure. Ha! Is it truly that amusing? The voice of Uchiha Uran echoed from behind, as he acknowledged his earlier overconfidence. In the fleeting moment he blocked the great fireball, he caught sight of the explosive tag soaring towards him, instantly realizing Uchiha Shueiyun's intent. In a critical moment, he activated the bird clone technique. Apart from the solitary radiating crow, he had several consumables circling above. This timely substitution allowed Uchiha Uran to evade disaster. The laughter abruptly ceased. Shueiyun could hardly believe that his opponent could survive the explosion. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Uran appeared behind him, their roles irrevocably reversed. His hand fell upon Shueiyun, the searing heat eliciting a cry of agony. Blood spurted forth, and though his adversary attempted to sever his own arm to escape, Uran's radiative power left no opportunity for a response. Senior Shueiyun, it appears I have triumphed. He gazed down at the lifeless body, realizing that even those selected to escort supplies possessed formidable skills. It was a close call. The clash between the two did not significantly alter the overall situation. The battle between the opposing ninjas remained in a stalemate, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. Yet, from a distance, Uchiha Uran perceived that the Leaf Village ninjas were gaining a slight upper hand against their foes. Utilizing secret techniques from various clans, Oil Woman Hanfeng deployed the parasite insect, capable of devouring the opponent's chakra, rendering the blowfish and pufferfish cautious. Forced to retreat, the pufferfish created distance, inscribing incantations with its palms. Summoning technique. As a special summoning beast of the Blowfish clan, he too summoned a blowfish. Among summoning beasts, the blowfish is notably formidable. Laden with potent toxins and capable of releasing lethal gas. A dense purple mist enveloped the battlefield, and some insects that had rushed forward became disconnected from Oil Woman Hanfeng. Succumbing to the toxic cloud. Be careful. Avoid contact with the blowfish's poison. Meanwhile, the remaining ninjas from the rain-hidden village summoned their blowfish, retreating rapidly under the influence of the purple gas. This is troublesome. The elite Jonin from the sand-hidden village clenched his fists, uncertain how much of this batch of supplies would be damaged. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. The effects of the toxic mist surpassed those of the hidden mist technique. Even with wind release, dispersing the toxic fog would prove challenging in a short span. Reluctantly, he had to regroup with the ninjas from the sand and leaf villages. Additionally, the blowfish's poison spared neither friend nor foe. The ninjas from the rain-hidden village possessed a degree of resistance to toxins, allowing them to mitigate the effects of the blowfish's poisonous fog. However, as they observed their opponents retreating, they chose not to engage. Change strategies. Abandon the pursuit of enemy ninjas. Destroy the surrounding supplies. It was evident that under this new strategy, the sand ninjas had to confront their adversaries relentlessly. Otherwise, the supplies they were transporting would be entirely ruined. After incurring certain losses, the ninjas from the rain-hidden village lamented the remaining supplies, having failed to destroy them all, utilizing the dispersal of the toxic mist to flee the battlefield. Damn those rain ninjas. The sand-hidden village shall not let you escape. The roar reverberated through the forest. The losses of supplies coupled with casualties were a reflection of his inadequate leadership. Account for the supplies. I will report this to Lord Kazekage. The rain-hidden village will undoubtedly pay a price. The leaf village felt little impact. This skirmish primarily involved the sand and rain ninjas. Except for Oil Woman Hanfeng, who faced the blowfish, the remaining ninjas were engaged in peripheral skirmishes. Noticing Uran's reappearance, with no visible injuries after a thorough examination, Oil Woman Hanfeng finally felt relieved. This was a premeditated ambush, and it remained uncertain whether more rain ninjas would materialize. However, the battlefield's response was remarkably swift. Oil Woman Hanfeng, unusually vocal, expressed her concerns. If Uchiha Uran were to perish on this mission, the Oil Woman clan would likely bear the brunt of pressure from both the Uchiha and Hokage factions. For even Jonin were powerless against such formidable forces. I am fully aware of my limitations in Jonin combat, Uran stated, rejoining the team, signifying that his duties were far from complete. Following the battle, nearly everyone bore injuries, necessitating Uchiha Uran to attend to their wounds. Among them was a severely injured sand ninja, with a kunai lodged deep in his chest. Hastily removing it could very well prove fatal. Do not move. I shall take care of the rest. He pressed down on the ninja's chest. Should the kunai penetrate any further, death would be imminent. And it would be wiser to unleash a final surge of energy, dragging an enemy down with him. Uchiha felt relieved that the injury sustained by his opponent was not to the heart, but rather to the center of the lung, where a bone had pierced through at an angle. Moreover, the timely conclusion of the battle prevented the loss of life. At that moment, a group of ninjas observed Uchiha's actions, particularly the Jonin from Sunagakure, who needed to meticulously document the entire process to assess the value of medical ninjutsu. They cautiously secured the area surrounding the wounded individual to avert the risk of excessive bleeding and slowly extracted the kunai. As blood seeped out, a faint green chakra emanated from his hands, and the injury visibly began to mend. Were it not for the bloodstains left upon the ground, one could hardly believe that a severely injured ninja had been present. The Jonin from Sunagakure's pupils dilated in shock at this scene. While the other villages were aware that Konohagakure was advancing in medical ninjutsu, the cultivation of medical ninjas was notoriously arduous and often ended in futility. No wonder Konoha had dispatched a prominent Jonin to ensure your safety. Their effectiveness in a critical moment surpassed even that of a typical Jonin. Upon returning to Sunagakure, one must relay today's events to the Kazekage. Fortunately, with some foundational support, and under the guidance of Lady Chiyo, it may not be impossible to develop medical ninjutsu. The wound had already healed. Now, all that remained was a period of rest. It was crucial to refrain from utilizing ninjutsu during this time, as it could lead to internal bleeding. Chapter 40. Use positioning. Uchiha Uran articulated several precautions, rendering the opposing party unable to utilize their ninjutsu during this period. Knowing that they were not allies and anticipating potential treachery from Sunagakure, he could not afford to be a saint, thus leaving some of the injuries unhealed. Grateful. The sand ninja felt an inexplicable pain in his chest, gingerly touching the wound that had left only a pale scar as evidence of the recent injury. Moments later, a ninja approached to report the situation, reciting from a prepared document. Report, sir, the inventory has been completed. 50% of the food supplies have been damaged. The weapons received as aid remain largely intact, yet all explosive tags have been swept away by the torrential waterfall and are now unusable. The expression of the enraged jonin from Sunagakure turned a shade akin to liver, as he struggled to contain his fury, gritting his teeth and declaring, Amigakure, we shall not coexist in peace. The representatives from Konohagakure found themselves at a point of tension, questioning how their operational routes had been exposed. The leading jonin from Konoha, unperturbed by the prospect of conflict, shared his own confusion, stating, I am equally in the dark. You must understand, if our supplies are compromised, it is detrimental to both our sides. Let us first return these provisions and then investigate where the breakdown occurred. This is not the time for quarrels. Despite our simmering anger, we must ensure the safe return of these items to prevent further complications. Another assault could jeopardize what remains. The jonin from Konoha harbored a growing suspicion. The signs of battle on Uchiha Uran hinted at a recent confrontation, yet he had seemingly vacated the battlefield. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of Uchiha Mizuke's, it was plausible that Mizuke's was implicated in these events. Such thoughts could not be voiced in front of the Sunagakure ninjas, lest they exploit the situation further. Konoha was not a Navi entity willing to be exploited repeatedly for resources. Uchiha Uran refrained from probing into the discussions taking place, instead focusing on collecting the remaining poison from the fugu fish scattered on the ground. With meticulous care, he gathered the toxin into vials, preparing to develop an antidote should they encounter fugu again, thereby neutralizing its greatest threat. With the supplies diminished by over half, their pace quickened significantly. Upon arriving at the borders of the Land of Wind, they were met with a terrain wholly distinct from that of the Land of Fire. The desert's climate was both scorching and unforgiving. Sand whipped against their faces, rendering it difficult to keep their eyes open. Fortunately, the leading ninja had wisely equipped everyone with conical hats, a common accessory in the Land of Wind. Our ninja from Sunagakure are far worse off than those from Konoha, both in terms of resources and education, remarked one of the ninjas who had been saved by Uchiha Uran. Due to his convalescence, he rested on a nearby haystack. Observing Uran's expression of bewilderment, he realized the latter had never traversed the desert and proceeded to explain, do not underestimate us. Sunagakure has its own specialties. Our expertise in poisons and puppet techniques underpins our status among the 5 great ninja villages. While we may not match Konoha's splendor, there is a palpable confidence in his words, rooted in the leadership of the 3rd Kazekage. Revered as the strongest Kazekage, the title was not mere rhetoric but was earned through formidable prowess. Before the reign of the 3rd Kazekage, Sunagakure's circumstances were even graver than one might imagine. As they entered the Land of Wind, a contingent of sand ninjas awaited to receive them. The sight of the damaged supplies elicited astonishment from the incoming team, and through conversation, they learned that Amigakure was responsible for the mishap. Once both parties arrived at Sunagakure, the mission was deemed complete. Uchiha Uran stood at the periphery, gazing upon the natural topography of Sunagakure, which appeared desolate through the lens of the shinobi world. It was only through personal observation that one could discern the village's intricate layout, with an outer layer effectively shielding it from the relentless winds and sands. However, in stark contrast to Konohagakure, the living conditions here were undeniably inferior. Just as they prepared to take their leave, a Jainin emerged at the village gate, interrupting their departure with a statement that altered the atmosphere. Esteemed guests, Lord Kazekage wishes to meet with you. This remark rendered the situation delicate. The ninjas from Konoha discreetly drew their weapons, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. Noticing their apprehension, the ninja from Sunagakure quickly shook his head and, in a softened tone, reassured them, we are here to discuss the recent attack. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. Since we have accepted the supplies from Konoha, we shall not go back on our word. With their concerns alleviated, the frown on the Konoha ninjas relaxed as they followed their Sunagakure counterparts into the village. where discussions concerning the upper echelons of both the Hokage and Tsunagekyu's leadership unfolded, leading a group to be assigned nearby. Uchiha noticed the curious gazes of some children, mingled with a hint of fear. Hey, are you ninjas from Konoha? A girl with vibrant orange hair stood atop a rooftop, looking down upon them with a proud expression, bound by their identities and the village they belonged to. The Ch Nin and J Nin under Leaf's gaze could do little but utter a few curses, attempting to shoo her away. Among the group, Uchiha recognized her identity. She was Yakura, not yet the striking figure she would become, but merely a young girl with yellow hair, of similar age to him. Her presence among the Konoha ninjas indicated a certain audacity. Glancing around, he noticed a group of small followers hiding behind her. Their eyes met, and Yakura's appearance captivated him. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its striking beauty, while the boys from Tsunagekyur often bore rough, weathered skin, unable to compare with those from Konoha. He is truly handsome. Indeed, good looks were a form of justice. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had attracted many admirers simply due to his appearance. As Uchiha matured into adolescence, his features gradually exuded an air of aloofness. Clearing his throat, he recalled how his earlier proud demeanor might have left a poor impression. Seeking to redeem himself, he leapt from the rooftop and made a brief self-introduction. I am Yakura, a ninja from Tsunagekyur. May I ask your name? His slightly flushed cheeks astonished the group of young sand ninjas behind him, as it was the first time they had seen Yakura shy. Is this really our big sister? The Konoha ninjas wore expressions of restrained amusement, with some encouraging Uchiha. Go for it, you. Bring the sand ninjas over to us in Konoha. Don't worry. The Hokage will provide you with a bride price. It's time for you to showcase your worth. Chapter 41. Chiyo's Invitation. A group of mischievous seniors. Uchiha covered his forehead in exasperation, distancing himself from the other party and turning to gaze at Yakura. Only the strong are worthy of knowing my name, Miss Yakura. Satisfied by the malicious delight within him, in a fleeting moment of her distraction, Uchiha swiftly appeared behind her. Yakura, a prodigy from Tsunagekyur, possessed a unique bloodline limit. Yet at the instant Uchiha approached, she failed to discern how he had traversed the distance. He gently tapped her shoulder, unwilling to leave a charming encounter in Tsunagekyur. Women merely hinder his speed in drawing his blade. Infuriated, Yakura attempted to retaliate, but the moment she struck, Uchiha deftly evaded her attack. He stepped forward, striking her in the abdomen. Get lost, you Leaf scum, she exclaimed. You Leaf people are truly outrageous. A group of young ones encircled him. Uchiha had little interest in engaging with them and swiftly returned to his team. While Yakura was indeed a genius, Uchiha was no less remarkable, especially considering her rapid growth surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Among the new generation in Konoha, Uchiha stood as the strongest, instilling a profound sense of despair among his comrades. In a room within Tsunagekyur, Chiyo observed Yakura being reprimanded but chose not to intervene, recognizing it as merely a squabble between two children that would not impact the decisions of larger forces. Yet, a deeper contemplation sparked within her as she turned to her companion, Ebizo. The new generation from Konoha grows increasingly formidable, according to the accompanying ninjas. His identity is a medical ninja who has dedicated considerable time to mastering medical ninjutsu while perfecting his physical techniques. Furthermore, given his attire, he must belong to the Uchiha clan. Ebizo inhaled deeply, surveying the group of ninjas below, before sighing. He truly is an impressive young man. No matter how strong he may be, they could not act against him in the village, especially with their current alliance with Konoha. Ebizo was curious about another matter. Sister, how do you plan to develop medical ninjas? Having observed the battlefield's demands, he understood the immense benefit medical ninjas could provide during the Great Ninja Wars. While the initial investment might be substantial, the long-term reduction in ninja casualties would be immensely worthwhile. The third Kazekage found himself in a dilemma. The disparity between them and Konoha was significant, and they could only rely on medications to substitute for the role of medical ninjas. Chiyo, well acquainted with medical ninjutsu and having investigated Tsunade, understood that the prerequisite for such techniques was the presence of yang-release chakra, which was undetectable and exceedingly rare, unattainable through mere training. Additionally, the resources required were vast. Cultivating a single medical ninja necessitated the resources of at least 3 ninjas, a grievous burden for a village already lacking in wealth. They both sighed in unison, a shared sentiment of helplessness. I will speak with this young man, Chiyo declared. Exiting the room. Below, Uchiha found himself increasingly vexed by the group of young ones surrounding him, yet he could not retaliate. He opted to remain with his team, while Yakura proclaimed her intent to defeat him. What an irritating bunch of kids. I'm merely passing through. I don't reside here to be hounded. A middle-aged woman approached from an alley, her tone laced with admiration. "You're just a child yourself, a member of the Uchiha clan." The unexpected appearance of Chiyo astonished the J-nin present. They recognized her formidable reputation and dared not underestimate her strength. Even combined, they doubted their ability to prevail against her. Previously watching from the sidelines, Aburame Camp stepped forward to face Uchiha directly. "Ah, Lady Chiyo. A group of children playing here hardly warrants your presence." The raucous children, upon seeing Chiyo, immediately subdued, with Yukura giving Uchiha a middle finger before hastily departing. Eager to avoid being at Chiyo's mercy and facing further arduous training. "Of course, this matter is not trivial," Chiyo remarked, shifting her gaze from Aburame Camp to Uchiha. Expressing genuine appreciation. "The strong from Konoha's new generation, I hear you're a medical ninja. I have made some contributions in the medical field myself. The third Kazekage and your leaders need to discuss matters for a while. I have some patients, come with me to see them." Upon hearing her words, the Konoha ninjas immediately drew their weapons, with Aburame Camp protesting, "Lady Chiyo, this is excessive. You is one of our ninjas." Ignoring their wariness and refusal, Chiyo spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "There is no need for alarm. I merely wish for him to treat a few patients. I assure you, under my name, no issues will arise. If you do not trust me, you are welcome to accompany us." In the midst of their standoff, Uchiha's voice shattered the silence. "Since it is a sincere invitation from Lady Chiyo, I shall go." He placed his right hand against Camp's chest, preventing him from advancing further, and whispered discreetly in his ear, "They will not act against me. They likely desire to acquire medical ninjutsu from me, to see me demonstrated in her presence." The Konoha ninjas understood that the complexity of medical ninjutsu was unfathomable. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade would not still be troubled by it. For safety's sake, Aburame Camp chose to remain close to Uchiha. Chiyo, with no intention of delaying, led the two to a medical room where injured ninjas from missions awaited. Tsunade recognized the significance of medical assistance and understood the value of ninjas to the village, being one of the 5 great ninja villages actively advancing medical practices. "Go ahead and lend a hand, young man," Chiyo instructed, presenting a ninja whose arm had been wounded by a kunai, the flesh already darkening with blood. Chiyo deliberately urged him to heal the injury, eager to assess the extent of his medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Uchiha had yet to master the chakra scalpel and could only use instruments to excise the necrotic tissue. The wounded ninja gritted his teeth, watching as his flesh was meticulously removed. Were it not for Chiyo's presence, he might have thought an assassin from Konoha had come to kill him. The decaying flesh was impeding the healing process. Once the procedure was complete, he applied the healing technique, stimulating the cells to regenerate. Chapter 42. Team arrangements. Uchiha's actions unfolded in a methodical and orderly manner, each step executed flawlessly. Chiyo observed from the sidelines. Noting the sheen of perspiration that had formed on Uchiha's brow, it appeared that the consumption of chakra during the healing technique was substantial. On the surface, medical ninjutsu could significantly alleviate the process of injury recovery, particularly in emergencies, ensuring the preservation of life. A commendable ability indeed. Chiyo, having merely witnessed Uchiha's actions, could discern the budding signs of his potential. As for the hand signs required for the healing technique, as Uchiha had asserted, they were not easily deciphered. "My apologies. Lady Chiyo, my abilities are limited. I can only heal one person." Regardless of the authenticity of his claim, Chiyo could not permit him to continue his treatment. For someone had entered the room. It turned out that Lady Chiyo had brought you here herself. The leading ninja smiled faintly, dismissing Chiyo's authoritative presence, and directly summoned Uchiha to his side. After concluding discussions with the third Kazekage, he had come to the gathering place, having learned the background from his comrades, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. "Quite a remarkable lad. Allow me to take over from here." Chiyo showed no intention of retaining him, and once he departed, she sighed, gaining a renewed appreciation for Uchiha's talents. It was a pity he was not from Tsunade. Otherwise, after the third Kazekage, another luminary might have emerged. His willpower was commendable, managing to perform healing even under Chiyo's formidable pressure. Uchiha's performance was keenly observed by Yun Hanfeng. Merely withstanding the pressure exerted by a formidable opponent was sufficient to illustrate his resolute spirit. The adversary did not emanate any murderous intent, merely the sheer aura of strength. Everyone present recognized that the oppressive force exuded by top-tier warriors, especially when they were earnest, could easily cause those lacking in fortitude to falter and kneel. Without wasting any time, the group promptly delivered their goods and prepared to depart. Regarding the matters discussed between the third Kazekage and the leader of Konoha, Only the two of them were privy to the details, although it was undoubtedly concerning the preparations for the impending war. They returned to Konoha in the shortest time possible, and this mission was rated as an S-class task, involving an elite J-nin from the enemy camp. Upon hearing of Yu's successful completion of an S-class mission, his companions were filled with envy and jealousy, particularly Shankshu, who immediately sought out Uchiha Yu. It is worth noting that this was the territory of the Uchiha clan. Even the Uchiha ninjas nearby could not deter Shankshu's determination to find him. You actually completed an S-class mission behind our backs. This is utterly outrageous. Hinata Reiko exclaimed, staring incredulously at the bold S rating on Yu's record, instantly feeling as if you had betrayed their organization. I couldn't call you for this mission when I asked Lady Tsunade. It wasn't in a squad format. I participated as a medical ninja. He felt helpless, knowing the dangers encountered far exceeded expectations. Especially with Uchiha Shueiyun's betrayal and the clashes between J-nin, where one misstep could lead to death during the mission. Furthermore, he needed to report the betrayal to Uchiha He at the earliest opportunity. As for subsequent matters, they no longer concerned him. Why don't I possess the talent of a medical ninja? Shankshu suddenly doubted his own intelligence. Despite being the direct sibling of Tsunade, who wielded medical ninjutsu and had formed a contract with the wet-bone forest of the three great holy lands, he remained merely a genin. Observing Shankshu ensnared in a shadowy world, Uchiha Yu recalled how Shankshu had trained before Tsunade, rendering him a test subject, and remarked, perhaps you were simply less clever. Crack. What? Shankshu, now petrified, shattered at the remark, and upon hearing the laughter of the two, charged at them, landing a punch on both. Baka. After delivering a thorough lesson to Uchiha Yu, he finally sat down obediently, listening as Yu recounted the perils of his mission. The mention of an elite J-nin thrilled both of them, as they had never witnessed battles between elite J-nin before. Yet, the pressure that inadvertently seeped through left them aghast. They understood the vast chasm of difference between them, enviously wishing to partake in such high-stakes confrontations. When will I be able to undertake advanced missions? I yearn to clash with enemy ninjas. After all, I am destined to become Hokage and inherit my grandfather's village. I too aspire to be Hokage. The two of them bickered incessantly over their aspirations to become Hokage, though the seat of Hokage was not so easily attained. Yu held little sentiment regarding the position. He merely wished to grow stronger and seize control of his fate. To eradicate all the hidden rats lurking in the shadows, be they from Danzo's faction or the Uchiha's own traitorous elements. A fleeting intent to kill simmered within him. Suppressed deep in his heart, the will of fire had never been nurtured within him. Yu remained the same cold individual, deeply tormented by suffering. Even his closest companions could not fathom the prolonged companionship with anguish. Even the warmest sunlight merely allowed Uchiha Yu to absorb its lethal radioactive elements. Shankshu, how could you strike a woman? Please. It was you who hit me. The terrifying nature of Gentle Fist fell entirely upon Shankshu, as he was targeted at his chakra points, rendering him unable to gather his chakra, resulting in Reiko pinning him to the ground and pummeling him. Seething with indignation, Shankshu sat on the ground, his face resembling that of a pig, vowing not to relent next time. Can you two not be a little quieter? Yu sighed as he separated them from their scuffle. Everyone sit down. I need to arrange our upcoming mission tasks. The warning tone in his voice immediately quelled their altercation, and they sat quietly on the ground, attentively regarding Uchiha Yu. Unbeknownst to them, within their trio, Yu had become the central figure of the team, inadvertently assuming the role of leader. Based on my observations from our two missions, along with our time since graduation, our next task may lead us to the front lines. It may not necessarily be warfare, but we will undoubtedly encounter enemy ninjas. Your identities are quite unique, especially Reiko, during our upcoming actions. You may be protected by members of the branch family. Reiko will have branch family protection, emphasizing her capabilities in reconnaissance. Should danger arise, Shankshu and I will confront it head-on. The preciousness of the Byakugan limits Reiko's participation in true battles, at most allowing her to assist in reconnaissance from the rear. Yuin village had already revealed its fangs. Should the Second Shinobi World War erupt, Yuin would likely become a whirlpool of chaos. Reiko, Shankshu, in our forthcoming mission collaboration, your lives must take precedence. Do not joke with your own lives. Chapter 43. Trial. I am destined to inherit the position of Hokage. How could I possibly die? Shankshu donned a confident smile, remaining unafraid even in the face of battle. Yu offered no further explanations. Who could predict the future? He would dance like a butterfly within the annals of history. The predetermined events had long been overturned. As the trio discussed their upcoming training plans, a premonition stirred within Uchiha Yu, prompting him to gaze towards the distant forest, where a member of the Uchiha clan awaited. You, the clan leader, has summoned you. I understand. He was aware of the reason. Given Uchiha Shueiyun's disappearance, absent without a trace, even the Jonin in their ranks were unaware, seeking to inquire about the details. Once I resolve this troublesome matter, we shall discuss our training plans further. Following the Uchiha member, he proceeded to meet the clan leader. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Uchiha pushed the door open, observing the leader engaged in clan affairs. Meeting the leader's gaze directly, he inquired straightforwardly. Uchiha Shueiyun's disappearance is related to you, isn't it? I personally took his life. In the room, only the two of them remained. You dared to speak the truth. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, and added, he divulged our whereabouts to Yuin village, escalating the mission to S-class, all thanks to Shueiyun's treachery. The irony in the word help was palpable. Such a grave betrayal of the village warranted immediate execution. He had also betrayed the Uchiha clan. I had my suspicions. Uchiha, he stood up, letting out a deep sigh. He had summoned Uchiha not to investigate the circumstances surrounding Shueiyun's death, but to reveal the truth about the situation. The Hokage was already aware of the events, and Shueiyun's madness had caught him off guard. He had never expected such betrayal against the village and his clan. Fortunately, you acted swiftly to eliminate the threat, and while the resolution was not flawless, the repercussions were undoubtedly mitigated significantly. After delivering the good news, he presented a pressing reality. He slid a letter across the table, which came to rest before Uchiha. Upon inspection, it contained the Hokage's findings. Although you had slain Shueiyun, the fallout from this mission had fallen upon the Uchiha clan. The reparations for the damages were to be shouldered by the Uchiha, and with the looming war, a portion of the clan would be required to join the front lines in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The Hokage remained wary of us. You are more astute than I had anticipated, and we are cognizant of our relationship with the village. His voice was calm yet profound. It was clear that, despite the personal fault, the clan was to bear the burden, a sentiment that resonated with Uchiha, who was astonished by his lack of resistance. I can help our clan endure through countless tribulations, but there will inevitably come a day when we fall. The Uchiha clan is rife with radicals, and I hope you can mature swiftly. Those radicals see you as their beacon of hope, for in you, they perceive the shadow of Uchiha Madara, dark yet immensely gifted. The implications were unspoken between them, yet Uchiha grasped the elder's intent. He wished for you to become the next leader, to govern the Uchiha clan. The Hawks sought his innate talent, while Uchiha valued his composure. It may be premature for the clan leader to express such thoughts. The second great ninja war was on the horizon, and the Uchiha might rise in response. At that moment, as Uchiha lifted his gaze, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. To seize control of his destiny, he must first validate his talent and grow at all costs, even if it meant shouldering certain burdens. Uchiha was confident he would grow to rival his predecessors, perhaps even surpass them. When that time arrived, the notion of burden would merely be a matter of course. So, you still hesitate to assume my responsibilities. He felt a tinge of regret rather than coercion. Observing Yu's disappointed expression, he sensed a slight wavering in his own resolve. After a moment's contemplation, you provided a definitive response. No, clan leader, you have misunderstood. I will not bear the Uchiha clan's convictions. But our relationship is one of mutual utility. This statement took Uchiha by surprise, imbued with a hint of astonishment. Mutual benefit is predicated on equality. Could it be? You demonstrated his aptitude, devising a method to ensure the success of this investment. In the second great ninja war, I shall prove myself and earn a name that reverberates throughout the ninja world. At this moment, Uchiha acknowledged that he was swayed. The youth before him could undoubtedly achieve his ambitions, should he set his mind to it. If he could indeed earn renown in the conflict and establish a measure of prestige, especially being aligned with the Hokage's faction, even if he could not become Hokage himself, his allies would undoubtedly be among them. The third Hokage had held his position for a lengthy duration. All mortals must eventually age and withdraw. And that would be the moment when these young warriors would shine. Given your unwavering confidence, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let me be candid. Talent does not guarantee future success. Should you fail to earn your name, I expect you to heed my counsel and become the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Those capable of becoming clan leaders are inherently gifted. Most of his contemporaries have already matured. While they may not rival Uchiha, their strength should not be underestimated. Among the new generation, Uchiha Fugaku will undoubtedly rise to the status of elite Jonin. The elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan are formidable. Yet they cannot withstand the village alone. This confidence derives from strength, not arrogance. The power of radioactive elements grows exponentially each day. and we are merely awaiting the right opportunity. The forthcoming Second Great Ninja War will test not only the strength of the various villages but also the future of Uchiha. I will suppress the fallout from this mission. The clan will compensate for the losses, and I can assure you they will not trouble you. Uchiha would manage the remaining affairs. The clan would indeed experience a temporary strain on resources, yet the time gained is undeniably precious. As for whether the village's ninjas will target you, that will depend on your strength to counter it. A ninja with a name achieves greatness in both power and reputation. And how the village's actions affect Uchiha will serve as his first lesson. Let them come. No matter who they are, or what methods they employ, I remain unafraid. Chapter 44. Eliminate the root members. The punishment meted out by Danzo to the Uchiha clan was far too lenient. When the third Hokage issued this punishment, he was fully aware it was a deliberate attack. However, for the Uchiha, it was not an insurmountable burden. Danzo confronted them directly, particularly regarding the alliance between the two parties, vehemently dismissing the Uchiha. You must understand, if the third Kazekage pursues this matter and uncovers the truth, the hard-won alliance we have forged will unravel. He perpetually dwelled on the darkest possibilities. The two Hokage advisors beside him exchanged glances, eager to hear the third Hokage's explanation. You are far too anxious. War is imminent, and the Uchiha are invaluable combatants, capable of alleviating the village's burdens. Moreover, Uchiha, under Orochimaru's tutelage, has already shown allegiance to the Hokage's faction. There is no need for excessive targeting. Taking a drag from his old cigarette, the third Hokage spoke slowly. The Uchiha clan has always been an unavoidable topic for the village. Even during the second Hokage's era, their approach was suppression rather than genuine ostracism. Such actions are detrimental to both parties. Sarutobi is correct. Our immediate priority must be to stabilize the village. I concur with this proposal. Danzo need not be overly hasty. The two advisors agreed, leaving Danzo with no choice but to relent, ultimately departing the Hokage's office in a fit of anger. However, he did not return home immediately. In the depths of the corridor, a member of the Umbu awaited silently. It is now clear that Uchiha possesses remarkable talent. Before he aligns himself with the Uchiha clan, we must pull him into root. A key piece on the board must be safely in hand. Sarutobi will eventually realize that my actions are the true path. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Uchiha reflected on the day's discussions. The Uchiha clan would face a period of discrimination, though the duration of such treatment remained uncertain. Caw, caw. The cawing of a raven echoed overhead, and you looked up. His Sharingan mirroring the bird's silhouette, their visions converging. Who could approach at this hour? As he neared his residence, Uchiha discerned the figure's identity, an Umbu operative. No, wait. The atmosphere was chillingly ominous. Contemplating the notorious Danzo, known as the Shadow of the Ninja World, it was evident that he could hardly contain his impatience. Uchiha? I never imagined you would reside in such a remote location. A disdainful gaze was cast upon him. For the prejudice against the Uchiha clan was deeply ingrained within the core of his being. Lord Danzo has commanded you to join Root. This is not open to debate. The tone was unequivocal as it fell upon Uchiha's ears, eliciting a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, which, under the illumination, bore an added tinge of mockery. The coward lurking behind was ultimately unable to conceal himself. If you genuinely desire my allegiance to Root, then send your master to me. You are unworthy. The opponent was an elite Nin, and while slaying him outside would certainly stir up a tempest, this was his longtime residence. And even a high-ranking Nin would succumb to the intense radiation here. Boldly, you dare to show disrespect to Lord Danzo. With kunai in hand, the face hidden beneath the mask of Hatake twisted into a grimace. Indeed, as Lord Danzo had proclaimed, the Uchiha clan were nothing but audacious fools. Let me teach him a lesson, so he may comprehend the terror of Lord Danzo. Yet Uchiha showed no intention of retreating. Witnessing this scene, Hatake scoffed. Truly, a mere child, lacking even the basic skills of combat. He aimed to capture his opponent effortlessly, only to see Uchiha calmly extend a hand. Kneel. Just as Hatake was engulfed in confusion, a sudden pain coursed through his body, as if ensnared by thorns. A scream echoed from within the room, while Uchiha silently regarded him, effortlessly lifting him by the collar. Bastard! What have you done to me? Why can I no longer sense my chakra? Not only was he devoid of chakra, but he now struggled to breathe, as some force siphoned away his life energy. Agonizing pain surged, causing Hatake's body to convulse uncontrollably. His gaze fixed on Uchiha's cold, unfeeling eyes. In a frantic, disoriented gesture, he reached out as if pleading for help in his final moments. But alas, he was met with the grip of Yu's hand. The moment you stepped into my domain, your life and death became mine to command. with a gentle wave. Hasek's form disintegrated into a puddle of mud, subsequently reduced to ashes by the overwhelming radiation. After dispatching Hasek, Uchihayu's gaze remained fixed for an extended period. As crows circled above, seemingly narrating the murderous intent within his heart. Now is not the moment to confront Danzo, however, this debt shall be remembered. Danzo occupies a prominent position on Yu's list of targets, for his actions towards the Uchiha clan, as well as towards Yu himself, are utterly detestable. Cawing, stroking the crow in his embrace, it was evident that he would find no rest this night. With Heisuk's absence, Danzo was already aware of an incident at the root base. He had not anticipated that it was Uchiha who had slain Hasek. The notion that a mere Jinin could kill an elite nin was far-fetched. He inclined to believe that the Uchiha clan had discovered Hasek's infiltration and had acted to eliminate or imprison him. These cursed Uchiha. Allowing them to dwell within the village is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. He mused that despite the Uchiha's stringent protection of Yu, there are bound to be moments of negligence. He must bring Uchiha into root. Just as Danzo pondered this dilemma, a ninja adorned with a fox mask swiftly appeared behind him, kneeling respectfully and declaring, "Lord Danzo, Sunagakure has declared war on Amigakure." What? Danzo, interrupted from his thoughts, immediately regained focus upon hearing this revelation. Since when has Sunagakure exhibited such boldness? Could it be that they have received a fresh supply of resources and with Konoha's assistance, they are eager to take the lead? Understood. I shall consult with the third Hokage. The impending conflict between the two villages was akin to igniting a powder keg within the ninja world. During this period, various factions would be engaged in a delicate balancing act, and with disorder arising from one side, that equilibrium would inevitably shatter. This night, not only was Uchiha unable to find slumber, but many others were frantically strategizing in response to the looming warfare. Though the flames of battle had yet to reach Konoha, it was widely acknowledged that within a month, Konoha would inevitably be drawn into the fray. The Hokage's office was ablaze with light. Ninjas were bustling to and fro, gathering to discuss the current situation and devise countermeasures. Chapter 45. The war is about to begin. The onset of war arrived swifter than anticipated. Uchiha strolled down the bustling street, observing numerous merchants preparing to depart. From the movements of the shinobi, it was evident that war had arrived. The precise timing of the Second Shinobi World War remained unclear, yet it had commenced 6 months earlier than Uchiha had anticipated. Perhaps the conflict between the third Kazekage and Hanzo, coupled with Konoha's involvement, had compelled the typically cautious Sunagakure to take the initiative in aggression. After inquiring around, SHK finally spotted Uchiha at a corner and urgently conveyed the order. Lord Orochimaru is summoning us. Assemble at the village gate in 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Uchiha felt a heightened sense of caution. It was uncertain whether he would be following Orochimaru or undertaking a mission alongside the Uchiha clan. The former would likely entail a simpler, less perilous task, whereas the latter, due to the Hokage's scrutiny and the clan's need to engage at the front lines, would likely involve encounters with numerous shinobi. Deep in thought, he continued his swift strides toward the village gate. Upon arrival, he encountered several former classmates. Nearly a year had passed since their graduation, and they were no longer the inexperienced novices fresh from the ninja academy. Many had undergone the trials of blood and fire, emerging as competent genin. Naturally, Konoha would not send this group of ninjas into battle. Their assignments primarily involved logistics and escorting documents from the rear. At the forefront stood the legendary Sannin, who were also the mission's leaders. Orochimaru occupied the center, with Tsunade and Jiraiya clearly acknowledging his authority. Long time no see, you. A voice interrupted Uchiha's musings. A blonde-haired figure, trailing Jiraiya, poked his head out from the crowd and embraced Yu. It had been half a year since they last met, and after being selected by Jiraiya, he had only returned to the village a few times. Unlike their trio, Namake's Minato had remained by Jiraiya's side, embodying his ninja way. Indeed, it has been a while. A rare smile graced Uchiha's face as he assessed Minato. Feeling the surge of chakra emanating from him, which was no less than his own, you've made significant progress in these 6 months. However, the amiable atmosphere shifted when Uchiha remarked, "Too bad your little girlfriend can't accompany you on this mission." Minato's smile faltered, caught in a dilemma of whether to suppress it or maintain his facade. "At least I have a girlfriend, unlike some people who spend every holiday alone. Next time, she can join us." "You really are a jerk," Minato retorted. The two exchanged playful banter before parting with mutual safety reminders. Once the personnel had assembled, Orochimaru gazed at his disciples, noting their considerable growth, and spoke with a tone of reassurance. "You have all matured. during the upcoming tasks. I may not be able to ensure your safety. I hope you can endure the harshness of war. After a brief pause, he added, our team will temporarily disband. Many matters during wartime cannot be managed in a small group. He clapped a few of them on the shoulder, marking a rare moment of genuine concern from Orochimaru, who typically assumed the role of a strict mentor. Following his admonitions regarding wartime precautions to avoid falling into enemy traps, he proceeded to outline their tasks. Our mission is to establish a base in Amigakure, the instigator of this war. I will be responsible for commanding the operations, which means I generally cannot leave the main camp. An exceptional commander can yield results far exceeding that of an ordinary J-nin. Orochimaru's calm demeanor ensures he can address problems with reason and poise under immense pressure, a quality that Tsunade and Jiraiya often struggle to maintain. Konoha's warfront was divided into 3 sections. Orochimaru led the forces at Amigakure. Nara clan head oversaw the troops at Kumogakure and Iwagakure, while Kakashi, a J-nin, commanded a team station near Sunagakure, ostensibly to assist them through difficulties, though in reality, it was to monitor their every move and prevent unexpected assaults. They were the orchestrators of war, with the Hokage providing overarching leadership. Konoha's war machine stirred to life in the early morning, following Orochimaru's lead. They swiftly arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. The geographical significance of Amigakure, situated at the convergence of 3 nations, made it an ideal location for espionage infiltration. Although war had not yet fully erupted, there had already been minor casualties at the front, resulting from reconnaissance missions where they had been discovered and engaged. Tsunade was busy tending to the injured, and Uchiha had become a competent medical ninja. Until the war erupted in full force, he was not permitted to venture outside. Orochimaru had designated him as a medical shinobi, so upon reaching the front lines, he was assigned to the base hospital. Upon entering, he found Tsunade diligently attending to patients. After treating an individual, she exhaled with relief upon spotting Uchiha. You arrived sooner than I anticipated. Just in time, as I could use your assistance. It's time to showcase your talents. Stretching her limbs, she noted that her unit had arrived ahead of Orochimaru's. Now, every medical ninja was invaluable. They had to ensure the survival of every patient. As long as there was life, they would continue to provide aid, even at the cost of exhausting their chakra. Truly, Tsunade was remarkable. Uchiha listened quietly to Tsunade's medical adage, which was also a lifelong conviction. However, he did not immediately engage in treatment, as the current medical ninjas were adequately occupied. Observing the bustling medical personnel, he wandered around the makeshift hospital and uncovered a grave issue. If the situation continued in this manner, it would impose an immense burden on the medical ninjas. There was no order. The individuals arriving at the hospital were all casualties from the battlefield, each one attended to by a medical ninja upon entry. Initially, this was manageable, but as the war officially commenced and casualties escalated, it became increasingly arduous for the medical ninjas to cope. Promptly, he approached Tsunade, interrupting her treatment process, which elicited a look of displeasure from her as she inquired, "What is the matter? If it is not urgent, return to attending to the patients." Uchiha Uran, undeterred by Tsunade's admonishment, incisively highlighted the significant flaws within the medical procedures. Lady Tsunade, there are considerable deficiencies in the hospital's treatment process. Chapter 46, Hospital Reformation. The dismissive remarks from Uchiha Uran did not incite anger in Tsunade. Rather, her gaze turned contemplative as she sought clarification on the issues at hand. Upon observation of the injured shinobi brought in, I noted the varying nature of their injuries, differing in location, mechanism, and severity. It was evident that assigning a medical ninja to those with minor wounds constituted a flagrant misuse of resources, as a mere ordinary nurse sufficed for the simple task of dressing their injuries. Furthermore, I observed that some medical ninjas were not well versed in treating wounds resulting from explosions, which could significantly hinder the timely rescue of the patients. Uchiha meticulously outlined each point, recounting the situations encountered during battle, captivating the attention of numerous medical ninjas in the vicinity. Noticing his attire, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, they were struck by a sense of familiarity, recalling a certain youth from their village whose appearance mirrored his. The injuries sustained in war could be categorized into 3 distinct types, the first being lacerations inflicted by kunai and shuriken, the second, damage resulting from explosive tags, and the third, injuries caused by ninjutsu, primarily contusions and trauma to vital organs. After presenting these classifications, a medical ninja stepped forward, not intending to challenge Uchiha, but rather to pose a pertinent question. When they are brought to us, they are typically in critical condition, necessitating urgent medical intervention. While analyzing the injuries may reduce the likelihood of patient mortality, it also risks squandering precious medical resources. Faced with this pressing concern, Uchiha gently shook his head and continued to elucidate. This is precisely the issue I aim to address. Given the evident nature of these injuries, there is no need to assign medical ninjas for assessment. Rather, we can designate nurses or general practitioners to evaluate the cases. Once assessed, the patients can be directed to the appropriate surgical rooms, where treatment can be prioritized based on the severity of their injuries. He further explained that medical ninjas could specialize in their respective fields of expertise, ensuring swift treatment and enhancing patient survival rates. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. His innovative methodology was remarkably advanced. Traditionally, medical ninjas would simply be dispatched to handle injuries without contemplating the implications of warfare. Uchiha transformed the healing process into a streamlined operation, from injury to hospital admission, followed by assessment and allocation, a procedure that, while potentially time-consuming, ultimately made the act of healing significantly more manageable and effective. The introduction of such a modernized approach left the medical ninjas in awe. They were accustomed to a reality where patient treatment was straightforward and routine, with no one envisioning that healing could be so effortlessly organized. While this methodology might lead to a specialization among medical ninjas, it undoubtedly accelerated the learning process, simplifying battlefield operations. The atmosphere remained thick with silence, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed breaths. Tsunade, standing at the forefront, gently applauded. Soon, the entire Konoha hospital reverberated with applause. It was indeed remarkable. She lamented not having made concessions earlier. If only she could mentor Orochimaru in medical ninjutsu, his skills would surpass their current state. Tsunade's sigh resonated with those present, emphasizing the stark contrast between sending a low-ranking ninja to slay enemies and the potential of implementing this new process to significantly reduce casualties. Each saved ninja represented a glimmer of hope in warfare, sparing many from the anguish of loss. Please arrange for the subsequent plans. I must have a conversation with that scoundrel Orochimaru, Tsunade resolved firmly, determined to bring Uchiha into her fold. If he refused, she would ensure that Orochimaru understood the true meaning of formidable strength. Orochimaru's team had been thoroughly dispersed. The Hyuga clan's head was prohibited from appearing at the forefront of battle, a decision reached in consultation with the third Hokage. Shinja remained closely tethered to Orochimaru, primarily tasked with relaying intelligence. His unique identity, as the grandson of the first Hokage, necessitated careful consideration. His demise on the battlefield would carry significant ramifications. The unfortunate Uchiha, under Tsunade's pressing insistence, was also unlikely to be deployed to the front lines. Upon learning of Uchiha's revolutionary changes to the battlefield hospital, Orochimaru was taken aback, reevaluating his understanding of Yu's medical prowess. Moreover, as a low-ranking ninja was confined to the rear, he readily acquiesced to Tsunade's request. Uchiha remains oblivious to the profound impact his actions have imprinted upon others. Eager to attain fame swiftly, he recognizes that war serves as the ultimate test of a ninja's prowess, yet his current inability to step onto the battlefield feels like a devastating blow. As the command is issued, he gazes at Orochimaru's seal in his hand, momentarily frozen in place, before exhaling deeply and lamenting. Have I inadvertently dug a pit for myself and fallen into it? He must devise a strategy to slip away to the front lines. Remaining at the Konoha hospital, even with the title, would likely leave him branded merely as a miraculous healer or a medical ninja of great renown, which does not align with the wager he made with Uchiha. What he seeks is the glory of warfare. Thus, he must explore alternative avenues once the conflict commences. He can leverage the demand for battlefield medical ninjas and join the ranks accordingly. Uchiha began a series of plans, with the reform of the hospital being a secondary concern. There remained ample time for gradual expansion, as long as the front lines were not compromised, ensuring the stability of the hospital. Before the true war arrived, Orochimaru had already established a solid front, devising contingency plans for every conceivable crisis. Additionally, he began to learn advanced medical ninjutsu. After discovering Uchiha's medical talents, Tsunade commenced his instruction in both the chakra scalpel and the healing technique. Mastery of these two techniques was imperative for the next stage of his training. Within Konoha, only a few possessed advanced healing ninjutsu, and Tsunade was eager to gauge Yu's potential for growth. Although they did not share a formal master-student relationship, Tsunade imparted nearly all her most guarded techniques to him. Contemplating this, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of loss, realizing she had diligently taught that rascal Orochimaru's student and vowed to seek compensation in due time. He was confined to a small room, confronted with mountains of medical knowledge and Tsunade's extensive notes from her training, which he was expected to master in a short period. Failure to do so would result in his continued confinement. Chapter 47. The rescue efforts. A few days later, Uchiha emerged from his chamber, visibly exhausted. Having undergone an intensive period of education that left him questioning his existence. Accompanying the agony was an endless stream of knowledge. Through the assimilation of vast medical information, Yu's proficiency in medical ninjutsu had markedly improved, especially with the influx of patients at the field hospital. In comparison to ordinary medical ninjas, Yu's healing speed was significantly accelerated, attributable to his adept chakra control and the increasing quantity of yang-released chakra within him. Fortunately, he had already mastered the healing technique. Otherwise, the multitude of casualties on the front lines would have escalated into a grim situation. This war is turning out quite differently than I anticipated. Hinata Reiko, under the protection of a group from the branch family, served as a sensory ninja, her sole purpose being to detect any spies infiltrating from the front line. The hazardous tasks were wholly undertaken by the branch family members, leaving her feeling utterly redundant as she made her way to Konoha Hospital in search of Uchiha. Currently, Konoha had not formally entered the war, and the combat situation remained contained. Moreover, our position was situated at the border of the Rain Village, where the real threat lay in the allied forces of the Rock and Cloud villages. Although Orochimaru exhibited leadership qualities, the true horrors of the Second Shinobi World War resided in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, which were the real battlegrounds. Presently, the conflict between the Rain and Sand villages was unlikely to provoke Konoha, as the enemies were well aware of the alliance between Konoha and the Sand village. Hanzo, revered as a demigod of the ninja world, was not so arrogant as to engage Konoha directly. A confrontation at this stage would yield no favorable outcomes. We must wait a while longer. Besides, I am faring no better than you. Pointing towards the Konoha hospital behind her, Reiko, though protected by the branch family, was still prepared to engage in combat should she encounter enemy ninjas. However, you had no possibilities for conflict should the front lines falter. Tsunade would prioritize the evacuation of medical ninjas. I cannot leave just yet. Hinata Reiko peered inside, noting numerous patients being moved to different rooms. I have heard about this matter. You proposed reforms to Lady Tsunade, which she ultimately accepted. Without your suggestion, this war would have resulted in many more fatalities. Among the ninjas stationed at the rear, many had heard of Uchiha-Yu's name. Despite his youth, he had already surpassed numerous medical ninjas in his proficiency, with some predicting that he would one day rival Tsunade herself. Even though he hailed from the Uchiha clan, no one would harbor animosity towards a medical ninja. Once on the battlefield, injuries were inevitable, and should one find themselves in the care of a medical ninja with whom they had a grudge, the consequences could be dire. While the two conversed, Uchiha-Yu suddenly spotted a member of the Umbu swiftly heading towards Orochimaru's quarters. Soon, a grim message spread through the camp. Lord Nara's front had encountered a substantial number of allied ninjas. War was imminent. The enemy's proactive engagement targeted Konoha. In their quest for territorial expansion, they had devised a series of strategic plans from the outset. Concurrently, another alarming piece of news circulated through the camp. The Mist Village had reached the vicinity of the Rain Village and commenced their assault on the front lines. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha-Yu's expression darkened significantly. It was no wonder there had been no word from the Mist Village. They had silently traversed the Land of Rivers to rendezvous with the Rain Village. Now, Orochimaru-sensei would face the onslaught from two villages and would need to collaborate closely with the Sand Village. Uchiha Uran gazed into the distance, observing numerous ninjas hastily departing from the base, as they were required to rush to the front lines to carry out their missions. Reiko, it is not inconceivable that enemies may breach the defenses and infiltrate the rear. Utmost vigilance is essential for your safety. Uchiha-Yu was uncertain whether the ninja who had his eyes taken by the Mist Shinobi was indeed Hinata Reiko. For safety's sake, it was imperative that the opponent remained off the battlefield. Rest assured, those from the branch family are here to provide protection. In the rear base, Uchiha-Yu could acutely sense the rising casualty rate. Some of the advancing ninjas were barely clinging to life, their hearts racing with anticipation upon seeing the medical ninjas, urging them to hasten their demise. It is no wonder that Orochimaru-sensei reflects on the fragility of life. He has lost countless comrades in the hospital, one by one, as lives flicker out before his very eyes, leaving even Uchiha-Yu unable to remain indifferent. Regrettably, with the current medical capabilities, it is impossible to wrest them from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Hurry! We need tourniquets. Prepare the tourniquets. Quickly, cut open his clothing and rinse with cool water. Be cautious not to exacerbate the wounds. You lot, swiftly bring the patient over here. Lord you, there is an emergency patient. A multitude of injured individuals was being brought into the hospital. Fortunately, heeding Uchiha Yu's counsel, they implemented a method of triage and expanded the rear hospital's capacity, preventing a collapse of the medical system. Even so, the sheer volume of patients placed an immense burden upon them. Blood stained the body of Uchiha Uran. As numerous patients accelerated the enhancement of his abilities, he tightly grasped a pale blue chakra scalpel, carefully extracting the kunai embedded within the patient's body. Phew. Congratulations on surviving. However, you will need time to recover from your injuries. Gazing at the injured individual lying on the surgical table, he noted the kunai lodged perilously close to the heart. Their survival attributed solely to their robust physical constitution. You survived? Cough. I can't believe such injuries could lead to survival. Thank you, Mr. Uran. The ninja, lying in bed, looked at Uchiha Uran with bewilderment. In Konoha Hospital, no one dared regard him as a mere child. Uchiha Uran's exceptional skills ensured a zero mortality rate among his patients, even surpassing Tsunade. Uran nodded affirmatively, instructing a nurse waiting nearby, prepare for the next surgery. He dealt primarily with injuries caused by kunai, which demanded extraordinarily precise chakra control, especially for the ninjas on the operating table, each teetering on the brink of death. Thus, Uchiha Uran's surgical speed was swift, aimed at minimizing the risk of fatalities. Functioning like an emotionless machine, mending one patient after another. Since the onset of war, there had been no respite. Uran often spent several consecutive days in the hospital, ultimately requiring assistance to leave at the end of each day. Today, he was prepared to continue rescuing patients when a ninja suddenly appeared before him. SH-Ju? It had been nearly half a month since Uran had last seen SH-Ju, who acted as an errand runner for Orochimaru, shuttling between Konoha and the camp. I never expected that in just a month, your name would resonate throughout the hospital. When will I achieve your current accomplishments? It was impossible to claim he felt no envy. SH-Ju had inherited his sister's medical ninjutsu and had made significant progress. To Uran, he seemed less like a member of the Uchiha clan and more akin to someone from the Senju clan. Could he possibly be a half-blood? Noticing SH-Ju's dazed expression, Uran reached out and playfully tapped SH-Ju's head, remarking, as Orochimaru's messenger, "What brings you to the hospital? Are you seeking me for something significant?" Finally recalling his purpose for being there, SH-Ju relayed Orochimaru's orders. Orochimaru-sensei mentioned there is a matter that requires your attention. An affair? Very well. If it warranted Uchiha Uran's personal involvement, it surely was not a trivial matter. Following SH-Ju to Orochimaru's office, Uran witnessed the three legendary ninjas gathered together, their heated argument unbroken by his entrance. Tsunade was embroiled in a dispute with Orochimaru concerning Uchiha Uran's fate. Orochimaru, I cannot agree to this. Uran plays a vital role in Konoha's medical efforts. His patient recovery rate rivals my own, she argued passionately, emphasizing Uran's medical ninjutsu proficiency and his formidable strength. I know my disciple well. When I trained him, he was already a nin and now is undoubtedly even stronger. It was rare to witness Orochimaru's anger, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority that rendered Jiraiya, who had intended to mediate, momentarily speechless, for he understood that during wartime, obedience was paramount. Despite Tsunade's esteemed status and her identity as a medic, Orochimaru was the leader of Konoha's forces. I am uncertain why this concerns me, but it seems to have sparked a conflict between the two of you. Jiraiya interjected, drawn by their conversation, stepping closer and addressing the two. Shouldn't the decision rest with Uran himself? Chapter 48. Bait. Amidst the palpable tension between the two, Uchiha Uran stood in a state of confusion, listening as Orochimaru detailed the current situation at the front lines. Due to a recent command error, significant casualties had occurred, resulting in an overwhelming number of injured individuals that could not be transported to the hospital. Thus, a contingent of medical ninjas was needed to venture to the front lines. In essence, this meant serving as battlefield medics, braving enemy attacks to save those who still clung to life. Tsunade's perspective prioritized Uran's prodigious talent, arguing that it was unnecessary for him to engage in such perilous endeavors, as his contributions from the rear could greatly surpass those on the front lines. Moreover, should he fall in battle, it would represent a tremendous loss for Konoha, which fueled Tsunade's vehement opposition. Conversely, Orochimaru took a broader view. Considering Uran's capabilities in a comprehensive manner, during missions, he had already demonstrated the ability to single-handedly defeat nin. While the core battlefield would likely present encounters with nin, Orochimaru argued that the remaining areas were relatively safe, with dedicated protection in place, minimizing the risk of harm. After all, he would not send his exceptionally talented disciple into danger if it were not necessary due to the staggering number of casualties at the front. I understand both of your viewpoints. After absorbing the context, Uchiha Uran stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Tsunade. I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but I must go to the front lines to fulfill my role, rather than remain in the rear. The hospital's operations are now well established, even in my absence. It will function smoothly. However, at the front lines, countless lives hang in the balance, and I must ensure their survival. At that moment, Uchiha Uran sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Tsunade, a focus reserved for top-tier fighters. Even he could not remain unaffected by it, yet Jiraiya intervened just in time. Glancing at Uran. As an outsider, Jiraiya recognized Uran as a competent ninja, carrying forward the will of fire instilled by the third Hokage, representing the finest of the new generation. The fact that he could withstand Tsunade's killing intent was a commendable feat. Only Uchiha Uran comprehended the gravity of the situation. The opportunity to engage in battle implied an encounter with enemies. Given his current abilities, he could eliminate Nin, and even against elite Nin, he could rely on his radiating power to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Remaining in the shadows would surely earn him a respectable reputation. But to resonate throughout the ninja world was an impossibility. Do you understand what you're saying? You wish to rush into battle without experiencing the brutal realities of war. Tsunade pushed Jiraiya aside, facing Uran directly, her voice low and intense. People will die. I have seen many young ones like you, who arrived on the battlefield only to perish before they could comprehend their surroundings. Her words were stark. The war had not yet reached a point where lower-ranked ninjas should be thrust into the central battlefield. However, the area where ninjas sustained injuries was not far from the heart of combat. Lady Tsunade, I have faith in my abilities. His gaze remained unwaveringly calm. And regardless of Tsunade's threats, Uchiha Uran's resolve was unshakable, showing no inclination to refuse. In the end, Tsunade had no choice but to relent, releasing her grip on him. Turning toward Orochimaru with a hint of exasperation, he truly is your disciple. He shares your stubbornness, determined to pursue his goals without regard for the consequences. Orochimaru, upon being mentioned, slightly nodded in agreement with Tsunade, refraining from contradiction. The need for medical ninjas on the battlefield for rescue operations necessitated Orochimaru to arrange a contingent for protection. Furthermore, Tsunade would personally engage on the front lines. Medical ninjas were not required to participate, save for one, Tsunade herself. As the progenitor and integrator of medical ninjutsu, the rules never applied to the architect. Due to the urgency of the situation, they were compelled to immediately advance to the front lines, where the Jonin were already engaged in combat, leaving only those in recovery behind. Once the personnel assembled, Tsunade positioned herself at the forefront, flanked by an elite squad of Nin tasked with ensuring the safety of the medical ninjas. After establishing the necessary protective measures, Tsunade's countenance turned grave as she declared, "The upcoming mission entails a significant risk of mortality. We must expedite our efforts to rescue our injured comrades." After imparting her instructions, she cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Yu, coldly instructing, "You, come with me." The remaining medical ninjas exchanged dubious glances, perplexed by the interaction between Tsunade and Yu. Unaware of the underlying tension, save for Uchiha Yu, who comprehended that Tsunade was still miffed. Despite her irritation, Tsunade led the charge, ever vigilant of their surroundings, ensuring Uchiha Yu remained closely behind her for protection in the event of danger. Upon departing the camp, a member of the branch family activated their Byakugan, meticulously surveying the vicinity and providing continuous updates. Additionally, the Inuzuka clan, renowned for their sensory abilities, stood ready to thwart any sudden enemy incursions. As Orochimaru had meticulously prepared for any eventuality, the sky loomed with thick, dark clouds, mirroring the somber mood that enveloped them. Even the elite Nin, seasoned in numerous battlefield missions, remained on high alert, their shuriken held tightly, unwilling to let their guard down. They were on the brink of entering the territory bordering the land of rain. A solitary drop of rain fell, striking Uchiha Yu's face as he gazed into the distance, where a colossal mass of ominous clouds had gathered. Crack! Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, Tsunade halted her advance. The ninjas beside her drew their weapons, forming a defensive stance while cautiously observing their surroundings. Uchiha Yu sensed an unsettling aura that had just brushed past them, a faint yet menacing presence lingering in the air. Tsunade skillfully hurled a kunai, which struck a puddle ahead, and indeed, The surface of the water soon manifested silhouettes of two ninjas from the Mist Village. However, rather than engaging immediately, they seemed intent on fleeing. Truly, Tsunade's formidable reputation preceded her. One of the Mist ninjas regarded her with a grave expression, having recognized the woman before them. As one of the legendary Sannin actively involved on the battlefield, her visage was etched into the memory of every ninja. Instead of confronting them head-on, conveying this vital information to their forces was of utmost importance. Tsunade would never allow them to escape unscathed. In an instant, she dispatched both adversaries, and, upon surveying her surroundings and confirming the absence of further threats, she resumed her journey. Little did she know that in a distant grove, a shadow was swiftly taking form. No sooner had Tsunade departed than the enemy followed in her wake, just as the Lord had surmised. Merely wounding the enemy ninjas without delivering a fatal blow would inevitably lure out the medical ninjas lurking behind. This was a deliberately orchestrated trap by the Mist Village, designed to draw out their medical personnel. After thorough investigation, it was revealed that Konoha had undergone reforms regarding medical ninjas, prompting the higher-ups of the Mist Village to resolve that the first course of action would be to eliminate the medical ninjas, ensuring that the balance of power would not shift drastically as the war progressed. They arrived at the scene before dusk, even though Orochimaru had forewarned them. Uchiha was still taken aback upon witnessing the battlefield. The vast majority of ninjas were gravely injured, with another group already lifeless, their demise evidently recent. Were there not many casualties in this war? Uchiha Uran sensed something amiss. There were numerous injured individuals present. Yet the actual fatalities were merely those who succumbed to excessive blood loss before receiving timely medical attention. However, when he intended to relay this intelligence, he observed that Tsunade had already commenced her rescue efforts. Given the gravity of the situation concerning human lives, he resolved to wait until she had tended to the injured before addressing the matter with her. After attending to several critical cases, Uran approached Tsunade and briefly recounted the events. Are you suggesting that this was a deliberate act by the enemy? There are numerous casualties, yet they opted not to pursue a kill? Tsunade recognized the seriousness of the situation, but evacuating the injured was no longer feasible. Meanwhile, a significant number of ninjas had converged, their intent unmistakable: to eliminate all Konoha ninjas present. Chapter 49. The Radiation Zone. In the next moment, a thick mist enveloped their surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Amidst the fog, anguished cries echoed, each one signifying the death of a ninja. The ninjas from the Mist Village had no intention of allowing the injured Konoha ninjas to escape. They awaited their final opportunity. Be cautious. Enemies are approaching. Tsunade's expression darkened. Her eagerness to save lives had unwittingly led her into the enemy's trap. She steeled herself, and in that fleeting moment of renewed clarity, a resolute determination flickered in her eyes. The ensuing battle will be chaotic. Take this chance to break through to safety. Do not concern yourself with me. They will not capture me. With swift hand seals, she summoned a colossal slug, which appeared and formed a barrier against the encroaching foes. Lady Tsunade. The bluish-white slug pondered the unfamiliar surroundings and gazed at Tsunade's grim visage. Slug, I require your assistance. Divide into smaller entities and attach yourselves to these lightly injured ninjas to preserve their lives. At that moment, Tsunade stood atop the slug. Observing the silhouettes of those engaged in battle, the Mist Village was intent on annihilating them. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Uran did not remain by Tsunade's side. This battle was not his domain, and he had a more crucial role to fulfill. He concealed himself in the shadows, manipulating the radioactive elements within his body. However, the area was vast, and fully unleashing this power would require time. To the ninjas of the Mist Village, he mused, I wonder if you can withstand the devastation I am about to unleash. With reckless abandon, he exhibited the potency of the radioactive elements, causing destruction that even he could scarcely fathom. The flora surrounding him gradually withered, as if deprived of moisture, ultimately transforming into a mass of blackened ash. The slug fragmented into countless smaller forms, enveloping the lightly injured ninjas, just as Tsunade's fist shattered the newly formed mist technique with a single blow. Within the mist, a group of mist ninjas sneered, their leader, an elite jonin wielding a ninja blade crackling with electricity, belonging to the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Delighted by their apparent capture, he remarked, I never imagined we would catch such a significant prey. Killing you would deal an unprecedented blow to Konoha. Tsunade recognized the formidable elite forces of the Mist Village, renowned across the ninja world, and among them, the wielder of the Raijin. Do you believe these individuals can defeat me? Yukatani, exuding confidence, believed himself to be a seasoned ninja. Although Tsunade bore many accolades, He was convinced that he could best her in true combat. In an instant, lightning erupted, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant blue flashes. Lightning release. Lightning ball. The chakra, imbued with lightning, surged along the blade, forming a lethal sphere that hurtled towards Tsunade. The clash escalated to a fevered intensity, but purely from a combat perspective. Yukatan's offensive capabilities appeared superior. The rain village, often shrouded in rain, now bore witness to falling lightning due to the electrical phenomena, and the rainwater further conducted the electricity. With the advantage of the weather, Yukatani showed no intention of granting Tsunade any respite. As their battle reached a stalemate, the surrounding ninjas joined the fray against Tsunade. Neglecting the distant Uchiha Uran, radiation mingled with the gentle breeze, merging into the rain, and Uran's complexion paled. He was incapable of generating a radiation source independently. He required the absorption of solar radiation to unleash it in abundance. Even he found it challenging to bear the consequences of releasing too much at once. Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of radiation. After completing his preparations, Uchiha Uran stood, flanked by two ninjas from the rain village, who had just noticed his concealed presence in the foliage. "Ah, we have a timid one hiding here. How unfortunate for you that we found you," Utara remarked with a hint of derision. He held contempt for those who had never seen battle, waiting for rescue rather than confronting their enemies. He had dispatched many like them, and as he approached Uran, his blade poised for the kill, he exclaimed, "Die, little brat." Yet, contrary to Utara's expectations, no blood splattered upon him. Instead, he was met with Uchiha's single Tomo Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Uran unleashed his genjutsu, and the expression on Utara's face morphed into one of terror. The technique, Nariku's gaze, became increasingly facile for him, effortlessly ensnaring the enemy within an illusion through the medium of his eyes. Meanwhile, a nearby companion, witnessing Utaru's immobility and hearing his anguished cries, understood that his ally had fallen victim to the genjutsu. He immediately utilized his ninjutsu, water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at Uchiha Uran. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two techniques collided, generating a thick mist. Although Uran's fireball possessed greater potency than a standard one, the incessant drizzle in the environment significantly hampered its effectiveness. The reliance of ninjutsu on environmental conditions left Uchiha Uran unable to pressure his opponent in the short term. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. With the passage of time, victory would inevitably belong to him. After forcing his opponent back, Uchiha Uran drew a kunai and swiftly eliminated the enemy ensnared in the genjutsu. The surrounding slugs hastily relocated the injured from the battlefield, while Tsunade engaged the majority of the enemy's main forces. The remaining Chunin would require considerable effort to defeat them, even incurring casualties in the process. Cough. Cough. After exchanging several blows with Uchiha Uran, Tani Asui felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body, prompting him to cough involuntarily. Observing the blood staining his hands, his pupils constricted in horror as he exclaimed, "Damn it, brat. When did you poison me?" The limitations of a ninja's experience led Tani Asui to mistakenly believe he had been poisoned, prompting him to consume an antidote pill, only to discover it had no effect. Instead, he began to experience itching sensations, and blisters formed beneath his clothing. Regrettably, the released radioactive elements had been significantly diluted due to the vast area of effect. Otherwise, exposure for even a moment would have been fatal. Furthermore, his engagement with Uchiha Uran, coupled with exposure to the fire release, intensified the concentration of radioactive elements within him, exacerbating the damage to his body. Damn it! The detoxification pill proved ineffective, and the deterioration of the situation deepened. Fully aware that this path would inevitably lead to death, Tianai Shui resolutely steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he glared at his opponent. "Damn brat, perish." With a surge of determination, he invoked the technique of water release, water dragon bullet. Gathering all his chakra, he channeled the surrounding rainwater, conjuring a colossal water dragon that writhed ferociously. The sheer magnitude of the water dragon bullet drew the attention of the nearby mist shinobi, witnessing Tianai Shui spitting blood while unleashing the water dragon bullet. Their expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could such a minor adversary inflict such grievous injuries? The formation of the water dragon marked the end of his opponent's life. Blood stained the dragon's head, and with the sound of a body collapsing, Tianai Shui lay there motionless, his corpse riddled with festering boils of various sizes. The force of radiation erupted, claiming his life. Uchiha Uran, confronted with the uncontrollable water dragon bullet, chose to evade by leaping aside. Chapter 50. The Unusual Toxin. Taniyama Mizu was inexplicably slain by a mere child. How could this be possible? Exercise caution. The death of Taniyama Mizu is indeed peculiar, as his corpse appears somewhat different. It must be poison. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses, and approach with care. Even though the adversary managed to eliminate an elite nin, the Mist Ninjas held confidence in their ability to vanquish him amid their coordinated assault. However, as they drew within a certain proximity, an unsettling warmth enveloped their bodies, and they observed pustules forming on their skin. When did we become poisoned? This was the shared perplexity of the trio. Even after consuming the antidote pills, they found themselves unable to resist this toxin, with the severity of their affliction only beginning to abate as they distanced themselves from Uchiha Uran. Watching their assailant flee, he recognized his inability to obstruct the trio, yet the cellular damage inflicted upon him was irrevocable. Even if they escaped the radius of radiation, their demise would inevitably unfold. Perhaps even more horrifyingly than that of Taniyama Mizu. Do you think that fleeing will absolve you of consequences? Uchiha tore open a gap amidst the chaos of battle, urging the ninjas behind him to retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, Tsunade engaged in a fierce confrontation with Uchiha Tanaka, preventing him from striking back and ruthlessly eliminating the ninjas of Konoha. A glance over her shoulder revealed a lifeless body sprawled before Uchiha, while several ninjas hastily withdrew, fearful of being caught in the fray. What had transpired? According to Orochimaru, the enemy possessed strength capable of rivaling a nin, and the potential to slay an elite nin surpassed Tsunade's expectations. Uchiha Tanaka observed the grim fate of his subordinates, his expression grave as he quietly demanded, "What are you three fools doing?" The three chastised ninjas wore bitter smiles, feeling excruciating pain as if some force were tearing their muscles apart. Gritting their teeth, they responded, "Lord Uchiha, we have been afflicted by an unknown poison, and the antidote is ineffective." Witnessing their torment, Uchiha Tanaka suddenly felt a sharp sting in his own body. Having overlooked his physical condition amidst the intense battle with a formidable opponent, he meticulously checked himself, confirming it was no accident. When had he been poisoned? The ninjas from the hidden mist village sensed something amiss within their bodies as well, though the radiation they had absorbed was insufficient to be lethal. Uchiha Tanaka cast a profound glance at Tsunade, suspecting her of stealthily administering the poison. Resigned, he led the remaining members in retreat. While they had not slain Tsunade, they had eliminated a small fraction of the injured ninjas, which did not constitute a complete failure of the mission. Tragically, they had also taken the life of a medical ninja. As the mist reappeared, Tsunade attempted to pursue but found no trace of the enemy. Damn those ninjas from the hidden mist village. I shall remember this. Her eyes burned with fury as she gazed into the distance. Once the fog dissipated, the scene was devoid of any signs of the hidden mist ninjas, yet the sight of her fallen comrades ignited her wrath. Turning to the surviving individuals, she inquired with concern, Are you injured?" "I am unscathed." He diligently absorbed the surrounding radioactive elements, and having reclaimed the residual radiation from his fallen comrades, he would require only a period of rest to ensure his safety. Noticing the gruesome fate of Taniyasui, Tsunade regarded Uchiha with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Had she misheard? Had the three nin just implicated Uchiha in the poisoning? Did you poison them? Tsunade knelt to examine the corpse on the ground, discovering the victim had bled profusely, with both organs and muscles having dissolved, evoking a sense of horror. She recalled the examination she conducted on you at the hospital, lifting the white bandages to reveal a strikingly similar grotesque sight. Indeed, it was a poison, one for which no antidote existed, at least, not a common one. Only she could reclaim it. The reason for preemptively absorbing the radioactive elements was clear. The corpse was merely a lifeless body, devoid of any potential for indirect transmission. Tsunade extracted some substances, intending to return for further analysis. Until she could develop an antidote, she remained wary of this potent poison, more terrifying than any she had previously encountered. The eruption of battle to its swift conclusion transpired in mere minutes, leaving the enemy in a pitiful state. Such a terrifying ability must not inadvertently harm allies. She could not bear the thought of you being forced to leave the village due to the consequences of a single conflict. Tsunade's concerns were well-founded. Both the potency of the poison and its potential for spread were starkly evident in Uchiha Tanaka's condition, prompting her to decisively suppress the enemy. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. This ability remains under my control. After driving back the adversaries, they needed to transport the injured. To save time, they prioritized treatment for those with lighter wounds, granting them some degree of mobility before attending to the more severely injured. As Uchiha administered aid, one severely wounded ninja regained consciousness, momentarily disoriented before he spotted Tsunade beside him. In a weak voice, he rasped, "Cough. We have discovered the whereabouts of Hanzo's troops. Their target is the vanguard. We must hurry. After uttering these words, he seemed to lose strength again, slipping back into unconsciousness, leaving Tsunade in shock upon hearing the news. We need to transport the injured back immediately. You observed the evident shift in Tsunade's demeanor and was about to send someone to investigate the Vanguard's situation when Tsunade rose and instructed him. I will personally attend to the Vanguard. You must escort the injured away without delay. Do not waste time on the journey. What? Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Convinced he must have misheard. Although this location was not in the heart of the battlefield, they had just endured a wave of assaults. And now I was expected to escort the injured back as a mere genin? He reiterated, emphasizing his point. Lady Tsunade, I cannot assure the survival of our team. We are at the front line, devoid of elite genin, and should we encounter danger, the possibility of total annihilation looms large. Upon hearing Uchiha's doubts, Tsunade recognized her oversight. Her earlier anxiety had led her to err in judgment. Regaining her composure, she lowered her head and murmured an apology. Despite her concerns for the safety of the troops, she could not forsake the injured before her. Let us hasten back and report the latest developments to Orochimaru. Hanzo's forces were the most elite of ninjas, and their deployment was undoubtedly premeditated. More pressing was Tsunade's instinctive dread, for reasons she could not fully grasp. A foreboding sense lingered, compelling her to return swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the defeated Uchiha Tanaka was returning to the headquarters with his team. Feeling his body deteriorate rapidly, manifesting symptoms akin to blisters. What manner of poison is this? Damn it, my chakra cannot withstand it. The excruciating pain urged Uchiha Tanaka to run, but en route, one of his comrades succumbed to the agony and took his own life. The toxic affliction ravaged both body and spirit, overwhelming the weak-willed. Moreover, the overall condition of the team was grim. Those with lighter symptoms merely exhibited coughs and fevers. While the severely poisoned were hanging by a thread, the camp commander observed the dismal state of the returning team. Uchiha Tanaka was a distinguished genin, a key asset to the village. What has happened to you? We've been poisoned. During the attack on Konoha's medical ninjas, we encountered Tsunade, and a young one beside her released a terrifying toxin. Although the Mist Village lacked medical ninjas, they had specialized medical personnel. They were swiftly transported to the rear for urgent treatment, only to discover that this poison was contagious. The medical staff began to exhibit various symptoms, albeit mild due to indirect exposure. Alarmed, they promptly isolated Uchiha Tanaka. Tsunade, hastening back with her team, felt the skies rumble ominously, followed by a torrential downpour. The return journey consumed considerable time, yet they ultimately made it back unscathed. Tsunade immediately sought out Orochimaru to relay the situation. Hanzo's elite forces had engaged, and the fate of the dispatched vanguard was uncertain. Hanzo had audaciously sent forth his personal elite unit. Based on the reports from the ninjas, Orochimaru compiled the nearby routes. Shaking his head in resignation, just as he was about to speak, urgent news reached them from behind. Lord Orochimaru, the vanguard has been attacked by enemy ninjas. Genin Katodan is gravely injured. This proclamation left Tsunade momentarily frozen, but she quickly regained her senses and dashed out of the camp. She was determined to save lives. The news of the vanguard's ambush spread throughout the camp, causing quite a stir, for the vanguard was composed entirely of elite genin. This encounter with Hanzo's elite forces had resulted in severe injuries on both sides. Uchiha Uran was still attending to the wounded ninjas brought in, and upon receiving the news, he let out a gentle sigh, murmuring to himself, "It seems that some things remain unchangeable. The death of Katadan will profoundly affect Tsunade." He felt it imperative that SHU remained close to Orochimaru, cautioning him against hasty actions. Although he was not well acquainted with Katadan, there were individuals within Konoha with whom he shared deep connections, and Uran harbored a desire for their survival amidst the ravages of war. Following the hospital's protocols, he classified the injured patients, relieved that basic treatments had been administered on the battlefield. Otherwise, the burden on the medical system would have been overwhelming. In the aftermath of this incident, Tsunade would likely fall into a period of despair, with the myriad responsibilities of the hospital weighing heavily upon her. The thought of it caused him considerable distress. After a day of bustling activity within the hospital, he emerged to witness Tsunade standing vigil over a corpse, the very body of Katadan. Orochimaru and Jiraiya trailed behind her, both remaining silent as they observed the poignant scene. Upon hearing footsteps from behind, Uran approached, but Orochimaru gestured for him to halt and led him to a secluded corner, expressing a sense of resignation regarding the fragility of life. War leads to death. We must all come to terms with our mortality. A mere explosive tag can obliterate a life in an instant. In light of the devastating blow Tsunade had endured, It was likely she would succumb to a period of melancholy. The field hospital had already garnered sufficient renown, and he intended to appoint her to oversee its various affairs henceforth. Moreover, the two villages had intensified their collaboration in the war, necessitating the presence of battlefield ninjas to ensure survival. Such missions would become increasingly frequent and arduous. In a bid to prepare Uran for the grim realities ahead, he conveyed that the current state of warfare had escalated, with both factions fully engaged in fierce combat. Particularly alarming was the dispatch of elite forces by the opposing side, poised to launch an assault on the Konoha encampment. Had it not been for the encounter with Cat Dan, significant casualties would have undoubtedly ensued within the camp. Casting a deep glance at the weeping Tsunade, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words of comfort, fervently wishing that those he cherished would not perish in the chaos of war. I believe in my strength, he thought resolutely. Uchiha clenched his fists, aware that the forthcoming tasks would bear greater weight. However, he could take advantage of this period of warfare to actively engage on the battlefield. Recalling the last assault from the Hidden Rain village, you had extracted the corresponding toxins from the salamander and conducted a thorough study upon returning to his village. The most troublesome aspect for the Rain Shinobi was indeed the salamander's toxin. This is the antidote I developed, which can only temporarily alleviate the effects until medical ninjas arrive. Additionally, I extracted a crucial substance from this paralyzing toxin. It is a potent anesthetic that can be administered to patients to ease their suffering. However, preliminary testing is necessary to prevent adverse reactions. In his hands was a swirl of pale purple liquid, which, under the sunlight, emanated an unusual beauty. Orochimaru seized the purple potion and promptly declared, "Let us proceed with human experimentation. We have captured numerous enemy ninjas during this time, and they are of no further use. Let them all be utilized for experimentation." This statement took Uchiha by surprise, yet it was not entirely unexpected. It was evident that Orochimaru's character had quietly undergone a transformation. Then I shall arrange for the human trials. Uchiha is not a melancholic or indecisive individual. While directly conducting human experiments undoubtedly entails significant risks, the current imperative to save more lives necessitates the sacrifice of enemy ninjas. War is devoid of mercy. The world of ninjas is rife with slaughter and destruction. Upon receiving the mission directive, Uchiha arrived at the prison housing the captured enemy ninjas. Damn Konoha ninjas. You shall pay dearly for this. Do not expect to extract any intelligence from me. Konoha, I will annihilate you. If you possess the courage, release me. A voice cried out, I possess crucial information. Spare my life, and I shall divulge it to you. The hastily constructed prison, while robust, was situated in an extremely inhospitable environment. Upon entering, Uchiha was immediately struck by an unpleasant odor that nearly induced nausea. The dim oil lamp served as the prison's sole source of illumination, casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere throughout the facility. Chapter 52, A Glimmer of Hope Mystery. The individuals here can be rather dangerous. I kindly advise you to maintain your distance, remarked the guard ninja, having recognized Uchiha's presence in the prison. He had previously received treatment from him and offered this warning with good intentions. Rest assured, I shall not engage with overly formidable ninjas, came Yu's calm response. The imprisoned ninjas, unaware of the impending events, felt an unsettling chill as Uchiha scrutinized them. Upon selecting the subjects for his experiments, they were escorted out. One female ninja, upon glimpsing the long-forgotten sunlight, trembled involuntarily, her hands reaching out as if to embrace the rays. This poignant moment did not escape Yu's notice, prompting him to command, have the two female ninjas assist her with a bath, and once she is clean, bring her to my quarters. The guard ninjas exchanged bewildered glances at Uchiha's seemingly uncharacteristic kindness. Is this child truly so vigorous at such a tender age? One pondered silently. Noticing the quizzical expressions directed at him, Yu shot a sharp glance, silently urging them to refrain from prying. Due to the scarcity of medical resources, Uchiha's quarters were situated on the top floor of the hospital, filled with an array of medical instruments intended for urgent care. The two female ninjas escorted their charge to the hospital's summit, observing the bustling medical ninjas with a sense of admiration. It became clear that Mr. Yu resided within the hospital for the sake of facilitating patient rescue. The orders from Lord Orochimaru had been issued. One should not underestimate Mr. Yu's youth, for he was the head of the battlefield hospital, a position of considerable authority during wartime. The restrained female ninja understood her grim fate. Fortunate ones might become mere playthings and survive, while the unfortunate could endure unspeakable torment, ultimately succumbing within these walls. Her gaze filled with dread as she was forcibly dragged along the corridor. They arrived at a room where she was compelled to pause. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. came a voice from within. The interior exuded an air of meticulous order and cleanliness, a stark contrast even to the rear lines of the battlefield. It was a sanctuary of sorts. Secure her to the bed, and you may then depart, you instructed. Understood. Contrary to her expectations. You did not unleash primal desires upon her, but instead busied himself at a counter laden with vials, the sound of glass clinking resonating in the air. The female ninja refrained from struggling, well aware of its futility, her expression one of desolation akin to a marionette bound by strings. As you prepared the concoction, he caught sight of her vacant gaze and sighed, I see no desire for life in your eyes. His words seemed to be more for himself, while she, silent and withdrawn, closed her eyes. I shall conduct my experiments gradually, striving to ensure your survival. The potency of the pufferfish toxin demanded use utmost caution. He diligently diluted the purple serum until it transformed into a slightly tinted clear liquid. Administering it to her, she soon succumbed to drowsiness, the world around her blurring into dual images of Uchiha Itachi. You did not intervene during this process. Calculating the passage of time, he noted that within a minute, she had drifted into slumber. A subsequent examination revealed her body temperature to be normal, albeit on the lower side. For an average individual, such sleep would be deemed safe. Yet for one severely injured, profound slumber could lead to irreversible harm or even death. This was why post-operative patients were not permitted to sleep. 2 hours later, she finally emerged from her stupor. In her dreams, she had wandered through a realm devoid of warfare and suffering, wishing only to remain in that blissful state. Upon awakening, she found Uchiha Itachi seated beside her bed, observing her in silence. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated him, bestowing an almost ethereal beauty that dispelled the chill from his presence. She sensed that her body had not been violated. Rather, during her captivity, she had experienced the most restful sleep of her life. Here, she found warmth and was spared from abuse, despite having lost hope for survival. Witnessing this scene compelled her to turn her face away, overwhelmed by emotion. You placed a stethoscope against her chest, intently listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat, which transitioned from a slow tempo to a more normal cadence. Curious, the pufferfish toxin should not incite such exhilaration. Why does your heart race? In a state of rational contemplation, Uchiha Itachi examined the test tube in his hand, initially suspecting an error in the serum. However, he quickly realized the cause when he observed the flush of her lips, hinting at a different reality. Ah, my apologies. Accustomed to treating patients, he was unaware that the ninjas from Amigakure had never encountered a medical ninja, and thus could not comprehend the methods of diagnosis he employed. I shall conduct another physical examination. Uchiha Itachi produced a notebook filled with observations recorded over the past 2 hours, and, looking up, continued, during this time, I will ensure your life is preserved. Furthermore, you need not return to the prison. Your sole purpose is to aid me in a human experiment. Unlike Orochimaru, whose experiments were recklessly conducted at the expense of lives, Uchiha Itachi approached his human trials with assurance, minimizing adverse effects to the utmost degree. He could guarantee the success of his trials while ensuring that significant casualties would be avoided. Very well. The female ninja offered no resistance. Yet she sensed a profound difference between Uchiha Itachi and the ninjas she had known. He lacked the cruelty typically associated with their kind. Instead, he instilled in her a sense of relaxation and safety, a sensation she had never felt with her comrades from Amigakure. In moments of despair, when one sees a hand extended in kindness, the innate human instinct is to grasp it, even if it belongs to an adversary. In this regard, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru shared an undeniable charisma that inspired hope, compelling one to seize it without hesitation. Unbeknownst to you, his unintentional actions had left a profound impact on her. He focused intently on concocting the serum in his hands. Through continual dilution, he aimed to achieve the desired effect. Under the sunlight, no traces of purple remained discernible. Diluted to such an extent, it should suffice for pain relief. Through the reaction of the mountain chrysanthemum, it can be determined that the toxin of the mountain pepper fish has diminished to nearly zero. With a cut made on its arm, Uchiha Itachi administered another dose of the serum, only to find no pain, indicating the successful development of the tranquilizer. Rows of serums were dispatched in batches, subsequently delivered to various rooms within the hospital. Chapter 53. The establishment of objectives. The tranquilizer's efficacy significantly alleviated the pain of the injured ninjas. However, the ensuing dilemma was the insufficient supply of mountain pepper fish toxin. Even with the recently acquired toxins, it could not meet the ninjas' daily demands. In Tsunade's office, the latest serums were displayed. Ever since the demise of Kato, a sense of melancholy enveloped her, a consequence of her shaken convictions. Fortunately, Tsunade had not succumbed to despair nor developed hemophobia, which could be considered a silver lining amidst her misfortunes. Uran had no intention of monopolizing authority. Instead, he entrusted the main responsibilities of the hospital back to Tsunade, as he could not afford to be hindered by the complexities of the affairs at hand. Before Uchiha Uran lies the latest developed sedative, intended to alleviate the pain endured by ninjas. In recent days, extensive research has been conducted despite the scarcity of materials, yielding less than satisfactory results. I will find a way to deal with the toxins of the salamander, and while the assault from the Rain Village has been thwarted, it is impossible for Konoha to breach their defenses in a short time. Tsunade's expression is tinged with sorrow. The ongoing war has bogged down into a quagmire. The intervention of Hanzo has introduced a degree of chaos to the situation, with numerous ninjas perishing daily on the front lines. Particularly concerning is Hanzo's salamander, whose toxins far exceed that of ordinary ones. Even with the antidote pills developed by Uchiha Uran, the efficacy remains unsatisfactory. What did Orochimaru suggest? Should we increase the number of ninjas? Currently, Tsunade is alleviating some of the pressure from Kirigakure, making this the optimal time to strike. He occasionally consults Orochimaru regarding resources, who has mentioned the issues concerning the Rain Village. Orochimaru? That man intends to deploy a surprise assault team to eliminate the inhabitants of the neighboring villages, thereby depriving the Rain Village of food and essential aid. This plan is excessively ruthless. Slaughtering the common folk of the land of Rain challenges moral boundaries. Her heart aches. The casualties of war are primarily ninjas, yet under Orochimaru's plan, the deaths would extend to innocents as well. Anyone residing in the land of Rain becomes an enemy. Faced with this plan, Tsunade refrains from voicing dissent, and even the usually compassionate Jiraiya opts for silence, both uncertain how to articulate their thoughts. By cutting off the food supply from the surrounding villages to the Rain Village, the enemy would inevitably face a food crisis, leaving their options limited, to resist to the death or, when supplies run out, engage in a final battle with Konoha. For Konoha, this presents a significant advantage. The strength of Konoha's ninjas surpasses that of the Rain Village, especially in large-scale confrontations. Even with Hanzo's salamander, the legendary three possess their own trump cards. And the three great summoning lands never lack colossal summoning beasts. A preemptive strike could minimize casualties and relieve some pressure on Konoha's ninjas. Recognizing the enemy's hesitation, Uchiha Uran meets Tsunade's gaze, his tone laced with intensity. Lady Tsunade should understand the extent of Konoha's depletion if this continues. Although Tsunade has declared war on the Rain Village, they are gradually retreating. When they ultimately betray the alliance, we will have to contend with both the Rain and Mist villages. The casualty figures will only escalate, not diminish. Uran possesses a clear understanding of the battlefield dynamics. Many details and insights from the Hokage suggest that Nara, responsible for Iwagakure and Kyomogakure, faces immense pressure and undoubtedly requires support. We must swiftly subdue the Rain Village to eliminate any chance of their dominance. I am aware of this matter. Very well. Frustrated, Tsunade waves her hand, seemingly conceding to Orochimaru's plan. Expressing her helplessness, the Hokage appointed Orochimaru as commander, recognizing his rationality. Regardless of the situation, he handles matters in the most advantageous manner. A feat I cannot match. He is the commander. Let him fulfill that role. Tsunade resolves to focus solely on hospital affairs, having come to terms with her role. Should Orochimaru require her in battle against the Rain Village, she would comply, but she refuses to partake in the slaughter of innocents. With no objections raised, Orochimaru enacts his decisive plan, instructing his ruthless subordinates to carry it out. They embody the darkest facet of Konoha, willing to bear any infamy to secure victory. Such a monumental decision cannot remain hidden. Within Uchiha Uran's chamber, the imprisoned Yamabuki hears the news from the camp, her teacup dropping to the ground. Are you truly going to take action against the villagers? Her incredulous words reach Uran's ears, to which he does not deny, but instead nods gently, stating, "This is indeed true. Since the Rain Village has chosen to incite war, they must be prepared for slaughter. Konoha has suffered too many casualties. We cannot afford to prolong this. I do not shy away from admitting that I am not a virtuous person. Yet all my actions aim to bring a swift end to this war." Uran's gaze remains steadfast. Nothing has yet occurred that could incite regret. Blame the instigators of war and the insatiable ambition of the powerful, which can never be mended. Yamabuki, a competent ninja, finds her voice hoarse upon hearing of the impending massacre of her village. Why must there be war? How can we ensure that the shinobi world does not descend into conflict? Upon hearing her words, Uran's movements momentarily falter, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he regards her. War exists to deplete the population. Resources within the shinobi world are finite. The Rain Village requires more resources to nurture strong warriors, necessitating war to eliminate unnecessary burdens. My understanding of war surpasses that of anyone. The casualties predominantly consist of lower-tier individuals, while those orchestrating the conflict remain untouched. Is this a jest? As for how to prevent war in the shinobi world, Uran falls into contemplation. Unless we unify the entire shinobi realm under absolute power, silencing the masses, much like the legendary figures Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who together ended the chaotic battles, establishing a new order within the shinobi world. Alas, they perished too soon, had they survived. A world devoid of war might have thrived for many years. His perspective aligns closely with that of the Akatsuki organization, both advocating for absolute strength to govern the masses, resolving conflicts through might. As for love and trust, how then did the fourth and fifth great ninja wars arise? I shall ensure that the shinobi world experiences no further wars, but it will require considerable time. By continuously enhancing my strength, I aim to reach the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, transcending even the Sage of Six Paths. My future objective is to grow stronger and subsequently resolve the conflicts, bringing forth a world devoid of ninjas. Chapter 54. The Objective of Nuclear Annihilation. Can he truly achieve this? Lord Hanzo once proclaimed that he would render the Rain Village immensely powerful, no longer a mere pawn in the game of war. Yet, it now appears that Hanzo has failed, and Yamabuki has lost her faith, captured by Konoha's ninjas, awaiting her grim fate. Yet, she finds a glimmer of hope in the one before her, a renewed sense of expectation. Mr. Uran, I wish to follow you. I long to witness a shinobi world free from war. Yamabuki kneels on one knee, her heart captivated by his vision, willing to lay down her life to realize this dream. Follow me? Uran, taken aback by her words, gazes into her eyes, now shining with renewed light, and gently nods in agreement. However, to follow me, one must possess formidable strength. Currently, you remain too weak. You must summon the courage to give everything to keep pace with me. I will do it. Indeed, to accomplish this remarkable feat, Uchiha Uran requires the allegiance of many, compelling them to embrace his belief. In contemplation, he recalls an individual whose future bears striking resemblance to his own. His gaze drifts towards the horizon, the direction of the Rain Village, the very birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. Born at dawn, the Akatsuki underwent a profound transformation, evolving into a chilling entity. Yet, Nagato's ideology resonates harmoniously with his own. Our organization emerged from the crucible of war, hence, we shall name it Dawn. We shall usher in a new tomorrow, a realm devoid of conflict, suffering, and the existence of shinobi. With outstretched arms, Uchiha Uran stands illuminated by sunlight, forever basking in its glow. Much like his essence, his power derived from anguish, and he who inflicts suffering upon the world. For the promise of a brighter future, we must extinguish countless lives, even waging a terrifying conflict no less catastrophic than the Great Ninja War. Uran foresees the transformation he shall bring to the world. Yet he is truly weary of the darkness enveloping the shinobi realm. Whether it be Danzo's lust for power or the strife among the great villages, it all traces back to the existence of shinobi, an inherent error. All wars stem from the inequitable distribution of shinobi. I shall stand by Mr. Uran's side, nurturing our influence. In Yamabuki's resolute gaze lies respect. Despite the youth of her companion, merely 11 or 12 years old, none dare regard him as a mere child. I will seek an opportunity to send you away. Once departed, do not be ensnared in the vortex of battle. It is impossible for the Second Great Ninja War to conclude in less than a year. Uran understands that the Rain Village is merely the catalyst for war, and its capabilities cannot sustain prolonged conflict. When Konoha's strength wanes, the other ninja villages will seize the opportunity. That moment shall mark the zenith of the Second Great Ninja War. Who would not desire a share of the prosperous land of the Fire Country? Even Sunagakure, as an ally, cannot resist claiming a portion. After articulating these thoughts, Uchiha Uran approached a nearby table and deftly sketched a yellow radioactive symbol. This image signifies peace. It embodies the future identity of our organization. Only when the shinobi cease to exist will this world be rendered nuclear, a flawless logic. Uchiha requires a considerable sum of money, a task that can only be entrusted to Yamabuki. He is currently unable to leave the village. And with the onset of the Shinobi World War, it presents an opportune moment to profit from the conflict. Once he arranges the upcoming tasks, it should not pose a significant issue for him to send someone away, given his capabilities. The experiments involving the venom of the sand fish have reached a conclusion, and there is no need for the other party to serve as his test subject. Tonight, he deliberately refrained from visiting the hospital, preparing instead to send the individual away under the cover of darkness. Mr. Yu, as instructed, I will first head to the sea to utilize maritime transport for handling the goods. Additionally, I need your assistance in contacting the procurement personnel at the rear, Yamabuki stated. The weapons and equipment such as kunai and shuriken are sourced from the Land of Crafts, a nation renowned for its production of various iron tools. Their weapons are in high demand across multiple countries, and numerous merchants procure goods from them. Yamabuki emulates the merchants of Europe, yet securing buyers remains a crucial concern. Rest assured about the buyers. During wartime, I hold influence in Konoha. At the very least, Orochimaru-sensei will become your purchaser, he reassured her, with plans to develop the organization. Uchiha has meticulously considered all contingencies. He is willing to slightly lower prices to achieve a level of clearance in a short period. It is vital to recognize that during wartime, all prices have doubled. The items sold by the Chiming organization will be priced lower than the usual rates, creating a substantial impact on the market while temporarily expanding it. I will also provide you with a sum of funds to customize some components. Once you reach a safe location, relay the information to me, and I will furnish you with the blueprints. Indeed, Uchiha aims to strike a blow at a lower dimension. The current world of Hokage is one purely of manual labor, devoid of a technological revolution and factories. What he intends to do is expedite this process. I shall not disappoint you, Mr. Yu. Yamabuki aims to demonstrate her worth. While it is challenging to enhance her strength in a short period, the organization has just been established, and there is a lack of various resources. She intends to assist in its formation with her abilities. Just as you continued discussing subsequent plans, he suddenly sensed a prying gaze. Activating his Sharingan, he swiftly approached the window, locking onto a shadow lurking in the darkness. The figure's gaze shifted with the movement of the Sharingan, ultimately succumbing to an illusion. His proficiency in Genjutsu had become second nature, yet he had not anticipated someone would dare to spy on him. Who possesses such audacity? What has transpired, Mr. Yu? Yamabuki inquired, concerned that their previous discussion might have been overheard, potentially raising suspicions about Uchiha collusion with Amigakure. Uchiha merely placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Someone has been observing me, but they have fallen into an illusion. Drawing a kunai. He was eager to discover who had the gall to intrude. Upon reaching the woods and seeing the individual's face, his eye twitched involuntarily. What a surprise, Reiko. Hinata Reiko stood frozen, her expression blank, as three members of the Hyuga branch family suddenly appeared, gazing at the two with astonishment. The leader spoke, "You? What have you done to Miss Reiko?" They were not concerned that Uchiha would harm Reiko. It was evident from his recent actions that he had just arrived. It's nothing. Reiko merely used her Byakugan on me, and I mistook her for an enemy casting Genjutsu. A swift slap to Reiko's head jolted her back to reality. Chapter 55, A Lesson for Reiko. Hinata Reiko gasped, startled and disoriented. At the moment Uchiha unleashed the Genjutsu, she found herself trapped in a blood-red world, unable to escape from any direction, nearing the brink of collapse. You scared me to death. She glanced at Uchiha, her heart racing, and blushed as she recalled the recent events, stammering, I was just curious to see you in your room. I didn't mean to spy. She had heard from those at the Konoha hospital that a girl from Amigakure had been in Uchiha's room recently. Her curiosity had overridden Yu's earlier warnings, leading her to activate her Byakugan and peep in. Little did she know, the moment she opened her eyes, he had already noticed her. Thinking about the terrifying Genjutsu, she felt relieved that you had dispelled it upon realizing her presence. She had no desire to relive that blood-red nightmare. Do you think I would believe you, Reiko? How many times must I tell you? The Byakugan cannot be used on our own people. If you don't remember this, the next time you fall into a Genjutsu, it will serve as a harsh lesson. Had it not been for the presence of the branch family members, Uchiha would have ensured she understood the gravity of her actions. Truly, cough cough, he awkwardly averted his gaze, fearing that the next moment, he might unleash another Genjutsu, leading to an even more embarrassing revelation. You all should leave. I am unlikely to encounter danger at the camp. Go ahead and report to Orochimaru-sensei for your assignments. Yes, Miss Reiko. Feeling the eyes of the branch family members upon her, Reiko sought to uphold the dignity of the main family, concocting an excuse to send them away. He paid no mind to the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan, focusing instead on Reiko, inquiring, what brings you here today? Does Orochimaru-sensei have a new mission? Excited by the prospect of Orochimaru's orders, Reiko eagerly shared the good news. The situation in the front lines has escalated recently. Orochimaru-sensei has instructed the Hyuga clan to accompany the troops to attack Amigakure, preventing their ninjas from escaping. I took the opportunity to come along. I need not remain at the rear. Seeing her exuberance, Uchiha felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm, ruthlessly interrupting. What concern is this of yours? You are a member of the main family and cannot enter battle. Stay at the camp or assist me at the hospital. We are in need of a pair of keen Byakugan eyes. The Byakugan's capabilities rival X-ray vision. With a little medical knowledge, he could enlist her as a laborer. Sensing the dangerous shift in Uchiha-Yu's demeanor, Hinata Reiko instinctively took a step back, creating distance and warily retorting, "What strange thoughts are you harboring? You cannot force me to do things I dislike." As she observed the growing resemblance between you and Orochimaru, she naturally dismissed any notions of personal matters between them. He was either conducting experiments or saving lives. Had she not heard there was a woman in his room, she would not have given in to her curiosity. However, the reality was entirely different from her expectations. "Forget it. I shan't ask for your help after all." Dispelling her whimsical thoughts. She doubted whether she could endure the monotony of hospital life for 3 days, coupled with the tedious study of medical knowledge, which would surely drive her to madness. She feared that she might confuse the heart with the lungs, leading to an embarrassing blunder. Ugh, this is frustrating. Reiko felt an unexpected twinge of disappointment. Was she truly unable to be of assistance? You should rest well at the base. With Orochimaru-sensei around, no ninja would dare to attack. I cannot accompany you. Upon learning of Orochimaru's forthcoming plans, Uchiha, evidently experienced and capable, was the prime candidate for the task of dispatching a team of medical ninjas as initially intended. The arrival of the branch family signified that Orochimaru had commenced dealings with the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village, and I would likely accompany them in their endeavors. I could sense the palpable disappointment emanating from them, as they had come to the camp hoping to engage you in conversation and alleviate their recent feelings of ennui and frustration. In our trio, I found myself the sole occupant of the camp, as SHG was required to deliver messages to Orochimaru daily, often absent for several days at a time. Now you, who remained at the camp, was also burdened with tasks, deepening my sense of inadequacy. My initial intent to cheerfully converse with Uchiha was thwarted when I was ensnared in a genjutsu, subjected to intimidation, and subsequently pierced by their words twice, each blow compounding my already troubled spirit. I departed the hospital, feeling despondent. Observing Yu's retreating figure, I sighed, pondering why I felt the urge to smile. As I watched them leave, I was reminded of pressing matters that required my attention. Seizing the opportunity before Orochimaru's orders were issued, I resolved to escort Yamatsubaki out of the camp. Inside, the anxious Yamatsubaki exhaled in relief upon witnessing Uchiha burst through the window. The situation had been resolved, and my companion was simply curious about my activities. Uchiha Uran provided no elaborate explanations. The task at hand was to ensure the departure of the other party. She donned a fox mask to disguise herself as a member of the Umbu, following closely by his side, ensuring that even if they encountered patrolling ninjas, no unnecessary words would be exchanged. Under the cloak of night, the two traversed the border of the Land of Rain. Their objective clear, to enter the Land of Rivers and ultimately reach the sea for trade. The departure went unnoticed by the camp, and as he watched her fade into the darkness, he recognized this as a pivotal step that would influence the subsequent plans. Likewise, Uchiha Uran needed to provide support. The anesthetic derived from the mountain pepper fish, which she had researched, proved to be significantly more potent than ordinary drugs. By trading some medical supplies, Uchiha Uran swiftly amassed considerable wealth. Upon returning, he was taken aback to find Orochimaru waiting at the hospital's entrance, his dark yellow pupils resembling those of a cold serpent. With a slight furrow in his brow, he sensed the absence of anyone within the room. You let her go? Indeed. Bowing his head slightly, he felt no fear of reprimand from Orochimaru. The latter merely brushed aside this chapter. In comparison to an ordinary Rain Village ninja, whether one was killed or spared bore little consequence as long as no camp secrets were compromised, thus not affecting the war effort. However, the impending matters, as conveyed next, were of utmost confidentiality, necessitating Uchiha Uran's involvement. The front lines had seen considerable action. He had heard from Tsunade that a lethal poison had been developed, which, if disseminated during combat, could turn the tide. Chapter 56. Ruthlessness in the World of Ninjas. The use of poison is commonplace, particularly within the Sand Village. Renowned for its mastery of puppet techniques and toxins, where even hidden weapons are coated with venom. However, the large-scale release of toxins was unprecedented. Numerous known ninjutsu techniques could counteract smoke-based poisons, including wind and water release techniques, which effectively neutralize such effects. The potency of the toxins was not as formidable as one might believe. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, revealing no concealment before his disciple. Imparting the realities of the front lines, the Rain Village was exhibiting formidable resistance, and the pressure on the front was immense. The Mist Village had dispatched an elite team that was advancing. Should they join the fray, casualties would escalate. It was imperative to swiftly crush the enemy. Do not dwell on their demise. All must align with the interests of Konoha, and the war must be concluded promptly, even if it required employing despicable tactics. With a cold, rational mindset, Uchiha Uran acknowledged that, despite their numerical disadvantage compared to the Mist and Rain villages, they could still suppress the enemy. He recognized Orochimaru as an exceptionally adept leader. I have a method to poison them. My former health issues should be known to you, Orochimaru-sensei. The toxins originated from within him, irreplaceable by any other means, thus necessitating his presence on the battlefield. He did not conceal the generation of radioactive elements. Yet Orochimaru displayed heightened interest, as a scientist would wish to explore anything intriguing. Unfortunately, the wartime context compelled Orochimaru to suppress his curiosity and focus solely on the enemy. I will arrange for your safety. Unleash your abilities on the battlefield without the mercy exhibited today, for it could spell your doom. Mistakenly believing that today's events stemmed from Uchiha Uran's compassion, Orochimaru, seasoned by countless battles and steeped in the shadows of Konoha, understood that such notions were illusions. Aware of being misinterpreted by Orochimaru, he cleverly concealed the truth. Contemplating the arrangement made with the mountain chrysanthemum, he recognized that the war's escalation would exponentially deplete resources and thus proposed a plan. Orochimaru-sensei, I am aware that our resource consumption has been rather excessive lately. A weapon merchant is prepared to sell us arms. Moreover, he is willing to donate a portion to fund your experiments. Orochimaru, consumed by his experiments, was not taken aback that his disciple was privy to these dealings. His activities were not shrouded in secrecy, and he had not engaged in exceedingly perilous forbidden experiments. Yet, personal profits could not fulfill the financial demands of his research, and even collaboration with Danzo proved limiting as the latter sought to exploit him for his own ends. Upon hearing Uchiha Uran's proposal, Orochimaru felt a stir of interest at the prospect of generating income. As the leader on the front lines, he understood the terrifying consumption of resources in the wear on weaponry. One could not afford to retrieve kunai or shuriken during battle, nor could one rely on explosive tags, which were utilized en masse. Even the typically composed Orochimaru was taken aback, staring intently at Uchiha Uran, pondering how many more secrets this disciple harbored. He sought to temper his ambition. How much have you skimmed off? If your greed is discovered, and Hokage demands a full accounting, do not expect my assistance. Uchiha Uran found himself in an awkward position. He had indeed withheld more than just a little. Regardless, all funds would ultimately flow into his hands. You may oversee the procurement of resources, but you must guarantee their quality. I would not wish to be blamed for defective kunai. War is no jest. And while Orochimaru could grant some leeway for his disciple to profit, he would not allow any breaches of principle. Should kunai sustain significant damage during combat with enemy ninjas, the blame would fall squarely on Uchiha Uran, and even Orochimaru would share in the repercussions, unable to evade Hokage's wrath. I assure you, Orochimaru-sensei, I will adhere to principles and not overstep. The village of Hokage utilized tools crafted in the land of crafts, and the war's resource consumption was staggering. The land of crafts would not overlook such business opportunities. No one would turn down profit, not even a blacksmith. The quality remained consistent, and with a lower price at sale, they could also secure a portion of the proceeds. This presented a win-win scenario, leaving Orochimaru unable to refute the rationale. With Orochimaru's backing for resource preparation, all obstacles would be surmounted, leaving Uchiha Uran to await feedback from the mountain chrysanthemum. Given the task's significance, all top-tier forces in the camp were mobilized, led, of course, by the legendary Sannin of Konoha. It was evident that the ensuing battle would be fiercely contested. Moreover, a cadre of medical ninjas followed closely behind. Tsunade Jiraiya, each of you shall lead a squad, attack from these two directions, and obliterate all neighboring villages. There must be no survivors. This battle bore immense significance for them. Any misstep would be intolerable. Orochimaru's gaze was solemn, aware that the death of Kato would fuel Tsunade's hatred, and he feared no compassion from her. His gaze shifted to his companions. He understood Jiraiya's character. Finally, he pointed to Uchiha Uran, instructing, Uran, accompany Jiraiya's team. Advance with utmost haste. We cannot afford to delay, and we must crush the enemy in the shortest time possible. Uchiha Uran flawlessly inherited Orochimaru's calm rationality, understanding that when confronting an adversary, even a child would not be spared, a stark contrast to Jiraiya's demeanor. Having him accompany Jiraiya was indeed the most prudent choice. However, Jiraiya, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted, "You scoundrel, do you underestimate my prowess? I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, and the mere ninjas of the Rain Village are no match for me. I harbor no concerns regarding your strength," Orochimaru replied. His gaze dark and penetrating as he leaned closer to Jiraiya, his voice laced with menace. "Can you guarantee their complete annihilation? If not, then let Uran take charge." Rendered speechless by the rebuttal, Jiraiya grappled with his own convictions, striving to embody the essence of a competent ninja. He believed that one should only engage in combat with fellow ninjas, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not draw weapons against ordinary people. A united request had already been sent forth, and Tsunagakure had agreed to delay the ninjas of Kirigakure, but time was of the essence. They had but a single day to breach the confines of Rain Village. Under Orochimaru's command, squads of ninjas rapidly departed the encampment, their objective being the villages along their path. Chapter 57, A Brief Encounter. Boom. The forces split into 3 paths, marching with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the first village, following Orochimaru's orders, a group of ninjas surged into the settlement. The inhabitants, still in slumber, were utterly unprepared for the invasion. By the time they awoke, racked with pain, it was far too late. "Who are you? Help! Don't kill me! Quickly, flee! I will hold them off! Damn those Konoha ninjas! Let us show them our strength. Lord Hanzo will surely come to our rescue." This group stood no chance against the elite ninjas of Konoha, and the only vulnerability present was Jiraiya himself. He had already intervened in several instances of slaughter, for while the ninjas were bound to follow Orochimaru's orders, this particular squad was led by Jiraiya. With their leader personally engaging, they found it difficult to contest his decisions, and could only acquiesce to his commands as they moved onward. Uchiha Yu and Jiraiya charged into a desolate ruin, only to find no sign of life within. However, Jiraiya instinctively stepped forward, a movement that alerted you to the unusual situation. Spotting a blue corner of clothing hidden in the debris, he realized someone was indeed concealed within. He refrained from confronting Jiraiya directly. "Let's go. There's no one here," he suggested. "Very well, Lord Jiraiya," came the reply. You followed Jiraiya, whose purpose was to locate Nagato and his companions. The moment Jiraiya stepped out, you turned to fixate on the hiding spot. In an instant, he dashed towards the ruins, reaching out above him to reveal 2 children concealed within, Konan and Nagato, both slightly younger than him. Simultaneously, a boy emerged from the opposite corner, throwing a punch at you in an attempt to overpower him. The blow landed squarely on you. However, the strength of an ordinary person failed to budge him an inch. Hearing the commotion inside, Jiraiya muttered a curse and re-entered the room, only to find you gripping Yahiko's neck with one hand, pinning him against the wall. "Release him, you!" Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished that you had discerned their hiding place. It was a lapse in judgment. Indeed, you was a worthy disciple of Orochimaru, surpassing even Minato in certain aspects. Aware of the cold, rational demeanor inherited from Orochimaru, you recognized Yahiko as a quintessential ninja, akin to a mirror image of Orochimaru himself. "They pose no threat to us." "Let them go," Jiraiya insisted. You had no intention of killing Yahiko. He needed the formation of the Akatsuki and sought not to incite hatred. With a release of his grip, Yahiko collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, having felt the chilling proximity of death moments before. "You too, hurry and leave," he shouted to his companions, then turned back to you, clinging onto him. In his mind, he believed that he was the greatest threat to the two, and if he could entangle you, even at the cost of his own life, he could buy time for his companions to escape. "Such a fool," you said. "Can't you see the situation? Killing you would be effortless." With a swift motion, he slammed Yahiko back against the wall. What he sought was not Yahiko's naivety but Nagato's talent and conviction. "Just because I spared you doesn't mean I want to kill you." "Enough," Jiraiya interjected, halting the farce. He tossed the still prostrate Yahiko beside the others and instructed, "Take care of him. We want to harm you." His intervention quelled the uproar, and U.S. interest peaked as he studied the trio, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan. Jiraiya, witnessing this, was secretly astonished by U.S. talent. Achieving such a feat at his age marked him as a genius within the Uchiha clan. Using his genjutsu, he caused Konan and Yahiko to drift into slumber. However, when his gaze fell upon Nagato, a wave of immense pressure surged through you, compelling him to deactivate the Sharingan. though Nagato had not yet awakened his powers. The potential of the Rinnegan began to shield him, countering the Sharingan's influence. Fortunately, Nagato had yet to master the Rinnegan's capabilities. It required a specific stimulus to awaken, and you had no desire to be the catalyst for such a transformation. Should Nagato lose control, he would possess the power to eliminate you. Now was not the time to indoctrinate the youth with the darker aspects of the ninja world, at least until danger befell them. Jiraiya's protective instinct towards the trio suggested that enlightening them with concepts of hope and ambition would be more fitting. Lord Jiraiya, we must convene an Amigakure without further delay, you urged. Indeed, let us hasten, Jiraiya agreed. The ninja squad departed swiftly, undisturbed by the slumbering trio. Once they had left, Nagato was the first to awaken, rolling over to check on his companions. Finding them unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he remained haunted by the lingering image of the Sharingan, a reminder that their village had been devastated by ninja warfare. Damn it, has the front line completely collapsed? Muttered Daisher Mukamura, surveying the intelligence reports in his hands, his pinned-up frustration erupting into an angry shout. We cannot allow Jiraiya's team to approach Amigakure. A fellow ninja, after delivering his report, suggested the most prudent course of action. Lord Mukamura, our forces cannot match theirs. We should utilize the village's terrain to engage them, biding our time for Lord Hanzo's support. As the commander, Mukamura understood the dire situation at Amigakure. Even with their superior numbers, they could not withstand Konoha's assault, let alone the forces from the other two factions, whose situations would only worsen. The three Nin had all arrived on the battlefield, signaling their intent for a decisive confrontation with Amigakure, leaving no opportunity for its defense. He feared he would not see reinforcements in time. Yet he was unwilling to let the enemy escape unscathed. They must pay a price to comprehend the terror of Amigakure, prepare the village's defenses and intercept their advance. He summoned his summoned creature, a poisonous fish, enveloping the area in toxic mist, instructing his ninjas to don masks as they awaited the arrival of Konoha's forces. Jiraiya led his squad near the village, immediately recognizing the enemy's presence by the rising toxic clouds. He had not anticipated the speed with which Amigakure had fortified its defenses. Calculating the risks, he understood that a direct assault would result in significant losses for Konoha. However, failure to neutralize the threat would consume valuable time, jeopardizing their objective of arriving at Amigakure before nightfall. He worried that Tsunade and Orochimaru would not be able to contend with the enemy. Lord Jiraiya, if you lack a viable plan, allow me to take a shot at it, you suggested. Yourself? Jiraiya turned to look at Uchiha, whose performance throughout the journey had been commendable. Orochimaru had sent in to ensure Jiraiya would not spare the enemy. However, Jiraiya had never considered that you possess the capability to resolve their current predicament. This is a battlefield. Can you solve problems that even a group of elite ninjas cannot? Clearly skeptical, Jiraiya attempted to summon two sages to enter sage mode for battle, but U.S. words halted his actions. Do not forget, I am a medical ninja. Beyond healing, I also specialize in various poisons. Jiraiya recalled Tsunade mentioning the potency of used concoctions, but Amigakure's ninjas had clearly come prepared with gas masks, rendering any toxins ineffective if they could not penetrate the body. Jiraiya dismissed it with a wave. Then you can begin with the poison. I must consider how to mount an offensive. After speaking, Jiraiya turned his attention to strategizing with the nearby elite ninjas on how to breach the enemy's defenses. Uchiha distanced himself from his companions and approached the vicinity of the toxic mist. He first collected a batch of pufferfish venom, a rare commodity in Konoha, capable of yielding potent anesthetic agents. Unfortunately, much of it dissipated into the air, rendering extraction a cumbersome task. This time, capturing a pufferfish alive was imperative. He deliberately kept away from the team, concerned that the eruption of radiative forces would inflict unavoidable harm upon the Konoha ninjas. His hands radiated a ghostly green light. And soon, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The rain that fell upon him emanated lethal radiative energy, causing all flora to wither and perish. As for the nearby small creatures, they were all reduced to lifeless corpses. Uchiha Uranium stood facing the direction of the wind, where every gust carried traces of radiation, though the amount was minimal. Under the relentless caress of the breeze, those within its reach began exhibiting various symptoms. The shinobi of Amigakure remained oblivious to the impending peril, diligently fortifying their defenses as commanded by their leader. Are you feeling unwell? Inquired one of the sentinels, scratching at an inexplicable itch upon his skin. Observing the crimson blemishes surfacing, he initially dismissed them as mere eczema from the damp climate. Unwell? The man coughed unnaturally twice, his countenance betraying bewilderment. Soon, The entire shinobi contingent within the village manifested diverse afflictions. Mokomashi immediately recognized this as enemy poisoning. After inspecting gas masks and finding no breach, he remained perplexed regarding the toxin's infiltration method. Attempting to repel it with chakra proved futile. Damn Konoha shinobi! To stoop so low as deploying poison. Though no fatalities had yet occurred, the ninja forces were progressively weakening. Prolonged exposure would inevitably render them combat ineffective. This development shattered Mokomashi's methodical defense preparations. With a furious curse, he realized unless they identified the toxin's origin immediately, retreat became their only option. Although Uchiha Uran could not perceive the circumstances within the toxic mist, he sensed the individuals absorbing radioactive sources hastily retreating. Realizing this now was far too late. At that moment, a verdant luminescence enveloped Uchiha Uran, rendering him conspicuously visible in the darkness. Even his companions could not help but notice him. Jiraiya, perplexed by Uran's actions, intended to approach but was abruptly confronted by Uran, who turned to him and declared, "Lord Jiraiya, please do not approach. I am releasing toxins." This immediately deterred Jiraiya from coming any closer. For the current invasion of radioactive elements was irreversible. Even if Uchiha Uran were to retract the radioactive elements, the mutated cells could only be excised through surgical intervention, with a risk of recurrence. A group observed Uchiha Uran from a distance, his body aglow with green light. Due to the considerable distance and the fact that he posed no threat to the Konoha ninjas, they felt no physical discomfort. However, Uran's current state piqued their curiosity. What kind of ninjutsu was this that emitted such a verdant glow upon release? It was unclear, as Jiraiya recalled that Lady Tsunade possessed no similar jutsu. Was it possible to release toxins while remaining stationary? Jiraiya, intrigued by Uran's condition, refrained from approaching, acutely aware that Uran had explicitly stated he was unleashing toxins. What a peculiar method. Could this green hue be a manifestation of righteousness? Perhaps this could inspire a new chapter in my paradise of intimacy, second only to the protagonist. With newfound inspiration, Jiraiya wore a silly grin, yet he remained vigilant of the enemy concealed within the toxic mist. Uncertain of the potency of Uran's deadly toxins, he planned to lead his troops into a charge shortly, even summoning 2 sages in advance. As Sage Fukasaku arrived nearby, he immediately felt a wave of nausea and tremors. The surrounding natural energy was severely contaminated. Identifying the source of pollution as the glowing figure ahead, he inquired, "Young Jiraiya, is our enemy this glowing monstrosity before us?" Upon noticing the gazes of the 2 sages, Jiraiya quickly shook his head, fearing they might directly attack Uchiha Uran. He swiftly clarified, "He is our ally. The true enemies reside within the toxic mist, ninja from the Rain Village. This ally of yours does not appear very amicable." Lacking the ability to sense the surrounding natural energy due to not entering sage mode, Jiraiya was oblivious to the invisible force being unleashed by Uran, which was continuously despoiling nature. Wherever it spread, life withered, and no being could survive under such power. "Have you observed the changes in the environment?" Sage Shima pointed out a region that had become desolate, and the situation was worsening, with the land transforming into parched sand. "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished by the transformation. Although Uran was releasing potent toxins, he had not perceived the extent of the changes due to the distance. Now he comprehended the terror of such toxins. If allowed to continue, the entire area would become a desolation. Yet Jiraiya did not hinder Uchiha Uran's actions, for they required his lethal toxins to breach the enemy's defenses. Even if this place were to turn into a wasteland, it would be the Rain Village's territory suffering the damage. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Uran gradually withdrew his hand, and the luminescence surrounding him faded once more. "Has it concluded?" he questioned, his tone tinged with skepticism. The lingering toxic mist obscured the view of the village, and while Jiraiya trusted in the potency of the toxins, he felt it had transpired too swiftly. Regrettably, they had allowed a few to escape. Chapter 59. The toxic ninja Uchiha Uran retrieved the radioactive elements from the vicinity, while the ninja forces advanced towards the village. Upon arrival, even the most resolute of ninjas were overwhelmed and wretched at the sight before them. Were these all victims of poisoning? The horror was unimaginable. What kind of lethal toxin could annihilate an entire cadre of ninjas in such a brief span? No survivors were found. It seemed they had all perished. Exposed to intense radiation, their bodies had undergone grotesque transformations, leading to their untimely demise. Even Jiraiya, seasoned in the ways of war and death, felt a weight of gravity in his gaze as he turned to Uchiha Uran, silently acknowledging, truly a monster. Fortunately, he was one of Konoha's own. Even those who had previously benefited from Uchiha Uran's healing found their perception of him altered. where once he was a revered medical ninja. Now he appeared as a silent harbinger of death, a toxic physician whose venom was merciless, leaving its victims in a lamentable state. Fear glimmered in the eyes of all, as they dreaded the possibility of unwittingly falling victim to Uchiha Uran's lethal touch. Lord Jiraiya, those few who fled should not have gone far. The residual toxins within their bodies have rendered them incapable of swift movement. He could sense the faint traces of radioactive elements left on the ground, assuring him of the escapee's direction. After indicating the path, he urged the ninjas to pursue rapidly, while Uchiha Uran specifically warned the pursuers to employ ninjutsu and shuriken, cautioning them to remain at a distance to avoid contamination from the radioactive elements. Witnessing the devastation, the few remaining ninjas nodded in agreement. They understood the gravity of the situation. Should they come into contact with the deadly toxin, they would likely perish before Uran could arrive to administer an antidote. The fallen ninjas in the village were incinerated by their Konoha comrades, despite Uchiha Uran's repeated assurances that the corpses no longer posed an infectious threat. They feared the possibility of oversight. Should even one body remain unpurged, the consequences could be dire. Within the ranks, none dared underestimate Uchiha Uran's combat prowess. On the battlefield, his lethality surpassed that of elite Jonin. Jiraiya conceded that even if he faced the Rain ninjas intending to obliterate them, it would require considerable time. Yet, before Uchiha Uran, the enemy succumbed in mere 10 minutes, their bodies strewn about. It was imperative to rendezvous with the other teams swiftly, aiming to arrive before nightfall. After clearing the obstacles, the ninja forces pressed forward with urgency. At last, they reached the vicinity just before dusk, spotting the two assembled squads in the distance. Both had suffered varying degrees of casualties, particularly the contingent led by Orochimaru, which had lost over a third of its members. They marveled at Jiraiya's forces, logically. They should have faced dangers on their journey, yet aside from fatigue from the long trek, there were no injuries among them. Jiraiya, did you encounter resistance? Tsunade inquired, her gaze scrutinizing him, eager to learn what transpired along the way. This mission was largely thanks to Uchiha Uran, as he recounted the events that unfolded. Both listened in shock. Even with prior knowledge of the potency of the enemy's toxins, they had never witnessed such terrifying effects firsthand. The trio's reactions varied. Orochimaru looked back with keen interest at Uchiha Uran, who was tending to the wounded. His abilities were indeed formidable. The strongest among them was formulating a plan. Their objective was to dismantle the Rain Village, rendering them incapable of participating in the Second Shinobi World War. Beside Uchiha Uran stood Ju, unexpectedly following Orochimaru's lead. He had infiltrated the ranks of ninjas, eager to join the fray, but his aspirations were dashed when Uchiha Uran discerned his presence and thwarted his impractical dreams. Please, don't inform Sensei or my sister. My abilities have grown formidable. I have mastered my monstrous strength, and no ordinary ninja can withstand my punch. The bare minimum requirement to participate in this war was to be a nin, yet even then, they would merely be cannon fodder. With decisions resting in the hands of the elite, pulling Ju closer, Uchiha Uran ruthlessly unveiled the grim reality of war. What nonsense. Can your monstrous strength withstand the venom of the salamander? Hanzo's greatest asset is his summoning beast. Should he unleash a large-scale toxin, you wouldn't even qualify to approach. Rendering Ju speechless, Uran made him recognize the truth. Monstrous strength was not omnipotent and could only contend with average ninjas. Yet, Ju was reluctant to relinquish such a golden opportunity and inquired, "How can I join the battlefield?" Desperate to prove his prowess, Uchiha Uran acknowledged that Ju's arrival meant retreat was no longer an option. Rain Village ninjas gathered around them, awaiting the onset of night and the impending clash. You have already entered the battlefield. Covering his forehead, Uchiha Uran felt an acute headache. While other ninjas yearned to distance themselves from battle, Ju had approached them willingly. Is this truly a test of my potential to become Hokage? Confidently, Ju clenched his fists, only to have Uran shatter his delusions moments later. What a fool. Consider your identity. If they discover who you are, they will undoubtedly use you as leverage against Tsunade. Hanzo is a well-established powerhouse. It is not a matter of underestimating the Sannin. 3 of them combined would still find it arduous to contend with him. Recall how, in the original narrative, Hanzo defeated the Sannin yet acknowledged their existence, allowing their names to resonate throughout the ninja world. If Ju appears on the battlefield and is recognized, they will prioritize capturing him, and Tsunade would be unable to unleash her full strength, resulting in fatal flaws in their coordination. Initially beaming, Ju fell silent upon hearing Uran's piercing words, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. In the ensuing battle, stay close to me. As long as we avoid the core area, we shouldn't encounter significant issues. The battlefield is stratified. At the center are the Sannin and Hanzo. The adjacent area is designated for J-Nin, while the perimeter is where Ch-Nin operate. Both sides tacitly accept this hierarchy. For Ch-Nin represent the most numerous faction within the village and are responsible for carrying out a multitude of ordinary tasks. Excessive casualties would have a profound impact on the village and affect future promotions. We are both Jin and, after all, it might ultimately be I who protects you. Sh-Ju, feeling underestimated, clenched his fists, acknowledging a crucial fact. He possessed the purest Sinju bloodline, granting him substantial strength. Chapter 60. Advancing to Rain Village with remarkable talent in water release techniques. If he were to develop smoothly, he could undoubtedly become an elite J-Nin, possibly even vie for the Hokage position. Yet, he felt woefully inadequate at present. Are you certain you can match my strength? Uran raised an eyebrow. Firmly gripping Sh-Ju's shoulder, with a mere exertion, he subdued him, showcasing his overwhelming power. How unfair. Where should we head when battle commences? Coming to terms with reality. Sh-Ju was reluctant to admit his inferiority to Uchiha Uran, but recognized that remaining on the battlefield would likely bring trouble to his sister. Thus, he suggested they form a duo to experience the impact of the impending conflict. Pointing towards the periphery, he indicated a region bustling with troops, safely distanced from the core battlefield. Even if danger arose, they could summon aid promptly. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Rain Village observed the ninjas converging outside. His gaze fixed for an extended duration, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Konoha is far too arrogant. Our target has always been Sunagakure. Yet they dare to engage us, along with that accursed Kirigakure. We had an agreement to keep them occupied. The 5 great ninja villages are a collection of unreliable fools. Fury did not cloud his judgment. Hanzo understood this was a pivotal battle. If he could repel the Konoha ninjas, Kirigakure would undoubtedly bolster their forces to invade the Land of Fire. As Hanzo contemplated how to navigate the crisis at hand, a ninja entered, lowering his head. Sir, there is a monstrous individual outside claiming to be a J-Nin from Kumo. Kumo's Hashi? There is only one J-Nin from Kumo. What does it mean to have turned into a monster? He recalled ordering the individual to hold the perimeter. Jiraiya's arrival indicated failure. What audacity to return. He decided to investigate what had transpired. Upon reaching the village gates, Hanzo fell silent. What has happened? The sight before him, Kumo's Hashi, was a grotesque sight. His body ravaged beyond recognition. Upon seeing Hanzo, Hashi became agitated and hastily relayed the situation, feeling his body on the verge of collapse. Lord Hanzo, among the enemy ninjas, there is one skilled in poisons. He is the reason I have been reduced to this state. The entire unit I led has perished from toxins. After divulging the details, Hashi collapsed, blood seeping from his body, and within a few breaths, he lay lifeless. Do not touch him. Hanzo observed the grim scene. Recognizing that even with their defenses shattered, the effort to relay crucial intelligence underscored its significance. Furthermore, the nature of this deadly toxin reminded him of a recent incident. In a previous encounter with Tsunade, the ninjas of Kirigakure's Yashita had all contracted a lethal poison, resulting in their bodies suffering a similar fate to Hashi, decaying flesh and high contagion risk. He unleashed fire release techniques to incinerate the area, ensuring there were no infections before he felt at ease. Was it Tsunade who unleashed this toxin? No, he mused, shaking his head. If it were her, how could Hashi have been poisoned without encountering her? Clearly, the perpetrator was someone else. Realizing this, Hanzo refrained from rash actions. He needed to ascertain the identity of the toxin's source. He was no longer the audacious demigod of his youth, and the power associated with his title had made him cautious. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, he had grown accustomed to the adulation of others. Merely the title of demigod instilled an air of invincibility within him. A shift in mindset compelled Hanzo to uncover the truth. The Sannin of Konoha were emerging powers, and if another ninja adept at poisoning lurked behind the scenes, he could face defeat, or worse, death. He ordered the front lines to delay and dispatched ninjas to investigate while hastily reporting to Kirigakure about the presence of the poison-wielding ninja on the battlefield. The village of Hidden Mist has been relentlessly searching for the enemy. Upon returning to the camp, Yoshida Tanaka collapsed due to the effects of radiation, inciting great anger in the leaders who vowed to capture the poisoner. As night fell, both sides found themselves in a tense standoff. Orochimaru, keen to avoid excessive losses among his ninjas, refrained from launching a reckless assault, while the enemy remained holed up in their village. Benefiting from the inclement weather of the Rain Village region, where a light drizzle fell from the sky, even if Konoha could overpower the adversary, the losses would be staggering. which did not align with Orochimaru's interests. Tsunade clenched her fists, eager to invade the enemy's village to avenge Kato. Hanzo exhibited remarkable patience. They were already at the doorstep. Yet the nearby villages had ceased their supplies. How long could the Rain village endure? I had underestimated Hanzo. With a cold gaze, Orochimaru emerged from the curtain of rain. Ascending to a vantage point where he looked down upon the two, expressing a hint of resignation, I had anticipated that facing an encircled situation, compounded by a shortage of supplies, would compel them to fight to the death. Unfortunately, it seems they wished to prolong the confrontation. There were certainly variables at play. And in the enemy's territory, Orochimaru could only bide his time. During their conversation, a voice interrupted their discourse. A man from the Hyuga branch, clad in white, swiftly approached the trio and respectfully announced, "My lord, we have discerned the movements of the enemy ninjas." Upon receiving the report, Orochimaru was perplexed. Hanzo had dispatched mere teams of ninjas, primarily for reconnaissance, hardly qualifying as initial skirmishes. His hesitance left Orochimaru deeply disappointed, revealing a stark contrast to the Hanzo of legend. Eliminate all those reconnaissance teams. The Rain ninja, leveraging the terrain to their advantage, found even the Byakugan's abilities insufficient to oversee all movements. As a group had already vacated the scene. Following Hanzo's orders, they advanced towards the camp of the Hidden Mist. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Rain village, cornered at their doorstep, held their breath in anticipation, gazing at Hanzo with hope that he would lead them to fight back. Estimating the timing, he believed that the use of the salamander could effectively restrain the Konoha ninjas, while the Mist ninjas would require time to arrive, providing the perfect moment for a decisive strike. With a newfound ferocity in his eyes, Hanzo commanded the organization of ninja troops to launch a counterattack under the cover of darkness. The Hyuga branch, observing from the outskirts, promptly relayed the information to Orochimaru. As both parties hastened their advance, true warfare does not unfold in small squads. The powerful command their own battlegrounds, while the lower-tier ninjas unite to execute combined ninjutsu offensives. Chapter 61. An unexpected battle. Uran had indeed underestimated the ferocity of war. Once combat commenced, the battlefield transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, with ninjas perishing at every moment. Those once visible could swiftly fall victim to explosive tags. A sudden slap struck SHJu's head. Distraction during wartime could prove fatal. He had previously felt confident about achieving merit in the chaos, considering himself a contender for the Hokage position. But the reality of the imminent battle was drastically different from his expectations. He was rendered speechless by the brutality unfolding before him. His body smeared with the blood of both foe and comrade. It hurts. The pain jolted SHJ back to reality, as the sanguine scene nearly shattered his resolve. Leaning against Uchiha Uran, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "War is truly terrifying. It has only just begun. You fool." Thankfully, they had successfully drawn the enemy away from the center of the battlefield. While adversaries still lingered on the periphery, the situation was not as intense. And Uran had methods to cope. Uchiha displayed the Sharingan, a terrifying dynamic vision that enabled him to perceive each strike of his enemies during battle, even anticipating their hand seals and predicting the next jutsu they would employ. However, with great power comes great peril. The might and rarity of the Uchiha clan's bloodline made Uchiha a target for many ninjas. The Uchiha brat quickly gouged out his eyes. "They possess an inheritable Kekkei Genkai," shouted one, as two ninjas breached the defensive line and approached Uchiha, their intentions clear, to seize his Sharingan. Rope Tree, attempting to assist, was obstructed by Yu, while the combined efforts of two mid-level ninjas posed a significant challenge for him at this stage. Retreat. Move aside. However, Rope Tree's singular strength and his brute force technique proved insufficient, risking recognition by enemy ninjas and potentially attracting more adversaries. While the Sharingan was indeed precious, it only incited a small faction of ninjas to pursue him, leaving the broader conflict unaffected. But if Rope Tree's identity were exposed, a swarm of ninjas would converge, seeking to capture the Uchiha, a valuable asset for negotiations with Konoha, a surefire profit. The blood-red Sharingan swiftly scanned the surroundings, emanating a malevolent chakra that sent chills through the nearby ninjas. Truly, this was a clan deemed malevolent. As one ninja charged towards Uchiha, you anticipated the attack, striking the assailant's arm with a forceful punch that sent him crashing across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood. A Nin fell effortlessly to Uchiha's might, while another, caught off guard by his brutal tactics, abandoned close combat and formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. Water style. Water chaos wave. He chanted, unleashing a torrent of water like a high-pressure hose aimed to slice through Uchiha. Simultaneously, Uchiha completed his hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Water and fire clashed, their effectiveness contingent upon the chakra levels of both parties. The resultant mist did little to sway the battlefield's dynamics, though both Konoha and Amigakure ninjas remained vigilant. Konoha was concerned for Uchiha's safety, aware of his identity as a medical ninja, and puzzled as to why he had entered the fray, yet unable to rush in and extract him. The Amigakure ninjas had a singular goal, to procure the Uchiha's eyes. The searing flames exceeded their expectations. This was no mere great fireball. How could a mere C-rank jutsu produce such intense heat? Curse it. We must flee. This area is no longer safe. Evade the range of his fire techniques. Let the water ninjas target him. Both factions chose to withdraw. As the ongoing battle was conducted by mid-level ninjas, while the overwhelming fireball surpassed their capabilities, the water was swiftly evaporated by the intense heat, and those who narrowly escaped looked back at Uchiha with trepidation. A demon. The extreme temperature had curled their hair, but that was not the worst of it. Exposure to the radiation had already begun to rot their bodies. Elite Nin had witnessed the devastation wrought by fire techniques, and the current situation bore no resemblance to anything they had encountered. The ninjas accompanying Hanzo were struck by a sense of DJVU, recalling the injuries sustained by Kimura Daisher. This adversary is a deadly poison user. Everyone, be cautious. We have identified the whereabouts of the toxic ninja. All ninjas retreated from the vicinity, wary of the poison user's reputation, which had spread through Amigakure within mere hours, stemming from their terrifying toxic abilities. Having employed an unknown toxin, they had slain the frontline ninjas within 10 minutes, with only Kimura Daisher managing to escape, albeit contaminated by potent poison. After divulging crucial intelligence, he succumbed to his fate. Why are they afraid of Mr. Yu? Isn't he a medical ninja? One foolishly inquired. Fool, you have not witnessed the horrors of that day. Mr. Yu took only 10 minutes to poison the Amigakure frontline. Another replied, recalling the hellish atmosphere as they stood by Jiraiya. Even the most steadfast of ninjas trembled at the memory of the carnage, with countless bodies poisoned, some reduced to mere flesh. Their minds shattered in the face of such a nightmare. Those accompanying Orochimaru and Tsunade were astonished by their companions' fearful expressions. The one orchestrating this carnage was none other than the Uchiha, engaged in battle before them. The toxic ninja was a fearsome entity that even Hanzo would heed. Yet amidst the chaos, Uchiha could not unleash his radioactive elements. He did not wish to indiscriminately harm Konoha ninjas. Thus, he relied solely on his taijutsu and the fire release imbued with radiation to fight. Even so, no Amigakure ninja dared approach him. Those who entered the battlefield were prepared for death, yet the thought of perishing in unending agony, their bodies desecrated post-mortem, sowed seeds of hesitation among them. Consequently, a peculiar area emerged on the battlefield, deliberately circumvented by both Konoha and Amigakure ninjas. Only Uchiha stood alone, disheveled in the wind, having underestimated the impression the radioactive elements left on his enemies. Should he continue to fight? Chapter 62. The arrival of the elite Jonin and empty expanse lay before them as everyone chose to navigate through other routes. They were not afraid of an elite Jonin. No matter how strong, a group could overwhelm him, forcing him to retreat. However, a medical ninja wielding poison posed a far deadlier risk. One misstep could lead to calamity for all present. Meanwhile, Rope Tree watched with envy, beginning to grasp a revelation. Relying solely on brute strength would not instill fear. From this day forth, he vowed to master the art of poison. I shall assist my sister in concocting various toxins. If Tsunade were to hear Rope Tree's inner musings, she would surely deliver a loving reprimand. The Senju clan would confront their foes head-on in battle, unlike the Yamanaka clan, who specialized in poisons. At this moment, Uchiha Uran was eager to lend support to another battlefield, yet his adversaries afforded him no opportunity. During his engagement with the Leaf Ninjas, upon noticing his approach, they opted to vacate the scene, resulting in considerable chaos. Left with no choice, he sought out a remote location to continue the fight. Meanwhile, members of the Hyuga branch, embroiled in combat on the front lines, activated their Byakugan and suddenly detected a group of Mist Village ninjas appearing behind them. Alarmed, they realized that the ninjas from the Mist had arrived. The situation in Konoha was dire, as the legendary Sannin were ensnared by their foes, facing Hanzo. Overcoming Hanzo, whether through summoning beasts or ninjutsu, proved exceedingly arduous, leaving them vulnerable to the approaching Mist ninjas. Hatsuki Raiga, a newfound wielder of the ninja blade, possessed the strength of a Nin and led his team forward, cutting directly into the fray of Konoha's battle. The chaos of the battlefield caught the attention of Orochimaru, whose eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth, cursing the Sand Village for their unreliability. The arrival of the Mist Village would impose significant pressure on Konoha. Fixated on Hanzo, Orochimaru leaned closer to his companion Jiraiya and inquired, "How long can your Sage Mode last? I need to deal with the Mist's adversaries during that time." In the left flank of the battlefield, no one could withstand the onslaught of elite J-Nin, and with the arrival of additional ninjas, the situation appeared grim. "I cannot ascertain Hanzo's performance, but I am certain I can endure until your return. Do not underestimate the great sage Jiraiya." Though the three were not yet in their prime, Jiraiya stood as the strongest among them, the sole master of Sage Mode. "Ensure you handle your opponents. And do not perish, you too." Delegating the burden to Jiraiya, Orochimaru resolved to engage the powerful ninjas from the mist. The one under the greatest strain was Tsunade, who needed to ensure Jiraiya could enter Sage Mode as the spiritual energy above her head began to expand. As the seal within her body was released, a surge of chakra flooded her being. Tsunade stood atop the head of a slug, locking eyes with Hanzo. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted as Orochimaru summoned thousands of snakes, including venomous ones, to secure victory. Everyone began to fight with desperation. The mist's arrival was primarily due to Hanzo's lead on the poisonous ninjas. The death of Yuya Tanaka required an explanation. Yet the contingent of ninjas that had come was limited. Although the Sand Village was known for its fickleness, they had not betrayed their allies during their collaboration with Konoha. Only a small cadre of mist ninjas was dispatched to provide support. The Sand Village sought to bolster its strength in the war by diminishing the capabilities of others, preparing for opportunistic strikes. Compared to the formidable Rain Village, which posed significant challenges, they preferred to seize a portion of Konoha's territory. The plan of the third Kazekage could be likened to hitting 3 targets with a single arrow, a masterstroke of cunning strategy. While the impoverished Rain Village sought recognition, they had no intent to invade the Land of Wind without the title of one of the 5 great ninja villages. Conversely, if Konoha remained complacent, Hanzo's ambition would incite the Rain Village to strike. A group of mist ninjas infiltrated the battlefield, discovering an unusual location, and upon inquiring with their Rain counterparts, they learned it was the lair of the poisonous ninjas. Fearing contamination, none dared engage in combat. "Sir, we have located the poisonous ninjas," reported a mist ninja to their superior, who, wielding a katana, noticed Uchiha Uran and was momentarily astonished by his youth, soon replaced by a sinister smile. "I shall avenge Yuya Tanaka." As Uchiha Uran navigated the battlefield, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura, his Sharingan activated to discern the rapidly approaching mist ninja. It was a J-Nin. Rather than confront him head-on, he instinctively distanced himself. Although he could easily overpower Ch-Nin, he knew he was no match for a J-Nin. He resolved to head into the heart of the battlefield, despite the immense peril. As the surrounding leaf ninjas were incapable of obstructing the enemy, Kagura from the H-Zuki clan appeared before Uchiha Uran, embodying the demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse as his kunai sliced through the air before Uran. A sharp pain pierced Uran's chest, blood trickling forth. He paid little heed to his injury, for death loomed near. "Did you think you could escape?" Upon witnessing his blood spill onto the ground, the grass withered at the moment it touched the earth, revealing the lethal nature of his blood. Truly, he was known as a poisonous ninja. Discarding his kunai, he realized it was rendered useless. Water release, iron water cannon technique. Raising his right hand in the shape of a pistol, a torrent of water erupted from the tip of his index finger, shooting forth like a bullet, aimed directly at Uchiha Uran. In the nick of time, Uran utilized his Sharingan to perceive the ninja's movements, managing to react just in time. The impact of the water bullet created a small crater upon striking the ground. Had it hit a person, it would have surely pierced through their body. How did he evade that? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan truly is a nuisance. The same technique was repeated, as multiple water bullets surged toward Uran. If even one struck him, he would lose his ability to fight. "I must retreat to the center quickly." Shadow clone technique. For white smoke clouds materialized. One must not underestimate the Uchiha clan's chakra reserves. Though not as formidable as the Uzumaki clan, they inherited a top-tier bloodline. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The flames erupted like a celestial display, spreading from all directions. Uran's intention was to obscure his form while the incendiary elements maximally affected his adversaries, leaving his leaf allies behind. Apologies, but he was no saint. While he could consider his teammates in battles against Ch-Nin, facing a J-Nin left no room for such considerations. It was either him or them. Chapter 63. The 3 Sannin, the 4 shadow clones entered the battlefield from various angles. Not only Kagura from the H-Zuki clan, but even Konoha's ninjas would struggle to discern which was the true Uchiha. Blocked by the Phoenix fire technique, Kagura observed Uran's entry into the fray and immediately commanded the surrounding mist ninjas to pursue him. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon surged forth, engulfing Uchiha Uran's shadow clone, which dissipated into smoke. Locking onto the real Uran, Kagura swiftly followed. Truly a persistent pest, engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase. Uchiha Uran remained wary of the surrounding mist ninjas while edging closer to the central zone. Just then, Orochimaru emerged from the heart of the battlefield. Standing atop a colossal serpent, his hands morphing into venomous snakes, reaping the lives of those present. Seeing Uchiha Uran being pursued, he promptly leapt from the serpent's head. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A tempest of gale swept through, scattering the shuriken he had just thrown, all falling to his side. One Jainin glared at the still-living genin, scoffing. Is this the extent of the Mist Village's capabilities? Orochimaru approached Uran, positioning himself protectively behind him. He had not anticipated that Uran would provoke a jonin. Fortunately, he had retreated from the core battlefield due to the attack on the Mist Village. Otherwise, Uran would have faced dire consequences today. Orochimaru, now wielding kunai in both hands, no longer bore the playful demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. The presence of Orochimaru exuded an aura of lethal threat. You pursued my disciple. Now it is my turn to hunt you. Like a venomous serpent. The instant he opened his mouth signaled the entry of his adversary into his lethal grasp. Shadow Serpent Technique. Several venomous snakes slithered forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, their target being the figure of Hozuki Suigetsu before him. Uchiha Uran did not approach the battleground of the two combatants. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was engaged with Orochimaru, he discreetly withdrew from the vicinity, though his Sharingan remained vigilant, observing the fierce clash. This was a true battle among jonin, where an amalgamation of skills was put to the test. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even genjutsu were employed. A single moment of inattention from either side could expose a fatal weakness, leading to a potentially lethal strike. I am still far from such a level. Presently, Uchiha Uran's techniques are rather limited, relying solely on essential fire-style ninjutsu and radiative prowess, lacking any definitive means to vanquish his opponent. Once this war concludes and he returns to the village, he must develop techniques suited to himself, fully integrating the radioactive elements within his body with fire-style, ideally culminating in a true nuclear explosion. Orochimaru's strength surpassed that of a typical elite jonin. During their confrontation, Hozuki Kakuzu found himself relentlessly subdued. Even with the assistance of accompanying mist ninjas, the barrage of venomous snakes rendered them incapacitated at the slightest misstep. Over time, a grim accumulation of corpses had gathered around Orochimaru. Although Hozuki Kakuzu was loath to admit his inferiority to Orochimaru, remaining in the fray could very well lead to his own demise. Utilizing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, Kakuzu launched 3 shuriken, which then multiplied in the air. Acting decisively, he conjured a torrent of water to create a barrier against the shuriken's assault. As the water shield dissipated, the opponent's figure vanished from the battlefield. Orochimaru chose not to pursue further. With the elite ninja of the mist defeated, the remaining combatants were left to the leaf ninjas present, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Gazing upward at the ongoing battle, Jiraiya, perched atop Fumida's head, entered sage mode. With the assistance of 2 sages, he managed to hold off Hanzo. Alas, such a state could not be sustained indefinitely. The most unreliable individuals often rise to the occasion at critical moments. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips as he caught sight of his most prized disciple, Uchiha Uran. It must be said that the Uchiha clan is replete with talent, and Uchiha Uran stands out as a remarkable figure of this generation. After the war, he must thoroughly investigate the toxic substances that reside within Uran's body. Substances potent enough to instill fear in jonin. Unbeknownst to Uran, Orochimaru's interest in him was rapidly escalating. After dispatching several foes, he refrained from lingering, as his chakra was significantly depleted. Fortunately, the absence of jonin allowed Uchiha Uran to hold his ground through taijutsu. The leaf ninjas breached the defenses of the Rain Village and joined forces with Uchiha Uran. The squad leader instructed Uran, "We will take over the ensuing battle. You must recover your chakra and tend to the injured ninjas." Medical ninjas are undeniably more crucial than ordinary fighters. This is an irrefutable fact. While relentless combat may eliminate a few enemies, the risk of losing injured comrades due to delayed treatment is a grave concern. "I entrust you with this task," he said. The leaf ninjas shattered the enemy's defenses, and victory over the Rain Village was merely a matter of time. Medical ninjas were promptly dispatched for immediate aid. And under the protection of his comrades, Uchiha Uran systematically withdrew to the outskirts of the battlefield. He observed a group of severely injured individuals being transported, most of whom were afflicted by poison. The Shimon fish posed a significant threat during the assault, being responsible for the highest fatalities. Having prepared an ample supply of antidotes, Uchiha Uran, alongside the surrounding medical ninjas, commenced urgent treatment once the toxins were subdued. With the withdrawal of the Rain Village and the collapse of their defenses, Hanzo, despite his prowess in restraining the three ninjas, found that there were no remaining Rain ninjas in sight. Continuing the fight was rendered meaningless. Hanzo sheathed his weapon and sighed, declaring, "This battle has been won by the Leaf ninjas. I, Hanzo, shall henceforth refer to you as the Leaf's three ninjas." Tsunade bore Jiraiya upon her shoulders, while Orochimaru stood beside them, collectively witnessing the triumphant scene. Hanzo, indeed a demigod of the ninja world, stood atop his summoning beast, while Jiraiya, in sage mode, barely managed to fend off his onslaught. Throughout the encounter, the trio remained largely on the defensive. Regrettably, the Rain Village's foundation was still too fragile. The final confrontation, exacerbated by the presence of toxic ninjas, had prompted a premature call for mist ninjas, failing to alter the tide of defeat. The Rain Village has withdrawn from the battle. As injuries abound, the victory achieved significantly alleviates the pressure on the Leaf Village. Uchiha Uran gazed upon the legendary battle before him, a confrontation that solidified the three legendary ninjas renowned throughout the shinobi world. The title of the Toxic Ninja also emerged within the realm, albeit lacking the grandeur of the three legendary figures. Chapter 64. Uran's resolution. The conclusion of the Rain Village War did not signify the end of the Second Great Ninja War. It merely alleviated the pressure on Konoha significantly. However, Uchiha Uran found himself in a rather precarious situation as he faced the advancing Tsunade, who clenched her fists, lifting the two young ones by their collars. "How did you manage to sneak in here?" Bam! After receiving a punch filled with affection, SHRU felt his head spin, a large bump rapidly emerging. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Uchiha Uran was not faring much better. According to the predetermined plan, his role was to remain at the rear, administering poison and tending to the injured shinobi. Instead, he had heard from Orochimaru about being pursued by a J-Nin and had recklessly charged into the core area. Fortunately, he encountered Orochimaru. Otherwise, his life would have been in jeopardy. Bam! One punch each. Fair and square. They turned their attention to Orochimaru, hoping for a few kind words. But he simply walked away. Unbeknownst to them, a faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips. Despite the fierce battle, those he cared for had not perished, dragging the two young ones. Tsunade wearily sat beside a stone as they began to withdraw from the battlefield of Rain Village, pausing briefly in a nearby settlement. A blonde-haired child dashed out, seeking food. Jiraiya, coincidentally nearby, caught sight of the child. "So it's you," Jiraiya said, sharing his food with the child, feeling a sense of obligation. The village where Yahiko lived had been devastated, the need for rapid advancement necessitating the severance of food supplies to Rain Village, all obliterated by Konoha shinobi. Upon snatching the food from the child's grasp, intent on taking Tsunade's provisions as well, Uchiha Uran grasped his wrist firmly. "We meet again, young one." He tossed a compressed biscuit to the child, activating his Sharingan to reveal the hidden Nagato and Konan behind him, warningly stating, "Lord Jiraiya has given you food. But Lady Tsunade has not sanctioned your thievery. Such actions could lead to your demise." This was Uchiha Uran's life philosophy. Releasing his grip, Yahiko warily observed the group, tossing the food to Nagato and Konan. As he attempted to flee, Uran called out to him, "Would you care to join Konoha?" He extended an invitation, noting the trio's expressions, which clearly indicated their reluctance to join. After all, Konoha was viewed as the aggressor, leaving a negative impression in their hearts. Yet, the next question plunged the atmosphere into a palpable tension. "Can you teach us ninjutsu?" Jiraiya and Tsunade were momentarily taken aback, while Orochimaru swiftly approached, brandishing a kunai with lethal intent. Uran interposed himself before Orochimaru, shaking his head to prevent the impending bloodshed. "Teacher, they are merely children. There is no need for such severity." In that moment, Uchiha Uran sensed the murderous intent. Orochimaru never jested. His two companions also intervened, reluctantly abandoning the decision. "The village of these children was destroyed in my march. I bear the responsibility to care for them." Jiraiya regarded the group with an apologetic expression and, turning to his companions, spoke with resolute conviction. "The war in Rain Village has subsided. I intend to look after them for a while, at least to grant them some means of self-defense." Under the rain's cover, Orochimaru silently observed this scene before turning away, muttering, "Jiraiya, you truly are a fool." Yet, he noticed someone had not followed. Uchiha Uran halted his steps, much to Orochimaru's surprise. Given his understanding of his disciple, he knew Uran was not one to hesitate out of compassion. "Apologies, Orochimaru-sensei, but I must linger here for a few days, after all. I traversed this village alongside Lord Jiraiya. Consider it a trivial penance. The cold rain soaked Uchiha Uran entirely as he locked eyes with his teacher for the first time. Ultimately, Orochimaru relented. I shall grant you this reprieve, but I reiterate, suppress your absurd compassion. One day, it shall lead to your downfall. This was Orochimaru's counsel. The shinobi world was shrouded in darkness. When those who had endured the ravages of war seized power, their first instinct was vengeance. He had witnessed too many orphaned children from wars. At times, eliminating them was an act of mercy. After all, the world of ninjas was rife with suffering. Stay close to Jiraiya. I do not wish to hear of your demise next time. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei. If you cannot die, how could I? Disregarding Uchiha Uran, who had the luxury of a break, Orochimaru, as the leader, had pressing matters to attend to, reporting on battle conditions and supporting alternate fronts. Lastly, he needed to demand an explanation from Sunagakure. They had promised a one-day period. However, Mist Village appeared on the battlefield at night, resulting in exponentially higher casualties. Once Orochimaru departed with his companions, Jiraiya finally released his burden, perplexed as to why Uchiha Uran had chosen to follow him. Knowing the latter held little regard for the significance of life. Kid, you don't mean to learn a few tricks from me, do you? Jiraiya cast a scrutinizing glance at Uchiha Uran, recalling how Uran had famously wagered and won against Tsunade in a strength contest, a tale known to all. Many gamblers believed he would surely win again, only to leave with nothing. Jiraiya was among those gamblers, always feeling that Uchiha Uran's intentions were dubious. I must safeguard the sage arts. Only Minato can learn such techniques. If entrusted to Orochimaru's disciple, I would be left in tatters. Observing the wariness in Jiraiya's gaze, Uchiha Uran couldn't help but smirk, voicing a painfully honest truth. Not necessary. Aside from sage arts, Lord Jiraiya is utterly incompetent. Curse you. Dejected, Jiraiya led the three children to their temporary lodgings, a cramped cabin housing several individuals. Nagato and Konan were intimidated by Uchiha Uran, whose unintentional aura and the strict impression he left upon them were overwhelming. They shared a meager meal, with Uchiha Uran showcasing his culinary skills. Having dug up some wild vegetables on the way back, a simple soup of water and wild greens was barely palatable. After the meal, the trio, exhausted from the day, fell asleep, while Uchiha Uran accompanied Jiraiya outside, casually broaching a topic. Lord Jiraiya, enabling these children to survive in the shinobi world is no simple task. It will consume considerable time. Is it worth it? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Jiraiya turned to glance at him, only to find Uchiha Uran's gaze fixated on the slumbering trio. I do not know, but ninjas should not extend their hands toward the common folk. I intend to seek a path to peace in my own way. Chapter 65, The Path of Endurance, embracing his own philosophy of endurance. Jiraiya traversed the ninja world following the prophecy of the great sage Toad, seeking individuals capable of transforming the realm of ninjas. Regrettably, his endeavors over the years yielded no results. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would eventually discover them. As the two listened quietly to the rhythmic patter of rain, a stealthy figure emerged from the house behind them, trailed by two young children. Why aren't you asleep? Jiraiya inquired, draping his coat over the children and gently ushering them back inside, only to be interrupted by Yahiko. I overheard the conversation between the two esteemed adults. I believe there will come a day of peace. Just as I protect my younger siblings and Lord Hanzo safeguards the village, we protect one another. Yahiko's eyes shone with unwavering determination, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. An admirable response. This indeed aligns with my own philosophy of endurance, Jiraiya affirmed, patting Yahiko's shoulder. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Obito shattered this fleeting dream. Jiraiya and Yahiko both embodied the notion of using love to touch one another's hearts. Where the strong shield the weak. Obito's gaze fell upon Nagato, and he approached him directly, articulating his beliefs. I am different from you. I am to unify through absolute power, to seize control of all 5 villages, eradicating ninjas from this world. The initial Hokage and Uchiha Madara had only been a step away from this ambition, yet they established the 5 great ninja villages. In the end, the conflicts among clans transformed into struggles between nations. Obito's declaration was nothing short of earth-shattering. Jiraiya recognized a palpable ambition within him, not to subjugate others, but to dominate through might. He could not discern which perspective held merit and ultimately led the children back into the house. Once inside, the tempest raged outside, lightning illuminating the scene. The door served as a boundary, and amidst the thunderous clamor, Obito extended an invitation. If one day you change your minds, The three of you may seek me out. I hope we can become like-minded friends. Thank you, Mr. Obito. The dichotomy of light and shadow symbolized differing ideologies. Jiraiya was uncertain why Obito placed such importance on the three children, yet he dared not underestimate him, given Obito's prodigious talents and inherent status. If he grew normally, he would undoubtedly ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha. Within the Uchiha compound, Jiraiya pondered the latest news regarding the Hokage and contemplated utilizing Obito as a bridge to alleviate tensions. In the future, when the third Hokage stepped down, their generation would rise. Among the legendary Sannin, only Orochimaru possessed the qualifications to contend for the position of Hokage, naturally leading to Obito's ascent to power, potentially even overseeing the Uchiha clan. Truly, a man of great ambition, was Jiraiya's assessment. In the ensuing days, the two resembled holiday makers, imparting fundamental survival skills to the trio. However, one fateful afternoon, while Jiraiya and Obito were away, a band of rogue ninjas raided their abode. Upon their return, they discovered the grim fate that had befallen the inhabitants, and the two witnessed Nagato in this dire state. Unlike Jiraiya's astonishment, Obito maintained a faint smile. Only through suffering can one awaken true power. Gazing into Obito's eyes, Jiraiya recalled the prophecy of the great sage Toad. These are the eyes I have long sought. This fortuitous encounter, coupled with Obito's awakening, convinced him that destiny had arrived. He was willing to teach them ninjutsu, instilling in them the correct beliefs of a ninja. Obito did not immediately follow them back inside. Instead, he gazed into the distance, a formless radiation beginning to emanate widely. Upon pinpointing a location, he opened his eyes. A figure concealed within the trees inadvertently revealed his identity by the radioactive energy that clung to him. Is that White Zetsu? Why do I feel a sense of heat? With a surge of radiant power, he obliterated the towering tree, incinerating White Zetsu within, reducing him to ashes. What he was about to convey could only be heard by Nagato. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiraiya assumed enemies had returned and brandished a kunai, questioning what transpired outside. No worries, a tree was struck by lightning, Obito replied. When Nagato regained consciousness, Jiraiya formally accepted the three as his disciples, much to their delight. However, Jiraiya could not remain by their side around the clock. In the intervals of his absence, Obito seized the opportunity to invite Nagato to accompany him to a nearby stream. Mr. Obito? Nagato was unaware of the reason for Obito's summons, but through their time together, he had come to understand that Obito was a person of stoic demeanor yet warm heart. Nagato, allow me to share a story with you. Uchiha Uran spoke with deliberate slowness, delving into the legendary sage of six paths, who had two sons. The elder son's descendants inherited the Sharingan, while the younger was endowed with formidable physical prowess. You should be named Nagato Uzumaki. Revealing his identity, Uran observed Nagato's astonishment. Despite the weight of the information, Nagato sensed no deception. The ultimate form of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, yet the Uzumaki clan cannot awaken such eyes. Your eyes are a conspiracy. He could see Nagato's body trembling, but Uchiha Uran refrained from disclosing the origins of his eyes, merely urging him to solidify his inner conviction. Regardless of how the eyes came to be, you must wield them. Yahiko believed that the world ought to be governed by love and protection, should this path prove unviable. Place your faith in mine. Upon your awakening, you may traverse the land of rivers to the northern shore, where you will find a woman named Yamabuki, who will impart to you a new belief. The most crucial seed, Uran has sown it. Whether it blossoms into the desired flower depends on the nurturing by Danzo and Hanzo. Uchiha Uran firmly believes that the two will not disappoint. The title of the Dark Ninja World is not bestowed lightly. Hanzo's ambitions have not waned, and their union will only lead to the obliteration of all hope. As for the element of exploitation involved, Uchiha Uran acknowledges its presence, yet maintains that it merely serves to unveil the darkness of the ninja world. Just as Master Orochimaru articulated, compassion can ultimately lead to one's own demise. Nagato, gently caressing his eyes, found himself at a loss for words. Thank you, Mr. Uran, for illuminating the truth for me. Regardless of the origin of my eyes, I shall wield them wisely. Quite insightful, indeed. Haha. Uchiha Uranium gave his shoulder a firm pat, signaling the successful completion of his mission. Calculating the time, his week-long vacation had come to an end. Please inform Lord Jiraiya that I must return promptly to treat the wounded. Advise him not to delay too long, other battlefronts still require assistance. The Second Shinobi World War had only just expelled the instigators. Compared to Amage-Cure's shallow foundation, the remaining villages were far more formidable. Chapter 66. Blood Transfusion as Expected. Konoha was not as simple as it seemed. The third Kazekage studied the latest intelligence reports, details of the conflict with Amigakure and the eventual involvement of Kirigakure's forces. The losses for Sunagakure were not severe, thanks to their puppet techniques and poisons, though material resources had suffered the most. Konoha is surrounded by powerful enemies. The Second Shinobi World War has truly begun. While continued cooperation would benefit us, it does not align with Sunagakure's interests. Beside the third Kazekage sat Chiyo, contemplating the war's trajectory and how to secure greater advantages for their village. In the war against Amigakure, all three sides had suffered losses. Though Sunagakure had been the first to engage, their swift retreat had preserved their strength, and with it, their ambitions. Then let us shatter the alliance. The third Kazekage, seated at the center, crossed his hands in deep thought before finally turning to Chiyo. We will join the other villages in invading Konoha. Seize as much land as possible. If we cannot hold it, then we take their supplies instead. Yes, Konoha. Hokage's office, even the third Hokage's famously calm demeanor cracked as he read the latest reports, slamming his fist onto the desk in frustration. From the shadows, Danza's icy voice cut through the tension. I warned you. The so-called alliance would crumble the moment Konoha showed weakness. They will stop at nothing to plunder our wealth. Send Hatake Tsukumo to hold the enemy at bay. I will lead root operatives to eliminate their leadership. Though Danza had fully embraced the darkness, his loyalty to Konoha remained unwavering. In times of crisis, even the shadows stepped forward to protect the village. Very well. This matter is entrusted to you. Every front is under immense pressure. Konoha must remain vigilant against the wolves circling us. Hokage-sama. Here is a report on the shinobi who have risen to prominence during this war. War was a meat grinder. Yet it was also the crucible that tested a shinobi's true strength. The intelligence detailed the legendary Sannin of Konoha, acknowledged by Hanzo himself. Their power now placing them at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Meanwhile, the Ino-Shiki-CH trio had also begun making their mark. This generation's team was exceptionally strong, charging to the front lines against Kumogakure. Then there was Uchiha Fugaku, whose mastery of the three-tomo Sharingan allowed him to dominate opponents of equal standing. Finally, the Hokage's gaze lingered on Uchiha Uranium's file, his expression one of stunned disbelief. To think he played such a pivotal role in the war, even drawing the attention of Kirigakure's elite hunters. At just 11 or 12 years old, he's already stirring the winds of war. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become one of Konoha's greatest assets. Excellent. My decision was correct, placing Uchiha Uranium under Orochimaru's guidance, instilling the will of fire in him, and using him to bridge ties with the Uchiha clan. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Perhaps the problem that troubled the second Hokage will finally be resolved in my era. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart swelled with confidence. Though war was terrifying, Konoha's endless stream of talented shinobi would ensure their victory. Uchiha Yufeng returned to Konoha, weary from his journey. He found not a single familiar face to greet him at the welcome gathering, nor did he encounter any friends. Having been separated from the main force for a week, they had long since returned to the village, and his arrival time was rather unpredictable. Were it not for the two guarding Ch Nin at the entrance, he might have doubted whether he had arrived at the genuine village. After tidying up his home, Yufeng made his way to the Konoha hospital, which was overflowing with ninjas returning from the front lines. Quickly. This one requires urgent treatment. He has sustained a penetrating injury. Do not move him recklessly. The situation was dire. The patient was gravely injured and had lost a significant amount of blood. Preparations for a transfusion were underway. Uchiha Uran observed the injured around him and noticed a medical ninja holding a blood bag. He had not seen any blood being drawn in the hospital, and haphazardly administering a transfusion could prove fatal. Yet, failing to provide blood would undoubtedly lead to death. The medical ninja hurriedly rushed over and inadvertently collided with Uchiha Uran. Initially, the ninja intended to reprimand whoever had obstructed his path, but upon seeing Uchiha Uran, his demeanor shifted immediately. Mr. Uran, leave this to me. Blood cannot be indiscriminately introduced into the body. If rejection occurs, it could lead to a swifter demise. Uchiha Yu imparted some fundamental knowledge to him. Although Tsunade possessed a profound understanding of the human body, there were certain misconceptions she held. He intended to utilize this time to rectify those misunderstandings. He administered a small transfusion of blood, observing for any severe rejection. Upon discovering no adverse reactions, he employed healing techniques to gradually mend the wounds, combining both methods to stabilize the patient's condition. Numerous individuals required blood transfusions. Relying on sheer luck could lead to countless fatalities. Thus, he resolved to develop a machine capable of discerning blood types to reduce mortality rates. The construction of such a machine was not overly complex. Primarily, it involved isolating the serum from the blood for testing, which would allow for accurate identification. Additionally, he could leverage the blood separation machine to garner considerable profits. At that moment, Uchiha-Yu's contemplation was interrupted by a voice from behind. Tsunade approached, observing his dazed expression, and, with an air of exasperation, remarked, "Have you lost intelligence by associating with that fool Jiraiya?" "Ah, certainly not, Lady Tsunade. I was merely pondering a matter concerning a potential collaboration to generate revenue." He gestured as if counting money. Tsunade initially intended to usher him into the operating room, but was intrigued to hear how you planned to make money. "Lady Tsunade, you must be aware that reckless blood transfusions can lead to death, yet failing to transfuse blood could result in swifter demise for the patient. I have discerned that blood types are categorized into 4 varieties. Only compatible types can intermingle without causing rejection. I have a strategy for identification. Now, I only require funding. Since the establishment of the Enlightenment Organization, financial resources have been flowing out like water, with current expenditures reaching an astronomical level. The initial investments had left Uchiha-Yu in a precarious position. To ensure greater profits, collaboration with the village's most formidable faction was imperative. Tsunade wielded more authority in the hospital than even the Hokage. "Surely you're not attempting to swindle my funds again?" Tsunade instinctively reached for her waist. Gripping her purse tightly, casting a wary glance at Uchiha-Yu, acutely aware of his cunning nature. "How could that be? Once this machine is developed, it will immensely benefit Konoha, and we can share the profits. Even the 3rd Hokage would need to invest to procure one from us." This assertion caused Tsunade to waver. The prospect of profit alongside assisting Konoha ultimately led her to acquiesce. The final agreement reached was a 50-50 split, which took Uchiha-Yu by surprise. A 50-50 arrangement represented a substantial loss for Konoha, as the backing he had was not from the Uchiha clan, but from himself, meaning all profits would revert to him. In contrast, the Hokage's faction would not see a cent rejoice quietly. "The 3rd trusts your capabilities, but the machine must be produced swiftly. I am also under considerable pressure. Otherwise, this money will be deducted from my share." Tsunade clenched her fists, mimicking a repair motion, threatening with an admonitory tone, "If the blood separation machine fails, and the funds are squandered, you and Orochimaru will be working for me until the debt is repaid. Failure is not an option. Trust me, Lady Tsunade." Everyone was busy, and the concept for the blood separation machine involved rotation to isolate the corresponding serum, a task not overly daunting for Konoha at its current stage of industrial development. Although the industry was still in its infancy, there was considerable technology available, especially given Orochimaru's advanced research into machinery, which was far beyond the era. After nearly a week of effort, the machine was finally constructed. All medical ninjas gathered around the device, aware that its success would be a tremendous boon for Konoha. Even Tsunade, usually preoccupied, set aside her tasks to witness Uchiha-Yu's invention. "Is this truly as miraculous as you claim?" Tsunade, raising an eyebrow, scrutinized the machine as it initiated. The blood recently introduced was separated into serum, which was tested to determine its blood type. Unsurprisingly, it was a success. "You calmly articulated the significance of this invention, asserting it would greatly benefit Konoha. However, we will need assistance from all of you. With the invention of this machine, our hospital will experience a considerable shortage of blood. Excessive blood loss is a common fatal injury for ninjas, and many surgeries necessitate transfusions. The lack of stored blood is a critical issue. I propose we mobilize the villagers to donate blood, offering certain incentives, not compulsory, and simultaneously promote the benefits of blood donation. No one understands promotion better than the Hokage, the creator of the Will of Fire, who has persuaded countless ninjas, let alone the ordinary citizens who lack access to the core of power." Tsunade assumed it was of utmost importance when Uchiha-Yu led her to a room, only to discover it was merely about blood donation, a matter that was hardly secretive. With a sigh of resignation, she remarked, "These matters are not difficult. If it's solely about blood donation, you've made a mountain out of a molehill. Not at all. Blood is merely a supplementary concern. The real advantage lies ahead. The blood of ninjas differs from that of ordinary individuals, particularly among the prominent clans. Our goal is to sell the blood separation machines to them, setting a high price, starting with 3 units. Moreover, the machines will inevitably require repairs, which we will handle." "Absolutely. We will sell them in the name of the Hokage, not under my name." He spoke with a sly smile, fully aware he had the major clans firmly in his grasp. To ensure the purity of the blood, even if the noble families recognized the scheme, they would have no choice but to leap into it without hesitation. Ultimately, the Hokage would bear the brunt of any resentment. and the clans would suffer only financial losses, preventing any major fallout, especially since the blood separation machines indeed aided them. However, if Uchiha Yu were to vocalize these conditions, he would likely face significant backlash, as the Uchiha clan would be unable to shield him. Your cunning reminds me of someone. Tsunade, her eyelid twitching, listened to his words, realizing that earning such money would not be easy. Who? Danzo. Uchiha Uran was momentarily taken aback, realizing just how ruthless he had been. He could agree to this matter. The blood separation device must be produced promptly. Although this move poses a significant pitfall for the noble clans of Konoha, one cannot deny the efficacy of the blood separation device and its potential market following the conclusion of the war. Ordinary villages will inevitably seek to procure it. Furthermore, merchants will transport it to various nations for sale. Once the market is established, it will save countless lives, and naturally, the profits will be substantial. Even Tsunade, who has always had a penchant for gambling, trembled at Uchiha Uran's pricing. A single blood separation device is tantamount to an S-rank bounty. Engaging in S-rank missions entails risking one's life, yet this fortune flows in effortlessly from the comforts of home. Tsunade found herself ensnared in a vortex of wealth. Even her relentless gambling could not deplete these riches. Truly remarkable, indeed. It is no wonder she is my devoted pupil. She often dreamed of sudden wealth. It turns out that being a medical ninja not only allows one to heal and save lives, but also offers a path to affluence. With financial resources, the organization of Chiming could expand exponentially. Presently, they are too feeble to contend with the formidable 5 great shinobi villages. Yet, the future of Chiming is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Moreover, the continuous influx of funds is unlike that of the Akatsuki, who are preoccupied with gathering tailed beasts from various villages while simultaneously relying on the resources of those villages. This creates a strong dependency and demands even more time. Uchiha Yu could not afford to wait for an extended period. The fierce ambition burning in his eyes was forcefully suppressed as he observed Tsunade immersed in her alluring dreams of wealth. He chose to disrupt her reverie appropriately. Lady Tsunade, the war is far from over. I have noticed recent movements among the ninja. It seems they are strategizing along the borders of the Wind Country. The matter of the blood separation machine must be postponed. Our immediate concern is the trajectory of the war and the situation facing Konoha, which even you must contemplate deeply. Without concealing the harsh truth, Tsunade sighed and replied, during your research period, Sunagakure has formally declared war upon us. Soon, our medical ninjas will be stationed towards Sunagakure. After all, their expertise leans heavily towards deadly poisons, and our medical ninjas can effectively counteract that, though the dangers surpass those posed by Amigakure. Despite Sunagakure's low profile, it harbors tailed beasts and numerous formidable warriors. An actual conflict would herald dire news for Konoha. As their conversation unfolded, they were abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps. Someone burst in without knocking, delivering distressing news. It's bad, Lady Tsunade. Danzo has been gravely injured. Danzo injured? Yu was taken aback by this revelation. If Tsunade was summoned, it must mean his condition was dire, beyond the remedy of ordinary medical ninjas. While Tsunade held a deep disdain for Danzo, she recognized the necessity of attending to him in the Hokage's office. Turning to Uchiha Yu, she inquired, would you care to accompany me? Danzo once suggested you join the Umbu for training. If you have never met him, it would be easy to fall prey to his schemes. Let it be, he retorted, uninterested in aiding Danzo. His healing techniques paled in comparison to Tsunade's, and his presence would be of no assistance. Moreover, Uchiha Yu would not lament Danzo's demise. It suited his temperament perfectly. Without wasting time, he grabbed his belongings and proceeded to the Hokage's office. Left alone, Uchiha Yu noticed a document on Tsunade's desk detailing the casualty statistics from the front lines. The situation was grim. The toxic prowess of Sunagakure posed significant challenges for Konoha. Orochimaru had been called upon to take command of the battlefront, while Kakashi acted merely as a pure ninja, focused solely on eliminating foes. The border area was a shallow desert, where Suna ninjas could exploit the terrain, concealing numerous hidden weapons in the sands. It remained uncertain whether Sunagakure could endure the consequences of betrayal. The situation was merely suppressed, not yet on the brink of collapse. However, Yu was aware that a group of medical ninjas was dispatched to the front lines. Had it not been for the blood separation phase, he likely would have joined them. But the ongoing conflict necessitated his participation on the battlefield. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade examined Danzo's injuries and shook her head in resignation. Such horrific wounds. Even if we managed to save his life, His career as a ninja is effectively over. But compared to my severe injuries, the third Kazekage has greater concerns. In this assault mission, all the Umbu ninjas he led perished, and he himself is gravely wounded, having lost an arm. Yet, such sacrifices were not in vain. She produced a blood-stained report and handed it to the Hokage, stating, "I have dismantled their defensive arrangements and destroyed crucial intelligence." At this stage, Danzo was wholly dedicated to the village, yet with an amputated arm, he could no longer undertake high-intensity missions. Even Tsunade was astonished by his resolve. This intelligence could potentially alter the tide of Tsunagekyu's invasion, causing them considerable trouble. After conveying essential information, Danzo lay back on the floor. Tsunade's hands radiated a green glow, a warm chakra flowing into Danzo's body. I will attend to his treatment. After a morning of urgent care, Danzo's life was preserved, albeit he was relegated to a secondary role, officially assuming partial command of the Umbu. Once the treatment concluded and Danzo was sent back to recuperate, the third Hokage turned to Tsunade, handing her a confidential letter with grave instructions. "This matter falls into your hands. You will lead the next batch of medical ninjas to the front lines. The intelligence must reach Orochimaru. His capabilities are vital for managing the current situation." This issue was pivotal to the war's direction. After accepting the order, Tsunade prepared to organize the medical ninjas for their journey to the front. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, stationed at the hospital, received the latest mission briefing, accompanying Tsunade and a group of fellow ninjas. Once gathered, Tsunade's gaze was more resolute than ever. These medical ninjas were her carefully nurtured first cohort of Konoha's healers, yet her next words were notably harsh. "In this mission against Tsunagekure, medical ninjas will face great peril. Unlike the offensive against Amagekure, Konoha finds itself at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The camp hospital is likely to be breached." The two factions stood in stark contrast. Amagekure was relatively shallow in resources and manpower, and even with a top-tier warrior like Hanzo, they could not pierce Konoha's defenses. In contrast, Tsunagekure, with its vast geography in the Wind Country, found it exceedingly difficult to establish defensive lines, resulting in significant casualties. Even with Orochimaru at the helm, they had lost two defensive positions. Establishing a protective perimeter near the Land of Fire's border was a daunting task, rendering the battlefield hospitals nearly impossible to secure. The first batch of medical ninjas had already suffered numerous losses. "Lady Tsunade, since we are following you, we have accepted the possibility of death. Please do not worry about our safety. We will do everything in our power to save other ninjas. We are not a burden, rest assured." The medical ninjas present bowed their heads slightly in respect. This mission was not compulsory, yet many volunteered, all mentally prepared for the worst. Death held no fear for them. Accustomed as they were to the specter of mortality in the hospital, their sacrifices would pave the way for a brighter future for the next generation. Embodying the will of fire, Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained as tranquil as ever. He was among the volunteers. This time, Tsunade did not attempt to dissuade him, understanding that the battlefield was where you could truly shine. "Lady Tsunade, upon meeting with Lord Orochimaru, shall our mission be to concoct a poison or to provide swift medical treatment?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, acutely aware that the front line had already fallen in two successive encounters. Should the enemy continue their offensive, they would breach the borders of Konoha, resulting in even greater losses. After much contemplation, she resolved they would first prepare a poison. Utilizing toxins and traps to impede the advance of the Sand Shinobi would be paramount. As for antidotes for Konoha's shinobi, they could initially rely on detoxification pills to buy them some time. "Leave the matter of poison to me. After all, I am a recognized master of toxins. Then I entrust this to you." Yu's reputation as a toxic expert was well established, and with his skill in crafting poisons, coupled with the toxins he carried, he possessed sufficient means to momentarily halt the Sand Village's assault. They needed to traverse half of the Land of Fire, ensuring the medical ninjas were in peak condition. So there was no rush. Spending a little time gathering various herbs to concoct an array of poisons was prudent. Upon their arrival at the front line, the dire situation became painfully evident to Tsunade. Now she understood why Danzo had recklessly attacked the Sand Village. The circumstances were far worse than anticipated. Due to the front line's defeats, Orochimaru and his team had been compelled to retreat repeatedly, rendering the establishment of a hospital impossible, with many injured simply laid upon the ground. Furthermore, half of the first medical ninja team dispatched had perished in traps. That scoundrel Orochimaru, he failed to safeguard the medical ninjas. Tsunade clenched her fists. Yearning to unleash her pent-up fury, but ultimately she could only utter a few curses. Compared to the dire plight of the medical ninjas, the remaining Konoha shinobi fared even worse. The Sand Village, bolstering its strength, contrasted starkly with the exhausted forces of Konoha. Maintaining the current stalemate was a small mercy. Chapter 69. A heavy responsibility. A cough echoed before they even entered the tent, accompanied by a faint metallic tang of blood within. As they pushed the door open, "You sense something amiss with Orochimaru's condition. You two have been injured?" Tsunade noted Orochimaru's wounds, which had received only rudimentary treatment. A flicker of anger extinguished, she spoke somberly. "Has the situation at the front line deteriorated to such an irretrievable state?" Exposed in his vulnerability before his comrades and disciples, Orochimaru did not feign strength. Taking a seat, he revealed the grim reality. "With the terrain to our advantage, we can hold our ground, but casualties are severe. Furthermore, I have received word that Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law have also entered the fray. They are prominent figures within the Sand Village, even potential successors to the next Kazekage. Their presence has had a significant impact on the situation. Unfortunately, I sustained injuries while confronting Chiyo. It is fortunate you are here. The current situation is not beyond salvage." Tsunade produced a scroll from her vest and succinctly explained, "Danzo's assassination of the Kazekage has yielded intelligence that will aid the front line. I hope you can ensure the safety of the medical ninjas we brought, and I suggest setting traps at the borders, allowing Uchiha to intercept their advance." With a few words of explanation, Tsunade understood that now was not the time for discord with Orochimaru. Their gazes met, a testament to their long-standing friendship that required no words to convey mutual understanding. After reviewing the intelligence, a smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips. This information was invaluable, detailing the offensive route led by Chiyo's son. Pointing to a specific valley, Orochimaru calculated the potential outcomes and ultimately declared to Uchiha, "I do not know what medium your toxins require for deployment, but I wish for you to set a trap in this valley. Let every ninja that enters perish within." Additionally, he instructed that a message be relayed to Kakashi, urging him to target Chiyo's son and ensure none escape. "We must employ ruthless methods to secure victory. Konoha has already suffered heavy losses. A defeat on the battlefield against the Wind Country would undoubtedly affect the remaining territories. Should the Sand Village's shinobi breach Konoha, the repercussions would be dire. Despite the ferocity of their battles in the Wind Country, even large-scale ninjutsu inflicted minimal damage to the arid terrain. A mere gust of wind could surpass the might of their techniques. However, entering Konoha was an entirely different matter. The fertile soil and lush forests, once damaged, would require extensive time to recuperate. This was why Orochimaru was resolute in his defense. Retreat was not an option. "The arrangement of toxins falls to you. I will also organize a team to set traps above this valley." After delivering these instructions, Orochimaru regarded Uchiha with a look of deep apology. "I regret placing you in such a perilous position, but my hands are tied. Tsunade must prepare the poison. I can only rely on you for the deadly toxins." To speak bluntly, should the plan in the valley fail, it would significantly alter the course of the battle. Orochimaru would have no choice but to order an immediate retreat, leaving the shinobi stationed in the valley as expendable. The task was fraught with challenges, laden with the specter of death. Yet Uchiha remained confident in his ability to ensure their presence there. "In addition to the J-nin assigned by Lord Orochimaru, I require another group to accompany me. Rest assured, this mission necessitates teamwork. Aside from Tsunade and Kakashi, you may select anyone you wish." Orochimaru produced his orders, confident that even if he gathered only elite J-nin, it would be worthwhile if they could inflict significant damage upon the enemy forces. You wasted no time. Departing the tent, knowing that every detail of this mission must serve his radioactive purpose, he meticulously examined the detailed map. The valley was a natural barrier. Orochimaru had considered this, but the enemy was not foolish. They, too, would recognize its significance. Securing control of the valley would enable them to penetrate Konoha's territory. The enemy would recklessly rush to breach it, facing a multitude of shinobi. The number of troops to impede their advance was limited. The mission's objective was to saturate the valley's surroundings with traps and toxins, necessitating specific talents. The roster included members from the Hyuga branch, the Aburame clan, and formidable warriors from the Inuzuka clan. Their primary task was to assess the enemy ninjas' numbers and timing. The three sensory ninjas gathered, appearing perplexed. "Mr. Yu, are you certain we shouldn't involve the Uchiha or Sarutobi clans, renowned for their combat prowess?" "Indeed, we are all sensory ninjas," should we encounter the enemy. We might struggle to ensure your safety. They were not intimidated by threats but questioned Uchiha-Yu's strategy. Our mission is not to engage them in battle. The rear forces are currently recuperating. Our role is to delay the enemy's advance. Unfolding the map reveals a canyon that stretches between two realms, with the only passage being a narrow slit in the center and steep cliffs on either side. The route of Sunagakure must begin by ascending the cliffs to eliminate us before the main force passes through the narrow opening. I shall lay poison around and assign a contingent of Chunin to set traps. Your task is to ascertain the enemy's numbers and their timing of entry. Any discrepancies could jeopardize our efforts. He harbored a bold ambition, not only to thwart the vanguard of Sunagakure, but to annihilate them entirely in this very place, transforming the canyon into a deadly trap. Listening to Uchiha-Yu's strategy, the three were astonished by his audacity. There was an element of gamble involved, yet if they succeeded, they would be hailed as heroes of Konohagakure. Leave it to us, they declared. Every action must serve this plan. Upon hearing that they would be divided into two teams, one led by a genin, Shikaku felt a mixture of disbelief and respect, having heard of the opponent's reputation. In Orochimaru's strategy, the two needed to collaborate, and after receiving the detailed plan, they sought out Uchiha-Yu. The title of Konoha's White Fang had long since spread across the ninja world, even eclipsing the prestige of the legendary Sannin. As long as he survived, he could potentially contend for the next Hokage, possibly ascending to a new generation of leadership. Shikaku did not underestimate him due to his youth. Instead, he offered the utmost respect. You must be cautious along this route. Chapter 70. The Contest of Schemes. It was a crossroads where their missions converged. Should Sunagakure decide to dispatch a small unit, it would fall to Shikaku to manage. I entrust this to you, Senior Shikaku. If the surprise unit from Sunagakure chose to maneuver around or ambush Uchiha-Yu, it could prove fatal. One should not assume that a mere group of Chunin could withstand the might of a surprise attack, especially with Konoha's White Fang standing guard. He could boldly craft his strategy, enhancing the existing plan by positioning 3 sensory ninjas in the vicinity, accompanied by a squad of Chunin. They swiftly departed from the Konoha encampment. Once they were gone, Tsunade gazed solemnly in the direction Uchiha-Yu had taken, sighing heavily. The danger of this mission is substantial. The will of fire is meant to protect them, yet unexpectedly, it has placed you in the path of the enemy ninjas. I fear the will of fire may have gone awry. Following Tsunade's gaze, Orochimaru observed with a hint of uncertainty, perhaps I miscalculated. At this juncture, Orochimaru recognized his error. Feeling a pang of regret as he watched the ninjas selflessly dedicate themselves to the village. Their conversation was private, yet both harbored doubts about the village's will of fire. Unfortunately, the war left them no time for contemplation, and they could only hope for U.S. safe return. A group of shadowy figures swiftly traversed the barren expanse of the Gobi Desert, led by Uchiha-Yu. Before them lay a desolate canyon that, if crossed, would lead into the Wind Country. The canyon's treacherous terrain constituted a natural bastion. Regrettably, the Konoha ninjas required recuperation, necessitating you to set traps with poison in this location. Mr. Yu, according to Lord Orochimaru's plan, we will cooperate with you unconditionally. They were laden with traps and skilled in Earth-style ninjutsu, adept at creating various mechanisms suited to the terrain, confident that their abilities could thwart Sunagakure's forces. Utilize your Earth-style techniques to gather boulders above the canyon, and place traps along the rock walls, coating them with the powder you instructed, observing the eager ninjas without disclosing the grim reality. As per the original plan, the traps were intended to incapacitate the enemy. If the canyon appeared devoid of any traps, Sunagakure would heighten their vigilance, rendering subsequent enticements uncertain. In other words, these Chunin were mere pawns. Should Uchiha-Yu desire to execute the plan flawlessly, he could incite a sacrificial assault. Encountering me is your fortune. Had it been Orochimaru leading, you would likely meet your demise here. Alas, Uchiha-Yu had not yet descended into madness, though some loss was inevitable. Collecting his thoughts, he addressed the 3 sensory ninjas, the most crucial elements of the plan, with solemn determination. Inuzuka-senpai, you and your ninkin will be at the periphery. The enemy's vanguard will undoubtedly investigate, allowing you to lure them in. Hyuga-senpai, stay by my side and utilize your Byakugan to pinpoint the enemy's numbers and direction once their main force enters. Lastly, Aburame-senpai, prepare for the complete sacrifice of your insects. Deploy them around the battlefield, for when my toxins are released, your insects will perish alongside the enemy ninjas. The plan unfolded in 3 stages, beginning with Inuzuka's lure. The enemy would surely take note of the Chunin and traps within the canyon. To ensure safety, Sunagakure would dispatch a portion of their vanguard, targeting the Chunin. The traps would serve to incapacitate them. Once the enemy confirmed the traps had been disabled and had slain some ninjas, witnessing Konoha's withdrawal, they would then send in reinforcements. Finally, with the numbers and directions confirmed, Uchiha could unleash his toxic elements, while the insects would ascertain the number of survivors, thus orchestrating the subsequent phases of the plan. To guarantee the plan's success, each individual was privy only to a fragment of the strategy. Even if captured, the knowledge imparted to Sunagakure would reveal that Orochimaru had dispatched Chunin to defend, thus preserving the secrecy of the toxin's vulnerability. Should they succeed, many lives would be lost. Everyone was merely a pawn in this grand scheme. Uchiha stood at the canyon's highest point, the cold wind swirling around him, his Sharingan gleaming like a demon from the depths of hell. Each person had a designated role. Now they awaited the enemy's arrival. As the forces from the Wind Country relentlessly breached Konoha's defenses, Orochimaru set numerous fronts within the Wind Country to safeguard Konoha's flourishing land from the ravages of war. This strategy prevented territorial devastation, but unfortunately exacerbated casualties in the short term, compelling Orochimaru to reconsider his tactics. A red-haired ninja led a squad, surrounded by fellow ninjas who regarded him with respect. Keiko, according to the Kazekage's plan, we are to launch a frontal assault to plunder the Fire Country, acquiring ample resources to procure numerous puppetry tools for Scorpion. Kanai glanced at her wife, aware that their identities necessitated participation in the war. Fortunately, their journey had encountered minimal peril, allowing them to safely reach this critical border. Scorpion will surely cherish your gift, but first, we must vanquish Konoha's ninjas. Just as they neared the canyon, the squad came to a halt. Sir, we have detected the presence of Konoha ninjas ahead. Although Sunagakure lacks formidable sensory ninjas, they possess unique insights into traps and covert tactics. After all, the surrounding area is not a dense jungle, but a barren expanse of desert. Uenoshiri serves as the chief commander of the team, overseeing the vast canyon that lies centrally between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, acting as a natural barrier. The presence of Konoha ninjas here is no coincidence. He has deliberately slowed the march to survey the nearby terrain. Clearly recognizing that this location is a defensible stronghold, he refrains from recklessly dispatching ninjas. The vanguard would require considerable time to maneuver around the canyon, allowing Orochimaru to escape. To expedite matters, he instructs the 2 individuals beside him. You must sever the enemy's retreat from the canyon. The back of the canyon leads to a network of narrow paths, the only viable escape route. While Konoha may anticipate a surprise attack, he has faith in their capabilities. Considering they are the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, masters of puppet techniques, and with unparalleled skills in poison crafting, only a select few, including the Kazekage, could potentially outmatch them. I will send troops for a frontal assault. Once the enemy retreats, we shall eliminate the Konoha ninjas. Chapter 71. The greatest disruption is the Jonin. The enemy's strategy is flawless, aiming to overwhelm them with superior numbers. Uenoshiri systematically dismantles Orochimaru's camp. Although he is unaware of the specific casualty figures from Konoha, it is evident that many ninjas have perished. Coupled with hasty responses and strategic miscalculations, Orochimaru has limited strong allies at his disposal. Trusting the 2's strength to manage the situation without needing to kill Konoha ninjas, only to delay them, he believes that the puppet techniques and poisons are optimal for this task. At the right moment, the frontal forces will engage, coordinating with the 2 at the rear, effectively encircling the ninjas left behind. Even the most skilled ninjas would heed this plan. Leave it to us. We will ensure no Konoha ninja escapes. The 2, accompanied by an elite squad, choose to exit the canyon from the left side, not needing to concern themselves with provisions or medical supplies. Their pace is swift, capable of reaching the canyon's rear within a day. A fierce wind sweeps through the canyon as Inuzuka, the Jonin, crouches low beside a white wolf dog, inhaling the scents in the air. Upon confirming the approach of enemy ninjas, he takes a deep breath. The number of incoming personnel is substantial, and he is uncertain of Uchiha's preparations. He senses that Uchiha has many hidden contingencies. As a disciple of Orochimaru, he is certainly not one to show mercy. In fact, he is prepared to sacrifice himself for the plan. The White Wolf, sensing an underlying unease, leans against Inuzuka. White Wolf, it is up to us now. His task is to create minor openings to lure a small contingent of ninjas. The plan is straightforward, yet its execution is perilous. Any misstep could lead to Inuzuka's demise at the hands of the sand ninjas. Hiding in the wind's cover effectively conceals their scent. The traces left behind before their retreat have led the enemy to dispatch a small group of ninjas for reconnaissance. It is time to move. Inuzuka's form swiftly glides past the rocks, followed closely by a group of ninjas who pursue upon discovering the trail of Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, the Inuzuka clan excels in escape. Merging with his canine companion transforms him into a massive white wolf, enabling him to outpace the pursuers. However, as they approach the canyon's periphery, 2 explosive tags detonate, obliterating one ninja. Damn it, those Konoha ninjas are truly insidious, having set explosive tags in advance. He realizes he must retreat and report back to his superior, taking his fallen comrade's body to prevent the enemy from gaining any intelligence. Their roles are clearly defined. Some carry away the body, while others relay the information back to Wenoshuri. Konoha's intent to lay traps in the canyon does not surprise him. However, he did not anticipate the extensive placement of explosive tags around the area. Such meticulousness reflects a cautious nature, yet he believes that even with their current capabilities, the explosive tags cannot deter Sunagakure. Flames of ambition ignite in his eyes as he envisions transforming the canyon into Konoha's grave, suffocating them for a time and seizing more resources. Having reached this stage of war, Wenoshuri is no fool. The enemy will undoubtedly reinforce their defenses. If their support reaches the front lines, the prospect of resource plunder will be impossible. Thus, now is the opportune moment. Upon returning to report, Inuzuka reveals that the number of enemy ninjas exceeds expectations. After listening, Uchiha fell into deep contemplation. Even though he anticipated the opponent's strategy, the unpredictability of war left everyone uncertain about what unforeseen events might unfold next. It appeared that they aimed to engulf them. Yet it remained uncertain whether they could indeed achieve such a feat. His Sharingan whirled as he scrutinized the situation within the canyon. While not as perceptive as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it possessed a remarkable observational prowess. The Chunin had completed their arrangements, with some employing transformation techniques to conceal themselves among the rugged cliffs, patiently awaiting the inevitable assault from their adversaries. An hour later, Uchiha beheld the Sand Village's forces ahead. A small contingent had been dispatched for a probing attack, all of whom were thwarted by the Chunin. The clash between both sides stained the canyon walls crimson, the source of the blood, whether from Konohagakure or the Sand Shinobi, converging and creating a grim tableau. Corpses hung above, and Uchiha needed to ensure that the enemy's main force would lower their guard and enter the canyon. Next to him, Inuzuka's Jonin averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of his fallen comrades. At this juncture, he had a vague understanding of the entire plan. For its success, sacrifice was inevitable. Mr. Yu, will they allow their main force to enter? This was the concern of the Inuzuka Jonin. If they did not, the plan would face a significant flaw. For them to penetrate the Land of Fire, this was indeed the most expedient route, so they would surely enter, though the number of intruders remained uncertain. Uchiha Uranium meticulously observed the battlefield situation below. The fierce combat continued relentlessly. Unless he gave the order to cease, every Chunin was obligated to hold their position without retreat. The vanguard forces dispatched by Sunagakure had already been ensnared in the lower terrain. Countless traps, combined with cascading boulders from above, made any upward assault exceedingly difficult. Yet among them, formidable shinobi endured the onslaught. Wind release, great scything weasel. The falling boulders were cleaved apart by the chakra storm conjured by the enemy, its devastating force undiminished. With terrifying speed, it tore through the frontline defenses, forcing the surrounding Konoha shinobi to retaliate with explosive tags. However, the opponent's strength was overwhelming. And in that brief opening, numerous Sunanin seized the opportunity to charge upward. Witnessing this, Uchiha Uranium's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps I underestimated them. Elite Jounin truly are monstrous existences beyond reason. No trap can hold them for long. Against ordinary shinobi, the traps would have been devastatingly effective. But against high-level chakra ninjutsu, they might as well have been made of paper. The great scything weasel not only shattered the boulders, but also carved out a vacuum zone, extinguishing the flames from the explosions in an instant. Konoha shinobi, did you really think such petty tricks could stop me? Where is Orochimaru? Did he flee in fear already? The enemy laughed mockingly, clutching the corpse of a fallen ninja before callously hurling it off the cliff. his cruel gaze locked onto the distance ahead. The higher we go, the more traps there are, which means we're nearing the command center. Through the lens of his Sharingan, Uchiha Uranium discerned every detail, his heart growing heavier. Ninjutsu was the greatest variable in war. Against ordinary shinobi, no matter how many came, they could be held at bay. But this? Very well. If you wish to wreak havoc, then indulge to your heart's content. Noticing the mounting casualties, Uranium signaled the nearby shinobi to begin an orderly retreat, avoiding direct confrontation. Chapter 72. The witness no trap could halt such overwhelming strength. As Konoha shinobi fell and defenses crumbled, the Sunagakure forces pressed ever upward. Aburame Jounin. Stop them, by any means necessary. The countenance of Uchiha Uran was somewhat grim. The intensity of the J-Nin's eruption needed tempering. Although the traps were laid for the enemy's destruction, they could not be dismantled too swiftly, lest the ambushed troops become the vanguard. Leave it to me. Cloaked in a windbreaker, the oil woman opened the gourd at her back, unleashing a multitude of insects that surged forth. These insects, laden with potent venom, immediately assailed the nearby sand ninjas, thwarting what was initially an unstoppable offensive. Uchiha Uran continued to retreat, returning to a group of Ch-Nin who were oblivious to the entirety of the plan, eager to have him evacuate first. Mr. Uran, this place is on the verge of collapse. We must leave. Now, while the enemy's main forces have yet to arrive, we can ensure your safe retreat. Indeed, remaining here serves no purpose. With a quiet sigh, Uran recognized their ignorance. He urged them to remain calm, for the number of ninjas from Sunagakure this time would be considerable, with many not returning. The emergence of the insects caught the Sunagakure ambush forces off guard, resulting in significant losses. The elite J-Nin leading the charge surveyed the fallen ninjas around him. Relying solely on personal strength to advance proved futile. Fortunately, the surrounding traps had been dismantled. With a fierce gaze fixed upon Uchiha Uran, he bellowed, "You brat! When the rear forces arrive, you shall witness true cruelty." The enemy's withdrawal allowed Uchiha Uran to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, only the final step remained. He promptly summoned the nearby Ch-Nin to lift all the injured comrades. They needed to evacuate everyone before the enemy's main forces arrived. The injured lying beside him were in critical condition, some even unconscious. Uchiha Uran administered rudimentary first aid. Why not employ healing techniques? It was imperative to conserve all chakra for the release of radiative elements. Once the J-Nin from Sunagakure retreated, they promptly returned to report the situation of the recent battle. Lord Wenoshuri, the cliff is riddled with traps. We just led a wave of ninjas to charge, dismantling a significant portion of them. We can advance. Listening to his comrades recount the battle, Wenoshuri felt no joy. Instead, he appeared perplexed. He sensed an oversight somewhere. From the initial advance to the battle and ultimately dismantling the enemy's traps, everything seemed too seamless. Wait a moment. As the realization dawned, Wenoshuri fell into contemplation, hesitating whether to seize the canyon immediately. After all, the canyon's resources were bountiful, akin to fertile lands of Konoha, and even excavating could yield substantial gains. The greater the temptation, the more composed Wenoshuri became. The enemy's resistance was not particularly fierce. Had it not been for the J-Nin's intervention, they might have surged forward. Leave half the forces here. If we encounter encirclement or a large number of Konoha ninjas appear above, you must charge in for rescue. He had not anticipated the presence of potent venom. After all, to cover the entire cliff in such a manner and accomplish it instantaneously was impossible. Sunagakure thrived on toxins and puppet techniques, well aware that contact was necessary for effective venom. He suspected that Orochimaru led a contingent hidden above, luring them into an ambush for total annihilation. Yet, gazing at the throngs of ninjas behind him, he realized that even annihilation would take considerable time. He was confident in breaking through and launching a counterattack. Having established a strategy, Wenoshuri cautiously approached, prepared for the worst, facing a multitude of Konoha personnel, culminating in a decisive battle. However, when he and his ninjas neared the cliff and looked up, no ninjas emerged, as if his vigilance were a jest. The enemy had indeed abandoned the canyon. Could it be that Konoha wished to engage in combat within the forest? Inherently suspicious, Wenoshuri led his troops swiftly up the cliff. Uchiha observed through his Sharingan and promptly instructed the Hyuga Jonin, "Be vigilant regarding the number and positioning of the ninja. Inform me once they are all assembled." Understood. As the plan reached its final phase, Uchiha swallowed hard, the weight of the moment heavy upon him. The price of ninja lives and the immense risks taken were all to await this very instant. Unfortunately, the enemy's commanding leader remained overly cautious. Leaving half of their forces on the periphery, failing to annihilate the opposing force was Yu's greatest regret. Yet the loss of over half of the Sunigakure vanguard would significantly alleviate pressure on the front lines. The Hyuga Jonin activated his Byakugan, veins prominent upon his visage, as his eyes meticulously tracked the movements of the enemy, sparing no detail. When the adversaries approached the attack position confirmed by Uchiha Yu, he quickly relayed, "Yu, to the southwest, there is a contingent of ninja, and beneath us, another group exists. Their numbers are half compared to before, yet the leading few possess immense chakra." Indeed, within the depths of Uchiha Uran's eyes lay a newfound cruelty, compelling those nearby to distance themselves from him. He extended his hands forward, and in an instant, a peculiar ripple emerged beside him, akin to the disturbance caused by a stone cast into water. The retreating ninjas, bewildered, initially dismissed it as a trick of the eye. Renowned as a lethal ninja, could Uchiha Uran truly annihilate his foes? The truth eluded us all, as each individual was entrusted with but a fragment of the overarching plan. We fervently hoped for success. Otherwise, the sacrifices of the Chunin would render meaningless. The seasoned Jonin, having discerned the truth, cast a glance at the middle-ranked ninjas behind him. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, as they remained oblivious, mere pawns to be expended. Some among them began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Though weighed down by somber thoughts, they refrained from voicing their concerns, for the sake of Konoha. The effects of the venom would lead to enemy casualties exponentially greater than their own. And thus it commenced. Once the adversaries fully entered the fray, a surge of radiation emanated from Uran's body, enveloping him in a phosphorescent green glow, visible even in the daylight. Among the Konoha ninjas, only the oil girl Jonin detected the shift, trembling as she uttered, "What a terrifying ability." The two accompanying Jonin regarded her with puzzled expressions, prompting her to reveal the sensations sensed by her insects. In that moment when Uran released the toxins, my strategically placed insects sensed immense danger and sought to flee, some slipping from my control. Yet, escape proved futile, as an invisible force extinguished their lives. He mourned for his insects. After all, nurturing them was no simple endeavor. Yet he reveled in the horror of such potent venom. Today, we may very well witness history, the greatest massacre of the Second Shinobi World War. Chapter 73. Bury them upon the precipice of a cliff, a cadre of ninjas leaped swiftly, their sights set on the Konoha ninjas above. Leading a handful of Jonin, they arrived at a chasm, suddenly sensing something amiss in their bodies. Ueno Kariri scratched at his skin, discovering swelling, and promptly alerted his teammates. "Do any of you feel unwell?" Each of them exhibited varying degrees of symptoms, realizing that their adversaries had begun to deploy poison. They donned filtration masks, suspecting airborne toxins. Once masked, they understood the gravity of the situation. Their bodies continued to weaken. One ninja coughed up blood, mixed with strands of black decay. "What is happening to me?" he gasped, struggling to breathe, his chakra destabilizing, nearly causing him to plummet. Behind them, the situation was dire. Many had already fallen like raindrops from the cliff's edge. Such a height guaranteed death. What kind of venom is this? Ueno Kariri turned back and beheld the entire team afflicted by poison. Their physical resilience had allowed them to endure for a moment, but several ninjas behind were already lifeless. This could not continue. They must retreat with the remaining forces. Blood trickled from his lips as he shouted urgently to those nearby. "Everyone, quickly evacuate the cliff. We have been ensnared." Alas, it was too late. As radiation descended upon them, mere minutes of exposure to such intense radiation would claim their lives. The deterioration of their bodies led to unstable chakra, ensuring a fatal fall from the cliff. With the forces of nature aligning, coupled with the effects of radiation, a lethal trap was set. Crack! The rock splintered. As one ninja, straining against his weakening body, addressed Ueno Kariri, "Sir, I cannot hold on any longer. My journey as a ninja must end here." He watched helplessly as a teammate, after delivering his farewell, plummeted from the cliff. "Damn it, the Konoha ninjas will pay dearly for this. Today may see us all perish here, yet the gradual decline of our bodies does not signify the end." Many ninjas, fueled by resolve, determined to launch a final act of defiance against Konoha before their demise. "All Jonin, release your jutsu at any cost." With the potential for this to be their final act, a fervent determination blossomed within each ninja as chakra surged through their beings. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Wind style, Vacuum Blade. As the ninjas united their efforts, a conflagration erupted from the cliff, flames soaring skyward, shrouding the heavens. The ground trembled beneath the Konoha ninjas, who sensed the violent upheaval. The explosive release of high-level jutsu, coupled with a multitude of explosive tags, caused the chasm to fracture. Have they lost their minds? We must leave this place. It is on the verge of collapse. All ninjas, assist the injured. Quickly retreat. Uchiha Uran did not overestimate himself. At this moment, he was physically weakened after unleashing a substantial amount of radiation energy, resulting in a depletion within his body. The cliff before him had been shattered, with countless fissures filled with flames. Utilizing the body replacement technique to evade the shockwave from the explosion, he soon realized the ordeal was not yet over. As the entire canyon began to experience a landslide, spreading outward from the fractured areas, the sound of thunderous roars mingled with the clattering of debris and dust, echoing throughout the gorge. Ultimately rescued by the White Wolf, Uchiha Uran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been engulfed by the flames. He had been somewhat careless this time, not anticipating that his opponent would fight to the death, unleashing a level of ninjutsu beyond expectation during their final moments. Reflecting on the explosive scene, Uchiha Uran was left with a sense of dread, even after being saved. He found his back slick with a fine sheen of sweat. As the instigator of the chaos, the gazes directed at him turned to one of terror. A vast expanse of poison had fallen, compelling the Sand Ninja to resort to a scorched earth tactic. Ninjas rarely resort to suicidal attacks unless absolutely necessary. The cost of cultivating a single ninja is immense, particularly the death of a jonin, which would be a severe blow to the already struggling Sunagakure. Their demise seemed inevitable. A Hyuga jonin activated his Byakugan to survey the situation amid the dust, discovering no signs of survival. Once the smoke cleared, the once narrow chasm had widened considerably, revealing a heap of rubble stained with blood, the bodies buried beneath the earth. Even the middle-ranked ninjas, who had been kept in the dark, now understood they had been used as pawns against the Sand Ninja, yet not a single complaint arose in their hearts. In comparison to the losses sustained by Konoha, the situation for the Sand Ninja appeared far graver. Their vanguard forces had suffered a direct loss of half their number, including several jonin. Undoubtedly, this was a momentous victory. Did we truly achieve victory in this manner? It seems that upon our return, I may be elevated to the rank of elite chunin based on this merit. What merit do you speak of? It was clearly Mr. Uran's strategy. You merely bore the brunt of the damage. Claiming credit for oneself is merely gilding the lily. Yet Uchiha Uran must acknowledge the contributions of those present. Any misstep in the process could have led to failure, even if every step had been executed flawlessly. The presence of a jonin nearly jeopardized the entire plan. Enough of this bickering. I will report everyone's contributions to Lord Orochimaru. Now, let us tend to the wounded. We must return immediately. Hopefully, we can intimidate our opponents. Uchiha Uran's greatest concern does not lie with the injuries sustained by his comrades. Even if they were all to perish, the impact on the front lines would be minimal. Through the smoke and haze, he could discern a group of shinobi from Sunagakure in the distance. Ueno Shuri had prepared for two contingencies. One faction was tasked with the offensive, while another was designated for rescue. Alas, plans often fall victim to the chaos of battle, and the ever-shifting circumstances left everyone uncertain about what might unfold in the next moment. An elite jonin from the Sand Ninja forces trembled as he gazed into the abyss of the canyon before him. He was oblivious to the events that had transpired within. Yet the thunderous explosions and Ueno Shuri's dying roar reverberated in the air, faintly echoing in their ears due to the canyon's acoustics. Can anyone tell me what transpired inside? Hurry and rescue our comrades. Bring them out. Calm down. Given the magnitude of the explosion and the altered terrain, it is certain that many perished within. Many stood in shock, witnessing the scene ahead, until someone finally reacted. Quick, report this to Lord Kazekage. Chapter 74. The Stricken Chiobang. What do you mean by saying the entire unit has perished? The third Kazekage, engaged in a meeting, turned to the ninja who had burst into the room, the leader of the vanguard unit. The report that followed sent shockwaves through their minds. Even the usually unflappable Chio and Hyuzo were drawn in. Lord Ueno led an aggressive assault on the canyon, but for reasons unknown, they executed a suicidal attack and have all perished. The messenger repeated the grim tidings, lowering his head in trepidation. The third Kazakage's brow furrowed deeply. His heart quaked at the magnitude of such a loss to Sunagakure. What had transpired before their demise? The leader of the vanguard was not known for recklessness. The Kazakage had chosen him for his meticulousness, confident that the advantage of war would prevent unforeseen incidents. Yet, why would he choose to sacrifice his life in a suicidal attack? There had to have been some insurmountable force compelling them towards such a fate. Chio's voice broke the silence as she, familiar with Ueno Shuri's character, turned to the kneeling ninja and inquired, "Has an investigation been conducted on site?" The ninja presented detailed information on the table, recounting, "We have recovered some bodies, and preliminary examinations revealed they were poisoned." Additionally, several other ninjas were also found to be afflicted. The medical ninjas of Kanehagakure were not a secret. Chio, having interacted with them, knew they lacked extensive expertise in poisons. A seed of suspicion blossomed in her mind as she murmured to herself, what kind of poison could this be? Could it be one concocted by Tsunade? As the discussion on how to tackle the poison ensued, another ninja rushed in, clutching a blood-stained piece of cloth. "What is this?" Chio's hands trembled as she reached for the cloth. The ninja delivered a harrowing revelation. "Two of the lords have perished." "What?" The Kazakage immediately steadied Chio, fearing she would crumble under the weight of the news. The invasion had barely begun, and already they faced devastating losses. Who was responsible for their deaths? Grief flickered in Chio's eyes. She could not face her grandson without answers, desperate to know who had slain the two. It was a jonin from Konoha, Kikuchi Sakumo. The assembled individuals understood the gravity of the situation. This was the renowned Konoha's White Fang, a formidable force who had claimed countless lives with his blade. It was unimaginable that two would fall to his hand during this mission. "Kikuchi Sakumo." Chio's voice emerged hoarse. Hayaza approached the Kazakage, bowing his head in earnest. "Kazakage-sama, I must implore you. My sister and I need to take to the battlefield. The war has reached an irreversible point, and if their deaths cannot be avenged with blood, my sister cannot provide an explanation to Scorpion." Now it was the Kazakage's turn to be troubled. He observed the fury in her gaze. Denying her entry to the battlefield could create a rift between them, leading him to reluctantly acquiesce. "You must prioritize the greater good. The enemy from Konoha is formidable, and we have already suffered significant losses on the front lines. We must also pause our advance." The Kazakage inhaled deeply. This was the gravest misstep of his tenure. Furthermore, Chio must devise an antidote for the poison to prevent future encounters with such toxins. The use of poison against Chio was a desperate maneuver. The Kazakage recognized the need for elite warriors to hold the line. Up to this point, the ninjas dispatched from Konoha had not reached their pinnacle. Many true powerhouses remained occupied in the lands of earth and lightning. Should Chio engage, the enemy would undoubtedly mobilize stronger adversaries against her. Chio clenched her fists, forcing herself to suppress the seething anger within, ultimately nodding in response, "I will work swiftly to counter the enemy's poison." Uran had not stationed reinforcements in the canyon, leaving radioactive elements behind solely to impede the enemy's advance. His current physical condition was far from ideal. The depleted radioactive elements would require days to replenish. He hastened back to the camp, where Orochimaru was managing the operations and had already dispatched a group of ninjas to evacuate the injured, ensuring they wouldn't be left behind in the event of a rout. "Uran has returned?" Orochimaru sighed in relief upon hearing the news, signifying that the mission had been completed successfully, though the extent of the interception remained uncertain. He set aside his documents, preparing to seek out Uchiha Uran, and fortuitously encountered him on the way. Orochimaru, noting Uran's pallid complexion, displayed a rare concern for his disciple. "I apologize for placing you in such a perilous situation." "I am fine, sensei." The mission was executed smoothly. Not only did we complete it, but we also decimated half of the vanguard unit, providing us time to establish a defensive line. Orochimaru thought he must be imagining things until he reviewed the detailed account of the mission. Left at a loss for words to describe the brilliance of the young genius before him, finally settling on a succinct appraisal, a flawless plan. There was no room for criticism. Every aspect had been meticulously calculated. Only Orochimaru understood the intricacies involved. A single misstep could have undone everything. "I will report your accomplishments to the higher-ups." He approached Uchiha Uran, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Uran, you have earned my recognition as an exceptionally talented shinobi." Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Orochimaru was not yet the twisted figure he would later become, and this moment was fortuitously witnessed by Tsunade, who remarked with incredulity, "So Orochimaru can acknowledge others. I thought you only brought ninjas into emotional entanglements." Another hand found its way to Orochimaru's shoulder as she gave him a thumbs up. Lady Tsunade, could you be a bit gentler? As he sought to express further praise for Uchiha Uran, Tsunade's words rendered him unable to maintain his composure. With a playful punch to Uran's head, she exclaimed, "What an impolite little brat. Wait, you're not a little brat anymore." Both individuals must acknowledge that even if they lead a defensive war, the outcome may not be as favorable as that achieved by Uchiha Uranium. If this war can annihilate half of the enemy's vanguard forces, a defense line can be established. Orochimaru needs to arrange subsequent plans, utilizing this precious time to fortify the border defenses, while also contemplating troop deployments in the canyon area. Uranium. I intend to dispatch a contingent of ninjas to the canyon to prevent the enemy from breaching our defenses. There is no need, teacher. The area is laced with my deadly poison, and as long as I do not retract it, the destruction will continue unabated. And they certainly lack the means to resolve it. Chapter 75, The Compromise of Sunagakure. Radioactive elements, without the intervention of Uchiha Uranium, can have a half-life extending into the thousands of years. Such confidence? Tsunade and Orochimaru expressed intrigue. However, their interests diverged. Tsunade was solely focused on deciphering the opponent's poison, eager to prove her superiority in the realm of toxins. As for Orochimaru, he locked eyes with Uranium, gazing at him as one might a laboratory specimen. Were it not for the inopportune time and place, he would have immediately bound him to his laboratory for inhumane experimentation. I will challenge your poison when time permits. For now, I must prioritize the fortifications, so I shall refrain from sending anyone to the canyon. Trusting in Uchiha Uranium's confidence, Orochimaru believed him, though he worried that sending ninjas could lead to mishaps if they inadvertently harmed allies in need of rescue. As the three conversed, a white-haired man approached from the distance, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade immediately showed respect upon his arrival. Elder Kakashi, I have completed my mission, successfully thwarting a group of ninjas and slaying the two genin leading them. Orochimaru was not surprised by Kakashi's accomplishments. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang had outlived the legendary three ninjas, built upon a foundation of formidable achievements, having slain countless formidable peers. The legendary three ninjas, due to Hanzo's interventions, were not at their peak during this era. Producing a scroll of ninjutsu, a white mist enveloped the area, revealing two slain corpses on the ground. Upon seeing the bodies, Orochimaru's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law would perish at the hands of Elder Kakashi. I will immediately arrange for intelligence personnel to extract their memories. Such invaluable corpses can yield not only information, but, once the war concludes, the enemy will undoubtedly pay a hefty ransom for their retrieval. Subsequent arrangements fell to Orochimaru and Kakashi. He and Tsunade needed to tend to a number of wounded, as the ninjas retreating from the canyon faced severe casualties due to Uchiha Uranium's reckless defense. However, upon their arrival at the hospital, the entire camp buzzed with discussions centered around Uchiha Uranium. Surely you jest. Did you truly annihilate half of the vanguard forces? Absolutely. The wounds I bear are testament to my battle with the sand ninjas on the cliff. I could boast about it for a lifetime. I envy you for being with Mr. Uranium, unlike my foolish captain, who was ambushed as soon as we arrived at the front lines, only narrowly escaping with his life. Many were celebrating today's victory, which alleviated the tense atmosphere in the camp. You have truly made a name for yourself, kid. Tsunade, overhearing the discussions, glanced at Uchiha Uranium, who bore a mere faint smile. I am far more apprehensive about the troubles that lie ahead. This matter cannot remain concealed. Once they discover who is behind the poisoning, Sunagakure will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. It is impossible to expect to escape unscathed after slaying half of their vanguard forces. They will stop at nothing to eliminate Uchiha Uranium, potentially even hiring specialized bounty ninjas for the task. Do not worry, as long as you remain in Konoha, no one possesses the capability to slay you. Let us hope so. The dangers within the village are no less than those on the battlefield. The roots expanded during the Second Shinobi World War, and Danzo has various methods to draw himself into the roots and subsequently exert control over him. Regrettably, it is too late. Uchiha Uranium has begun to grasp his own fate. With the front lines returning to normalcy, Uranium no longer needed to undertake high-intensity missions with the ninjas. However, his duties did not diminish. Each day brought a significant influx of wounded, some critically injured, requiring him to spend the entire day in the operating room. He had also heard the rumors circulating outside. He had not anticipated that his own head would be valued at 3 S-rank bounties. In his hand was the latest list of wanted ninjas, a document that had circulated in the black market. On this newly issued bounty list, Uchiha Uranium's name was placed at the very top. While Tsunade operated on an injured patient, she noticed the bounty list in Uranium's hand. And her eyes transformed into symbols of greed. I am quite tempted. When I find myself in need of money, I shall consider trading your head for a fortune. Uchiha Uranium, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye, did not wish to be the focus of her attention. Tsunade would go to great lengths for money, especially when intoxicated. She abruptly changed the subject. Lady Tsunade certainly knows how to jest. Merely the blood separation machine could yield a substantial profit. I will reiterate. That is Hokage's money. I merely manage it on his behalf. The third Hokage labored diligently, yet received not a single coin in return. His management was purely nominal. And Tsunade would never hand over the funds to the third. Just the thought of the wealth Uchiha Uranium amassed, the speed at which he earned, stirred a wave of discontent within her. Unconsciously, she exerted too much force, bending the surgical knife. The patient on the operating table, trembling in fear, spoke up. Could you two please remove the knife first? Your conversation frightens me. Tsunade, with her ample bosom towering over the patient, casually grabbed a nearby poisonous fish potion and shoved it into the patient's mouth. Before long, the previously fearful patient lay on the bed like a salted fish. Now it was quiet. Were he able to speak, he would surely express his gratitude, for the potion had spared him from pain. Currently, all the medications in the hospital, particularly anesthetics, were supplied by Uchiha Uranium. The medical field had proven lucrative for him, though the vast majority of his earnings went to Yamabuki. As Uchiha Uranium completed his surgery and prepared for the next, Orochimaru approached him. Teacher Orochimaru? Is there a problem at the front lines? Now that Uchiha Uranium's reputation as a deadly poison ninja had spread, whenever he took the field, he was certain to bring about the enemy's demise. He was a weapon of terror, rivaling the power of a Jinchuriki. This is indeed a positive change. Orochimaru did not conceal the truth. Just yesterday, a group of sand ninjas arrived at the Konoha camp, their unexpected appearance catching everyone off guard. They brought with them a wealth of resources, seeking to reclaim the two corpses. No one opposes resources. Once the intelligence extraction from the two corpses was complete, retaining them would serve no purpose. Moreover, they were willing to offer an even greater price for Uchiha Uranium to neutralize the poison. Even Orochimaru was moved upon seeing the terms. Teacher Orochimaru, are you suggesting that I should provide them with an antidote? Let me clarify in advance. If it involves going to Sunagakure, then that's out of the question. Retrieving radioactive elements is a relatively straightforward endeavor. However, the peril associated with venturing to Sunagakure is exceedingly great, and thus, Uchiha you would not dare to take such risks. Certainly not, for the opposing party would dispatch their ninjas and engage in a temporary ceasefire. Chapter 76. A sure gain. The locus of decision-making resides with Konohagakure, rather than Sunagakure. Orochimaru possesses a modicum of influence in the discussions, yet for the other party to rescue those ninjas, adherence to Konohagakure's stipulations is imperative. Orochimaru, with his characteristic audacity, knows that Sunagakure would acquiesce to save their own. Currently, Orochimaru harbors an intensified curiosity regarding the potent toxin within Uchiha, pondering what manner of venom could render Chiyo utterly powerless. Upon their arrival, they would be subjected to comprehensive supervision, with only lower-ranking ninjas permitted to approach, ensuring no disruption to the camp. It is only after devising meticulous strategies that Orochimaru would permit their entry. The magnitude of concession displayed by the opposing party took Orochimaru by surprise. Evidently, the individuals afflicted by the toxin possess identities and statuses that warrant such leniency from Sunagakure. It appears that prolonged exposure led to their radiation contamination. Yu is acutely aware of his nuclear radiation capabilities in a bid to annihilate the enemy ninja forces. He maximizes the radiation output. Coupled with alterations in the terrain, the likelihood of any living beings escaping is virtually non-existent. It is probable that the subsequent investigations by Sunagakure will yield the bodies affected, albeit the uranium here references indirect radiation harm. The lethality of this effect diminishes, and similarly afflicted individuals exhibit milder symptoms. Prolonged exposure to radiation induces cellular mutations within the body. I can somewhat surmise who it might be. Uchiha Uran's lips curled into a slight smile as he articulated his speculation. Teacher Orochimaru, without a doubt, the most proficient antidote specialist in Sunagakure is Chiyo. Her prolonged exposure to the adversary's abilities has resulted in an indirect transmission. Only Chiyo could compel such a substantial concession from them, unless there exists a special protective measure containing lead, or a specific medication capable of suppressing cellular mutations. Even the mightiest of ninjas would succumb to physical decay when exposed to high-intensity radiation. Indeed, it is Chiyo. Uran's earlier assertions resonated with Orochimaru's thoughts. Only she could exact such a considerable toll from Sunagakure. Nevertheless, in light of the resources offered by the other party, Orochimaru resolved to take a calculated risk. The rendezvous was set for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, positioned to the southeast of the encampment. Rest assured, teacher Orochimaru. Even if I manage to purge her of the poison, Chiyo's body will not fully recover, given her involvement. I cannot guarantee that she will not present unforeseen complications upon her healing. Should she dare to act within the camp, Orochimaru possesses the means to detain her here. It can be deemed a risk-free transaction. Very well, we shall await the day after tomorrow. Orochimaru's anticipation to witness the Kazekage's expression was palpable. The village's loss of a premier warrior would inflict a grievous blow upon Sunagakure, akin to a defeat of their frontline forces. Meanwhile, in the land of Wind Sunagakure, Chiyo isolated herself with a group of afflicted individuals, employing this method to stem the spread of the lethal toxin. To her dismay, she too fell victim to the poison. It was indeed a terrifying venom. In retrospect, she lamented not eliminating the threat upon their first encounter. As a master of toxicology, Chiyo's understanding of poisons was unparalleled, and she had taken precautions against infection. Alas, this toxin disregarded her defenses. The venom's ferocity surpassed her expectations, filling Chiyo with regret. The poisoning of a top-tier warrior within the village was an exceedingly grave matter. The third Kazekage set aside his duties to address it personally, though he refrained from approaching, instead utilizing a shadow clone to convey his decision. The immediate priority is to restore your health. I have conferred with Orochimaru, who will facilitate the antidote for that poisonous ninja. There was no alternative. She intended to utilize this interval to study the toxin, now afflicted. She was the ideal subject for observation. The nature of the venom appeared to devastate cells, and although the concocted antidote could halt this progression, the toxin's influence persisted, rendering her powerless. The Kazekage needed to dispatch a cadre of lower-ranking ninjas, a consensus reached between both parties. Mutual apprehensions lingered. Konoha feared the arrival of Sunagakure's elite, which could incite chaos within the encampment, while Sunagakure was equally wary of Orochimaru's ruthlessness, who might not only leave the patients in Konoha but also retain their elite ninjas. Thus, sending a group of lower-ranking ninjas was the most prudent course of action. The agreed-upon day swiftly arrived. Uchiha Uran arrived at the scene early. Observing a throng of ninjas surrounding the area, including Shikamaru and Nara stationed nearby, it was surmised that Chiyo had orchestrated this, concealing Shikamaru to avert further conflict. The rapid assembly of these supplies posed a considerable burden for Sunagakure. Orochimaru surveyed the mountain of provisions outside, contemplating the forthcoming strategy. Addressing Uchiha Uran, he analyzed. Sunagakure must either cease hostilities to mitigate losses or persist in warfare, risking mutual destruction. Understanding Sunagakure's penchant for lurking in the shadows, swaying with the wind, Uran firmly concluded, I suspect they will opt for the former. The third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest, excels not only in strength but also in political acumen. He would not gamble the future of the village, for even in victory, he would lack the capacity to safeguard what he has seized. Sunagakure, though wounded in conflict, had not yet reached a critical state. It all hinged upon the resolve of the third Kazekage. During their discourse, Uran sensed the radiation source drawing near. The uranium content in the other party was elevated but not lethal. Truly, they had struck a fortunate chord. The indirect radiation damage was minimal. However, they had committed a grave error by congregating all patients together. Each bore a slight fraction of radiation harm, yet collectively, they formed a diminutive radiation source. The survival of those within was largely attributable to the resilience of the ninja physique. Leading the group was a middle-aged genin who, at his age, should not have still held such a rank. Were it not for the exceptional circumstances of the mission, he would have no standing to participate. Faced with numerous formidable Konoha ninjas, the leader exhibited palpable anxiety, nervously articulating, Mr. Orochimaru, as per our agreement, I have brought the supplies, and the patients await treatment in one location. Konoha had not deliberately obstructed the genin's efforts. Then let us commence. With his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Uran, and at Orochimaru's signal, several ninjas accompanied him to prevent any covert actions from Sunagakure's patients. Konoha had made comprehensive preparations for this healing endeavor. Arriving at a clearing, they found a dozen ninjas gathered, with Chiyo at the center, precisely as anticipated. Her poisoning was foreseen. The terror of radioactive elements far exceeded the current medical capabilities within the ninja world. Not even Chiyo, let alone Tsunade, could merely maintain the integrity of her body through healing techniques. Chapter 77, Chiyo's Secret Orders. Under the protection of several elite shinobi from Konoha, Uchiha Uran approached the other party, impeccably courteous. Elder Chiyo, we meet again. This time, their roles had reversed. Observing the respectful young man before her, one might easily mistake him for a refined individual, were it not for his notorious methods. Alas, being in need of assistance, Chiyo refrained from exhibiting the demeanor of a formidable warrior. The adversary had even surpassed her in the realm of toxins. Leaving her with a sense of helplessness and reflection, Konoha truly possesses an abundance of talent. This time, we have suffered a thorough defeat. Uran remained indifferent to her sentiments, producing the pre-prepared pills and administering them to the group, simultaneously retracting the radioactive elements from their bodies during the process. The pills were merely ordinary healing medication. Uchiha Uran sought to obfuscate the truth. Upon returning to the village, Chiyo would undoubtedly attempt to decipher the lethal poison again, and the pills would serve as the optimal antidote. A sand shinobi, bewildered, touched his own body, yet found his condition still quite dire. With skepticism, he turned to Chiyo beside him, inquiring, "Are we truly healed?" Acutely aware of her own physical state, Chiyo sensed a peculiar energy dissipating as the pill was swallowed, and explained to the group, "The special substances affecting your bodies have been eliminated." However, Chiyo's gaze remained heavy. The impact of the strange poison lingered even after its removal. Before she could inquire further, Uchiha Uran interjected, "Elder Chiyo, my sole responsibility is to neutralize the poison. This is the result of discussions between the Kazekage and Lord Orochimaru. As for the consequences of the toxin, they lie beyond my purview. Individuals of your caliber, should they return to the battlefield, would significantly affect our operations. We must procure resources, but we shall not gamble with the lives of our comrades. The injuries sustained by you, Elder Chiyo, are troublesome but not fatal. With proper care, you can regain your peak condition. However, participating in the Second Great Ninja War will be exceedingly difficult for you." Every statement made by Uchiha Uran was well-reasoned, leaving the listeners visibly perturbed. Among them, a certain ninja was on the verge of throwing a punch at Uran, but fortunately, a companion intervened just in time. The smirk that danced across Uran's face seemed to mockingly imprint itself on the hearts of several individuals. Even Chiyo, aware that unforeseen circumstances might arise, was resolute in her intention to eliminate Konoha's white fang. "Uchiha Uran, do you comprehend the implications of your words?" Chiyo suppressed the fury simmering within her. Regardless of the situation, she was determined to kill the white fang, her aura of murderous intent causing the surrounding Konoha ninjas to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. This was particularly true for those tasked with safeguarding Uran's safety, who immediately positioned themselves in front of him. "Chiyo, this is not Sunagakure. Should you choose to strike, I assure you, you shall meet your demise here." Orochimaru's frigid voice resonated from behind, the clash of their formidable presences sending weaker ninjas into a state of panic. The Wind Shadow merely requested that we administer the antidote. There was no stipulation against killing you afterward. A throng of ninjas followed Orochimaru's lead, advancing menacingly. Taking a deep breath, Chiyo ultimately relented, stating, "This situation arose from my impatience. All ninjas from Sunagakure, stand down." The tension between the two factions was palpable. Any minor provocation could lead to an irrevocable catastrophe. Orochimaru halted the advancing ninjas. At this juncture, his strength was comparable to that of the legendary predecessors. Leaving Chiyo with a bitter sense of helplessness, Konoha was teeming with talent. The top-tier fighters had never been in short supply. From the early days of the ninja world to the legendary White Fang of Konoha, followed by the legendary Sannin. Each generation boasted extraordinary warriors. And as her gaze fell upon Uchiha Uran, she thought that in no more than 5 years, he would inherit the legacy of his predecessors, rising to become a formidable force of the new generation in Konoha. The bitterness in her heart was hers alone to bear. How could Sunagakure compete with such a powerhouse? Chiyo's physical condition precluded her from entering the battlefield, and with the remaining Wind Shadow and her brother unable to sustain the vast dynamics of war, the resources Sunagakure might acquire through continued conflict were uncertain, but the casualties would undoubtedly be staggering. Torn between the urgent desire for vengeance against Konoha's White Fang and the necessity of remaining composed for the sake of her village, Chiyo's gaze grew complex. Was there truly no alternative? In that moment, Chiyo appeared aged, no longer the feared puppet master, and resolved, aside from the antidote. There was another matter to discuss with Orochimaru. A glimmer of light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he locked gazes with Uchiha Uran, their suspicions confirmed. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Uran. "Stay close to me. Chiyo-senpai, please accompany me to the tent." Orochimaru gestured invitingly, his intention to bring Uran along evoking a deeper sentiment. This was not merely a superficial companionship. Uran had previously served as a medical ninja, dedicated to healing. Orochimaru's invitation implied an intention for him to partake in political matters. Has he become too hasty? Tsunade sensed something amiss, her thoughts lingering on the direction the two had departed. She bore no ill will towards Uchiha Uran. It was merely that his demeanor mirrored Orochimaru's too closely. Engaging prematurely in village affairs could lead him to become even more callous than Orochimaru. Additionally, she harbored another concern. The third Hokage was still in his prime. Yet he was approaching middle age, and in a few years, his declining health would necessitate the selection of a fourth Hokage. Among the three, only Orochimaru seemed most suitable for the role, and his favored disciple was undoubtedly Uran. Should the fifth Hokage fall to the Uchiha clan, Tsunade found herself hesitating, feeling compelled to issue a warning. While this could foster a stronger sense of belonging for the Uchiha clan within the village, the ramifications were too significant. Perhaps she should seek a private moment to discuss this with him. Upon returning to the tent with the two, the ensuing conversation was not suited for the ears of ordinary individuals. Chiyo's gaze settled on Uchiha Uran, her awareness of his status within Konoha evident. She was astonished by his age, even more so by the power he wielded that belied his youth. A different realization dawned upon her. She could foresee that once their generation of elders retired or perished, Uran would ascend to the pinnacle of power. What methods could she employ to forge a connection between him and Tsunade? As for the lives lost from Tsunade, she believed there were no eternal enemies or allies between villages. As long as it brought benefit to the village, Chiyo was willing to humble herself. This was the mandate of the Wind Shadow. Orochimaru observed the words inscribed at the top, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. What? Chapter 78, Destruction or Transformation. Truly, the third Wind Shadow was formidable. Should the contents above come to fruition, the Second Great Ninja War might very well reach its conclusion. The premise was simple. Konoha would feign continued conflict with Tsunade, intensifying the hostilities to ensure all were convinced that genuine fury had ignited between them. However, this would only be a fade. The true objective was to secretly dispatch ninjas to the Land of Lightning, where their adversaries would miscalculate the number of ninjas involved, catching them off guard through the manipulation of information. This plan was flawless, yet the question remained, what role would Tsunade play in it? With serpent-like slitted eyes fixed on Chiyo, Orochimaru recognized Tsunade's notorious adaptability among the 5 great ninja villages. He could not guarantee that they would not stab him in the back, just as they had when attacking the village hidden in rain, allowing mist ninjas to escape. Fear not, when formulating this plan, the Wind Shadow had already resolved that once successful, Tsunade would obtain what it desired. Chiyo did not let Orochimaru's suspicion anger her. She patiently explained, I cannot acquiesce immediately. Such a momentous matter must be reported to the Hokage. The stakes of the Second Great Ninja War were intertwined with the trajectory of Tsunade's frontline battles. Stepping outside with Uchiha Uran, she turned her head to regard the tent with trepidation, voicing her concern. Uran, how much of this do you believe to be true? At least 90%. Uchiha Uran contemplated the gains and losses within his heart, articulating the potential trajectory of the war. Currently, Tsunade's strength has been diminished. They have annexed a portion of the territory belonging to Amigakure, yet they must brace themselves for Hanzo's wrath. Additionally, they must remain vigilant against their neighboring threats, as the most prudent strategy would be to exploit this opportunity to weaken them, rendering them incapable of targeting Tsunade. All actions are aimed at safeguarding immediate interests. The political maneuvers and wartime strategies of the Kazekage command Uran's acknowledgement of their prowess. Indeed, he never anticipated that they would masterfully execute a strategy that devours the wolf while simultaneously consuming the tiger. Naturally, we must exercise caution regarding the possibility of Tsunade's treachery. Should we withdraw too many shinobi, will they not be tempted to launch a significant invasion of Konohagakure? The voice of Uchiha was chilling, heralding a pivotal juncture in the course of the war. The swift conclusion of the conflict hinged upon the true decision of the Wind Shadow. There was no dissent regarding Yu's analysis. It aligned closely with what Orochimaru had contemplated. He had not deceived Chiyo, for the matter pertained to the strategic arrangements of the Second Ninja World War, necessitating communication with the Hokage and also serving to buy time. The fewer individuals privy to this confidential order, the better. Even the negotiations with Chiyo were safer kept from a wider audience. Only the two of us from Konoha were aware, and I must remain stationed at the front lines. The task of delivering this message falls to you. Ensure it reaches the Hokage without being seen by others to prevent any leakage of information. The secrecy and significance of this command were beyond imagination. And Uchiha furrowed his brow, not out of reluctance for the task at hand. Teacher, prepare for the possibility that the Hokage may not agree. After all, he is notoriously cautious, he remarked, subtly reminding Orochimaru of their mentor. The third Hokage indeed possessed the capability to lead, yet his approach was often conservative. Now that the battlefield had stabilized, the question loomed. Would he dare to make a risky decision for a decisive victory over the enemy? I will engage in some dissembling with Tsunagakure. You must expedite the delivery of this letter. Understood. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, then opened wide to expel a saliva-laden command token, sending shivers down Uchiha-U's spine. Orochimaru-sensei, your method of concealment is truly unique. Perhaps noticing Yu's discomfort, Orochimaru paid it no mind, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reveled in his own creation. The command token is crucial, even if carried within a sealing scroll. It is susceptible to loss, but if ingested, it is unlikely to be discovered unless one is slain. If you wish to learn, I have. Uchiha quickly distanced himself, eager to avoid any infection from his teacher's eccentricities, and promptly shook his head. Apologies, but I have no inclination to study such advanced ninjutsu. What a pity, Orochimaru sighed. The token and this letter were testament to his profound investment in the matter. Even if the third Hokage might refuse to feign cooperation with Tsunagakure, he would undoubtedly weigh the situation carefully for the greater good. With the token in hand, Uchiha aimed to return to Konoha as swiftly as possible, his movements shrouded in secrecy, leaving others to believe he was still learning alongside Orochimaru. After dispatching the Tsunagakure envoy, Orochimaru commenced the mobilization of his ninja forces, remaining wary of any resurgence from the enemy. At this juncture, Tsunade arrived at Orochimaru's camp, her gaze scanning for Uchiha, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Where is Yu? He has gone to attend to a troublesome matter, Orochimaru replied, raising his gaze to Tsunade, aware that even she lacked the right to know the specifics of the mission. What brings you here, if not to the hospital? Tsunade, ever averse to the intricacies of politics and warfare, preferred to rely on her own strength, a sentiment that aligned with her character. It concerns you. Listening to Tsunade's grievances, Orochimaru refrained from interjecting, his hands clasped as he pondered internally, ultimately raising his gaze to state a harsh truth. You mean to exclude Uchiha from political matters, yet you overlook his lineage as a member of the Uchiha clan. He is of great interest to both the Hokage and Danzo. There will be no issues with the Hokage, however, Danzo's methods. Tsunade remained naively optimistic, unaware of the intricate collaborations between Orochimaru and Danzo, who was known for his schemes within the shadows of the ninja world. Should Danzo wish to target Uchiha, even Orochimaru would find it a troublesome endeavor. There are numerous ways to protect you, yet I choose the most straightforward approach. Those who wield power are seldom harmed by it. Compared to power, I cherish research more, hence my desire for you to mature swiftly. Orochimaru's considerations far surpassed Tsunade's expectations. He was acutely aware of the power struggles at play. Yu's exceptional talents were insufficient to alter the village's trajectory, yet mastery over power would yield different outcomes. Tsunade was left speechless, her anger driving her to depart in frustration. I have sensed a shift in the will of fire. Konoha begins to decay, and I must correct it by my own means. Among the Sannin, only Orochimaru grasped the village's darkness. Jiraiya, forever optimistic, sought the light, while Tsunade's status shielded her from harm. Yet Orochimaru had always engaged with the shadows of the village, either transformed the decay or obliterate it. Chapter 79. Encounter with Danzo. You returned to Konoha in record time, shedding all burdens to expedite his journey, recklessly utilizing chakra. Upon his arrival, exhaustion etched upon his features. He noted the scarcity of merchants due to the war, with most being ninjas engaged in missions. The war's impact on the economy was pronounced. Yet it appeared that the Shankahana might expand its operations. Once the turmoil subsided, growth could commence. As he surveyed the village's economic state while maintaining a steady pace, he arrived at the Hokage's office. A cadre of ANBU ninjas congregated there. As Uchiha approached, two masked ninjas stepped forth, halting him with inquiries. You, what brings you back? They recognized Uchiha, aware of the war's circumstances, and posed their questions without malice, adhering to protocol. This is a command token from Orochimaru-sensei. I have an urgent matter to report. Upon verifying the authenticity of the token, they permitted his entry. In the corridor, you encountered a middle-aged man with one arm. His countenance dark and his body swathed in bandages, reminiscent of himself. As they passed, a chilling, indifferent voice echoed from the man. Uchiha Yu, I hold great expectations for your future, yet you have declined my offers twice. While his words carried a hint of admiration, they were laced with warning. Danzo's patience was finite. Even if one were a genius, if they could not be utilized, they would be eliminated. He could not allow the Uchiha clan to flourish. With the threat looming, Uchiha Yu was not one to show mercy. He retorted with steely resolve. Are you overly confident? This village is not solely yours to dictate. The two stood at an impasse. Despite Yu's wariness of Danzo, he was unafraid. His enhanced prowess and reputation, particularly in medical ninjutsu, meant that only Tsunade could truly rival him. Furthermore, Uchiha he fully supported him. Even if Danzo sought to undermine Uchiha Yu, the impact within the village would be limited. He was no longer the malleable child of yore. How dare you? Danzo slightly turned his head, his remaining eye catching a glimpse of Uchiha Yu's retreating figure. Yet, given the setting of the Hokage's office, he could only suppress his fury before departing coldly, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Danzo, do not let me find the opportunity. Both bore intentions of harm toward one another. Their encounter, while stirring the waters, did not disrupt the overall plan. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room, prompting the third Hokage to invite the visitor inside. To his surprise, it was Uchiha Yu, with a hint of astonishment. He inquired about the situation on the front lines. Is there an issue with Orochimaru, or do you require assistance? Neither, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yu summoned a spirit through an envelope, and coupled with Orochimaru's token, the third Hokage unsealed it to examine its contents, revealing a hint of unease upon his countenance. The information was immense, and it became evident that if the Kazekage's assertions were indeed accurate, the trajectory of the war could be irrevocably altered, potentially laying a trap for Konoha. Diminishing the frontline forces would afford Tsunade an opportunity to exploit, risking the hard-won advancements that could be shattered. The office descended into a profound silence. The Hokage inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke before ultimately providing Uchiha Yu with an indeterminate verdict. This matter bore significant weight, necessitating the assembly of the Hokage's advisors for deliberation. I trust Orochimaru's capabilities. There should be no immediate issues at the front lines. For now, I shall await in the village for a brief period, after which I will convey the information to you. As anticipated, the third Hokage exhibited such caution that he required the council of his advisors to reach a decision. This resulted in an overextension of their authority. It is crucial to remember that during the first and second Hokage's reigns, village matters were dictated by a singular voice. The Hokage's commands held the utmost authority, to which all were obliged to adhere. The third Hokage overlooked this critical aspect, leading to the advisors evolving into a means of power constraint, thus enabling Danzo's growing arrogance and descent into darkness. Indeed, his mission had reached its conclusion. The remaining decisions rested upon the Hokage's judgment, and he was willing to wait for half a day. After Uchiha Yu departed, the third Hokage promptly summoned 3 individuals to convene and deliberate on the matter at hand. Mito Minyan gazed at the information above, acknowledging that it would be disingenuous to claim he was not intrigued. However, his primary concern lay in whether the Wind Shadow genuinely sought collaboration or, akin to previous occasions, would maneuver surreptitiously for personal gain. Could this be a ruse? While I trust the political acumen of the Wind Shadow, I harbor doubts about his character. Nonetheless, I believe this endeavor is feasible. If it could bring an end to the Second Shinobi World War, it would significantly alleviate the losses for Konoha, and the associated risks are manageable. A discord arose between the two regarding the prospect of cooperation, with only Danzo ensconced in the shadows, contemplating strategies to counter Uchiha Yu. Ultimately, he devised a plan and emerged, his words icy as he stated, "We may consider the Wind Shadow's proposal. However, to conclude the war, we must enlist the mightiest to participate. The prowess of the Uchiha clan's ninjas is widely acknowledged. Let them take to the battlefield and cease their reconnaissance missions." Danzo's assertion interrupted the quarrel between the two. Indeed, this presents a viable solution. If we concentrate the village's formidable warriors to mount an offensive, we could swiftly break the current stalemate. I believe Danzo's suggestion merits action. I too endorse this resolution. Within the Hokage's office, comprising 4 members, Three now advocate for this course of action, leaving the final judgment to the Hokage. Ultimately, the third Hokage nodded gently, consenting to the plan. A formidable team composed of Konoha's elite will be formed, while a contingent of lower-ranking ninjas will be dispatched to the borders of the Land of Wind to distract their adversaries. I shall inform the Nara clan leader of this development in advance. Thus, two directives were simultaneously issued. As the formidable force represented by the Hokage sought to expedite the conclusion of the war, Uchiha Itachi was unaware of this. He had just returned to the clan's territory. During his absence, numerous ninjas from the Uchiha clan had perished on the battlefield. However, this tragedy also helped to resolve internal conflicts, fostering a united front against external threats. The losses did not incite complaints against the Hokage from the Uchiha family. The casualties were indeed grievous. Yet, due to their unique bloodline abilities, they often became prime targets on the battlefield. Clan leader, it seems that the wager we made has turned in my favor, you declared, sitting cross-legged with an air of confidence as he regarded Uchiha Itachi. The wager in question pertained to whether Uchiha Itachi would ascend to the position of clan leader. It was truly astonishing. Uchiha Itachi let out a sigh, reflecting on the extraordinary talent of Uchiha Itachi, which had led to a newfound understanding akin to the Hawk's assertions that he rivaled the legendary Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, there was a sense of regret regarding the latter's reluctance to assume the role of clan leader. It appears you have matured significantly during this period. In Chapter 80, A Lesson for Danzo, I had heard whispers of the notorious title of the toxic ninja from the shadows. Achieving fame at a young age is unparalleled. Yet not a single individual managed to suppress Uchiha Itachi during his tenure as clan leader. One must indeed become overly proud. The shinobi world is far larger than one might envision. You have your own plans, and I shall not meddle lightly. As the clan leader, Uchiha, he had his own considerations. At this stage, you had not yet reached his pinnacle. If allowed to flourish, with just the toxic skills at his disposal, combined with the Uchiha bloodline, he might not rival Uchiha Madara, yet his future accomplishments could certainly place him among the elite of the shinobi world. This could even help to ease the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. I have collected some fire release techniques, he said, summoning a scroll that detailed the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, which included not only the basic fire styles known throughout the village, but also more advanced techniques. Thank you, clan leader. Their conversation resembled that of a mentor guiding a mentee. However, Uchiha Itachi understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The clan leader valued his talent, and once he matured, he would be expected to repay the Uchiha family. Just as they were conversing, a ninja wearing a fox mask appeared at the door. An Umbu member? Uchiha Itachi showcased his Sharingan and immediately discerned the movements of his opponent. The Umbu ninja, lacking any intention to conceal his presence, appeared foolishly juvenile in front of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan leader, this is a direct order from the Hokage, summoning the ninjas of the village to the borders of the Land of Lightning. You instantly grasped the Hokage's intentions. It seemed he had placed his trust in the Wind Shadows plan. Was it merely the Uchiha clan that was to be dispatched? This thought plunged you into contemplation. The envoy had come solely to deliver the command and, having done so, departed from the Uchiha estate. As they exchanged glances, a trace of unease flickered in Uchiha Itachi's heart, prompting him to voice his inner suspicions. If all the prominent clans were to be summoned, it would signify equality. However, should it be only the Uchiha clan, it would imply a pointed targeting. If that were the case, it likely did not originate from the third Hokage's orders. His moderate approach would not incite tension between the two factions, at least not during the Second Shinobi World War. Listening to Uchiha Itachi's concerns, the clan leader's thoughts immediately turned to a certain individual. It was precisely due to this person's relentless targeting that a serious rift had emerged between the Uchiha clan and the current village. Danzo. Only he had inherited the will of the second Hokage. Uchiha Itachi's gaze drifted towards the horizon, where the residence of Danzo lay. His right hand instinctively clenched, betraying the turmoil within his heart. For now, he must bide his time. He could sense the simmering anger. It was not the moment to overturn the table. Yet this indignation could not be swallowed in silence. Since Danzo had chosen to target him so relentlessly, he would ensure that the man paid a price. The Uchiha clan of the present was no longer the submissive group of future generations. Within their ranks were formidable warriors. While it was impossible to eliminate Danzo within the village, he could still orchestrate a measure of discomfort for him. Take, for instance, the freshly established Root organization. Years ago, the ninjas of Root had invaded his home, bringing with them radioactive elements that contaminated their base. At that time, Uchiha Itachi had chosen not to confront them directly. Instead, he marked the area with radiation. Now, armed with a precise location, Uchiha Itachi was poised to deliver a most unwelcome gift. Of course, the radioactive elements he had used to fell his enemies had resulted in ghastly demises, easily drawing suspicion towards him. He would not allow the ninjas to perish, but he would ensure they succumbed to a debilitating weakness. Uchiha Uran held a kunai in his hand, the intense radiation causing his palm to turn a vivid green. The substantial accumulation of uranium transformed the kunai into a vessel for radioactive elements. He instructed Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Clan leader, utilize your shadow clone technique to deliver this kunai to the southeastern direction of the village." This was one of the few weaknesses he had discovered. The shadow clone technique could, to some extent, mitigate the harmful effects of the radioactive elements. Upon the clone's disappearance, only memories were transmitted, devoid of the radiation experienced by the clone itself. The mere sensation evoked an eerie impression as the clone made contact with the kunai, feeling a chaotic surge of chakra within its body. Fortunately, as an elite Jainin, he managed to maintain control. This item contains my deadly poison, and the location I just indicated is a secret base of Danzo. There was no need to throw the kunai inside. Simply placing it in the vicinity would suffice. The radiation would only affect a small area, and anyone passing through would accumulate a trace amount of radiation. Though minimal, prolonged exposure would undoubtedly inflict some harm on their bodies, gradually weakening the foundational ninja strength over time. Moreover, that particular area was a meticulously chosen site by Danzo, ensuring that no villagers or ninjas would traverse it, thereby safeguarding the kunai from causing harm to others. Let Danzo witness the might of the Uchiha. After biding his time, once the Second Shinobi World War concluded, he would reveal the true meaning of cruelty to Danzo. Upon departing from the clan grounds, Uchiha Uran did not pause for rest. He had his own plans. Danzo had begun to take action against the Uchiha clan. According to the Sand Shadow strategy, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure was merely a fade, unlikely to escalate into a genuine war. Therefore, Uchiha Uran could return to the village and join his clan in another battlefield. Orochimaru, having received news from the Hokage, felt a sense of calm wash over his inner turmoil. The Hokage had acquiesced to the Sand Shadow's demands, and Orochimaru merely needed to methodically set up defenses to ensure Sunagakure would not be suddenly betrayed. The Hokage instructed the lower ninjas in the village to act as Jainin, gazing at the letter in hand. Orochimaru was calculating the gains and losses when he was interrupted by Uchiha Uran. "Sensei, I need to apply for a transfer to another frontline. The Uchiha clan must engage in battle at the borders of the Land of Lightning against the Cloud Ninjas." Though his train of thought was disrupted, Orochimaru did not express anger. The image of Uchiha Uran's resolute face lingered in his mind, and seeing the determination in his eyes, Orochimaru made no attempt to hinder him, but cautioned, "The Cloud Ninjas are stronger than the Sand Ninjas. As the second most powerful village after Konoha, they possess two-tailed beasts and many formidable warriors." The reason Orochimaru's front lacked support was precisely due to the presence of the Cloud Ninjas. Nara, the leader responsible for the Land of Lightning's frontline, could only resort to the most rudimentary tactics against the ferocious Cloud Ninjas, resulting in even greater casualties than those faced by Orochimaru. To remain alongside the Uchiha clan is to bear the brunt of Danzo's targeting. Are you prepared for that? Rising to his feet, Orochimaru towered half a head above Uchiha Uran, his imposing figure looming beside him. "Of course, I am ready." Uchiha Uran bears an immense burden, compelled to undertake certain actions. Emerging from the shadow of Orochimaru, Uran remains resolutely steadfast. "My relationship with the Uchiha clan is one of collaborative prosperity. The third Hokage aims to utilize me to mitigate the conflict between us. Should I choose not to participate, my worth would diminish significantly." Chapter 81. The Summoning Beast. Such is the sordid nature of politics. Orochimaru, struck by a profound realization, uttered these words, fervently wishing to reform the decay within Konoha. Observing Uran's unwavering gaze, Orochimaru sighed softly, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, advising, "Take care. I do not wish to hear of your demise next time. If you encounter an insurmountable adversary, prioritize your survival over the mission." Though these sentiments contradict Orochimaru's inner thoughts, he has come to terms with the notion that no accomplishment, regardless of a ninja's prowess or the number of missions undertaken, can surpass the value of life itself, should conditions permit. He yearns to unravel the mysteries of the human body, seeking to elevate his frail form. However, this intention remains unspoken to Uchiha Uran in Orochimaru's eyes. Uran is an exemplary and competent ninja, yet also a traditionalist, an unfortunate product of the Will of Fire's teachings. To ensure his disciples' safety, Orochimaru opened his mouth and, in a similar fashion, released the summoning scroll. I have forged a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. Only those deemed worthy may inscribe their names upon it. It is essential to note that the serpents of the Dragon Cave are notoriously difficult to manage. One must avoid being devoured by them. However, signing a contract with the colossal serpents of the Dragon Cave does not necessitate the rigorous training associated with sage techniques, as the requirements are not overly stringent. Upon unfurling the scroll, a series of names is inscribed upon it, with the final entry being Orochimaru himself. Uchiha pierced his palm and pressed it against the summoning scroll, allowing him to summon the colossal serpent from the Dragon Cave. Thank you, Master Orochimaru. The significance of the summoning scroll lay in its potential to provide him with an additional means of survival on the battlefield. After departing the camp, the two ventured to a desolate and remote location. Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a massive cloud of smoke. Their figures ascended rapidly, and Uchiha sensed an unexplainable bond of contract. Was it a life responding to the covenant? Before he could catch a glimpse of the entity, a voice filled with complaint erupted. Which scoundrel dares to disturb my rest? Brutality and slaughter permeated the surroundings, and Uchiha subtly furrowed his brow. Gazing at the dark-hued giant serpent before him, the black serpent recognized Orochimaru, having heard of him from the great serpent, and immediately discerned his identity. You are the summoner of the great serpent? No, the contract is not with you. Sensing the true summoner nearby, the black serpent opened its enormous maw, intent on devouring Uchiha. What a temperamental beast! With one hand pressing against its head, you harnessed the serpent's strength to deliver a flying kick squarely to its forehead. The impact resonated. His deliberate physical training, combined with the power of radiation, had notably enhanced Uchiha's physical prowess daily. You little brat, I will slay you. The pain at its forehead incited the black serpent's fury. Upon closer inspection, the dark scales at the center had been shattered, and a peculiar force was eroding its body. Orochimaru, however, deftly evaded the clash between them, for unlike other sacred lands, the serpents emerging from the Dragon Cave were insatiably greedy and exceedingly cruel. Failing to satisfy their appetite or conquer the black serpent by strength could lead to treacherous traps during battle. The great serpent was a prime example. Every summon came at a significant cost. It was hoped that you possessed the means to contend with it. Confident in Uchiha's capabilities, even if a contract could not be forged, it was assured he would not perish in the serpent's jaws. He was flung aside by the black serpent, landing against a nearby rock, which shattered under the immense force of his landing. Yet, his body remained unscathed as he quickly formed hand seals once more. The black serpent was astonished by Uchiha's resilience. Although it often lingered in the Dragon Cave, it occasionally ventured out to hunt. Noticing that you appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, were today's youths truly so formidable? Suddenly, it sensed a surge of heat nearby, an indication of rising temperature. Instinctively, it coiled its body to shield itself from the impending flames. Observing Uchiha's swift hand movements, it realized. Fire release. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Several fireballs materialized around you, surging toward the adversary while he hurled shurikens that seamlessly fused with the flames. At the moment of release, the shurikens were infused with radioactive elements. Clang. The fiery shuriken struck the black serpent's scales, leaving behind numerous wounds, some even embedded within the scales. The black serpent merely felt a twinge of pain, dismissively stirring up a cloud of dust as it scoffed. Little brat, if this is all the strength you possess, relinquish your summoning technique, and I might spare you. Its true concern did not lie with Uchiha, but rather with Orochimaru, who had established a contract with the Dragon Cave, indicating you had earned Orochimaru's recognition. The black serpent was formidable, but still no match for Orochimaru. Oh? Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Uchiha Uran gazed at the shuriken embedded in the scales. Regrettably, the scales were exceedingly thick, and coupled with the immense size of the opponent, the radioactive elements required a span of time to manifest their effects. Nevertheless, apart from the radioactive elements, he was still a proficient taijutsu ninja. With a resounding impact, the forceful strike of his powerful fist unleashed an extraordinary burst of energy, one that even Orochimaru would hesitate to confront head-on. This technique, a legacy from Tsunade, landed squarely on the opponent's abdomen. The agonizing twist in the belly induced spasms in the black serpent, igniting its wrath. Die, you brat, roared the black serpent, its mouth agape, releasing a noxious odor that permeated the air. Orochimaru, witnessing the imminent peril of his companion being ensnared by the serpent's jaws, instinctively reached for his waist. Yet, In the next moment, a smile graced Orochimaru's face. Fire style. Dragon flame technique. While not exceedingly powerful, it required merely 4 hand signs. Completed in the blink of an eye. The Black Serpent, being his summoned beast, necessitated a more restrained approach. Employing a more potent jutsu might injure the serpent and, in turn, diminish his own strength. The flames, infused with a hint of uranium, amalgamated with the damage inflicted by the shuriken during the skirmish, culminating in an explosive release that even the serpent's robust physique could not withstand. Damn it, what have you done to me? The Black Serpent, failing to bite down, instead swallowed a ball of fire, causing a sharp pain in its throat that led to uncontrollable retching. Even more alarming was the emergence of rotting pain in the area struck by the shuriken, a sensation of unprecedented weakness overwhelming it, causing it to collapse. For the first time, it felt the chilling proximity of death. Of course, it is a deadly poison gift. Chapter 82. The Peculiar Orochimaru. The tormenting pain rendered the Black Serpent delirious, reduced to feeble howls, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. As the frenzy subsided, only fear remained, leading it to submit with a defiant tone. Brat, I yield to you. Quickly, relieve me of this poison. Had it surrendered sooner, perhaps the pain would have been lessened. Since you were summoned, do you think I would stand here without means to restrain you? Truly, you are a fool. Uchiha Uran gazed upon the limp Black Serpent, noting that aside from its formidable size and strength, it possessed no redeeming qualities, especially in terms of intellect. It lacked the capacity for thought, resorting instead to reckless aggression. With a gentle press of his hands upon the creature's head, he absorbed the surrounding radioactive elements. Additionally, he was required to manually excise the contaminated flesh, discarding it piece by piece. The pain inflicted upon the serpent compelled it to contemplate crushing Uchiha Uran, yet the memory of the excruciating agony made it tense up involuntarily. As the longsword launched itself within the beast's flesh, Uchiha Uran delivered a firm punch to its scales, causing its previously taut body to slacken once more. In a tone of reprimand, he instructed the serpent, "Relax. Unless I excavate all the mutated flesh from your body, not even healing techniques can restore you." After laboring for half an hour, a considerable pool of blood had accumulated upon the ground. Fortuitously, the creature's immense size meant that this operation did not cost it its life. The healing techniques took effect, hastening cellular division, revealing a faint layer of flesh. Those scales had yet to regenerate. It would require a return to the dragon's lair for proper recuperation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed silently, his eyes betraying a sense of intrigue. Should Uchiha Uran become aware of his scrutiny, he would undoubtedly distance himself from Orochimaru. The terrifying potency of the serpent's venom raised questions about its method of transmission. Orochimaru's desire to comprehend this ability was insatiable. The more elusive it seemed, the more fervently he sought to unveil its secrets. Driven by an intense curiosity, he found himself unconsciously drawn to Uchiha Uran's side, posing a question that left Uran taken aback. The potency of your venom is unfathomable, surpassing any form of toxin I have encountered. Allow your venom to infiltrate my body, but be mindful of the dosage. I have no desire to be stripped of my flesh. Uchiha was poised to tend to the final wound of the Black Snake when he heard Orochimaru's words, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, a shiver coursing through him as he turned his head. Sensei, surely you jest? Upon noticing the starry glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes, Uchiha suddenly recalled that his counterpart was a scientific genius. Orochimaru sought to comprehend the effects and transmission methods of the potent toxin, and utilizing his own body as a test subject was the most prudent approach. This is no jest. Let us proceed. Sensei Orochimaru, brace yourself. Without further ado, you extended his hand, a trace of radioactive elements surging forth from his palm and into Orochimaru's body. In an instant, he felt something eroding within him. Even with chakra controlling his cellular structure, the venom adhered to no rules. The once closed eyes of Orochimaru snapped open, and rather than panic, there was a glimmer of delight in his voice. This power is indeed formidable. He then fell into contemplation, realizing that despite his extensive methods, he could not eradicate the toxin. Though Orochimaru was not a medical ninja, his years of experimentation, particularly concerning the human body, rivaled that of Tsunade. After a brief silence, he articulated his insight. I believe that the creation of power adheres to certain principles. There must exist something capable of countering your toxin, yet it remains undiscovered. Moreover, its transmission is not akin to the familiar airborne contagion. It resembles the outcome of being exposed to a specific environment, forcibly altering the subject. Uchiha Uran listened to Orochimaru's conjecture with astonishment, for the concept of radioactive elements had never been introduced in the world of Hokage. Orochimaru merely attempted a preliminary investigation through his own body and subsequently formulated a theory based on that. Radioactive elements do not directly affect the human body. Rather, they alter the surrounding environment, continuously emitting radiation. Prolonged exposure to such a radiative environment can lead to mutations in the human body. True to his reputation, Orochimaru has already uncovered a portion of the truth, yet deciphering it is no simple task. Slightly lowering his head, Uchiha Uran refrained from revealing everything. This was his greatest trump card. Even if Orochimaru were aware of methods to damage the human body, he would still be unable to prevent the influence of these radioactive elements, at least not in the short term. Moreover, radiation is merely the most fundamental ability of uranium. Even more terrifying is its explosive potential, which, once unleashed, could rival the power of a tailed beast bomb. Additionally, it grants enhancements to the body as well. Uchiha Uran resembles a vessel, continuously absorbing the radiative energy from the air to enhance his physique. He possesses numerous abilities yet to be developed. At present, Uchiha Uran is merely at the beginning of his journey. This indeed presents a formidable challenge. Orochimaru remains undeterred. Once the war concludes, he will have the time to delve into research. For now, the focus must be on establishing effective defenses for the war. Returning to the matter at hand, he gazes at the already subdued Black Snake. The role of a summoning beast can be life-saving at critical moments, but it is paramount to remember not to rely on them excessively. External forces will always remain external, without explicitly stating it. The implications within the words are understood by Uchiha Uran. The nature of the Dragon Cave's venomous serpent is inherently greedy. Today, he has subdued the opponent by strength. Yet this does not guarantee that Black Snake will remain submissive indefinitely. Should an opportunity arise, it will surely retaliate. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, for the Black Snake lacks the audacity to defy us at present. A thin veil of murderous intent envelopes Black Snake, startling it from its repose on the ground. Its enormous pupils fixate on the two, perhaps feeling exposed by their remarks. It turns away, refusing to meet their gaze any longer. Release. A plume of smoke materializes, and the former Black Snake vanishes from sight. Once the war has concluded, I shall take you to a place where, now that you have forged a pact with the Dragon Cave, you may attempt a trial. Orochimaru's tone carries a sense of nostalgia, evoking a trial that countless individuals yearn for yet dread the thought of failure. He hopes that Uran can withstand the various temptations that lie ahead. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uran immediately comprehends the nature of the trial associated with the Dragon Cave. There is but one, and that is the Sage Mode. Rest assured, I shall survive until the war's end. The front lines in the Land of Wind have stabilized, and the enemy is set to advance alongside the Uchiha clan to the Land of Lightning, where the true slaughter awaits. Furthermore, Orochimaru needs to allocate a contingent to accompany Uchiha Uran to the Land of Lightning, as the Uchiha clan serves as the main force in this conflict. Yet, a war can never be won by a single clan alone. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Uran hastens back to the village. Chapter 83. The ambition of the Hawk faction in the Uchiha clan grounds of Konohagakure. It has come to light that all the elite shinobi have been dispatched to the front lines, stirring considerable unrest. Some individuals even contemplate severing ties with the Hokage and departing from the village. This plan garners substantial support, yet once action is taken, it is forcibly quelled by Uchiha. The Uchiha have always adhered to the strong. As the most powerful within the clan, he ensures that without defeating him, no one can attain the voice they seek. Moreover, a faction of the clan wishes to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the village during wartime, thus they must swallow their grievances. In an open space outside the clan grounds, several senior Uchiha members engage in an impassioned discussion. The clan leader is far too timid. I fail to understand why he continues to endure. Does he truly fear the Hokage? If that is the case, I hold him in disdain. He is not timid. Rather, he is overly contemplative. Once one assumes the mantle of leadership, they bear concerns, a sentiment I can empathize with. Therefore, after he quelled the rebellious sentiments, I refrained from instigating further discord. What shall we do now? Are we to send everyone to the battlefield? Their gazes shift to the elder seated at the center. The Uchiha clan's esteemed elder, who once stood beside Uchiha Madara and played a significant role in the founding of Konoha. He is a living testament to history, revered within the clan. We must wait for an opportunity. Lord Madara's downfall stemmed from his failure to seize the right moment. His recklessness led to his defeat at the hands of the first Hokage, which is precisely why we did not follow Uchiha Madara in leaving the village. Uchiha Itachi leaned on his cane, his body having succumbed to decay, yet the wisdom brought forth by time should not be underestimated. He was undeniably a staunch hawk. Given the opportunity, he would resolutely depart from the village without a second thought. However, that moment had yet to arrive. Once he left the village, many would set their sights on the Uchiha eyes. We could withstand a single assault, but not a continuous barrage. This is no longer the era of warring states. The elder's eyes were filled with the weight of ages as he gazed wistfully at the tallest structure of the clan grounds, the place where the clan leader conducted affairs. A little more patience, and our opportunity will present itself. There exists within our ranks a young man whom I have encountered before. His talent and strength are beyond reproach. More importantly, in his eyes, I perceive the essence of Lord Madara. This is the reason Uchiha Itachi has endured. They are the strongest clan in the village, yet find themselves unable to contend with the Hokage faction, primarily due to the absence of a leader. But now, that leader has emerged, Uchiha Uran. Just as everyone was lost in the reverie of the Uchiha clan's bright future, a voice, faint as a whisper, shattered their illusions. Yet, the opposing Hokage faction would not allow this. He would not become part of it. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Take's murky gaze. Such unwavering certainty moved the hearts of those present. If Uran could indeed lead the Uchiha clan out of the village, they would usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Uchiha Uranium was unaware of the Hawk faction's meticulous scheming. The moment he returned to the village, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped him. Though the Hokage had mobilized the entire Uchiha clan, this didn't preclude other clans from deploying their elite jonin. The decisive battle of this war loomed imminent. The combined might of jonin from various noble clans formed an indomitable force. How had been waiting at the clan's entrance for Uranium's return. Taking in the weary figure before him, he inquired bluntly about the situation in the Land of Wind. Has Sunagakure been pacified? Exhaling a long, frosty breath, Uranium felt the exhaustion seep into his bones. 2 days of relentless travel at full speed had taken their toll, even on his formidable physique. Master Orochimaru is fortifying the defenses. He sent me back with a contingent of jonin to await the Hokage's orders. His gaze swept across the assembled Uchiha shinobi gathered in the open square. Their expressions varied, some simmered with resentment toward the village, others radiated disdain. While an undercurrent of bloodlust clung to them, not a single Uchiha stood composed. The insult of being cornered at their doorstep, coupled with their clan head's perceived weakness in yielding at the critical moment, had left them seething. The clan head, leading this fractured group, one to be easy. A faint, knowing smile touched Uranium's lips as he observed the gathering. Morale is crumbling. Once the Second Shinobi World War concludes, the clan will likely plunge into turmoil. Troublesome, Ha muttered, though his voice carried resolve. But this old bones can still hold out a while longer. Uranium's arrival shifted the dynamics subtly. Even those Uchiha who harbored open disdain for their clan had now fixed their attention on him. Old? The clan head is hardly elderly. A voice, weathered yet commanding, cut through their exchange. From the rear, an elderly man emerged, flanked by a retinue of Uchiha, though his body bore the marks of time. An unspoken aura of authority clung to him. Uranium, battle-hardened himself, recognized it instantly, the tempered ferocity of a warrior forged in conflict. Given the elder's age, he had undoubtedly survived the Uchiha's darkest era. Elder. Clan head Uchiha dipped his head slightly in deference. By age, this man belonged to his father's generation. By merit, he had guided the Uchiha through the village's founding. Uranium had glimpsed him before, though he had mistaken him for an ordinary elder then. Beyond the shinobi, the Uchiha clan also harbored ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their ocular prowess, living peacefully within their ancestral lands. Fine young men indeed. It is because of youths like you that the Uchiha clan brims with vitality. As for us old relics, we ought to seek a quiet place for our twilight years. Bamboo scrutinized Uchiha Uranium carefully, yet refrained from displaying the imposing demeanor one might expect. The boy was still too young, though possessing the potential to grow into a formidable warrior. He remained but a tender sapling at present. The clan leader, well acquainted with this elder's methods, couldn't help but regard Uchiha Uranium with concern. Just as he was about to offer a warning, the elder interrupted him. Congratulations, your ascension to clan leadership stems from both strength and strategy, yet it equally entails responsibility. Having accepted the Hokage's request, you must fulfill it dutifully, ensuring the children's safe return is now your solemn duty. Setting aside his cane, the elder's presence suddenly intensified, his clouded eyes transforming into the crimson swirl of the Sharingan. Even Uchiha felt the weight of this pressure. Understood. I shall bring them back unharmed. His gaze remained unwavering. Yielding did not signify cowardice, but but rather a sacrifice for a brighter tomorrow. This philosophy aligned with the great elders, though their paths diverged. One emulated the legendary Uchiha Madara, while the other sought to reconcile the clan with the village, weaving the Uchiha into Konoha's greater tapestry. After the great elder's departure, Uchiha he addressed the assembly openly. Uranium, as our medical nin, you shall remain at the center of the formation, protected by J-nin. Chapter 84. Stone River North. Even the vaunted Uchiha, reputedly the strongest clan, would inevitably sustain injuries on the battlefield, highlighting the invaluable role of medical nin. Positioned at the heart of the contingent, flanked by elite Uchiha J-nin who stood among the foremost of their rank, the squad assembled. This formidable force, composed of Konoha's finest, gathered at the gates before embarking toward the Land of Lightning. As their silhouettes faded into the distance, Danza emerged coldly from the shadows. Flanked by masked operatives, his unblinking stare remained fixed on the northern horizon as he uttered, icily precise, eliminate Uchiha uranium covertly. No traces. If compromised, you will terminate yourselves immediately. Understood, Lord Dance. The root operatives, emotionless instruments of their masters, will dissipate into the darkness, trailing the main force like specters. The conflict between Konoha and Kumo had become a chessboard for myriad factions. En route, Uranium observed the diverse composition of their allies, while the Uchiha contingent was largest. Numerous other clans were represented. The Hokage had incorporated only fragments of Danza's scheming, which undeniably targeted the Uchiha, yet his paramount concern remained ending the war swiftly. A battalion of J-nin advanced unopposed. No ambusher would dare challenge such might openly. Their journey proceeded unimpeded, reaching the front lines with unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, clan leader of the Nara, massaged his temples over casualty reports. These Kumogakure madmen. At this rate, our defenses won't hold. Resigned to the possibility of falling in battle, he acknowledged the Raikage's fearsome prowess, a whirlwind of primeval strength that none at the front line could match head-on. The enemy leader's personal assaults had ruptured their fortifications, forcing Konoha's retreat. Just as despair tightened its grip, a voice cut through the tent. Steady the line. Reinforcements have arrived. At the vanguard stood Uchiha, his authority unquestioned as the highest ranking among the newcomers. Uchiha's confidence stemmed from the elite J-nin arrayed behind him. However, Naraku Luoyuan, upon witnessing this, remained unperturbed, his countenance revealing despondency as he gestured towards the intelligence report before him, remarking, I fear this may not suffice. This is the latest intelligence I have acquired. You shall discern its significance upon perusal. The previously self-assured J-nin now bore grave expressions, their mutual apprehension palpable. The classified information, procured at the cost of lives, bore but two words, tailed beasts. Regrettably, the final message conveyed was shrouded in ambiguity. It dawned upon all that Kumogakure had unleashed a tailed beast, yet it remained unclear which one it was, or whether two-tailed beasts had indeed arrived on the battlefield. From the rear of the group, a youthful voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Uchiha stepped forward, asserting, it must be Fukai. His identity and abilities having been duly acknowledged, he too partook in this high-level conference. Uchiha stands apart from others due to his profound understanding of hidden truths. Coupled with Fukai's ability to control the Eight Tails, he can unleash unparalleled devastation upon the battlefield. The Eight Tails? Fukai is the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, possessing impeccable strength. One must also prepare for the worst, as it is highly probable that another tailed beast may enter the fray. You wisely cautions. For there exists a significant disparity between manga and reality. Upon his arrival in the world of Naruto, changes became evident. The most apparent transformation is the emergence of powerful members from the Uchiha clan, drawn to the front lines of the Land of Lightning because of him. Might the opposing forces bolster their ranks to counter the arrival of Uchiha and Konoha's formidable warriors? The emergence of tailed beasts is an adversary we must confront. Naraku, despite Yu's youth, did not underestimate him. Instead, he solemnly patted Yu's shoulder, assigning him the medical duties. You are in charge of the wounded in the camp, currently. The number of medical ninjas dispatched is insufficient. Confronting a tailed beast, an extraordinary entity, naturally does not require Uchiha's direct involvement. His role remains that of a medical ninja, for saving lives is far more significant than inflicting death. You did not partake in the subsequent formulation of combat strategies against the tailed beasts. He proceeded to the camp's hospital. A group of medical ninjas organized the urgent treatment of recently injured patients, and his arrival sparked a minor commotion. It was curious how a member of the Uchiha clan could be present here. The only Uchiha capable of treating the wounded was none other than Uchiha. The prodigious medical ninja. What is that blue object in his hand? A chakra scalpel? Many medical ninjas gazed upon it with envy. For the chakra scalpel ranks just below the S-rank medical ninjutsu, the healing palm technique. Compared to the exaggeratedly powerful ninjutsu, the chakra scalpel demands a minimal amount of chakra. Yet the level of control required far exceeds that of A-rank techniques. Among the current medical ninjas, only a handful have mastered this technique. I'm Ishikawa, the head of this hospital. A short, stout, middle-aged man approached him. He was one of the earliest disciples of Tsunade in medical ninjutsu, though he fell significantly short of Uchiha. They belonged to the first batch of students who received concentrated training. Tsunade imparted medical knowledge without the formal mentor-mentee relationship. In contrast, Uchiha had been closely following Tsunade for years, not to mention having learned the strength of 100 technique. You did not exhibit arrogance in the face of Ishikawa. He produced a sealed scroll and formed hand seals. This is the supply from the Hokage to the front lines. The blood bags have been prepared, along with 2 machines to analyze the blood of the injured ninjas. The front line of the Land of Lightning originally had corresponding machines, but unfortunately they were destroyed to prevent them from falling into enemy hands after a disastrous defeat. Yet, to his surprise, everything was ready. Ishikawa was momentarily taken aback, then instructed the medical ninjas to transport the supplies to those ninjas in dire need of blood. The injured ninjas just withdrawn from the front lines will be entrusted to you. Ensure their lives are preserved. With a bow, he acknowledged the weight of the task, yet as a medical ninja, this was an obligation Uchiha had to fulfill. After imparting some important notes, Ishikawa departed the hospital. A shadow swiftly darted away into the distance. Ishikawa concealed himself behind a boulder, ensuring no one followed before making an unusual gesture. Activating the heart-severing technique, a ninja donning a fox mask materialized before Ishikawa, speaking in a warning tone. Ishikawa, I hope you do not botch this task. The consequences from our master are beyond your endurance. I will not fail. I have tampered with this batch of injured. You should understand that eliminating Uchiha within the camp is unrealistic. Chapter 85. Assassination unbeknownst to you. A trap had been laid for him. Methodically addressing the wounded patients. When he lifted one to his view, he discerned the severity of the injuries, necessitating immediate surgery. However, as Uchiha reached for the scalpel, the patient suddenly opened his eyes, writhing in agony. Bloodshot veins filled his eyes as you firmly grasped his shoulders, shouting for assistance. Quick, someone come. Hold him down. A few nurses, responding to Yu's commands, restrained the patient's arms and legs, yet his movements grew increasingly violent. Even the use of a powerful anesthetic proved ineffective in halting the deterioration of the situation. What could be happening? His eyes were locked in a fierce gaze. The patient appeared to be under some intense stimulus. The excruciating pain elicited a primal roar from him, as blood vessels erupted in his eyes. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the injured man expelled a mouthful of blood, ultimately succumbing and becoming a lifeless corpse. Uchiha stood in astonishment, grappling with the distressing sight of a patient struggling vehemently, their condition worsening beyond his control. The medical ninjas beside him did not cast blame upon Uchiha. After all, they were healers, not deities, and there existed certain patients beyond the reach of treatment. In that moment, their actions were indistinguishable from those of the afflicted. Even the brother of the patient merely fell to his knees beside the lifeless body, vowing vengeance. Yet Uchiha remained distracted, sensing an underlying dissonance that eluded his grasp. During the subsequent surgeries, he encountered 2 eerily identical fatalities. Whispers began to circulate within the hospital, casting shadows upon Uchiha's reputation. Was he not a prodigious ninja? How could he have faltered in successive operations? Perhaps it was mere exaggeration from others. Regardless, I would not dare seek his treatment. For who could ascertain whether he might inadvertently lead to my demise? Keep your voice down. He is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Do you wish to attract the attention of Orochimaru? Upon hearing the names of Orochimaru and Tsunade, those who had previously mocked Uchiha fell silent, fearful of incurring the wrath of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Uchiha did not lose confidence due to the swirling rumors. In fact, the 3 surgeries were rather peculiar. They had perished without my intervention. Lost in thought as he walked, he unconsciously arrived at the morgue, lifting his gaze to the ominous steel door. He hesitated not a moment before pushing it open. I must uncover the truth behind their deaths. A frigid breath greeted him as he entered. The shinobi adhered to the principle of a peaceful burial, and following the conclusion of the war, their bodies would be returned to the hidden leaf for interment. Except for those who had died on the battlefield and could not be transported, any bodies identified as leaf ninjas would be promptly retrieved. Upon locating the 3 corpses from today's surgeries, a soft blue chakra manifested in Uchiha's palm, forming a chakra scalpel, as he prepared to dissect the bodies. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Instinctively, he dodged. Clang. The sound echoed painfully in the empty morgue as he knocked over the rack holding the corpses. Uchiha was taken aback. Someone was attempting to assassinate him within the Hidden Leaf Hospital. A cloud ninja. The assailant bore the headband of the Hidden Cloud Village. And a surge of blue lightning erupted in his hand. Lightning release. Lightning ball. The target was none other than Uchiha himself, leaping into the air. Uchiha refrained from touching any iron materials nearby. The Sharingan revealed itself, its potent dynamic vision exposing the opponent's weaknesses. A powerful punch. His fist passed through the enemy's form, revealing only a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? Observing the disarrayed morgue, Uchiha found himself deep in thought. The timing of the opponent's appearance was too coincidental, as if it were an impeccably orchestrated trap. Beginning with the three corpses, his confidence had been shaken. And while seeking the truth, he stumbled into an assassination attempt. After tidying the morgue, he laid the three corpses before him once more. With the chakra scalpel, he made incisions to conduct an examination. Since they had all bled out before death, he began by inspecting their internal organs, discovering no apparent fatal injuries, and proceeded with a more thorough investigation. Ultimately, Uchiha identified something amiss. Their necks had been tampered with. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, he noticed a fine mark, as if deliberately incised by some object, then healed with a healing technique. This left a slight opening, and upon examination, he discerned the patients had struggled, causing blood vessels to rupture and leading to their demise from asphyxiation. What a cunning method! Coupled with the recent assassination attempt, Uchiha was certain it was a disguise. The use of shadow clones to infiltrate a heavily monitored area like a hospital. The sensory ninjas of the leaf were not fools. The moment the intruder stepped in, they would be detected. Clearly, someone was deliberately targeting him, even attempting to eliminate him. Lowering his gaze to the spot where the clone had vanished, Uchiha could not help but reveal a cold smile. Do not let me find you. Otherwise, you shall learn what true suffering entails. Regaining his composure, Uchiha pushed the bodies back inside. However, upon exiting, he discovered that the rumors circulating outside were becoming increasingly numerous, some even distorting the truth. It appeared that someone intended to break his spirit through words. Why did this feeling seem eerily familiar? Although he had not personally experienced such a scenario, it was reminiscent of how Konoha's White Fang had met his demise due to slander. Could it be a scheme devised by Danzo? Before identifying the perpetrator, Uchiha boldly speculated, even considering Nara Shikamaru among his suspects. He compiled a list of individuals who had interacted with the corpses. One by one, names were crossed out, leaving only 3 at the top. The first was the ninja who transported the injured. They could have tampered with the patients. The second was the personnel who had brought them in for examination, also a suspect due to their healing abilities. The final individual was Ishikawa, who could manipulate words and also possessed healing techniques. A series of seemingly unrelated events intertwined to form an intricate web. Even the investigative ninja's intelligence-gathering efforts might pale in comparison to Uchiha's. First, he investigated the personnel who transported the injured. Through Uchiha's keen observations, he noted that the individual had been busy at the front lines, escorting the wounded off the battlefield alongside several teammates. Nothing appeared amiss. Either they had detected his surveillance or were entirely unaware of the situation. You leaned towards the latter, as lacking healing abilities would make it impossible to set such a sophisticated trap. That left only 2 suspects. The Sharingan whirled rapidly as he feigned nonchalance. Returning to the operating room, he was preparing to set a trap. Chapter 86, setting the trap due to the consecutive deaths of 3 individuals. Uchiha's patient count had noticeably dwindled, granting him a rare moment of solitude. More importantly, he needed to lure the person behind the scenes into the open. The assassination attempt indicated a desire to eliminate him. He could only seek a secluded corner. But the shift between predator and prey often occurs in the blink of an eye. After tending to some minor wounds, he feigned distraction as he stepped outside. The medical ninjas nearby noted his departure, attributing it to the distress from the 3 failures. Such unforeseen events were challenging for anyone to manage. However, after he left, a nurse clad in white revealed a sinister smile before vanishing from the hospital. Just as he was about to exit the camp, a figure suddenly appeared before him. You. Medical ninjas cannot leave at will. Blocking his path was Ishikawa, whose unexpected presence caught Uchiha off guard, halting his advance. During wartime, every medical ninja's exit is accompanied by escorts, yet most of the upper ninjas had already been dispatched. For your safety, you cannot leave. Ishikawa served as the commander of the field hospital, responsible for the entire medical team's safety. I merely wish to take a stroll nearby. Encountering 3 surgical failures has left me rather unsettled. The news of the 3 failed surgeries was no secret, and many were discussing it. Surgical failures were commonplace for medical ninjas. Even I have my share of unsuccessful cases. If you genuinely wish to unwind, I can accompany you for a short walk nearby. But you must not leave the camp. His words sparked Uchiha-Yu's wariness. Among those on his suspect list, Ishikawa was capable of inciting public opinion while also possessing healing techniques. Unfortunately, without evidence, Uchiha-Yu maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly in agreement. The two walked without leaving the camp, which stood as Uchiha-Yu's greatest suspicion. If the opponent intended to strike, they should not choose an area close to the camp. The surrounding environment remained unchanged, yet Uchiha-Yu sensed a decline in his efficiency of absorbing sunlight-S radiation. Something was amiss. He immediately realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. His pupils transformed into the Sharingan, and the surge of mental acuity allowed him to shatter the surrounding genjutsu. At that moment, he had already exited the camp and found himself on the northern side of a rocky area, while Ishikawa, who had been walking and chatting with him moments ago, had vanished. What a terrifying illusion. The Uchiha clan's genjutsu is formidable, yet it faces a genjutsu ninja. Witnessing Uchiha-Yu struggle to break free from the illusion, the masked ninja, adorned with a fox visage, was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly drew his kunai, blocking Yu's path, exclaiming, "To think he could escape from the genjutsu. The Uchiha scion is indeed extraordinary." The root ninja, observing the concealed Shurhei, scoffed coldly and unveiled his identity. "Do not hide. We are far from the camp, and the commotion from our skirmish will not attract attention." In the next moment, Shurhei's figure emerged from the rocks, a look of resignation upon his face as he lamented, "Why must you expose my identity? Is it not preferable to let him remain oblivious?" The two special jounin were intent on eliminating a mere chunin, yet had it not been for Shurhei's overly cautious nature, the Umbu ninja would have executed a stealthy assassination within the camp. There were myriad methods to eliminate Uchiha-Yu, but discretion was paramount, especially considering Yu's notorious reputation as a master of toxins, renowned for his terrifying expertise in their application. No one dared engage him in close combat, fearing the potential for poisoning. Thus, employing genjutsu became the most prudent approach. The moment Yu departed from the hospital, Shiyu Guangxia unleashed his genjutsu, silently veiling Yu's senses. Despite being mentally prepared, Yu's attempt to draw out the lurking threat behind him led to an oversight. Unexpectedly, he had drawn out two special jounin. It was clear that Danzo's root was determined to eliminate him. Yu's eyes transformed into the Sharingan. The special jounin were not insurmountable foes. One excelled in genjutsu, while the other specialized in medical ninjutsu. Rather than engage directly, Shiyu Guangxia was the first to strike, hurling two kunai attached to explosive tags, thereby sealing off Yu's escape route. Resolute not to confront Yu head-on, Shiyu Guangxia was confident in his ability to wear down the Uchiha through sheer persistence, regardless of their respective ninjutsu or genjutsu prowess. Boom, boom, boom. In a desperate bid to evade the relentless explosions, Uchiha-Yu had to retreat rapidly, while behind him, Shurhei prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Die. The enemy's lethal strike was imminent, yet Yu's hand seals were executed with remarkable speed. Summoning technique. The black serpent materialized at his command, unaware of the unfolding events, only to feel a sharp pain in its back. The wind blade sliced through its scales, and the injured serpent roared, fixating its gaze on the assailant. "Damn brat, you made me your shield." Despite the ferocity of the wind blade, the serpent's size proved advantageous, only sustaining a minor wound. It effectively obstructed the advance of the medical ninja. Yu refrained from unnecessary chatter, facing the dual onslaught of the special jounin. Even a slight misstep could prove fatal, especially after leaving the camp and finding himself in a precarious position. Bang! Confronted by the colossal summoned beast, Shurhei's eyes twitched. He had no effective means to counter such a massive entity. The appearance of the black serpent successfully separated the two adversaries. "Shurhei, hold that serpent." Observing Yu evade the explosive tags, Shiyu Guangxia was not overly surprised. He trusted in his own abilities, believing that with caution against Yu's potent toxins, the demise of Uchiha-Yu was merely a matter of time. Illusion. Tree-binding death. As Shiyu Guangxia's figure gradually vanished before Uchiha-Yu, an eerie tree sprouted from beneath Yu's feet, ensnaring him tightly. The previously vanished ninja emerged from the tree, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet again, the genjutsu ensnared him. With a somewhat diminished capacity to utilize and resist genjutsu, Uchiha-Yu found himself ensnared in the enemy's illusion for the second time. Even within, a hint of agitation began to stir in his heart. "Let us see. Which of our genjutsu is superior?" yours or my prowess. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed himself. Just as Shiyu Guangxia prepared to launch his kunai, the sudden cawing of crows pierced the air. Caw, caw, caw. How could there be crows? He had meticulously crafted this illusion, controlling every aspect, yet now the illusion began to shift. Raising his gaze once more, he found Uchiha Itachi smirking at him, blood trickling from his eyes. The moment you opened his eyes, the single Tomo Sharingan transformed into a double Tomo. Chapter 87. Unaware of the web in which one is entangled. Double Tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan adheres to an unwritten rule. The strength of an individual is directly proportional to the number of Tomo in their eyes. Attaining 3 Tomo signifies the rank of Jonin, all of whom are elite warriors. Under the dual Tomo state, Uchiha Itachi possesses power that rivals elite Chunin. And with the aid of his monstrous strength and potent toxins, it is hardly an exaggeration for him to achieve the status of special Jonin at the tender age of 12 or 13. With his current mastery of illusion techniques, he is able to barely tear through an opponent's Jinjutsu using the dual Tomo Sharingan as a conduit, and the appearance of a crow signifies Uchiha Itachi's success. A crow alights upon a tree, its eyes transforming into the shape of Sharingan. The entire illusion shatters under the force of the disruption, and the binding technique that ensnared you dissipates. He observes his opponent preparing to throw shuriken, but alas, the action remains unfulfilled, providing you with an opening. With a fierce determination, he unleashes his monstrous strength and employs Earth Release to create an earthen wall. In that critical moment, beneath the setting sun, he refrains from launching an offensive. Tsunade's signature technique, the monstrous strength, is a terrifying prospect, should it land upon him. It would undoubtedly render him incapable of further combat. The earthen wall stands firm, yet the force of the punch remains unabated, crashing directly into it. Crack! 2 sounds of breaking resonate as fissures radiate outward from the point of impact. Sunlight, hidden behind the wall, trembles at the prospect of being struck, should that punch connect. It would not merely incapacitate him, but rather lead to his immediate demise. Such terrifying might is truly monstrous. With consecutive leaps, he evades the shattering stones. As dust swirls around them, obscuring their figures. Resolute in avoiding a direct confrontation, U.S. eyes evolve into dual Tomo. Making it difficult to rely on ordinary Jinjutsu for control, he must resort to his most formidable techniques. Jinjutsu, Absolute Lotus. A colossal lotus blooms beneath him, designed to ensnare his opponent before gradually closing in. However, upon activating the dual Tomo, Uchiha Itachi's resistance to illusion techniques markedly improves. Unlike the previous encounter where he fell prey to the enemy's traps, the moment the lotus begins to form, he disrupts the chakra within his body, preventing synchronization with his adversary. In the sky, several mutated crows swirl about, having absorbed radiation energy, their bodies now containing a degree of radioactive elements. The crows swiftly converge and then dive towards sunlight. Infuriatingly, one crow lands on his face, leaving a blood mark that ignites his rage. Having been wounded by such a beast, caw. He seizes one crow in his hand and crushes it with force, reducing it to a mass of mud. His expression twisted in a fierce snarl as he bellows, Uchiha Itachi, do you truly believe these wretched beasts can impede me? Once I eliminate them all, it will be your turn. In response, Yu merely laughs. The crows had already injected him with radiation-infused energy upon their approach, but their radiation levels were too minuscule. He had anticipated a delay before the radioactive force would erupt. To his astonishment, his opponent had crushed one of the crows. The blood, laden with radiation, now flows over sunlight, transforming his already fierce visage into that of a malevolent specter. Uchiha Itachi raised his right hand, forming a peculiar gesture and mockingly extending his middle finger, taunting, "You are doomed." Under the setting sun, Zahari Guangxiao assumed that his opponent was about to unleash a jutsu, and he instinctively prepared to counter with an earth-style technique. However, he then observed Uchiha Itachi retreating several steps. What? The crows circling above descended to Uchiha Itachi's side, revealing the unsettling truth. I neglected to mention, these crows, in addition to casting illusions, are also carriers of poison. Zahari Guangxiao's face paled in terror. Initially, he had believed his opponent was merely bluffing. Yet, he suddenly felt an uncomfortable itching and swelling in the area splattered with the crow's blood. Damn it. The lethal toxicity of Uchiha Uran is well known, and Danzo has secretly dispatched a group of ninjas to the canyon to collect corpses in order to obtain this poison. Those who retrieved the bodies were uniformly infected by the deadly toxin, enduring days of agonizing suffering before their skin and muscles began to rot. The sight of their gruesome demise sent shivers down the spines of even the root ninjas. There is no antidote for the poison within root, and it is inconceivable that Uchiha Uran would show compassion by providing a cure. Fully aware of his impending demise, Sunlight Yuichi resolved to unleash his full strength and eliminate Uchiha Uran before succumbing to death. Earth Release. Rock Pillar. He conjured a sturdy staff with both hands and struck the ground, causing a fissure to open beneath Uchiha Uran. The interlocking rocks spread ominously towards him. Mighty Fist. He braced himself against the ninjutsu with sheer physical strength. The terrifying explosive force interrupted Uran's attack, and as he engaged in close combat, Uchiha Uran finally ceased his use of Genjutsu. Who gave you the audacity to engage me in close quarters? The rock staff clashed against Uran's fists, producing a sharp cracking sound, not from the shattering of Uran's arms, but rather from the breaking of the stone staff. The fracture extended upward, and Yuichi's hands were struck by the splintered stones, causing blood to mingle with flesh. The double Tomo Sharingan glimmered in the adversary's eyes, drawing them into an illusion. Even if Uran was not particularly skilled in Genjutsu, the awakening bloodline of the Uchiha clan could transform him into a master of illusion. Genjutsu. Narukami no Jutsu. This technique reveals the deepest fears within one's heart, causing the target to tremble and collapse to the ground. Yet, Sunlight Yuichi found himself unable to utter those fateful words. Is Danzo's curse truly unbreakable? The root ninjas harbor great secrets. They are among the darkest of Konoha's warriors, burdened with countless sins and enigmas. From the moment they entered Root, they bore the mark of Danzo's curse upon their tongues, rendering them unable to speak of any secrets associated with him. Regrettably, such a state was fleeting. His opponent was a formidable Genjutsu user who, upon falling into the illusion, was momentarily overwhelmed, yet quickly found the strength to break free from Uchiha Uran's Narukami no Jutsu. How dare you? A wave of unprecedented weakness washed over him. A realization of the poison's effects, making it clear that killing Uran was now an impossibility. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Uchiha Uran. Upon realizing the futility of his mission, he produced all of his explosive tags, running wildly as he shouted, "Let us die together." In that critical moment, Uran and the crow behind him swapped positions, evading disaster through the substitution technique. As he watched his adversary explode into countless bloody fragments, Uchiha Uran remained impassive. Knowing that the instant his opponent attacked, the battle had become one of life and death. Were it not for the awakening of his Sharingan, he might have fallen victim to the very illusion he had sought to dispel. Root truly is a den of madness. Chapter 88. Belief. What deep-seated vendetta could compel someone to forego their own life in such a brutal manner? Although Sunlight Yuichi perished, there remained another member of Root, one whom even Uran did not anticipate. Ishikawa, who had become a medical ninja responsible for battlefield rescue efforts. The Black Serpent ensnared Ishikawa, yet the echo of Yuichi's dying roar still resonated in his ears. Sunlight Yuichi was truly dead. Ishikawa, with kunai in hand, wore a look of astonishment, his heart a tumult of emotions, particularly as a special jonin had been slain in battle. Did this not imply that Uchiha Uran possessed the strength of a special jonin? Coupled with the menacing Black Serpent before him, he realized he was outmatched and needed to devise a means of escape. With newfound trepidation, his hesitance in battle began to manifest, forcing him to retreat several steps to distance himself from the Black Serpent. At that critical moment, his body suddenly stiffened as he heard Uchiha Uran's cold, merciless voice behind him. Ishikawa, do you think you can escape? Uchiha stood atop the rocks, gazing down at Ishikawa Bay with a commanding presence. A fleeting look of panic flickered in his opponent's eyes as he observed the encircling Black Serpents, realizing that escape was no longer an option. Yet, as a ninja of the Root, his formidable willpower prevented him from surrendering to despair. It seemed he was destined to perish here today. A hint of mockery crossed his mind, perhaps born from his understanding of death and the harsh training of the Root. Let me witness your true strength. Faced with the full-speed assault of a special jonin, Uchiha dared not underestimate him. The dual tomo of his Sharingan world, allowing him to perceive the opponent's rapidly approaching silhouette. Clang! The clash of kunai against kunai sent sparks flying, and at a critical moment, Uchiha sensed a subtle chakra energy hindering his performance. His hand involuntarily twitched, creating a gap in his previously dominating close-range assault against Ishikawa Bay. In a moment of peril, Uchiha forcibly twisted his body. The opponent's kunai grazed his chest, drawing a drop of blood. Ishikawa Bay then thrust his hand forward, launching another kunai. Aware that he would be poisoned, he could not afford to let his blood touch the adversary's skin. He needed sufficient time to eliminate Uchiha before death approached. Ishikawa, resolute in his fatal determination, did not lack rationality in this confrontation. As a medical ninja, although he lacked formidable offensive ninjutsu, his healing techniques had evolved to an entirely new level through the practice of saving lives. In fact, for the sake of Root's missions, he had deliberately developed certain offensive methods rooted in medical ninjutsu, which in some respects had surpassed even Tsunade's capabilities. Utilizing medical ninjutsu to disrupt chakra flow? An impressive application indeed. To encounter a medical genius in this context was unexpected. The opponent's ability to command hospital operations revealed he was far from ordinary. In the realm of medical ninjutsu confrontation, Uchiha found himself at a disadvantage. Ishikawa had become a medical ninja before him, possessing greater experience and control. However, the fact that they were engaged in close combat meant that victory was still within Uchiha's grasp. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The flames that scattered around served as an excellent strategy for expansion. As the battle progressed, the surroundings became saturated with radioactive elements. Uchiha needed only to buy time. Once Ishikawa's body was sufficiently ravaged, he would inevitably succumb to death without Uchiha needing to lift a finger. This process would not exceed 3 minutes. And if blood were to spill upon him, the erosion time would only shorten. Ishikawa's gaze was fixed on Uchiha. He could feel the signs of weakness manifesting in his body. As a medical ninja, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. After evading Uchiha's Phoenix fire, he immediately employed healing techniques on the afflicted areas, yet regrettably, he could not reverse the process of deterioration. Such terrifying poison. Under the setting sun, death was not unjust. He could only blame the fool for not mastering Genjutsu. A minor miscalculation had led to this fatal outcome. Dying under the evening light was not to be regretted. He too would soon meet his end. The sensation of weakness intensified, and Ishikawa realized he could no longer afford to delay. In an instant, he appeared before Uchiha. While the latter excelled in close-quarters combat, Ishikawa's melee capabilities were also formidable. The outcome was still uncertain. His hands were enveloped in a layer of blue chakra. With each clash, he sought to influence Uchiha's chakra, preventing him from harnessing his extraordinary strength, thereby nullifying Yu's greatest close-range advantage. As they shifted positions, Yu's hand grew somewhat stiff and numb, slowing his ability to throw shurikens and perform hand seals. Yet, compared to Yu, Ishikawa's condition was far worse. Merely 2 minutes into the battle, blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. The overwhelming sensation of weakness prevented him from pursuing an advantage, and he stood teetering in place, glaring fiercely at Uchiha. Cough. He felt his internal organs beginning to dissolve under the effects of the poison, blood gushing uncontrollably. I never imagined I would meet my demise at the hands of a mere child from the Uchiha clan. Gripping his kunai with all his might, death loomed ever closer. Yet Ishikawa remained steadfast in his commitment to carry out Danzo's orders, clinging to his unwavering resolve. Uchiha did not recklessly approach to deliver a fatal blow. It was not his inclination to revel in slaughter. The numbness in his palm rendered him cautious, even in the face of an opponent on the brink of death. The madness of the Root members could never be comprehended through conventional reasoning. The dying Hinata, before succumbing to his fate, had the audacity to detonate all the explosive tags affixed to his body. Shikahoku, trembling, ultimately failed to accomplish the task of eliminating Uchiha. Collapsing to the ground in a state of despair, his vision blurring as the figure of Uchiha seemed to waver before him. How could he accept dying in such a manner? With a resounding thud, the kunai still pointed toward Uchiha's direction. Yet Shikahoku could no longer muster the strength to hurl it. His unwavering belief in the battle, coupled with his resolve to execute the mission, had sustained him thus far, a commendable conviction indeed. One must acknowledge the tenacity of his resolve. Regrettably, his belief led to his own demise, for otherwise, Konoha would have gained an exceptionally skilled combat medic ninja. This battle also bestowed upon Uchiha numerous insights, not only awakening his Sharingan but also advancing his understanding of medical ninjutsu. Shikahoku was a prodigy, adept at subtly manipulating chakra to influence the flow of his adversary's energy, allowing him to exploit moments of vulnerability in combat to strike down his foes. Approaching Shikahoku's lifeless form, Uchiha formed hand seals, preparing to grant him a grand cremation. Fire style. Yet before he could complete the hand seals, Uchiha's movements abruptly halted. He found himself ensnared. What transpired here? Chapter 89. Taking office beneath his feet lay a slender shadow, the other end belonging to Nara Shikamaru. Engaged in his duties, Nara Shikamaru, upon hearing the distant explosion, presumed it to be a clash between enemy ninjas and the patrolling forces. with the higher-ranking ninjas dispatched on a mission to locate the Jinchuriki. He was the first to arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing the grim spectacle, with a black serpent coiling at the center, Nara Shikamada leapt into the fray. To his astonishment, he beheld Uchiha setting Shikahoku ablaze. What was happening? Was it ally against ally? Uchiha, I demand an explanation. Confronted with Nara Shikamaru's immediate inquiry, Uchiha remained composed, recounting the events that had transpired. Nara Shikamaru's expression shifted from shock to numbness, eventually culminating in sheer terror. Are you saying that a root ninja attempted to assassinate you, and Shikahoku was one of them? Wait, let me process this. He was well aware of the route established by Danzo. As the head of the Nara clan, he had dutifully arranged for some of his clan members to join the route as per higher directives. Over this period, he had sensed something amiss with Shikahoku, initially dismissing it since his interactions were primarily with the ANBU personnel of Konoha. He never anticipated that Shikahoku was, in fact, a member of the Konoha route. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. The genius of the Uchiha clan was assassinated within the confines of the Konoha camp, and the perpetrators hailed from the root organization. This organization is an extension of the Hokage's power. Could it not imply that the Hokage seeks to extinguish the Uchiha clan's aspirations for resurgence? Should the formidable members of the Uchiha become aware of this treachery, there would be no need for the Cloud Village to launch an assault. The strength of the Uchiha alone would suffice to obliterate the camp. Oh heavens! What calamity have I encountered? If this matter is mishandled, it transcends mere Uchiha betrayal. It is highly plausible that the Uchiha will forge an alliance with the Cloud Shinobi to besiege Konoha, resulting in unimaginable devastation. Nara Shikamaru, in a frenzy of thought, desperately sought a solution to avert a potential rift within the village, realizing that no viable options were forthcoming. In resignation, he turned to Uchiha and made an exceedingly outrageous request. I am aware that a tempest of fury brews within you, but it is imperative that you refrain from informing Uchiha about this incident. You are an astute individual, cognizant that once this matter comes to light, the Uchiha clan will be locked in a relentless struggle with the Hokage's faction. However, the implications of the Second Shinobi World War are paramount to the village's security. I shall relay everything to the Hokage and ensure you receive adequate recompense. Nara Shikamaru had relinquished all hope, even preparing himself to eliminate Uchiha. He could not allow the assassination to reach the ears of the Uchiha clan. The sacrifice of Uchiha alone was a necessary measure to uphold the tenuous peace of the village. Afterward, he would personally seek out Orochimaru and Uchiha to offer his apologies. Of course, I will keep this matter from the clan leader. After all, the village's peace outweighs individual safety. Yet, I sincerely hope that the Hokage will provide me with a satisfactory response. Uchiha's tone was remarkably calm, reminiscent of someone discussing a trivial matter, yet he harbored thoughts he would never divulge to Nara Shikamaru. The assailant was not the Hokage, but rather the old coin, Danzo. Following this incident, the Hokage would refrain from imposing severe penalties on Danzo, instead opting to curtail some of his authority. After all, the village must strive for peace and avoid internal strife during the Second Great Ninja War. Nara Shikamaru swallowed hard, hoping to provoke an outburst of anger from you, to see him unleash the fury within. However, Yu's indifferent and composed demeanor only deepened Shikamaru's worries. It is well known that those from the Uchiha clan can easily veer towards extremism, and Yu's unusual calm was concerning. Moreover, Shikamaru found it perplexing that the Hokage had appointed Orochimaru as Yu's mentor and was promoting the modification of Uchiha's bloodline. It indicated that the Hokage aimed to integrate Yu into his faction, thereby strengthening the bond between the Uchiha and the village. From what he gathered, Yu had already shown a tendency to align with the Hokage's side. How then did an assassination attempt occur? Had he succumbed to the follies of middle age? Furthermore, I wish to have Ishikawa's body cremated. He was a competent ninja, and Lord Nara would surely prefer that this matter remain undisclosed, even the existence of physical evidence. Casting a sidelong glance at his companion, Shikamaru's heart was gripped with caution. He was a staunch executor of the Will of Fire and a pivotal figure within the Hokage's faction. He would not allow the village to fracture. Of course, he replied. The cremation would ensure that no one would learn of it, significantly diminishing the risk of exposure. Flames engulfed Ishikawa's body, and eventually, the black snake shifted its form, breaking the surrounding rocks and completely altering the landscape. Only then did Shikamada exhale in relief, confirming that you truly wished to conceal the assassination incident. With the assassination matter concluded, he intended to remain at the hospital for a while longer. Regarding Ishikawa's death, I shall provide a plausible explanation. The operations of the field hospital must not be hindered, and I would appreciate your assistance during the war. Nara Shikamaru sought to offer some form of compensation to demonstrate his sincerity to Uchiha, at least until the assassination could be reported and the Hokage's response awaited. Shall I take charge? Certainly. This was no trivial authority. Overseeing the procurement of medical supplies and reimbursing various expenses could lead to substantial wealth with a mere miscalculation. Not to mention, it could facilitate legitimate connections with Yamabuki, enabling the procurement of medicinal herbs. Once matters concluded, Nara Shikamaru promptly returned to the camp with Uchiha. As some ninjas were preparing to investigate the situation, fearing an enemy incursion, he halted them, explaining that the commotion was merely Uchiha conducting experiments with summoning techniques. Ultimately, this tumultuous episode passed without further incident. Upon returning to the camp, Shikamaru swiftly penned a letter, entrusting it to a trusted member of his clan for delivery to the Hokage. May it reach in time. Hokage, you must provide Uchiha with a satisfactory explanation. I do not wish to meet my end at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Upon assuming control of the field hospital, Uchiha's demeanor was observed by others, leaving several who had previously mocked him in shock. They wondered if he would seek retribution, prompting them to find secluded spots to avoid any chance encounters. As he undertook various responsibilities, you began reaching out to Yamabuki, who had amassed her first fortune at sea. With Orochimaru's assistance, there were no issues in the sales of explosive tags and weaponry, urging Yamabuki to procure herbs swiftly and commission a precise batch of experimental equipment. It was essential for Chiming to transform into a commercial organization during the Second Great Ninja War. Wealth was necessary to recruit formidable allies. Though money may not solve all problems, it could help Chiming weather the most challenging times. Chapter 90. The Hokage's Compensation in the Hokage's Office. An urgent letter was delivered to the third Hokage. A letter from Nara? What transpired at the front lines? The urgency of Nara Shikamaru indicated either great joy or grave concern. However, having just dispatched a contingent of ninjas to the front for support, he hoped no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Perhaps it was news of favorable developments. Upon opening the letter, the Hokage was rendered speechless, his pipe slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. What on earth has happened? He immediately summoned Danzo and the two Hokage advisors, realizing that a significant issue had arisen at the front lines. The news of Uchiha's assassination attempt remained concealed, a matter of significant consequence. As long as he refrains from disclosing it, it is merely a personal affair, and the Hokage can devise ways to appease the discontented party. However, should it come to light, it would transcend the Uchiha clan's concerns and provoke unsettling thoughts among the prominent families of Konoha. The frontline warriors toil under dire circumstances. Yet you dare to dispatch shinobi to eliminate the younger generation? The Hokage could face dismissal for such actions. Upon the Hokage elucidating the situation, the astonished expressions of the two advisors were difficult to articulate, ultimately focusing their gazes on Danzo, the only one at odds with the Uchiha clan. Danzo. This situation necessitates a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan may very well resort to treachery. The office fell into a grave silence, all awaiting Danzo's response. As this incident stemmed from the root, he could not remain detached. Rising, he spoke in a measured tone. I act solely for the village's sake. The Uchiha youth are untrustworthy, persistently demanding power, especially with Orochimaru's indulgence allowing them to partake in dialogues between villages. I will not permit the Uchiha clan to encroach upon the core rights of the village. Danzo perfectly inherited the ideology of the second Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. Now is not a time for rigidity. The Hokage set down his pipe, for the first time reprimanding Danzo for his unilateral decision, which had obliterated the previously favorable situation at the front line due to the assassination attempt. Danzo, we need a method of recompense. The target was a village shinobi. Even if disdain for the Uchiha clan exists, the act of assassination on the battlefield is utterly excessive and severely tarnishes our reputation. Both advisors aligned with the Hokage's stance. The village is dear to them. Despite their aversion to the Uchiha, assassination equates to an irrevocable breach, leaving no room for reconciliation. I understand. I will provide a reasonable resolution. As for compensation, Danzo, lost in thought, quietly slipped into the shadows, allowing no one to interrupt his contemplation. However, a resolution must be reached today. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the Uchiha clan and the discontent of Konoha's elite. I will execute several individuals and, in a personal capacity, offer substantial resources to the Uchiha, assuring them that no further actions will be taken against you. The three listened intently. Although the offerings were plentiful, they were not essential to Uchiha. Uchiha had devoted himself wholeheartedly to U.S. training. alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru's guidance, ensuring nothing was lacking. Ultimately, it would be the third Hokage who would step in to rectify the situation. I will allow him a glimpse at a forbidden technique scroll, permitting him to select any jutsu he desires. Furthermore, I will concede to one reasonable request from Uchiha. Only a forbidden technique scroll could sway Uchiha. It holds a plethora of techniques not currently possessed by the Konoha clans. Powerful jutsu invented by the second Hokage and collected by the third. The Hokage's stipulation? As long as it remains within a reasonable scope, the third Hokage would acquiesce. Even if Uchiha requested another look at the jutsu scroll, the Hokage would comply without hesitation. The two advisors exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. As for Danzo's response? During the Second Shinobi World War, the Hokage must restrain Danzo's authority to prevent matters from deteriorating further. He holds no sway in this regard. Danzo watched the figure of the third Hokage, his hand unconsciously clenched. Internally, he raged at why he was not the Hokage. All due to a momentary retreat. He vowed to attain the Hokage position, allowing him to confront the Uchiha clan openly. He would make it known that he, Danzo, is the one who will lead Konoha toward greatness. To assuage Uchiha's feelings, the Hokage promptly dispatched a letter to the front line. Upon receiving the missive, Nara Shikamaru personally visited the hospital, observing Uchiha amidst his busy schedule. Although unaware of the happenings within the Hokage's upper echelons, he sensed it was unlikely to be a command from the Hokage. Otherwise, the matter would not have been addressed so swiftly. Here is a letter from the Hokage. Rest assured, I have not peered inside. He handed over the sealed letter, adorned with the Hokage's emblem, classified as confidential intelligence. As Uchiha opened it, he read the contents meticulously, disregarding the apologies and reassurances, his gaze fixating on the final conditions. Quite acceptable, I perceive the Hokage's sincerity. And the assassination attempt shall remain undisclosed to outsiders. Upon hearing U.S. words, Nara Shikamaru finally relaxed his tense demeanor. As an elite Jonin and frontline commander, he had been unduly concerned for Uchiha's well-being. Yet the urgency surrounding U.S. situation was akin to that of war. Failure to manage it adequately could lead to disaster. If you are satisfied, then I entrust you with the hospital matters. Should you require anything, seek me out at once. I shall grant you the necessary permissions. Exhibiting an understanding expression, Nara Shikamaru exerted great effort to ensure Uchiha's loyalty to the village. Once Nara Shikamaru closed the door, Uchiha set his letter ablaze with fire release, observing the ashes accumulate on the table with a cold smirk. The third Hokage endeavors to satisfy me with these compensations, yet it remains profoundly insufficient. The double tomo of his Sharingan emitted an ominous aura as Uchiha rose to peruse the latest correspondence. A report from Yamabuki regarding the organization's status. For the Akatsuki to develop rapidly, there is no swifter method than collaborating with the 5 great shinobi villages. Initially, transforming into a commercial entity requires a substantial client base, as individual shinobi's wealth can never rival that of the village elite. Uchiha is preparing to open a weapons shop in the village at the behest of the third Hokage, intending to establish contact with the elusive Yamabuki. However, this endeavor is bound to attract scrutiny from the Umbu or root. Yet, Uchiha remains undaunted. It is merely a legitimate weapons business. Even if an investigation occurs, there will be nothing amiss to uncover. As for the contents of the Forbidden Scrolls, he perceives them as techniques devised by Tobirama specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, such as the Dark Knight technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, all of which are designed to neutralize the powers of the Sharingan. The nefarious second Hokage seems to have an obsession with targeting the Sharingan. In Chapter 91, titled A Single-Tailed Beast Bomb, due to a stern warning from the third Hokage, Danzo is prohibited from taking action against Uchiha during the Second Shinobi World War, lest it incite further conflict between them. Thus, he experiences a rare period of tranquility. The hospital has recently been inundated with numerous injured patients. Our beds are overflowing, and we must devise a solution. We cannot allow the patients to lie on the floor, a medical ninja lamented as he entered Uchiha's office. His brow furrowed with concern over the recent troubles. For reasons unknown, the casualty rate has escalated, and our missions are becoming increasingly arduous. I am aware of this situation. The Earth-released ninjas have already begun expansion efforts, Uchiha replied. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he had sensed the rising casualties days prior. Unfortunately, merely employing Earth-release techniques for hospital construction would not suffice. In addition to the essential medical equipment, measures must be taken to prevent soil erosion during rainy weather, necessitating the reinforcement of the structures with timber. How fortunate it would be if Yamato had been born earlier. His wood-release techniques could alleviate the hospital's burdens. The procurement of equipment will take time, so it is imperative to transfer the less severely injured ninjas from Konoha Hospital to other locations for recuperation. The hospital's medical system is on the brink of collapse as the intensity of the conflict from the front lines escalates. The reports of tailed beasts entering the battlefield have been confirmed, with the 8 tails being the only one identified thus far. Among the tailed beasts, the greater the number of tails, the more formidable the strength. The 8 tails is comparable to the most elite ninjas. To prevent further casualties, the powerful members of the Uchiha clan have united with influential families to engage the enemy, resulting in injuries primarily among elite ninjas during this period. Uchiha prioritized the urgent treatment of the lives of the elite shinobi, the village's foremost combatants, whose fates were intertwined with the post-war negotiations and the current triumph. Temporary tents were erected outside, and half of the medical ninjas were deployed to attend to the needs of the Genin first. Commands flowed from Uchiha's hands, and no ninja expressed dissatisfaction, for all actions were directed towards the war effort. He exerted every ounce of his strength to revitalize the beleaguered medical system. Initially, a facade of battle was maintained with Sunagakure while Konoha secretly dispatched troops to the front lines, aiming to seize the borders of the Land of Lightning in one decisive strike. However, Kumogakure harbored similar ambitions. This culminated in a fierce confrontation, with both sides unleashing their might on the battlefield, even deploying tailed beasts. Regrettably, Kushina could only seal the 9 tails, lacking the mastery to exert perfect control over it. Otherwise, the battlefield would not have been so devastating. Y arrived outside the hospital, organizing the injured into designated areas when suddenly, someone rushed toward him in a state of panic, delivering dire news. Y, the clan leader's contingent is injured and requires medical ninjas for rescue. Take me there. The Uchiha clan did not intermingle with others. Those who arrived on the battlefield this time were the elite, enjoying certain special privileges, with their assigned infirmaries being neat and orderly. However, upon entering the ward, he walked around and discovered the Uchiha had suffered devastating losses. Many were barely clinging to life, making it difficult to fathom the magnitude of the battle they had previously endured. The clan leader, Uchiha, lay prostrate upon the sickbed, a wound on his chest hastily bandaged, yet still seeping blood profusely. Hearing the footsteps outside the door, he forced his eyes open. Cough, cough. A surge of verdant chakra emanated from his hands as Uchiha employed the healing palm technique to stimulate his cells, hastening the closure of his internal injuries. He summoned the nearby nurse to sever the blood-soaked bandage, and after a series of urgent interventions, his life was preserved. After half an hour of healing, Uchiha was drenched in sweat, having expended half of his chakra. How does it feel to wrestle with the Grim Reaper? The adversary still possessed the audacity to jest. He gazed at the large scar on his chest, a stark reminder of how narrowly he had escaped death on the battlefield. Had the clan leader arrived a few moments later, the Reaper might well have claimed his life. Casually, he retrieved a tissue from beside him to wipe the sweat from his brow, noticing several unconscious members of the Uchiha clan nearby. He inquired about the circumstances at that moment. Did you confront the tailed beasts head-on? A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes as Uchiha recalled the fallen ninjas on the battlefield. Even now, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Indeed, the tailed beasts were utterly unreasonable monstrosities. Only those who had truly engaged with such creatures could fathom their terrors. Although the Uchiha suffered significant casualties, the opposing side also paid a corresponding price. The 8 tails Jinchuriki was gravely injured by them and ultimately rescued by Tsuchikage, making his return to the battlefield unlikely in the short term. Our primary losses stemmed from the tailed beast bombs. A single remark from the enemy left Uchiha momentarily stunned. The might of the tailed beast bombs was indisputable, yet Uchiha could attempt a rudimentary replication. It is uncertain whether his current physique can withstand the explosive force generated by fission. Most of the ninjutsu he unleashed was infused with radioactive elements, thereby elevating the temperature of the flames, along with the accompanying radiation damage. However, pure fission imposes exceedingly high demands on the body, and a momentary lapse in caution could result in self-destruction. The enemy is unlikely to allow 2 Jinchuriki onto the battlefield, as they must ensure that the village possesses sufficient deterrent power from the tailed beasts. Uchiha Uran has deduced a most pivotal point. Even the so-called brash Raikage recognizes the significance of the tailed beasts to the village, understanding that their deterrent power far surpasses their actual offensive capability. The use of tailed beasts is reserved for dire circumstances or when a decision profoundly impacts the village. It is essential to note that the death of a Jinchuriki plunges the tailed beast into a period of vulnerability, with the duration required to reconstitute their chakra directly correlating to their strength. This period, albeit challenging, stands as the sole piece of good news. The casualties among the Uchiha clan remain within a controllable range. However, some ninjas brought by certain factions perished entirely under a single-tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Uran had just finished treating the ninja who lay recuperating in bed when he was abruptly confronted by Uchiha He, who blocked his path. Uncertain of the clan leader's intentions, Uran listened as he instructed him to follow. Their ensuing conversation delved into matters of secrecy, prompting the two to retreat to Uran's office for discretion. He had already established control over the hospital, and Nara Shikamaru, demonstrating utmost sincerity, never interfered with its operations. During the treatment of the injured, Uran noticed a marked increase in his chakra. He voiced his observations and his suspicions, aware that as the clan leader, Uchiha He was privy to many hidden truths, including the intricacies of the Sharingan. Indeed, the leader's perceptiveness could not be underestimated. Uran had overlooked certain details. In his fervent application of chakra during treatment, he had unwittingly revealed a peculiarity. The chakra of a mere genin could not possibly be so abundant. The Uchiha clan's ocular prowess allowed for the continuous activation of their eyes, subsequently enhancing their chakra reserves. The manifestation of the double Tomo Sharingan left Uchiha He astonished. How could one so young, merely 12 years of age, attain such a formidable state? Chapter 92. The Raikage Scheme. A true prodigy indeed. Uchiha He gazed at the Sharingan of his counterpart, acutely aware that the awakening of the Sharingan necessitated a pivotal moment. A twinge of concern gripped him regarding Uchiha Yu's temperament, prompting him to ask with a solemn expression, "During my absence from the camp, has anything of significance transpired? I recall that it was merely a one-tomo Sharingan not long ago." As Uchiha He expressed his worries, a subtle aura of menace emanated from Yu, who lifted his gaze toward the direction of the village. It was as though an invisible entity locked eyes with Yu, causing the air in the room to chill due to the palpable tension. In a voice tinged with a raspy edge, he replied, "Indeed, some rather unpleasant events have occurred. Do not fret, clan leader, there will be no further issues. The adversary has paid a heavy price, and I have secured the Hokage's assurance." Though he refrained from probing further, the mention of the Hokage stirred within him a sense of foreboding regarding a certain truth. Unfortunately, Uchiha He's conjectures remained rather superficial. He suspected that Danzo was covertly targeting Uchiha Yu, entirely oblivious to the assassination plot against him. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamura hastened to the hospital. While reviewing documents, he had received a report indicating that the Uchiha clan leader and Yu had entered a private room together. He had assumed that Uchiha Yu was awaiting his arrival to discuss the assassination matter. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door being rapped interrupted their conversation. Upon opening the door, Yu was met with Nara Shikamaru, who wore a contemplative smile. Shikamaru, having prepared for the worst, was relieved to see Uchiha He calmly observing him, albeit with a hint of puzzlement in his gaze. Was there an issue at the front lines? After all, the formidable Eight Tails had already been repelled. Realizing that he had been overthinking, Shikamaru felt grateful that Uchiha Yu had honored his promise. Yet, upon catching Uchiha He's inquisitive expression, he could only muster the courage to say, "I did not expect clan leader He to be here. I came to find you." The casualties at the front lines have been severe lately, and the hospital is overflowing, forcing patients to remain outside. I wish to discuss how we might address this issue with you. With this explanation, he hoped to assuage any lingering doubts from Uchiha He. Uchiha He refrained from interjecting, though he sensed something amiss. Nara Shikamaru was discussing important matters, and along their journey, he observed the state of the hospital, particularly after the confrontation with the Eight Tails, where casualties had significantly escalated. Lacking viable solutions, the only course of action was to expand the hospital. However, I intended to have Earth-style ninjas excavate the rock outside to accommodate the injured. Proposals for earthen houses and tents were dismissed. The reasoning behind not setting up tents was primarily due to the uneven terrain of the Land of Lightning, where finding flat ground to establish camp was already a challenge. An excess of tents would occupy space and render the encampment unwieldy. With no wood-style ninjas available, the excavation with earth-style ninjas was a reluctant necessity. Regarding the scarcity of medical supplies and herbs, I located a vendor capable of supplying a substantial amount of basic medicinal herbs. To be blunt, this required Nara Shikamaru's consent, as during my time in the Wind Country, I needed Orochimaru's approval to conduct business with Yamabuki. The same principle applies here. We need Nara's endorsement to facilitate trade amidst the war. This matter is yours to handle. Once the details are outlined, present them to Nara Shikamaru and proceed through the proper channels. Observing from the side, Uchiha was filled with confusion. When did Nara Shikamaru become so amenable? It was evident to any discerning eye that Uchiha was intent on financial gain. How could this be agreed upon? Leveraging Nara's vulnerabilities to coerce him seemed unrealistic, especially considering Uchiha's prior mention of the Hokage. Clearly, some method was employed to compel Nara into submission. The situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Far away in the heart of the Land of Lightning, a temporary camp of the Cloud Village was set up. Lord Raikage, his condition is dire, reported an attendant. Fukai's injuries, compounded by the Eight Tails' volatile power, posed a constant risk of losing control. While the Cloud Village had medical ninjas, their capabilities paled in comparison to those of Konoha. Throughout the war, other villages had recognized the limitations of their medical ninjas, hastily trained and only marginally better than ordinary nurses. Their skills were insufficient to address Fukai's injuries. Damn Konoha! With a thunderous crash, the table before the third Raikage was split in two, his temper raging. Only the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning could restrain him from throwing a punch. I did not train you to present me with insurmountable problems. The medical ninjas, taken aback by his fury, felt the weight of his frustration. If not for the village's need for medical ninjas, he would have readily thrown them out. Find me a solution. If you cannot, you'll be sent to the battlefield instead. A surge of black lightning coursed through the air, singeing the surroundings. Lord Raikage. Now is not the time to turn on our own. Outside, Sukadai, hearing the commotion from the hospital, reluctantly entered, wrapping the medical ninja in rubber to prevent them from being incapacitated by the lightning. Yet, faced with the raging third Raikage, Sukadai remained unfazed. Fukai was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Should he perish without a successor, the Eight Tails would remain dormant for a considerable time, a perilous outcome reminiscent of the Second Great Ninja War. Tossing the medical ninja to the ground, the Raikage glared at Sukadai, his trusted aide. He recognized his own shortcomings, his impulsive nature, and Sukadai's presence was meant to balance that flaw. To trouble them? The ramifications of Fukai's death would be catastrophic, especially concerning the war with Konoha. He cannot die on the battlefield. Reigning in his agitation, the third Raikage inhaled deeply, noticing his son, equally anxious, was no longer a reliable ally. He had inherited both his strengths and his weaknesses. Shifting his focus to Sukadai, he hoped to devise a strategy. Sukadai stood in contemplation, even the furious Raikage refraining from interrupting. After several minutes, an audacious idea emerged. Lord Raikage, since our village's medical ninjas cannot treat Fukai's injuries, let us seek assistance from another village. Furthermore, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. If the medical ninjas from other villages fail, we must be ready to relocate Fukai. The subsequent search for a backup Jinchuriki was overlooked by the Raikage. But Sukadai's proposal piqued his interest. If our own cannot suffice, then we shall seek aid elsewhere. Presently, among the 5 great shinobi countries, only Konoha's medical ninjas were deemed truly proficient. With hostilities currently ongoing, the Raikage contemplated a bold plan as he gazed towards Konoha's encampment. Gather your things and follow me. Tonight, we shall strike Konoha's camp and capture their medical ninjas. Chapter 93, captured under Uchiha's directive, the Konoha hospital commenced a systematic expansion. Numerous documents were strewn across the desk as Uchiha furrowed his brow, grappling with the current medical system that could not endure much longer. What a troublesome affair. Although Shikaku is no more, he left me with a mess to clean up, and I must devise a swift solution. Just as he was at a loss, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. What in the world is happening? Grasping a kunai from the desk, Uchiha prepared to investigate, only to witness a bolt of black lightning shatter his door. The two exchanged bewildered glances, and Uchiha was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Dark thunder. How did the third Raikage infiltrate the camp? The assailant wasted no time. With lightning speed, he seized Uchiha by the throat. The third Raikage had initially intended to capture a few medical ninjas during his surprise assault on the hospital, but soon realized that ordinary medical ninjas might not be capable of saving the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, he ventured to the office, reasoning that the one overseeing the entire medical establishment would possess significant medical prowess. The sudden attack on the Hidden Leaf Village caught them off guard. Despite Nara Shikamaru's preemptive measures to thwart Cloud Village's incursion, the third Raikage's appearance was entirely unforeseen. In his prime, the third Raikage was a force to be reckoned with, effortlessly tearing through Konoha's defenses. His formidable strength and terrifying speed placed him among the elite of the ninja world. Even with Uchiha activating his Sharingan, he could only watch as the Raikage breached the defenses, unable to match his velocity. As the Raikage stormed into the hospital, the pursuing Cloud Ninja were intercepted. Unable to contend with the Raikage, yet they were not powerless against the Cloud Village's forces. What are these bastards up to? Hurry! Elite Jonin, halt the Raikage. We cannot allow him to rampage unchecked. Reinforcements were crucial as they faced substantial losses. Fortunately, Nara Shikamura heeded Uchihayu's counsel, avoiding the large-scale construction of earthen houses and tents. Otherwise, the chaos would have escalated further. Upon receiving the news, Nara Shikamura rushed to the scene, where turmoil engulfed the hospital, and he promptly organized a counteroffensive. Just as the Raikage had captured Uchihayu, he felt an inexplicable force immobilizing him. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. The first to arrive, Nara Shikamura, startled to see Uchihayu in the Raikage's grasp, instinctively employed the Shadow Imitation Jutsu to restrain the assailant. Yet, the pressure exerted by the third Raikage was overwhelming, causing his chakra to rapidly deplete. Raikage, this is Konoha. How dare you assault our camp? You shall pay the appropriate price for this transgression. He merely needed to stall for a moment. As Nara Shikamura wisely noted, the chaos within the camp was but temporary. Most of the ninjas were en route, and once they arrived, even the formidable third Raikage might evade capture, yet the remaining ninjas would stand no chance of survival. Lightning Release, Chakra Mode. The surging chakra instantaneously invigorated his physical form. The Raikage, undeterred by the commotion below, remained composed. The shadow imitation technique proved insufficient against a foe of such caliber. Gradually, the Raikage maneuvered, ultimately tearing apart the constraints of the shadow technique. You cannot impede my progress. In an instant, he shattered the hospital's walls. The Cloud Ninjas engaged in battle below observed as the Raikage hoisted an individual aloft, realizing their plan had succeeded. The objective of this operation was to abduct a medical ninja from Konohagakure. Retreat. Do not entangle yourselves with the Leaf Ninjas. After tossing Uchiha wide at Tsuchikage, he swiftly departed with utmost urgency. This raid, from inception to conclusion, spanned merely a few minutes, driven by a clear and resolute purpose. One was struck by an opponent's blow, impacting his neck, plunging him into a brief state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found a ninja hastily facilitating his escape. Tsuchikage? Uchihayu subtly altered his appearance while remaining in the hospital, insisting that everyone wear masks. The masks concealed much of their faces, revealing only their eyes and the upper part of their foreheads. Setting an example, he never removed his mask. Clad in a white coat, no one would suspect that he was Uchihayu. The absence of Byakugan rendered others incapable of discerning his original form post-transformation. Otherwise, his notorious reputation as the poisonous ninja would undoubtedly incite lethal intentions. The value of his head was comparable to an S-rank mission. Not to mention the peril posed by the poisonous ninja. They had gone to great lengths to capture him. Uchihayu's conjecture likely does not revolve around his own survival, but rather pertains to the medical ninjas. A cough echoed in Tsuchikage's ears as he noticed the other party had awakened, and he coldly remarked, "If you wish to live, comply obediently. We merely require your assistance to save lives. Should you succeed, I shall ensure your return to the Konoha camp." However, the assurance of his return remained uncertain. Upon hearing that he was to rescue someone, Uchihayu felt a sense of foreboding. He was unaware of the identity of the individual in need. The audacity of raiding Konoha under the leadership of the Raikage was truly reckless. You refrained from further conversation, instead observing his surroundings and meticulously noting the route of Tsuchikage's retreat. Escaping from the grasp of a Nin, especially with the presence of ninjas from Kumogakure, seemed an insurmountable challenge. He resolved to await a more opportune moment. "Tsuchikage, your pace is rather sluggish," he remarked. "Alas, the value of medical ninjas cannot be overstated." Tsuchikage replied, acknowledging the critical role of the medical ninja in ensuring the subsequent treatment. Even the typically careless Kuminins were cautious of Uchihayu's potential disruptions. The Raikage, positioned behind, obstructed the pursuing ninjas, easily eluding them with his formidable prowess. Their mission was to return expediently, with no concern for the Raikage's fate. During their return, you glimpsed a flash of lightning. The third Raikage, renowned as the strongest shield and spear, moved with such swiftness that he was nearly imperceptible. Has this fellow awakened? He mused, observing the feigned slumber of Uchihayu. Their eyes met, and knowing that his life was not in immediate peril while tasked with saving another, you cautiously probed the Raikage's limits. "Raikage, I kindly request you to slow down. As a Nin, my body may struggle to keep pace." How infuriating. The Raikage seethed, wishing to reprimand the medical ninja before him, only to be restrained by Tsuchikage, who was already drenched in cold sweat. We have paid a significant price to capture him. We must keep our tempers in check. Chapter 94. Challenging Tsuchikage's endurance. How vexing. As Uchiha closed his eyes once more, the Raikage fist struck a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. Some debris fell upon Uchiha, who, upon opening his eyes to witness the scene, was astounded by the Raikage smite. In his prime, the third Raikage prowess surpassed even that of the fourth Raikage, truly deserving of the title of the strongest Raikage. The gap between their strengths was staggering. They hurried to the camp, where Uchiha was brought into a tent. Curious human and medical ninjas gathered around him, eager to gauge the capabilities of Konoha's medical ninja. Is he truly so young? What are his abilities? I wonder. If he fails to heal Fuka, the consequences could be dire. They scrutinized him closely, hoping to glean some medical ninjutsu from his expertise. You gazed upon Fuka, gravely injured and unconscious. It became clear why the Raikage would personally intervene. The life of the Jinchuriki was paramount, and he would stop at nothing to save Fuka. The Jinchuriki influenced the battlefield's dynamics, and although the third Raikage was formidable, Konoha's collective strength ultimately prevailed. Their strength lay not in individual prowess but in their unified force. Besides medical ninjas, Konoha also possessed sealing and sensory ninjas, without the Jinchuriki's assistance. The battlefield would have been severely compromised. We acknowledge the rarity of medical ninjas, but should you fail to mend Fuka's wounds, you shall experience a torment more excruciating than death. Tsuchikage's cold, unfeeling voice resonated behind Uchiha. They were aware of having abducted a medical ninja, yet remained oblivious to the true terror of this individual, known as the Toxic Ninja. I shall conduct a thorough examination, you stated, scrutinizing the wound on Fuka's chest. The Cumin and medical ninja had performed preliminary treatment, yet their methods were too rudimentary, failing to address the risk of post-injury bacterial infection, leading to further deterioration of the wound. Even he found the situation daunting. Administering treatment posed a dilemma. Should he fail, Fuka would surely perish, yet if he succeeded too quickly, the outcome could be equally fatal. Thus, he needed to strike a delicate balance, sufficiently treating the wounds without immediate resolution, buying time until Konoha's ninjas could rescue him. Damn the Raikage. To launch a night raid on Konoha and take me captive. This predicament was indeed troublesome. A sigh escaped his lips, chilling Tsuchikage's heart. Would he truly need to seek the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki prematurely? Yet a glimmer of hope remained. Renewed hope sparked within Tsuchikage as he observed Uchiha preparing to act. The prospects appeared dim. It all hinged on U.S. resolve to endure. Can you truly heal him? Tsuchikage's brow twitched from the strain of the previous turbulence. Fortunately, he had managed to expel the Raikage beforehand. Otherwise, given his volatile temperament, a bloody conflict would have surely erupted. It is indeed possible. Uchiha expressed his assurance. As the emergence of the chakra scalpel left the medical ninjas in the vicinity astounded, it was indeed an exceptionally advanced medical ninjutsu. This technique greatly facilitated surgical procedures by allowing control over the blade size, thereby minimizing the risk of trauma. Initially, he removed the infected flesh surrounding the wound, regrettably lacking the pufferfish antidote, which would have alleviated the patient's pain. As Uran aptly noted, it truly required immense willpower. The agony of flesh being excavated and bones scraped demanded fortitude from Vokai. Everyone anxiously observed Uchiha. Even those untrained in medical arts, like Tsukadai, comprehended the peril inherent in the surgery. The open wound on the chest would typically be fatal. However, Uchiha utilized healing techniques to staunch the bleeding effectively. What an extraordinary display of medical ninjutsu. Was this the skill of Konoha's medical ninjas? It was not merely the prowess of the medical arts. For aside from the chakra scalpel, they possessed an array of healing techniques. His ability to control the situation indicated that he was indeed a formidable medical ninja. The whispers from the onlookers did not distract Uchiha as he diligently treated the wound. Buckets of hot water stained crimson. Vokai's body began to emit a red chakra, a surge of violent energy that interrupted the chakra scalpel's function. Summon a strong ally to suppress him. The command had scarcely escaped his lips when the Raikage charged into the room, relying solely on physical strength rather than his lightning chakra form to subdue the rampaging Eight-Tails. Tsukadai quickly secured Vokai's body with rubber restraints. The two worked in tandem to contain him, having merely removed the infected flesh. The most critical step, the damaged internal organs, remained incomplete. If they wished to prevent Vokai's death, they needed to maintain their cooperative restraint during the forthcoming procedure. Even if Uchiha possessed extraordinary talent, he could not possibly contend with the Eight-Tails alone. Hurry and treat him. The Raikage bore crimson marks upon his body, the contact with the eight tails proving burdensome. The process of regenerating internal organs could not afford the slightest error. The healing technique evolved into a more advanced form, enhancing its efficacy. Throughout the hour of urgent care, all present watched in awe as Uchiha Uran showcased his skills. Even the typically irascible Raikage regarded him with newfound admiration, hopeful that Vokai would surmount this crisis. Suddenly, Uran staggered and fell to the ground, exhausted from chakra depletion. The restoration of internal organs demanded tremendous focus, placing a significant strain on him. "Can't you cloud ninjas even catch me?" Uchiha Uran glared furiously at the medical ninjas behind him, whose expressions turned awkward under his reprimand. Even the Raikage refrained from speaking further. He feigned excessive chakra exhaustion, disguising his inability to continue the treatment. What is Vokai's condition? This was their primary concern. The Raikage sensed Vokai's life signs stabilizing, yet still required the medical ninjas to elaborate. It could only be said that he had passed through the threshold of life and death. Whether he would survive depended on the subsequent actions. One must not speak too definitively. In order to survive, Uchiha, you could only engage in a subtle game of Tai Chi, rising to gaze at the injured Fukuai lying on the bed. The internal injuries were critical, yet he had managed to heal them using his palm techniques, alleviating the most pressing peril. However, Uchiha Yu had neglected the surface wounds, leaving Fukuai appearing gravely injured. It would take several days to recuperate fully. During this period, I shall administer treatment in stages, striving for a swift recovery. Upon hearing Yu's words, the Raikage questioned the meaning of "in stages." Must there be further delays? Are you intentionally stalling for time? A flicker of ominous lightning coursed over his body as the Raikage fixed a hostile gaze upon Uchiha Yu, attempting to coerce him. Cough. Cough. Lord Raikage, I feel we ought not to trouble a medical ninja, especially one who has saved Fukuai's life. Chapter 95. I might just treat him to death. The Tsuchikage interrupted the Raikage's fury once more. Unfortunately, surrounded by medical instruments and with Fukuai requiring rest, the Raikage could only grind his teeth in frustration. Waves of terrifying chakra surging within him. That wretched boy. As he watched the Raikage depart, Uchiha Yu had partially fulfilled his mission. Now in the role of a captive, he was spared from undue hardship due to his status as a medical ninja, being assigned to a standard room. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, Nara Shikamaru and a group of formidable Uchiha discussed strategies to rescue you. We must rescue Uchiha Yu. They dare to launch a night raid. Those despicable scoundrels. We can also initiate a night assault and strike at their camp. Nonsense. We can defeat them on the battlefield. But do you think we can just attack their camp as if we were the Raikage? A heated debate arose among the Uchiha regarding Yu's safety, particularly among the hawkish faction who viewed him as the hope for their clan's resurgence, especially after his abduction by the Raikage. Silence. His voice rang out, cutting through their quarrel. Acknowledging their concern for U.S. safety, he realized that arguing was futile. Observing Nara Shikamaru's contemplative demeanor, he hoped that the renowned Nara clan, known for their wisdom, might devise an effective solution. After organizing his thoughts, Nara Shikamaru offered a pivotal suggestion: do not rush. The abduction of Uchiha Yu indicates that they require the assistance of a medical ninja, thus ensuring his life is secured. Furthermore, when the Raikage burst in, he was met with Yu's masked visage, surely aware of the notorious reputation of the poison ninja.